Chapter 201, Johnny. Let's get down to business. Carl sat on the couch in the private booth, eyes fixed on the old captain as he took a seat too. So, is this a one-time gig, or are you trying to build a long-term connection? Either way, let's hear it. Of course it's a gig. You think I called you guys all the way here just to shoot the breeze? The old captain gave a playful wink. Wouldn't want to waste your time or insult you like that. No trial runs, no warm-ups, no vetting. Oliver laughed at that, clearly reminded of some other fixer. Figured every Santo Domingo fixer liked to pull that test run crap first. No need for that. The old captain raised a glass toward them. When all three declined, he continued. I came to you because I trust you. I'm not some amateur who needs to size up every merc that walks through the door. Only fixers with no eye for talent do that. Some other fixer just caught a stray, for sure. All right, so let's hear it. To be fair, the old captain's straightforwardness was refreshing. Even Jackie, who usually stayed quiet during job talks, chimed in. What kind of job we talking here? Just don't tell me it's a storm a megacorp HQ for a few thousand eddies kinda gig. We all know only gonks sign up for that shit. Relax, I'm not trying to get anyone killed. The old captain pulled out a compact hollow projector and set it on the glass table in the center. Let's talk eddies before details. No bullshit. 80,000 eddies to eliminate a gang member. Can you handle it? 80,000. Honestly, that was damn generous for a first-time fixer, almost too generous. Even the big-name fixers usually lowballed first gigs. Faraday's first job for Carl's crew, 6,000 eddies. Okada's, 30,000. The Padre, 60,000. So yeah, the old captain wasn't bluffing about bringing big money to the table. This was the highest first job offer they'd ever seen. Nearly triple what Carl once offered V on their first run, 30K. But everybody knew, when someone's throwing that kind of cash around up front, it usually means the job's gonna be a major pain in the ass. Eliminate a gang member. Oliver thought about the old captain's turf, 6th Street. I wouldn't poke that hornet's nest this early. Nah, this one's personal. Guy flaked on a deal, ghosted me, and worse, wiped out the mercs I sent before you. I just got started in this biz, and some asshole already thinks he can walk all over me. I need to send a message, feel me. Then the name dropped, Animals. Animals, huh? Carl hadn't tangled much with that gang since hitting Night City, but he remembered the basics. Animals. A hyper-aggressive street gang, mainly based in Pacifica's west side. They avoid traditional cyberware, choosing instead to pump themselves full of testosterone and growth hormones. Animal enhancers, to bulk up. Estimated numbers, 503,000 members. NCPD threat rating, high. To Carl, they'd always felt more like muscle for hire than a real gang. A lot of them worked security gigs for clubs and bars around the city. If it's an animal, yeah, we can handle it. Carl nodded, accepting on the team's behalf. All right, hit us with the details. No problem. Seeing Carl's confirmation, the old captain couldn't hide the grin, like the job was already in the bag. He tapped a recessed button on the projector. A mechanical lens popped up and beamed a hologram of a bulky figure into the air. Johnny Silverskin, 32 years old. Hold up what you just say. Oliver cut in, smacking his palm against the side of his head like he'd misheard. Johnny Silverhand. Johnny Silverskin, the old captain corrected, shrugging. Yeah, I figured someone would get confused. This choom used to go by Rick something. Then he got obsessed with Silverhand's music and look, changed his name, and started dressing like him. He's kinda big in the Night City cosplay scene. So he's just some wannabe. What else would he be? You think the real Johnny crawled out of hell to haunt us again? The old captain waved it off. That was 2 years ago. He joined the Animals, started juicing like mad, and now he's packed with enhancers and bulked up to hell. Aside from the original silver cyberarm he had installed to mimic Johnny, he doesn't look like him at all anymore. He pointed to the projection, massive guy, sunglasses, built like a tank. Here's what went down. I had a client, another Johnny fan, wanted to buy a car. I set up a meet with this silver-skin guy, was gonna be the middleman. Dude ghosts the meet, calls me up instead, tells me to send some mercs to check out the car. Then he flatlines them, jacks the ride, and vanishes without paying a single eddy. The old captain threw up his hands. You tell me, am I just supposed to eat that? Hell no. If word gets out I got played like that, where's my rep go, huh? So yeah, I gotta get some face back. Whether it's for my fixer career or my side hustle in second-hand rides, this gonk's gotta go. And hey, if you can bring the car back too, I'll toss in a 20% discount on any vehicle you buy from me in the future. Got it, Carl nodded. Simple, kill the guy, retrieve the car. Payout, 80,000 eddies. So you got any leads, still in Pacifica? That was typical animal turf. Nope, he's in the city center, the old captain replied. Apparently, he's got a nightly routine. Hits up a chip bookstore with his crew to grab reading material. A meathead like that reads. Don't judge a book by its biceps, the old captain smirked. He pulled out a shard, waved it dramatically in front of them, then slotted it into the projector. The display shifted to a floating list of book titles. These are a few of the ones he's into lately. Carl scanned the list. The title at the top. Johnny Silverhand and Carrie's Little Secret. Chapter 202, Vehicle Customization. My eyes feel dirty. That's what Oliver, now behind the wheel, kept muttering the entire ride. He was the only one among the trio who couldn't fight his curiosity and actually read through that disturbingly philosophical mess. And now he looked dazed. He never imagined words alone could hit harder than braindents, etching themselves into his mind and straight up wounding his soul. You knew it was messed up and still kept reading. Look to me like you were into it. Don't tell me that's your thing. Piss off, Jackie, you're the one into that sick crap. I like normal women. Grumbling, Oliver rested his left hand on the wheel and rubbed his eyes with his right as they sat at a red light. I just feel polluted. I got curious, wanted to see how it ended, and boom, now it's stuck in my head. So basically, the writing wasn't half bad. Leaning back in the rear seat, Carl stared out the window at the luxury cars cruising past on the city center strip. Anyway, we've been driving this Hera for a while now. Don't you think it's time we picked up something with 4 seats, and maybe bulletproof? It's barely been a month. What do you mean, a while? You just got bored, Carl. This Hera's a damn fine ride and you're already eyeing a new toy. Am I really that fickle? Carl tapped his cheek, thinking about how he'd never actually driven the car even once. I never got anything new, so how can I already be tired of it? I was just wondering if maybe you'd want something faster, Oliver. I mean. His eyes stayed locked on the flow of traffic outside, watching cars speed past them. In terms of speed, this Hera doesn't cut it. What if we have to tail someone and can't keep up? Can't keep up, huh? Oliver thought about it. Yeah, Carl had a point. The Hera wasn't exactly a performance beast. There were times on past gigs when Oliver had wanted to ram a fleeing car and force a stop, but always eased off. The Hera just didn't have the guts to survive a head-on hit. One wrong move and the front end would fold. So what kind of cars got both speed and durability? No clue. Carl wasn't a car guy, no surprise there. But he did have a plan. What I do know is that cars can be modded. I once rode in Johnson's Enforcer, the cop version of the Hera. Fully tricked out, fast and rock solid. Took a hit straight on and the front didn't even flinch. I'm just thinking, can't we get ours upgraded like that? You're saying turn our Hera into something like a patrol enforcer. Jackie scratched his chin. Honestly, I'm in. Everyone knows NCPD doesn't mess around behind the wheel. They'll pit you before they ever bother drawing a gun. So what? We hit up Johnson and ask how the enforcer's built. Hearing that, Carl shook his head. Thing is, the NCPD mods are just upgrades on top of a pre-modified base model, straight from HeraCorp, unless Johnson's willing to hand us one and let us strip it down piece by piece to copy it. We're out of luck. So we commission a custom build. That's gonna cost a ton. Oliver winced at the thought of spending the eddies he'd just scraped together. Still, he didn't hesitate much. We can talk to someone from HeraCorp, gotta be some contacts through a fixer or two, and we're working with the old captain, right? Dude's a used car pro. After this job, we hit him up, he's gotta know someone. There's actually a simpler, cheaper way. Carl figured Oliver was forgetting the obvious. If we're talking about car mods, no one knows that better than the folks in the Badlands. You forgot about V? He's helping T-Bug with that Cyberdog right now. Once they're done, we can roll the Hera out there and let him take a look. Nomads know vehicles better than anyone in the city. V, huh? Oliver remembered how V instantly recognized the type and specs of his Cyber-Eye during their first meet. Thinking about his nomad roots, it made sense. These were the same guys who stormed a scav camp 50 deep for just 30k eddies. Prices from them would be fair, maybe even dirt cheap. All right then. Once T-Bug's done with the dog, we'll reach out to V. No job, just a ride through the Badlands to let the Hera breathe. With the plans settled, the Hera came to a stop. Target spotted. Oliver stared out the left window at the chip bookstore crowded with people. His eyes scanned the group, built like tanks. Definitely animals, just look at those meat slabs. Jackie, even if you trained your whole life, you'd never catch up. Come on, those guys are juiced to hell. Me, I just downed some protein powder here and there, Jackie replied with a shrug. So what now, go in and flatline 'em all? Shooting at night's too loud. Gunshots'll echo like crazy. This is downtown, and CPD'll be here in 60 seconds tops. Carl shook his head. Besides, I heard Johnson's been posted around city center lately. Let's not stir up trouble on his turf. A direct hit's out of the question. I'll keep driving, gonna find a place to park. Oliver pressed the gas again. These animals won't stay here forever. Sooner or later they'll head back. We just follow, pick the right spot, and handle business. Remember, the leader's gotta stay alive. Carl added, I still need to squeeze out where he stashed the ride old captain wants back. Let's think worst case. Jackie checked his weapon. I don't see the car outside the shop. If they left it back at their turf, we'll have to pay Pacifica a visit after cleanup. And that's exactly why this gig's worth 80k eddies. Carl didn't seem bothered at all. Pacifica, huh? He'd never been. Chapter 203, The Chase, they walked right into it. Johnny, how's the shopping going? Johnny's silverskin iron was at the register when he got a call from his gang boss. Even though the animals were considered one gang, their structure was more like a loose federation. Each region had its own boss. The name Animals was just an umbrella term. Johnny Iron's direct superior was a hulking woman known as the Beast Queen, respected across the western side of Pacifica. Almost done, Johnny replied, then added, something urgent, boss. Got eyes at Afterlife. Word is the old captain just rolled into a private booth. Looks like he's hiring mercs. You trashed his deal not long ago, didn't you? This might be payback. Keep your head up. The old captain, huh? And Afterlife mercs on contract. Johnny Iron got the picture. Sure, he juiced up like every animal, but his brain wasn't made of protein. He knew danger when it stared him in the face. He glanced around at his crew, 11 other animals, 12 total. Not exactly elite odds against hired guns from Afterlife. I'm heading back now. He finished the payment and ended the call, then squeezed his crew into several Thornton Mackinac MTL ones. Those were just about the only rides beefy enough to carry animals. The average city car would bottom out under their weight. Downside, they were pickups, big, slow, not built for speed. Settling into the passenger seat, Johnny Iron figured he'd pass the ride reading the new chip he bought, a spicy Silverhand X carry fanfic he'd been saving. But before he could slot it in, a voice cracked over comms from the rearguard. Boss Iron, bad news, we've got a Hera tailing us. Looks like it's locked onto us, they're not backing off. So soon. Clicking his tongue, Johnny tucked the chip away and dropped into battle mode. Are you sure they're tailing us? Got a visual? Nope, too dark, no optics in this truck, but they're mirroring every turn we take, and they're closing in. Get out a city center. If shit pops off here, NCPD will be on us like rats on cheese. You focus on driving, I'll come up with something. Johnny ran through options fast. The quickest way back to their turf in Pacifica would take them through Haywood's Glen. No major beef with Valentino's, so passing through wouldn't be an issue. But there was no way the Hera behind them was just gonna let them cruise home. Their trucks were slower. Getting intercepted mid-route was almost guaranteed. So why play defense? So what if they were outnumbered, outclassed? You join a gang, you stop thinking like prey. Mercs from Afterlife, big names sure, still bleed red. New plan, reroute to Little China and Watson. It's chaos out there. NCPD doesn't bother showing up. That turf's a mess, Vortex, Tiger Claw, neither owns it completely. We'll find a spot, draw them in. If they follow, they die. Copy that, boss. Inside the Hera, Carl's crew noticed the sudden detour. They're switching routes, Oliver smirked, eyeing the Mackinacs. Looks like they noticed us, trying to lure us into Watson. Well, isn't that cute, Jackie grinned. We were looking for a quiet place to drop them, and they're helping us pick one. Little China, they picked our neighborhood, Carl said with a laugh. If their crew had home field advantage anywhere, it was Little China. Carl and Oliver lived there. So did Misty's Esoterica, Vic's Clinic, and Afterlife. They knew the district like the back of their hand, even which food stalls to avoid. Pick a spot to corner them, Oliver. Just don't let them stop in front of Misty's. Relax, Oliver replied. This is my playground. He eased off the accelerator. If I want them to stop somewhere, that's where they'll stop. Boss Iron, they're slowing down. They're looking for a place to fight too? Fine, there's a megatower up ahead. We'll storm in and take them out floor by floor. The 6 Mackinacs roared forward and skidded to a stop in front of the towering apartment block. Under the curious eyes of bystanders, heavily armed animals stormed inside and started heading upstairs. They're trying to split us up inside, Carl said after hopping out of the Hera. Hallways, stairwells, tight quarters, it's classic ambush bait. He pulled up the live feed from his apartment camera and chuckled. Funny thing is, I just spotted them on the 4th floor, Right outside my door. Guess we better keep it clean, Oliver said, grabbing his weapon. Last thing I want is stepping out tomorrow and seeing a corpse on the mat. Find your path and walk it straight to hell, Carl muttered as he unslung Endless Night. They've probably got someone watching. Now that we're out of the car, they'll start moving. Don't let any of them slip. Just like Carl expected, the animal on lookout at the ground floor saw the trio get out, and his face twisted in pure panic. He was the only one with cyber optics, tasked with eyeing the target and opening fire to disrupt them first. But now that he saw who it was, those three. Run! His voice exploded across the channel. It's KK Squad. Chapter 204, Spectators. Like cracking an egg with a sledgehammer, now the chick's got its eyes open. Muttering a mangled proverb he'd picked up somewhere, Oliver tapped his gun against the skull of a fallen animal. First time I've seen someone walk straight into our trap like this. Gotta say, it's eye-opening. Could you not butcher proverbs while we're standing over corpses? Carl sighed, waving at the crowd of curious tenants gathering to gawk. Nothing to see here, folks, just a minor misunderstanding. I already called the NCPD, they'll be here soon. A misunderstanding. The skeptical residents of the megabuilding weren't buying it. They glanced at the pile of animal bodies scattered across the street, then at the barricaded apartment doors, clearly part of the building. Hope the cops show up quick. Can't even get home without stepping over a body these days. Carl, looks like they're stuck. Should we move the bodies so folks can get through? Jack was being surprisingly considerate, nudging one of the corpses with his boot. After all, these were their neighbors. Good point. Carl looked down at the heap of muscly-bound gangsters. They'd flattened on the 4th floor, and sighed. Should have just killed 'em all. Dead bodies don't complain. You're not actually thinking of tossing them out the window, right? From the 4th floor, they'd explode on impact. Oliver rolled up his sleeves, ready to help Jack drag the bodies, when sirens echoed from below. He froze. Hold up, why's Johnson here so fast? You forgot, Carl replied. He's been stationed around City Center lately. We shifted the fight to Watson to avoid dragging him in, but Watson's right next door. Oliver blinked. So, we ended up dragging him in anyway. Not quite, we held back. It's not like the old days when we left corpses in daylight. There's a difference between dumping bodies and capturing someone alive. With bodies, NCPD just sends a cleanup crew. Johnson and his boys get stuck working overtime, 0 reward. But if it's a live catch, that's where the side cash starts rolling in. Carl ticked it off on his fingers. Gang bribes, bail, processing fees, all that sweet under-the-table income, way better than a pile of corpses. As he spoke, Carl glanced over at the big fish, Johnny Silverskin, still unconscious and lying flat on the floor. We're not handing Silverskin over to Johnson. I already got what I needed out of him, but this guy's still part of old Captain's contract. He wanted him dead, but if we tie him up and deliver him gift-wrapped, I bet he'll appreciate the gesture. Just then, Carl's shard pinged. A reply from Old Captain, along with a transfer of 12,000 eddies. Old Captain. Hot damn, you guys are pros. You're even letting me finish the job myself. Here's a tip for the service, a little something extra. Carl grinned, told you we'd get a bonus. Watching the funds roll in, Oliver, now receiving his share, suddenly had a revelation. No wonder their squad had a 100% mission success rate and 100% client satisfaction. With Carl always thinking 3 steps ahead for the client, how could they not be perfect? The NCPD rolled up quickly, or rather, Mr. Johnson and his squad. Didn't take long for them to reach the 4th floor. Yo, Mr. Johnson, evening. In the glow of Night City's skyline, night and day didn't mean much, but Carl still greeted by the clock. Quite the scene today, huh, Carl? The officers moved like clockwork without needing instruction. Mr. Johnson strolled over and nodded to the group. Evening, Jack, Oliver. Evening, Mr. Johnson. Johnson looked over the downed animals. So what's the story? These guys came knocking on your door looking for trouble. Nope, mission target. They drove themselves here. Drove themselves? Johnson blinked, then looked again, this time in disbelief. Don't tell me they were trying to ambush you, and just happened to pick your front door as the spot. Yeah, it's as dumb as it sounds. Tusk. Johnson stared at the thick-necked muscleheads, his gaze lingering on their faces. Figures, that's the animals for you. You guys are in this area so often, even the scavs that set up shop this morning already know to steer clear. And these geniuses chose today to roll in. We were cracking up halfway through the mission. Their intel must have been garbage. As Carl spoke, he pointed toward Johnny Silverskin. Right, Mr. Johnson, this guy's off limits. He's the actual target. Someone's coming to pick him up. I'll send you the car's ID. Just help us load him up when it arrives. No problem, easy enough. Johnson nodded, then squinted at Silverskin's face. This guy, why does he look familiar? Johnny Silverskin. Huh, wait, Johnny Silverhand. No, Silverskin, just a wannabe poser, fanboy turned cosplayer. Oh, misheard. I installed a Mandarin voice pack so I could chat with you easier. Guess it mangled the name. No worries, Mr. Johnson. English, Japanese, Spanish, whatever you got, I'm good now. Carl had burned through enough language BD chips to handle most of Night City by now. While Carl and Johnson kept chatting like old friends, the watching tenants had gone dead silent. They weren't rich, just scraping together enough eddies each month to keep a roof over their heads. No braindance chips, no fancy implants, they didn't know who Carl really was. But they weren't stupid. Anyone who could flat a full squad of animals like it was nothing. And then casually trade jokes with a top NCPD captain. Who was this guy? And why the hell was someone like that living in a 1,000 eddies a month shoebox apartment? Chapter 205, The Free State of Northern California. Late night, 5th floor of the megabuilding, inside Oliver's apartment. We've tracked the vehicle to the western edge of the Free State. That's where the animal's boss, the wild woman, operates. Carl uploaded the data chip to the team channel so everyone could take a look. In short, we're heading to the Free State. The Free State, huh? Santo Domingo and Haywood both border the Free State, but neither Oliver nor Jackie knew much about it. Jackie thought for a moment and said, that place is basically split between the Voodoo boys and the animals. Both are seriously hostile to outsiders. It's tough to operate there if you're not local. Other than Dogtown, which barely counts as part of Night City anymore, that zone's probably the most lawless in the region, Oliver added. Even the NCPD avoids it. So, you guys don't know anyone out there? Plenty of enemies, Oliver sighed. Some new ones too, actually. Out-of-towners picking fights with locals. Real smart, Carl muttered. He gave it some thought. Their squad was strong enough to brute force their way through most problems, sure, but mercs usually die from being reckless, not weak. They just started building a reputation. No point getting killed over ego. So basically, we'll need local support again. Carl's tone made Jackie immediately realize what he meant. Like when we hit the Badlands, get a fixer from the area to feed us intel. Exactly. Then Carl turned to the one silently listening on the comms. T-Bug, you know any fixers out in the Free State? If you asked me a year ago, I'd have a few. Right now, there's just one name that matters. T-Bug didn't waste time. Everyone calls him Mr. Hands. Mr. Hands, Oliver repeated, raising an eyebrow. They even add the Mr. Doesn't sound like a real name. I thought fixers like the priest were the rare ones who used titles instead of names. In this business, T-Bug said, you keep things anonymous for a reason. Last thing you want is some old crew hunting you down when you're ready to retire. Wouldn't want to end up in some Hamlet-style revenge plot. Hamlet what now? Oliver blinked like the name crashed his brain. Hamlet, T-Bug explained. Tragedy by William Shakespeare. Prince's uncle murders his dad, marries his mom, steals the throne. The prince plots revenge, gets stabbed with a poisoned sword during a duel and dies, but not before killing his enemy. Carl summed it up neatly, but got nothing but blank stares in return from Jackie and Oliver. Clearly neither had a clue what she was talking about. I mean, I get it with Oliver, Carl said, but Jackie, don't you read books? Never touch this one. I usually read American authors, I think. Forget it, Carl sighed. We're getting off topic. If you ever get curious, I'll walk you through it another day. He shook his head. Point is, whatever Mr. Hands is planning for retirement, who cares? Right now, he's the go-to fixer in the Free State. T-Bug, can you dig up his contact? Might take a little time. Every fixer's got a different way of covering their past. And Mr. Hands, one of the most airtight I've seen. One day enough. I'll pull an all-nighter. I'll upgrade Kyukyu while I work on this. Should have everything ready by morning. I'll send it all over via drone. You're gonna do all that in one night, and multitask. Carl raised an eyebrow. That's fast. Who do you think I am? T-Bug said confidently. In Night City, unless I choose not to look, there's nothing I can't find. Confidence is good, just don't get caught, T-Bug. Relax, I've been doing this a long time. I know which lines not to cross. Anyway, I'm diving in now. You guys get some rest, I'll ping you in the morning. She ended the call. Why do I feel like she just jinxed herself? Jackie muttered, scratching his head. You talk like that all the time, Jackie, Carl replied, checking the time. 10:30 p.m., still early. Wanna eat something? I'll order delivery. Let's hit our usual place, Oliver said, and have them bring extra drinks, no booze, just soft. Also, more burgers, I'm craving those fried chicken ones. All right, 4 bug burgers coming up. Hey, Carl, I know those things are made from worms or locusts or whatever, but do you have to kill my appetite like that? If we had real chicken, I'd get you a proper burger, Carl shrugged. Actually, I've heard the Free State's outside Night City jurisdiction. Some folks there raise poultry illegally. Maybe we'll score some. Just as he placed the order, a message popped up. V. Hey Carl, I wrapped things up with T-Bug, sent her all the specs and mod details. Heard you've got a ride that needs work. What's the job? V. He finished already. Carl had assumed both he and T-Bug would be grinding all night on the Cyberdog mod. Yeah, we've got a car you might want to look at. A Thornton Hera. Think you can mod it? We want to boost its speed and harden the frame for impact. Can't say over text. Gotta see it myself. When can you bring it over? I'm still camped near the city. You're still nearby. Yeah, after that job, my crew didn't have much going on. I sent my buddies back with the cash and figured I'd stick around to see if anything else came up. And what do you know, you guys show up. Let's lock in a time. Carl considered it. If they hit the edge of the Badlands near Santo Domingo before heading to the Free State, they wouldn't need to double back. Tomorrow morning, 7 a.m., drop me a pin from the Badlands, we'll head your way. Chapter 206, Techie V. We're almost at the Sunset Motel. Oliver called out to Carl, who was half asleep in the back seat. Wake up, we're nearly there. V's waiting for us at the spot. All right. Drawing out the word, Carl rubbed his face with both hands, trying to shake off the drowsiness. It was one of those rare good weather days. Warm sunlight streamed through the car windows from the Badlands, just the right temperature. It was enough to make Carl, slouched in the back seat, feel completely relaxed and lazy. Up front, Jackie didn't even glance back at Carl. As the motel came into view, he turned to Oliver. How's the ride holding up? We're not gonna run into any trouble, right? It's just a short trip. What could go wrong? Oliver replied. We stuck to the highway, didn't tear through the desert or anything. Worst case, some dust in the vents. The Thornton Hera wasn't exactly made for off-roading, but it was still a tough, reliable ride. For a run like this, no problem at all. After a few more exchanges, the Hera pulled into the motel lot. On the second-floor railing, V waved at them, then casually vaulted over with one hand and landed smoothly on the ground. Morning, V. Carl stepped out of the back seat, still groggy, and gave a lazy wave. Morning, Carl, Jackie. Oliver, you guys are early. 6:50, just 10 minutes ahead, Oliver said as he approached, already eager. So, can we start modding it now? We brought the car. Chill, Oliver. V pointed toward a small garage beside the motel. I borrowed that from the owner. Drive it in, I'll give it a once-over first, then figure out what you actually need. We can't just start modding now. What if you wanted it to fly, and I modded it into a submarine? V grinned. I need to check the specs and plan the parts before buying anything. Saves eddies. No point buying junk that won't fit. Classic nomad logic, practical and efficient. He led the way to the garage, already remotely unlocked. All right, bring her in. With Carl and Jackie watching, Oliver drove the Hera into the garage. After a brief back and forth, he and V started checking the vehicle over. You get any of this? Carl asked, nodding toward V and Oliver, who were knee-deep in tech talk. I know a little about bikes, that's it, Jackie shrugged. Cars, not a clue. Best I can do is maybe reroute a connector. So we're useless here. Carl looked up at the second floor. Sunset's the only motel in this area, right? I saw a bar upstairs. Want to chill there while they work. You're suggesting drinks while they're wrenching away. We've got a job later, so skip the booze. Let's just grab some cold drinks. It's weirdly hot for December. Bet they'll be soaked by the time they're done. Let's get 'em some colas. Yeah, a December sun like this, not common. Half an hour later, Carl and Jackie came down from the bar, sipping on cold sodas and carrying 2 more. But when they reached the garage, they saw V and Oliver were already done. You finished checking it out already. They handed over the drinks to the two, both smudged with grease and desert dust. V's a beast, Oliver said, cracking open the soda without a care and downing half of it. I've never seen anyone this good with cars. Just got used to fixing stuff back in the clan, V replied with a casual grin. He also took a swig. I sent you the mod list already. Once you get the parts, have a drone drop them here. I'll be around for a few days, it'll take about 2 to finish. Got it, I'll ping you once they're ordered. Oliver paused mid-sentence, then snapped his fingers. Shit, we forgot something. Carl, already tossing his empty cup into a nearby trash bin, turned. Forgot what? We didn't bring a second car, how are we getting back? They froze. None of them had thought about that. Right. Carl walked over to the trunk, pulled out a blackened white ball, and set it on the ground. He tapped it with a finger. Yo T-Bug, you there? Loud and clear. Using QQ as a relay, it's working perfectly. The ball unfolded into a fluffy cyberdog. T-Bug's voice came through its speaker. Good, you hearing this okay? Carl watched the bot stretch its legs like a real pup. T-Bug, you drive, think you could come pick us up? Me, drive to pick you up. T-Bug paused, scrolling her comm logs. There's 3 of you, and not one of you thought to bring a second car. Hey, it just slipped our minds, Carl shrugged, shamelessly tossing the blame. Jackie's the one with a car, should have brought it. Hey, I'm standing right here, Choom, and technically, the Hera's your ride. Have you even sat behind the wheel once? Jackie shot back, then turned to the comm. Yo T-Bug, can you drive? Unfortunately, I can't. She paused, then added, but I can call a cab for you. The signal out there sucks, but I'll hail one from the city. Might cost a bit more, though. Sure, do it. Carl nodded, then frowned. Wait, we're heading to Pacifica after this. You think a cab'll even go that far? T-Bug started to answer, but V cut in. If you need a ride, I can take you. Everyone turned to him. My car's a 2-seater, but someone can squeeze on the roof. As long as you don't mind, it'll work. A 2-seater, huh? Carl looked unsure, but Oliver went straight to the point. V, we're heading to Pacifica to stir up trouble. We're talking gangs here, you cool with that? Call it a thank you for all the biz you've brought me, V said with a grin. And hey, we're chooms, don't sweat it. The 3 looked at each other for a moment, then all nodded. They'd seen what V could do. If anyone could get them into Pacifica in one piece, it was him. Chapter 207, Mr. Hands. The sandstorm's brutal Aya. Stop whining, Carl. You're the one who didn't want to get squished in the middle. You chose the roof, so just stay up there and hold on tight. Don't fall off. Crushed between V and Jackie in the car, Oliver, finally getting a taste of Carl's usual misery, was starting to lose his patience at Carl screaming above them. They were already sweaty from fixing the car, now stuck shoulder to shoulder, and to top it off, Carl was howling like a banshee from the roof. It was getting to him. But it's really bad up here. Carl covered his face with one arm to block the blowing sand. His mouth already felt full of grit. Eventually, he stopped yelling and laid flat against the roof. I hate all 2-seaters. V's ride was built on the base frame of a Thornton Galena Ga 40 XD, a Nomad favorite. But by the time V got his hands on it, it was just a stripped chassis. After lots of modding and salvaged parts, he gave the car a new name, Viper. Thornton Galena Ga 40 XD, Viper. The car clattered like hell when it moved, but it wasn't slow. Carl barely got a few complaints out before getting a mouthful of sand for his trouble. Jackie sighed at Carl's latest round of whining. You've said that like 100 times, Carl. He shook his head. We're almost there anyway. Once we stir things up with the animals in Pacifica, you'll have no shortage of rides. Worst case, we drive one of theirs home. Yeah, but the problem is we don't even know where their turf is yet. Didn't T-Bug give you Mr. Hand's number? You didn't call him yet. You guys dragged me out of bed before I was even awake. I had breakfast in the damn car. And out here in the Badlands, the signal's trash. How was I supposed to call him? Well, fine, just wait till we're closer to Pacifica, then call. Won't take long to talk to a fixer. Carl pulled out his phone, and hey, signal bars. Signal's back, I'll call him now. He tapped a few times on the screen to dial. Sure, voice commands worked, but there was something old school about punching it in manually. He liked the feeling. Ring, ring, click. The call connected. Before Carl could say a word, a voice came through. KK, right? This is Hands. Welcome to Pacifica. Huh? Carl raised an eyebrow at the processed voice on the other end. Mr. Hands, pretty sure I'm the one who called you. How'd you know it was me? Same question could be turned around, KK. But since we're both in the biz, no harm laying it out. That new number of yours, it's already made the rounds. I've had your name tagged for a while, been expecting you to show up in Pacifica. Didn't think you'd call me first, though. There was a trace of excitement in his voice. The famous KK in Pacifica, you here for a gig? I've got plenty, messy, complicated, and very well paid. I don't mind work, but we're already mid-job. Let's skip the fluff, Mr. Hands. I need the current location of the animal's temporary West Side boss, goes by Wildwoman. Name your price. The animals, huh? Looks like they picked the wrong fight. Hands caught the drift, but didn't press. Asking too many questions about a Merc's active contract was the fastest way to piss off another fixer. Hands wasn't afraid of trouble, but he wasn't looking for it either. Since this was a straight intel exchange, that made things simple. Give me a few minutes, he said. Need to dig it up. You can get intel that fast. No wonder you're the top fixer in Pacifica. You flatter me. Compared to the legendary KK, I'm just a local guy. After some mutual back-patting, a file came through. All the data's in the attachment. I can only confirm it's accurate as of 7 hours ago. If things have changed, you'll have to adjust accordingly. Got it. Carl scanned the file, then said, "What's the fee? I'll transfer it now." "No need." Hans echoed what Dakota Smith from the Badlands once told him. "I'd rather the KK crew remember me next time you've got some spare bandwidth. I've got a few tough contracts that could use a team like yours." Another fixer playing the favor card instead of charging eddies. Carl wasn't sure if it made them clever or if they just knew he had a soft spot for that kind of ask. Either way, it worked. It made him more likely to take their gigs. "Fair enough, you've got something that fits. Hit me up." After ending the call, Carl turned to Jackie and Oliver. "Remember what we used to say? Once we got famous, fixers would come looking for us, not the other way around. Sound familiar?" "Sure do," Jackie said. "Now look at us. Fame just means more work. Those days where we could finish a gig, grab a drink, screw around for a few days, might be long gone." "Don't be dramatic, Jackie." Oliver, practically being crushed between the other two, grunted. "Back when we were taking small jobs, Carl's work rate was insane. We barely had days off then either. Honestly, now that we're doing high-tier stuff, word gets around fast. We actually get more downtime between gigs. It's easier than before." "Easier, huh? Think about it, we've got more free time now than ever. Plus, since we're known, fixers don't even bother us with low-end jobs anymore." Jack glanced at Oliver, whose face looked like it was being pancaked, and shifted over to give him some space. "Fair point. Contracts." V, who had been quietly driving, finally joined the conversation, more curious about the work itself. "These gigs you guys take, really that profitable?" "Anything under 50,000 eddies. Don't even bother calling us," Oliver said, part brag, part truth. V's grip on the steering wheel tightened instinctively. "50,000 eddies. Yup, anything less doesn't even make the cut anymore." "You guys don't hold back, huh?" From the roof, Carl chimed in. "Honestly, if the job's cool, I'd take something for 10 or 20K. 10 or 20, and that's just acceptable." V took a deep breath. For some reason, he suddenly felt a little tempted by Carl's old pitch to become a merc. So being a merc actually paid like this. If it brought in that kind of money, maybe the clan could. Chapter 208, The Grand Empire Mall. Finally made it. Carl dropped down from the roof of the car, brushed off the dust, and stretched his stiff limbs. "Pacifica outskirts, here I come." "Finally, I can breathe again," Oliver muttered, leaning against the car door, taking in deep breaths as he stared at the streets ahead. "Looks way different from Night City proper. This place used to be designed as a vacation hub. Of course it looks different. Look around, no megatowers in sight. Most of the buildings here are short, low-rise structures with lots of space between them. You've got motel-style villas that were meant to house tourists from around the world." Jack pointed at a crumbling, abandoned 3-story motel. "Of course, now it's all just left to rot." "Sun's blazin'," Carl said, glancing up. The sky was clear and the sun overhead was glaring. "Back in the city, every time I look up, all I see are towers, glowing billboards, and flashing ads. Here, you just raise your head and bam, sky and sun. Doesn't even feel like we're in the same world. Who the hell wants a vacation spot that looks like a sewer? Gotta be different from the city or no one shows up." Oliver looked around, then did a double take. "No way, I can actually see blue ocean. I thought the best I'd get was some greasy, brown sludge near the docks. That's kinda nice." "Don't get too hyped. Looks clean from here, but it's probably no better up close." Jack squinted at the water. "I heard the original plan included offshore filtration systems, supposed to keep the beach water safe for swimming. But after the development project was canned, that whole system was scrapped. What we're seeing now's probably just wastewater that hasn't drifted in yet." Carl frowned. "Night City's got laws against dumping industrial waste, right? I mean, yeah, no one respects the law, but don't the Corps usually go after each other when it comes to this kind of thing? Please, they all do it. No one wants to start a shit-slinging contest that'll get their own dirt exposed." Oliver exhaled and looked back toward the sea. "Thinking about what this place was supposed to be, and what it turned into. Then you look at Santo Domingo. Makes you wonder what the fuck even matters anymore. If a corp actually gave a damn about the people on the ground, it wouldn't be a corp." Carl said that as V finished checking the car and walked over. "Everything good with the ride, V? That rattling on the road was sketchy." "It's fine, just the usual junker noises. Sounds worse than it is." V waved it off, then turned the conversation. "So we're here, that means it's go time." "Pretty much." Carl looked toward a cluster of buildings, holding up the intel like a local fixer giving a tour. "The center of Pacifica's failed paradise. Originally planned as the Shining Crown Jewel, a commercial hub for clean, legal trade. The Grand Empire Mall, that's where we're headed. That's the crown jewel. V stared at the ruins and rubble. Looks more like a scrapyard, just like those ghost towns in the Badlands, dusty, dead, and forgotten. You're sounding poetic. V been reading books or something. We nomads pass down knowledge through books. V cracked a grin, then pulled out a Unity pistol. All right, we've got the target. When do we roll? Rolling in already. Oliver glanced over, spotting the gun in V's hand. So he wasn't just driving them, he was joining the fight. When V had said, "Don't worry, we're friends," he wasn't just saying he'd drop them off. He meant he was down to throw hands too. Jack looked at V, opened his mouth, then closed it. Something about V just clicked. Trustworthy, capable, like this was no big deal. Oliver stared at him for a second longer, and then looked away in silence. Carl, meanwhile, casually tossed V a few things. Then get suited up. This is Vulcan 3, top-tier stuff. V caught it, raising an eyebrow, not cheap gear. Carl had thrown him 2 doses like they were nothing. Better safe than sorry, take it. Carl pointed at the other items he tossed. Couple of grenades, couple of smokes. You've got way too much free space on your belt. Good point. V strapped everything into place like he'd done it 1,000 times, then asked. So, when are we moving? Now. Carl's voice came through on team comms. Mission brief. Target, recover the vehicle tied to our fixer's gig. Hostiles, the animals who have recently expanded from the western zone into this part of the Grand Empire Mall. Estimated headcount, 30 elite gangers. Priority target, the regional leader, Wildwoman. Priority is recovering the fixer's ride. If they block us, neutralize, or bypass. If things go hot, don't hesitate to open fire. Oliver's on heavy support. T-Bug's running net cover. Me, Jack, and V breach and clear. Everyone's roles were locked in. Only one thing left. Let's move. As KK Squad began their op, inside the ruined Grand Empire Mall, Wildwoman cursed loud enough to rattle the concrete. The thick-necked, muscly-bound animal's leader growled. That Netwatch scumbag said we'd get paid after we held this dump against a Voodoo boy's counterattack. If I fall for some long-term payout gig again, I'm a goddamn idiot. Chapter 209, Threat Neutralized. I'm in. Inside an emergency stairwell of the Grand Empire Mall, Carl reported through team comms. Encountered 2 animals, avoided both. Still no sign of where the target vehicle might be parked. A few seconds later, Jack's voice crackled in. Same here, V and I haven't spotted anything either. T-Bug, Oliver, any visual from outside? Nope, these animals actually know what they're doing, T-Bug replied. They only restored a few key systems in this abandoned dump, stuff wired into isolated control rooms. I can't breach them all remotely. She added, if we want full surveillance access, I'll need to deploy Kyukyu for a localized uplink. Risk assessment, Carl asked. Not much, I just need backup. The 2 nearest control rooms I've mapped are close to your position. Then send Kyukyu to me. Carl switched focus. Oliver, any sighting of Wildwoman? Johnny Handjob handed off the stolen ride to her, vehicle should be nearby. No visual, just like T-Bug said, they've got real structure. I can't tell if it's just chaos or someone's coordinating them, but their movement patterns aren't random. Hard to identify command nodes or key defenses. Oliver paused. Still, based on how often their patrol routes rotate, I'd bet someone's actively managing their positions. T-Bug, can you intercept their comms? Working on it, but it'll take time. I just started breaching their internal chatter. T-Bug sounded genuinely puzzled. How the hell does a crew like the animals pull off data security this tight? Do they actually have a competent netrunner? Animals with a legit netrunner. It felt like watching a roided-out bruiser recite philosophy. Like some gonk cosplaying Confucius. Carl's thoughts drifted as he approached a stairwell camera. Just as he prepped to hack it, something felt off. Carl, careful, ice sweep in your area. Recommend evasion if you don't want to get flagged, T-Bug warned. He stopped immediately and retreated. In the camera's blind spot, another device blinked red. Seriously, this level of security? I thought this place was freshly occupied, didn't think I was sneaking into their HQ. Carl cursed over comms and suggested. What if we just go loud? 30 targets, even elite, still manageable. Don't default to violence, Carl, T-Bug chided. Wildwoman runs this block for the animals. No clue how strong she is. We charge in blind and she's the real deal, we're fucked. Their turf, their setup. Recklessness isn't smart merc work. Your own words, remember. Just then, a familiar black and white orb rolled quietly up to him. Let me handle this, T-Bug said. Any hack you attempt leaves a trace. Kyukyu doesn't. All yours. Kyukyu shifted into its compact cyberdog form, and under T-Bug's guidance, leapt between overlapping scanner fields at their moment of dead zone convergence. Clean jump. Carl couldn't help but be impressed. Kyukyu sprinted up the wall with mechanical paws. Added suction modules. It can run up glass now, T-Bug explained, activating its intrusion tools. 2 square ports opened on its shoulders, deploying interface tethers. Gripping them with its articulated paws, Kyukyu jacked into the surveillance system. Carl blinked. It can grip those cables. Could have fired them in, sure, but this is cleaner. With those claws, Kyukyu could sit in a chair, use chopsticks, and eat pizza if I told it to. Pizza with chopsticks, nice. The nearby camera flicked from red to green, then to blue, breach successful. That's done, T-Bug, where are those control rooms? Lead the way. Follow Kyukyu, you'll handle anything inside. The dog led Carl quickly through the corridors, to a utility door by a stairwell. Seriously, right next to the stairs, they weren't worried shoppers would just wander in. It's makeshift, construction got abandoned. Rerouting the wiring now would mean a full overhaul. T-Bug added. 4 seconds to crack the lock, you breach and subdue, watch for tripwires. Understood. 4 seconds later, the lock clicked. Carl opened the door and spotted a proximity alarm rigged beside the frame. Good news, no mines. Bad news, it was a wide-area acoustic trigger, one that could alert half the damn mall. He dropped, crushed the casing, and extended his monowire. He couldn't hack and boost at the same time yet, but monowire tethering while in acceleration mode, that he could manage. Low strain, direct line. The trigger was neutralized in under a heartbeat. He swept the room, 10 square meters, single occupant. One animal's member sat at a terminal filled with security feeds. Young, jacked, probably Carl's age. The guy had just started turning in his chair. Carl retracted the monowire, stepped forward, and grabbed his head mid-turn. His HUD flashed. Bounty, 1,000 eddies. Crime, fatal assault on NCPD officer, blunt force. Understood. Slight twist. Cracked. The clear snap of vertebrae echoed faintly in the small space. Carl's voice came through comms, dead calm. Threat neutralized. Chapter 210, Voodoo Boys. Link established. T-Bug, operating through Kyukyu, took control of the surveillance room. Got lucky. I've got visual on Wildwoman. She's in the West Wing lobby, ground floor. Looks like she's on a call. About 10 meters to her left are target vehicles parked. What's the report interval from this control room to Wildwoman? Every 30 minutes. Last check-in was 5 minutes ago, so we've got 25 left. Think you can cook up a distraction? Something that'll pull her away from the car without raising too many flags. Last thing we need is a shootout right next to it. We'd risk trashing the whole ride. T-Bug scanned the systems via Kyukyu and replied. 1 minute. I can overload the circuits in that zone, fry the lights, make it look like a power fault. Should be enough to get her attention. I'll cut the power in her vicinity too, but heads up, it's daytime. Place is full of skylights. Watch your movement even in the dark. Copy that. Jack responded, then checked in with Oliver. Oliver, I'll tag hostiles once I get inside. You good to punch them out? No problem, just make sure your tags don't suck. My catbot can pierce through these crappy mall walls like tissue paper. He added. Stay sharp in there. We will. The comms fell silent. Leaving Kyukyu behind, Carl followed T-Bug's route. As he approached the western sector, a sharp electrical crack echoed through the building, and the corridor plunged into darkness. The Grand Empire Mall, barely reactivated by the animals and powered only in key areas, now sank back into its derelict state, courtesy of T-Bug. Power's out. What the hell is this? Emergency, get the boss, something just killed the lights. The place erupted in shouts. But in the shadows, Carl moved without a sound, slipping past panicked animals rushing toward the source of the failure. Thanks to the heavy internal construction, daylight couldn't penetrate the corridors. And thankfully, the animals weren't fans of cyber optics, otherwise, sneaking through would have been a nightmare. He kept walking, step by step, toward the target vehicle, closing in. Everything seemed perfect. But just as Carl thought he'd regroup with Jack and V, grab the car and bounce. T-Bug's voice came in fast, laced with tension. Hold up, something's wrong. External breach detected. Carl, someone just scanned you. They scanned us. Carl froze mid-step. Didn't we cut every active system? You're in the West control room. How are they still tracking? It's not the animals. I've been locked in with their netrunner. Guy's tough, had me tangled. I didn't catch what was happening outside, but someone new just jacked in. Outside? It's the Voodoo Boys. And the Voodoo Boys? Carl's mind snapped to everything he knew about them. Voodoo Boys, a Haitian gang based in Taping State, infamous for their net-running capabilities. Rumored to have breached multiple corp networks and bank systems. NCPD gang threat rating, low. Small outfit, maybe 50 to 250 members, relying on top-tier netrunning to survive in Night City. But now they were scanning animal turf. Carl knew their arrival was pure coincidence, no way they expected him or his crew to be here, which meant their target was the animals. But still, they were picking a fight with a gang over 10 times their size. Even with just 29 animals in the mall, technically now, Voodoo Boys going full aggro, that'd still be suicide. Did they not give a shit about payback? His brain was racing, trying to calculate the ripple effects, when V's voice snapped in, tight, urgent. Shit, Wildwoman just spotted Jack. That outside breach reactivated the jammers, exposed him. Carl were going loud. Oliver, get your eyes on Jack and V, now. I'm heading in. T-Bug, whatever the hell the Voodoo Boys are up to, they're yours. I'll try. Even T-Bug, usually full of fire, sounded strained. Handling both the animals' netrunner and an entire gang of Voodoo netrunners was a tall order. But a second later, her voice firmed up. No, I'll handle it. Carl didn't reply. He trusted her and started moving. The moment he stepped into camera view, now hijacked by the Voodoo Boys, an alarm blared. T-Bug managed to cut it instantly, but she was being stretched too thin. The system reactivated seconds later. Beep BZZZTWA. Ignore the alarms, Carl barked over comms. T-Bug, don't waste time silencing them, just make sure they don't get a lock on us. If they wanna watch, fine. Let 'em, give 'em a front row seat. Carl pulled Endless Night and sprinted forward through the sirens. The animals were already converging on his location. Cunt. Bang. First one down. Intruder. Bang. Second. There, it's him. Bang. Third. Nope, bullet hit something solid. Carl frowned. The round from Endless Night had slammed into a raised arm, piercing the gorilla arm plating and subdermal armor, but lodging deep in the bone. Karen Zikov, huh? Subdermal armor, gorilla arms, Karen Zikov. They really went all in on brute force chrome. The boosted animal was already charging, zigzagging with boosted reflexes, ready to knock Carl's head clean off. Carl sighed. You've gotta be kidding me. He stepped forward, meeting him on even ground. Tilted his head left, just enough to avoid the fist, then sidestepped. In slowed time, a line of light snapped from Carl's wrist, monowire and sliced. One motion, one flash. He didn't turn back, he didn't need to. One step. Two steps. Time caught up. Thud thud. Carl didn't glance at the body hitting the floor, just kept moving. Third one. Chapter 211, Wildwoman. Watch out, V. As Carl rushed toward their position, Jack and V had already engaged Wildwoman, and even though the fight had just begun, things were spiraling fast. Wildwoman was stronger than expected, way stronger. In fact, she was several levels above anything Jack had anticipated. Jack came from the Valentinos. He'd seen gang bosses before. But in the Valentinos, leaders were more about uniting the crew and calling the shots, rarely about brute force. So when he heard Wildwoman was the regional leader of the animals, he figured she'd be around hard mode level, like in a training sim. What he got was nightmare mode, the kind where you get your heart ripped out before you even realize you're in trouble. The animals only respected one thing, strength. Only the strongest rose to the top. And for a woman, who naturally started with a smaller frame, to reach the absolute peak of this gang. Yeah, Wildwoman was the real deal. Over 2 meters tall, her body radiated raw power. Scans lit up her titanium-reinforced skeleton, wrapped in steel-like slabs of muscle. Beneath the blood-red glow of her skin were hints of subdermal nano-armor, and strapped to her back, a Sandevistan, already active, fully pushing into berserk. Her gorilla arms looked like they could shred rebar, and in her hands she swung a massive warhammer, easily weighing hundreds of kilos. In her grip, the thing flew like it was weightless. Every swing was a cyclone. The wind pressure alone nearly sent V flying. Boom! The hammer smashed into one of the mall's huge support columns, thick enough to take 2 people to wrap around it, and it crumbled after a single blow. Cracks ran down its length, and when she yanked the hammer back, the whole thing collapsed into chunks of rubble. Holy shit, if that thing hits you, you're dead. V rolled, scrambled, and dodged like a donkey in the mud, firing a few shots from his Unity, but the kinetic rounds barely scratched her. At most, they tickled. Should have brought a real damn weapon. Ha, V, the way you're whining about your gun right now. You're just like Carl back in the day. Wild Woman, eyes glowing red like a predator, lunged at V like a cybernetic bear. Jack fired up his berserk and charged in from the side, slamming into her and knocking her slightly off balance. Good thing the rest of the animals scattered when she went apeshit. If they'd joined in, we'd already be dead. We're already getting wrecked, Jack. V shouted, tagging her with his optics. Oliver read Ping's neck. Copy that. Boom. A shot ripped through the mall, and a chunk of Wild Woman's shoulder vanished. Shit, she's got insane danger sense with that berserk active. Missed the ping, hit her shoulder instead. I saw that, Oliver. Still hit something. Didn't you say hitting certain muscles affects strength output? Jack asked over comms. Just then, glowing red eyes locked onto him, and the hammer came swinging again. The deltoid, but forget that, it doesn't matter. Her body's so far past human limits, normal rules don't apply. Dios bendiga. Jack fell back, barely dodging the hammer. The wind pressure alone nearly sent his braids flying. Aren't the animals supposed to be into juicing and stims? This boss looks more chromed than we are. They just hate old-school chrome. You know, basic optics and junk. But strength boosters, gorilla arms, berserk, Sandivistan, name an animal who doesn't want those. Reloading, Oliver adjusted his catbot. Give me another tag. I can't see through the hole I shot. It's half buried under rubble. 4 walls deep, too much junk in the way. We'd love to, but we can't, Oliver. V tossed a grenade. Wild Woman swung her hammer like lightning, batting it away, boom. It exploded midair, completely ineffective. With that bulk and that speed, Jack, you got any more grenades? Distract her. No way she can deflect every single one before detonation. Used them all. Ours are low yield, no friendly fire. Even timed right, they barely scratch her. Forget it, try to flank her, V. Flank her. Her speed's from that Sandivistan on her back. You see the glow? Lucky us. Looks like she was doing some chrome maintenance and left it exposed. I'll distract her, then it's all you, V. All me, Jack, what the hell are you? Before V could finish, Jack was already charging straight at her. Come on, Pendaja, Jackie Wells is here. Wild Woman, still deep in berserker mania, roared and brought her hammer down in a brutal arc. If it connected, even with subdermal armor, Jack would have been pulp. Now V, Jack shouted, ducking low and slipping under the hammer's arc. It's all you. I'm already there. V had moved the moment Jack did. As Jack locked Wild Woman in close and held her in place with his berserk-enhanced strength, V slipped in from behind. One precise shot, straight into the exposed Sandivistan spine mount. Sparks flew. V grabbed hold of the chrome, twisted, and tore. Crack boom krrtch. With a burst of sparks and mechanical shrieking, V ripped a chunk of the Sandivistan clean off. Come on, I ain't afraid of you. He roared into her back, face twisted with fury, chrome sparking in his grip. Chapter 212, Netwatch. BZZZ, sap. Wild Woman's body convulsed as her spinal cyberware short-circuited. Her muscles twitched uncontrollably, and she could barely stay upright. As she fought to steady herself and reclaim control over her limbs, Jack and V had already pulled back. Red mark. Jack stared at Wild Woman's glitching figure and spoke through comms. You see it, Oliver. Clear as day. Through 4 concrete walls, Oliver's cyberoptics had already locked on. This time I won't miss. His finger tightened on the trigger. Target neck again. Fall down once, get up from the same place. Jack really knew him. Hold your fire. Just as Oliver was about to pull the trigger, a distorted, synth-filtered male voice broke into the comms. T-Bug's cold tone followed right after. Pathetic, I've located the animal's netrunner. Carl, he's yours. I'm already on him. Carl's voice cut in, stopping Oliver. Wait a sec, I know you've got Wild Woman on the ropes, but don't finish her. I'm negotiating with this netrunner dude, actually, with Mr. Netwatch. Netwatch. Everyone on the channel paused, shocked. These days, Netwatch was a name that needed no intro. Founded in 2013, the org had long-standing murky ties to megacorps. Officially, it was about protecting EU and US digital infrastructure. But in the net, hackers just called them what they were, net cops, a pure data world power, so what the hell were they doing working with the animals? T-Bug was the first to react, by snapping. Fucking data jackals, I knew the animals didn't have the chops to hold me back this long. Miss T-Bug, the voice replied smoothly, full of faux innocence. Our organization actually respects skilled netrunners like yourself, those who know how to dive deep, but not too deep. I believe we once sent you an offer, didn't we? No need to be hostile. Carl watched the man, hands up, face hidden behind an ice-filtered visor. He was the netrunner Carl nearly flatlined earlier, only spared because he'd immediately announced who he was. And let's be fair, the Netwatch agent continued. You're the ones who came after me and my hired muscle. I just arrived, rushed in 'cause the animals were getting antsy. Next thing I know, hostile breach in my system. You expect me to just take it? T-Bug went silent. Hard to argue with that. They'd made the first move. He was defending himself. The tension dipped slightly until Jack's voice punched through. Shit, Wild Woman's moving again. That freak's already getting back up. What now, Carl? Carl didn't answer right away. He just locked eyes with the Netwatch agent. The guy understood. Already told Wild Woman you're not the enemy anymore, the agent said calmly. That easy to convince her. They're pros, you pay, they play. As his voice echoed in comms, V and Jack watched Wild Woman slowly rise. She glared at them, but didn't attack. They exchanged a look, no words needed. Now that we've cleared the air, shall we talk, Mr. KK? The Netwatch agent smiled politely. Whatever you were paid, I'm offering to settle this peacefully, and I'll throw in a fair price. A fair price? Carl immediately caught what he meant. He thinks Carl was sent to flatline him, and now he's trying to pay him off to walk away. Carl could have played along. Grabbed extra eddies, completed the job, delivered the fixer's car like nothing happened. But there was something in this guy, something that hinted at a future. Mercs work for whoever pays. And someone this quick to throw eddies around might be worth keeping around. No point burning a bridge for short-term cash. I'm not here for you. The Netwatch agent looked confused. Carl gave a little nudge of explanation. Understanding dawned on the man's face. You're telling me you were just here for the car. Johnny Handjob under Wild Woman stole it from our client. We came to repo it. Simple as that. So this whole mess is my bodyguard's fault. With the misunderstanding cleared up, the agent relaxed. Carl gave him a nod, and he finally lowered his hands. His professional calm returned. After a quick tap on the side of his ice visor, the agent sent out a message. Redirect to intercept the Voodoo boys. KK squad is not a threat, just a mix-up. Across the comms, Wild Woman let out a guttural growl, then started barking orders over the animal's local channel. So, we're good. V watched her closely. Even with her Sandevistan ripped out, she was still moving. That beast of a body, it wasn't even human anymore, not really. Seems like it, Jack muttered, still breathing heavy. Judging by Carl's tone, the talk went smooth. He glanced at Wild Woman, unease still in his eyes. It had taken him, V, and Oliver working together, and risking their lives to even get close to stopping her. No wonder she clawed her way to the top of the animals in this region. Meanwhile, Carl asked a quiet question. I killed 4 animals during the op. They've got to know about the biosignals dropping. They're not gonna fight the ceasefire. The Netwatch agent gave Carl a surprised look, like he didn't expect someone like KK to even ask that. Then shrugged. Told you, they're professional bodyguards. Professional, huh? Meaning, even if their chooms got splattered seconds earlier, if the client says, stand down, they stand the fuck down. Now I get why animals have a rep as street security in Night City. Carl muttered. The Netwatch agent didn't react. He just finished issuing a few more orders and looked back up. So, interested in picking up a quick gig. Chapter 213, a light contract. Temporary contract. Hearing the Netwatch agent's words, Carl instantly knew what he was getting at. You want to hire us to take out the Voodoo boys. Now that your Netrunner has lifted the data lockdown, I've regained control of the surveillance systems. The Voodoo boys sent 50 people targeting me. 50, for a gang like the Voodoo boys, that's basically going all in. You guys at Netwatch got some beef with them. A bunch of lunatics trying to cross over to the other side. You think they'd sit down and negotiate when they bump into someone trying to keep them on a leash? Carl narrowed his eyes slightly. He had a feeling there was more to it, but didn't bother digging. As a merc, all that mattered was the job and the payout. If the client didn't want to talk, there was no need to ask. All right then, let's talk payment. The sooner we close the deal, the sooner we get to work. This time it's full pay up front, no deposits. Carl casually holstered Endless Night. The rest of the squad stayed quiet, waiting to hear what kind of price the Netwatch agent would throw out. Taking down the Voodoo boys? No biggie. If anything, they had a score to settle. If it hadn't been for their sudden intrusion, they would have pulled Wild Woman away, grabbed the car, and been long gone. To repel the Voodoo boys, what would a team like yours usually charge? The agent had access to tons of merc and bodyguard data, but still couldn't pin down what KK squad might ask for. You're the one hiring, you tell me. That said, Carl gave it a moment's thought and named a fair number. Since it's local, plus the animals are backing us up, and I've got a personal grudge in the mix, I'll cut you a break. Fair price, 25,000 eddies. Normally, taking on a 50-man gang would be 1K per head, so 50K but with 20+ animals helping. Knock off 15K already on site. Cut another 5K bit of personal payback. Drop 5K more. That brings it cleanly to half. Only 25,000. The agent had expected hiring KK squad for this kind of work to cost at least 100K hearing Carl's rate. So fair and clean. He agreed instantly. Alright, send me your contact. I'll wire it right now. Didn't know Netwatch agents had 25K to just throw around. You guys are loaded. Not really, just happens my clearance allows it. They exchanged contact info, and once the eddies hit Carl's account, he didn't waste time with small talk. 20+ elite animals versus 50 voodoo boys, who weren't exactly built for direct combat. Pretty even match, but wait too long and someone else might beat them to it. And if the client thought the job wasn't worth the eddies, that'd be a headache. Go for it, Oliver. V, this new gig includes a cut for you. You and Jack take the front. T-Bug, you've got net side. You got it. Each of them replied in turn. Oliver added, this won't take long. Compared to the animals hiding inside the Grand Empire Mall earlier, the voodoo boys attacking from outside weren't exactly subtle. Bright daylight, 50 dark-skinned gangers sprinting through the street, real subtle, huh? If it weren't for the risk of offending T-Bug, Oliver might have dropped a plantation-era joke right there. But there are things you just don't say to friends. His finger tightened on the trigger. Double tap. BZZZT, blam blam blam. As gunfire exploded outside, loud and relentless, the Netwatch agent turned toward Carl, who still hadn't moved. You're not going out. Too far, lazy. Carl said it casually, dropping into a chair as the agent stared at him in disbelief. Normally, if we're short-handed, sure, but today we've got a whole wall of muscle charging in. No need to leave anyone watching the rear. His eyes wandered toward the window, behind the Netwatch agent. Wait a sec, I didn't even notice earlier, I was too busy chasing you. This is the projection room of the mall cinema, huh? Got any good movies loaded? Might as well watch something while they finish up. Seriously. A few minutes ago, this guy was ready to snap his neck. And now, just because a contract was signed, he's asking to watch a movie. The Netwatch agent ran a scan using his medchip. Mental state, normal. What? He pulled the diagnostic log. Turns out, Eastern cooperation models showed historical precedent for mutual celebrations, food, drinks, hangouts, after contracts were sealed. For example, Liu Bang and Xiang Yu, two ancient Chinese warlords, hosted a feast after taking down the Qin dynasty. In that context, Carl inviting him to watch a movie wasn't just normal, it was culturally appropriate. Must be a regional thinking thing. Choosing to trust the analysis, the agent calmed himself, pulled up a chair, and sat down next to Carl. What kind of movies do you like? Got any recs? How about a Western, old-school stuff? Damn, didn't peg you for the nostalgic type. Figured someone from a top-tier org like Netwatch would be all about pushing the digital frontier. If I really wanted that kind of future, I wouldn't be working for Netwatch. Pushing too far, just like the Voodoo boys, never ends well. As the two settled in, and a dusty old Western started rolling, Oliver's voice cut in overcoms. Carl, you're slacking again. I want to watch a Western too. Buy your own BD later. And what do you mean slacking? Entertaining the client is work. You want return business or not? Carl's reply came with zero guilt. Back in his day, being able to wine and dine a client, that was a skill all on its own. Chapter 214, one of our own. Thanks for your business. Wait, no, I mean thanks for the contract. Come back anytime. After wiping out the Voodoo boys, the KK squad was on their way home, Oliver behind the wheel, the rest packed in tight. As they pulled away, Carl waved goodbye to their client. Maybe next time, KK. The Netwatch agent stood amidst a field of corpses. Watching the squad drive off, he simply gave a quiet smile. 5 minutes. It had only taken them 5 minutes to completely flatten the attacking Voodoo boys. Not a single one made it out alive, not even to report back. And that was without Carl joining the fight. Good thing he had recordings. He'd definitely be submitting this to the organization later, just to make it very clear. Unless absolutely necessary, do not provoke these people. A merc crew this powerful, this efficient, and yet still reasonably priced and easy to work with. There'd surely be more jobs for them in the future. The agent thought back to that moment earlier, watching the Western movie with Carl. He sighed. Shame the team moved so fast. He and KK barely got through the intro before it was all over. He'd even been looking forward to chatting about the plot with him. Hopefully next time. That crazy-ass squad. Wild Woman slowly stepped up beside her client, spitting on the nearest Voodoo corpse. crushing people like they were ants. Now I finally get why they're so infamous in Night City. Your crew got sloppy this time, you dragged me into this. The Netwatch agent gave her a sideways glance, but didn't press the issue. Instead, he asked, "Tell me, if they really had come for me, how many people would you need to protect me?" "How many?" Wild Woman stared at the vanishing vehicle, then tapped her thick skull with a heavy finger. "I might be pumped full of combat drugs, but that doesn't mean I've lost my brain. When I'm not running my berserk mod, I can still think straight. That crew nearly took me out without even using KK. Forget how many you'd need to protect you. What you should be asking is, how many would even dare take the job?" "Would you take it?" "I would." Wild Woman slammed her left fist into her right palm. "I haven't gone head-to-head with KK yet. Until I do, I'm not backing down." But then she added, "That said, I don't know if anyone else would." "Anyone else, huh?" The Netwatch agent glanced back at the animals who were busy clearing Voodoo bodies. From the way some of them kept glancing toward the KK squad's departing vehicle, he understood. A gang that worships strength, there must be some real warriors among you. There are a few like me who'd be curious enough to try. But not many. Wild Woman's final words marked the end of the conversation. Out of everyone who saw what just happened today. Besides me. Not a single one of them has the guts. Boss of the animals. What a joke. He's not even the actual boss here, just a temporary leader for the region. The Netwatch agent watched the vehicles vanish around the corner, then turned and walked back into the Grand Empire Mall. Time to get back to work. If the Voodoo boys welcomed him with that much aggression, it was only fair he returned the favor. Inside one of the two departing vehicles, Carl sat in V's ride, chatting casually about the party that night. The job was done, payment received, but the post-mission party, that was sacred. It was V's first time in Night City. After all, they had to show the guy a good time. Normally, any outsider entering the city would have to go through the Night City perimeter checkpoints, but as everyone knew, taping was a no-man's land. If you didn't want to take the standard Badlands route near Santo Domingo, you could just cut through taping and sneak straight into Santo Domingo. No checkpoints that way. Of course, that also meant you had to deal with the risks of taping, and the local gangs in Santo Domingo who loved to prey on outsiders. But for Carl's crew, gangs like that weren't even a threat. Who were they going to mess with? Oliver, Carl. Even Will Cannon's elite squad, the guys who kept an eye on the Valentinos in West Santo Domingo, wouldn't dare pick that fight. And don't even mention the 6th Street goons on the southern edge bordering taping. "Oliver, are they saluting us?" Carl, mid-conversation with V about food, suddenly noticed a group of 6th Street gangsters on the roadside. They didn't flee, they stood at attention and gave a salute, and Carl could swear it looked like a real salute. Huh, they are saluting. That's weird. We're just driving by, what the hell are they saluting for? Jack, listening in on comms, glanced around too. Sure enough, they were saluting, but not at him. The salute was aimed directly at Oliver's side. Strain. If anyone was intimidating enough to deserve that kind of respect, it was Carl, not Oliver, the guy who got kicked out of 6th Street barely a week after joining. Even if they were panicking, surely Carl would be the one they tried to flatter. Oliver didn't seem surprised at all. Clearly, he knew exactly what was going on, and he didn't leave them hanging. He explained it right away. Remember that time, the 6th Street gang got trashed by the Valentinos and Tiger Claws. Jack's ex asked him to help out. Well, all the 6th Street guys who got wiped back then were Will Cannon's men. Since he lost too many people, he just gave up trying to hold the southern part of taping, aside from Dogtown, and focused west. Now, everyone around here works for my old man. Your dad, Carl raised an eyebrow. Wasn't your dad just some minor 6th Street captain? He is a small-time captain. He only got this stretch because nobody else wanted it. Still counts. Oliver smirked and glanced at the rearview mirror. They're not saluting us. Look closer. They're saluting the car behind us. I'd bet anything my dad's in that ride. He let out a soft snort. I told my sister I'd be passing through here. This old man just said hi a few days ago, now he's showing up to check on me again. Whole parade this time, salutes and all. Dude's got style. Hell, why didn't he just join NUSA? Go back 60 years, and even Johnny Silverhand would be saluting him. Carl chuckled at Oliver's mock complaints. Clearly, the guy was happy. But as he looked at the car trailing behind them, Carl caught on to something else entirely. Was this about claiming turf, backing up his son in public? The first time they'd rolled into the Badlands, they'd been cornered by Will Cannon's guys, right on this very street, in fact. And yeah, sure, that was technically just a friendly, check in because they were afraid Oliver might cause trouble dragging Carl and Jack around. But still, they had been stopped. And now, this territory belonged to Oliver's dad. So what was this? His father stepping in to say, "This is your land now. Next time you pass through, no one's gonna touch you." Or maybe he just wanted his son, kicked out of the gang, to know what it felt like to be saluted. It was hard to guess a father's true motives. But one thing Carl did realize. Oliver's dad, despite being called a minor captain, definitely wasn't some nobody in 6th Street. A guy who didn't get along with Will Cannon should not have been able to claim this turf the moment Cannon's forces pulled out. Even if this area didn't hold much value, Cannon would have left it to someone loyal. No way he'd leave it to a guy with a personal grudge. So, there had to be something else at play. Which meant, this territory, it's in their hands now. In 6th Street, they've got someone of their own. Chapter 215, Stewed Potatoes and Oranges. Look at you today, real VIP treatment. Inside Oliver's apartment, Carl teased him while taking off his jacket. All the salutes on the road. If someone didn't know better, they'd think we were escorting the president of New America. Why not go bigger, say Saburo Arasaka? In that case, we'd be watching people bowing the whole way. 3 deep bows like a funeral rite. Oliver laughed and tossed a peeled potato toward Carl, who was standing near the stove. All peeled, catch. Careful, man, that's a whole potato, not just powdered starch. Carl caught it without dropping it. Real potatoes weren't exactly cheap in Night City. They were one of the main starch sources, like synthwheat, but the ones sold in most stores were just company-made potato powder. Real whole potatoes? Rare and expensive. If Oliver just tossed one on the floor, they'd have to wash it again. "So, what are you making?" Jack asked, peeling another one. "I see ginger over there. You doing stir-fried shredded potatoes with ginger? I saw that once in some old cookbook." You were 100% looking at a prank recipe. Carl briefly summoned his monowire, but realizing it had just been used to kill someone today, he thought better of it and grabbed a kitchen knife instead. He started chopping the potato into chunks. "V's here today, so I figured, he's a nomad, right? Always out in the wastelands, probably sweating bullets day and night. I wanted to cook something heavy with flavor. You didn't have to go through all this trouble for me." V sat awkwardly on the couch, not used to being treated so warmly. He'd seen them pull out real meat and real veggies. Sure, in the Badlands you could sometimes get stuff like grilled iguana skewers or rare meat cargo when you were doing transport work, but even so, it wasn't common. And inside the city, real meat was luxury. He felt bad they were spending so much on him. "I usually eat canned mock tuna and pineapple pizza out there in the Badlands. I'm not picky." That line caught the attention of the 3 guys cooking, especially the part about the pineapple pizza. You could almost hear the collective pause. "You guys in the Badlands make pizza, with cans? That's real." Jack, a diehard fan of ultra-spicy Italian sausage pizza, looked like someone had just insulted his heritage. "Sometimes I'm out on a run for days, just driving. All I've got are canned goods." V shrugged, then added with a grin, "If we ever have time, I'll make one for you to try. It's actually pretty good, Jack." "We better not let the NCPD catch us, though. I'm pretty sure that's illegal," Carl quipped as he finished chopping. He lifted the lid on a pot simmering next to him. It had pork already cooking in spices, the aroma strong and savory. He checked the time. 15 minutes had passed. The pork should be starting to tenderize. To get the perfect finish, it had to fall apart in your mouth. He shut off the heat, opened the lid, and dumped in the chopped potatoes. Then he turned the flame back on and let it simmer again. "Should be ready in about 5 minutes. Stewed potatoes and pork. I feel like beef would have worked better, but this'll do." Since moving to Night City, Carl didn't cook much. 1, because anything other than real meat could be ordered via delivery. And 2, he was lazy. But today's full pot of pork and potatoes, that was him putting in real effort. "Oh damn, the smell's already in the air." Jack leaned in to sniff the rich aroma rising from the steam vent. "Pretty sure I'm gonna eat a lot tonight." "Don't worry, plenty to go around. If you manage to finish it all, Jack, I'll be impressed. If it weren't for Misty, Mama Wells, and Vic all saying they'd already eaten, I'd have made even more." Carl wiped his hands with a towel next to the stove, then flopped onto the couch beside V. "I'm wiped. From here on, you guys handle the rest. T-Bug's on her way and the takeout's almost here. We'll have a proper feast soon. I've been starving all day." "You're tired, really. We were the ones throwing down with Wild Woman and the Voodoo boys. You didn't even drive." Oliver's complaint was met with a very deliberate middle finger from Carl. "Cooking doesn't count now. You call that talking like a human being. You didn't even prep anything. We chopped the ribs, we peeled the potatoes, you just tossed in the seasoning and dumped in the chunks. What are you so exhausted about?" People who don't cook always underestimate the fatigue of those who do. Planning out a recipe is mentally taxing, okay? All you had to do was follow my instructions. Carl's excuse earned him a pair of synchronized middle fingers from both Oliver and Jack. Lying back, Carl was just about to ask V whether he preferred rice, noodles, bread, or pizza as a staple food, when a private comm came in. There weren't many people who could hide their channel ID, knew his number, and had the nerve to call Carl directly. In fact, it was basically just one. I didn't call you first, so don't skimp on my 100K payment, Carl thought to himself with a sigh and answered the call. Good evening, Carl. The moment he picked up, a familiar, pleasant voice greeted him. From how relaxed she sounded, her broody middle-aged bodyguard probably wasn't nearby. Good evening, Hanako. Carl glanced outside. Since their meeting atop the Komodoru Tower, Hanako had developed the habit of calling him either in the morning or evening. It wasn't surprising anymore. At this point, it was just small talk. Carl had the time, and chatting with her wasn't so bad. They talked about the weather, about tea, books, sometimes even history. Hanako was well-read, and Carl found the conversations strangely relaxing. But today, she'd called with something specific in mind. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she got to the point. Are you free tomorrow? I'd like to invite you to North Oak. My new residence is finally set up, and I'd like you to take a look at the security system. You have experience with breaching, after all. She was talking about that Fujihara Ryacho incident, right? Carl recalled that Kenakairo had also been present that time, but since he hadn't actually lifted a finger, it was Carl who soloed the break-in. Hanako asking him to inspect the defenses made sense. Carl paused to mentally check his schedule. Didn't seem like anything was planned for tomorrow. And then, before he could even answer, Hanako added sweetly. I also want you to try some oranges I personally grew in Japan. The whole tree was transported over. They're fully ripe now. Oranges. Carl zeroed in on her word choice. She had said it in Chinese letter, which implied a single small plant, if she was calling it a tree and also saying it had ripe oranges. That must mean it was some kind of specially cultivated dwarf citrus tree, with super sweet fruit. Carl had lived through this entire era and hadn't once eaten real fruit. No hesitation needed. I'll be there tomorrow. Chapter 216, The Price of a Manor. Westbrook, North Oak District. You can drop me off here. On my way back, I'll see if I can bring you guys a few oranges. After saying goodbye to the teammates who'd given him a lift, Carl stepped alone onto the neatly maintained streets of North Oak. The car needed repairs, and Jack and Oliver were headed to the Badlands today to give V a hand, so after dropping him off, they didn't stick around. Within moments, their vehicle disappeared from Carl's view. They'd already mentioned earlier that if the job ran late, they'd just crash at a roadside motel for the night and wouldn't be able to pick him up. Carl would need to figure out his own way back, not that it mattered to him. Worst case, he'd just hail a cab. The address, I think it was. Just as Carl was getting ready to follow the address Haruko had sent him, a Rayfield Caliburn came gliding toward him from down the road. Rayfield Caliburn, manufactured by Rayfield, compared to the more elegant Arondite, this hypercar prioritized raw, explosive speed. Carl recognized it thanks to Jack and Oliver's love of all things automotive. He remembered that the Caliburn had been released in 2070, 5 years before the Arondite S7 dropped in 2075, and it had once been the object of Oliver's obsession, at least before the S7 hit the streets. This beast was built using cutting-edge, military-grade alloy. You could hit it with a damn RPG, and it'd probably still drive. Not quite as rare as the Arondite, but still, very few people in Night City could afford to own one. Just as Carl was wondering who the hell was driving it, the car door slid open like a luxury capsule, revealing a figure both unfamiliar and unmistakably threatening. Unfamiliar, because this was clearly the first time Carl had laid eyes on her. She had short, perfectly styled hair and sharp Eastern features. But familiar because of the aura, that subtle unconscious pressure, not hostility, just sheer presence, power. Carl had felt this before, and very few people had ever made him feel it. Among women, only one had. Instantly, Carl pieced it together. Chiyom? He asked, testing the waters. She nodded. Get in, Carl. Miss Haruko asked me to bring you over. Got it. Carl wasn't about to pass up the chance to ride in a luxury car, especially if it meant skipping the walk. For someone who hated effort, this was perfect. He quickly slid into the passenger seat. Both the Caliburn and the Arondite were two-seaters, something Carl normally disliked. But the moment he sank into the plush interior, all complaints vanished. So soft, so damn comfortable. Whatever this crystal dome tech was, it was insane. There weren't even traditional windows, yet from the inside, he had a perfect panoramic view of everything around them. Leaning back slightly, enjoying the luxury of the ride, Carl found himself wondering. Does Rayfield make a four-seater? If so, once he had the eddies, he just might upgrade. But just as quickly as the thought surfaced, Carl let it go. Skydome Hera was still being worked on by V, Jack, and Oliver, and here he was already dreaming about cruising around in a hypercar. That was pushing it. Riding in a car like this once in a while was fine, sure, but for jobs, for road trips, Skydome Hera was the real MVP. A luxury ride like this would stand out too much, and honestly, there was something nice about being crammed in with the others, talking shit and bouncing around in the back. North Oak, being the ultra-rich district it was, had roads paved smooth as glass. No potholes, no junk in the streets. So while Carl was mulling over car choices, Chiom had already pulled the Caliburn up to their destination. While she exchanged credentials with the Arasaka uniformed security guards at the front gate, Carl glanced around at the scale of the estate. They called it a villa, but to Carl, it was a manor, no doubt about it. The land it occupied had far surpassed the scale of a typical private residence. Just looking side to side, Carl could tell this place basically claimed the entire hilltop. Compared to this, even Fujiwara Ryanaga's fancy villa was like a bathroom in one corner of the grounds, maybe even a pet-only bathroom. Of course, that was an exaggeration, but doing some quick mental math, Carl figured Fujiwara's villa, proportionally, was probably the size of a single room in an 8-story building. That's how massive this place was. Carl recalled that in North Oak, the higher up the land, the steeper the price. Meaning, this estate was probably worth more than 20 or 30 Fujiwara-level villas combined. As the Caliburn rolled slowly through the now-open iron gates and down a neatly landscaped driveway between sprawling lawns, Chiom kept an eye on the security layout and on Carl. She noticed him scanning left and right, clearly calculating. Without missing a beat, she gave him the figure. This manor is worth 150 million eddies, covers 10 hectares, 100,000 square meters. 10 hectares. Carl quickly did the math. A standard football, soccer, field was about 7,140 m2, so 10 hectares meant roughly 14 full-sized fields. This estate was huge. His current place in a megatower? It sat on maybe half a field if that, and was 51 stories tall. Each floor had about 10 apartments. Even if each unit had just 2 people, minus the rooftop, that was still 1,000 residents packed into a building the size of half a soccer pitch. And even those people were considered lucky just to have an apartment in Night City. Now compare that to this place, 28 times larger than that entire megatower, and it all existed just to serve one person, Haruko. As for cost, that megatower charged maybe 1,000 eddies per unit per month. So, 500 tenants paying in equals 500,000 eddies per month. Compare that to 150 million. While Carl was mentally calculating these massive numbers, Chiom continued beside him, her voice carrying a faint tone of discontent. This is all because of that negligent man. That's the only reason Miss Haruko has to endure such a cramped residence. Back in Japan, she lived in the main Arasaka estate. Compared to that, this place is tiny. Carl tilted his head. How big is the Arasaka estate? Not huge by Night City standards, just 20 acres. That's about 8 hectares. And the surrounding 3 kilometers are also Arasaka land, off-limits to outsiders. Quick maths. 20 acres is about 80,000 m2, so roughly 8 hectares, almost the size of this current estate, just in building space. And with a 3-kilometer exclusion zone around it. Assuming a square layout, that's 3,000 meters by 3,000 meters, 9 million m2, or 900 hectares. That's 90 times bigger than this estate. And Arasaka land wasn't cheap. The pressure hit Carl like a weight. He shouldn't have compared them. Now that he had, it was like a cascade. His room in Fujiwara's villa, a bathroom. Fujiwara's villa compared to this manor, also a bathroom. This manor compared to the Arasaka estate. Still just a bathroom. Carl blinked. Wait a second. If everything's just a bathroom, when you compare it up the ladder, then in the end, everyone's just living in a bathroom. Carl decided to call this realization the bathroom's theory. Chapter 217, Duty. Still mulling over his recently devised bathroom theory, Carl snapped back to reality just as the car came to a smooth halt in front of the manor's main house. Closer to the building, there were no heavily armed Arasaka guards in sight. Made sense. If someone had already gotten past the main gate, the lawns, the patrols, and the automated turrets, an extra gun at the door wouldn't make a difference. So here, at the entrance, there was only one man. Kanekaru. Face sagging, visibly irritated, posture practically screaming, "I'd rather be anywhere else." "Yo, Mr. Kanekaru." In contrast to his superior's sour expression, Carl was all grins, waving cheerfully the moment he stepped out of the car. This was the guy behind his recent salary bump. He deserved a proper hello. "You actually showed up, huh?" That's what he said, but the way it hit Carl's ears felt more like, "You really had the nerve to show up." Still, it was a small flicker of tension, nothing to fuss over. "I'm here like we agreed. Miss Hanako said I was supposed to review the security setup. Should I get started?" Carl knew how this worked, first the job, then the reward. No exceptions. But Kanekaru just shook his head. "You'll talk to Miss Hanako directly about that." "Huh, but aren't you the pro here, Mr. Kanekaru? Shouldn't I be talking to you?" Carl was genuinely confused. This was supposed to be professional. Let the expert handle it. Why would he discuss security layouts with the client herself? Did Hanako suddenly become a tech expert? Last time, she wasn't exactly impressive. The operation had been a mess. Still puzzled, Carl let it go. Kanekaru clearly wasn't offering any explanation. He simply opened the door and gestured for Carl to head inside. "Miss Hanako is in the tea room. Second door on the left, upstairs. Go through the main hall and turn left." And just like that, Kanekaru returned to his post, motionless, detached. Weird. As Carl passed him, he couldn't shake the feeling. Wasn't Kanekaru supposed to be Hanako's personal bodyguard? Why was he standing outside like a doorman? "The negligent one has been relieved of duty." The voice came from Chiom, who stepped past him and took the lead inside. She must have seen the question written all over Carl's face. "I'm the one assigned to protect Miss Hanako now." She said it with unmistakable pride, and Carl. He was stunned. Wait, Kanekaru really got replaced. By her. I'm not hallucinating, right? She actually pulled it off. But why? Carl had seen them fight, firsthand. Kanekaru wiped the floor with her, not just outclassed her, but read her like a manual. The fight had looked less like a duel and more like a training demo. Sure, maybe Kanekaru had an unfair advantage. He knew Chiom's every move, every habit. But even if you removed that, there was no way she was stronger. No way she was better suited to guard Hanako. Yet here she was, promoted, official. It didn't add up. Hanako wasn't dumb. If anyone could feel the difference in strength between the two, it'd be her. Yet she chose Chiom. Unless. As they ascended the stairs, Carl discreetly sent a message to Kanekaru. "You starting your real job now?" The reply came cold, clipped. "Not something you need to know." But Carl caught the message loud and clear. That was a yes. So that was it. Kanekaru hadn't been dismissed, he'd been reassigned. Hanako needed him elsewhere, for something bigger. Beyond his bodyguard duties, Kanekaru had other roles, head of personal security personnel, maybe even a senior Arasaka officer, judging by that corporate pin. Those responsibilities demanded mobility, autonomy. Being tied to Hanako's side 24/7 made him slower, less useful. Hanako didn't want just a shield, she wanted reach, influence, power. She traded a bit of personal safety for strategic expansion. It was textbook Arasaka, total efficiency. Looking ahead at Chiom, walking with puffed-up pride, Carl sighed internally. She clearly thought she'd won. That she'd replaced her incompetent mentor. But in the bigger picture, this wasn't a victory. Kanekaru was too valuable elsewhere. And Chiom, she had nowhere else to go. If she had other skills, anything beyond combat, she'd be doing something more important, but she didn't. Her only value was as a sword, a loyal, deadly sword, but nothing more. Chiom, fierce, devoted, and good for exactly one thing. On the bright side, at least she was good at that one thing. Maybe not Kanekaru level, but in Night City, she was still elite. Barring some freak situation, she could protect Hanako just fine. Funny thing, Carl had told Kanekaru not long ago, don't forget your duty to protect Hanako. And Kanekaru had listened, just not in the way Carl expected. He'd found a better way to help her. And now here was Chiom, who probably tattooed the word duty on her soul. Telling her to protect Hanako felt unnecessary. Because in Chiom's mind, that was her world. Pure loyalty, no distractions. Still mentally grumbling, Carl followed her to the tea room. Chiom knocked softly, and Hanako's voice answered from within. The door slid open. This wasn't some traditional Japanese house, no shoji paper screens or wooden paper panels. Just a smooth, modern sliding door. And inside. Same as always. Hanako sat waiting, perfectly composed, serene, still. Does she own, like, 15 copies of that same outfit? That was Carl's first thought as he stepped inside. Chapter 218, Symbolism. Why do you always wear the same outfit? Carl had a habit. When something puzzled him, he asked. So as he approached Hanako, curiosity gnawed at him. He asked, straight out. What, you got a dozen of the same outfit in your closet or something? Before Hanako could answer, Chiyome's eyes flicked sharply in his direction. She looked visibly startled. Even she knew men didn't casually ask women things like that. It was improper, too familiar, way too casual. Was this normal between them? As Chiyome stood silently at the door, processing their odd chemistry, Hanako didn't seem the least bit bothered. She simply gestured to the seat across from her, at the tea table. Once Carl sat down, she answered, calm as ever. Because I like cherry blossoms. Cherry blossoms, huh? Carl recalled the old symbolism. In one tradition, sakura stood for love, purity, hope, some elegant, untouchable kind of affection. But that wasn't Hanako's reason, he was sure of it. In Japanese culture, cherry blossoms meant something deeper. Brilliant while alive, beautiful in death. Mono no aware is that it. A quiet awareness of life's impermanence. Emotion stirred by the passing of things. That fleeting sadness when you notice fresh buds on an old tree or crushed petals under a tire. Some called it sentimental, but in the right moment, in the right place, it hit like a knife. Carl's phrasing was vague, but Hanako understood. He was asking, are you drawn to cherry blossoms because they remind you of yourself, of your situation? Hanako gently shook her head. No, she said, smiling softly. I just like cherry blossoms. Same words second time, but this time there was no room for misreading. You really just like them? Huh, I figured with your background you'd have a bit more dramatic flair. I'm no great poet. Her smile held steady. Pale hands adjusted the soft pink of her sleeves. Then she extended her right palm, and something glinted gold in the light. Here's the orange I promised. What the was that a magic trick? You hiding fruit in your sleeves now? What is this, Lu Jai and the oranges? Carl stared at the small, perfect citrus in her hand. So kimono sleeves really could stash things. He'd always thought only the obi belt worked for that. Hanako didn't bother to explain her sleight of hand. She just blinked at him, responding to the reference. You're talking about the story of Lu Jai hiding oranges, right? I know it. Classic tale, filial piety and all that. Hanako clearly had the education for it, but then she added. Lu Jai carried 3 oranges. Meh. She turned her left hand over, another golden tangerine resting in her palm. I have as many as I want. As many as you want, huh? Yeah, I'm calling bullshit. Carl knew oranges. You said it's a single tree. A really healthy one might push out 200, tops. A small one? 60, 70 maybe. That's not as many as you want. Hathy. Hanako chuckled softly. She didn't argue, just pushed her right hand forward a bit. Carl got the cue and took the orange from her palm. The second he held it, he knew something was off. It looked small, but it had weight, heavy for its size. He peeled it carefully. The rind was paper-thin. Inside, the fruit was dense and radiant, segments practically glowing. Perfect orange-red flesh, no seeds, shimmering. Only one place that kind of quality came from. This is greenhouse-grown, isn't it? Each growing environment is fine-tuned by a specialist. Knew it. With global pollution the way it was, even rainwater was suspect. Fruit like this didn't happen in the wild anymore. Carl split the orange in 2. He kept one half and passed the other back. Split what you're given, old habit. But I gave it to you. So, do you want it or not? Only if it's peeled. Of course, nobles. He peeled it again, this time leaving a sliver of rind at the base so she wouldn't have to touch the fruit directly. Hanako placed the other orange down on the tea table and accepted the offered half with both hands. She picked up a segment delicately, placed it between her lips, and chewed slowly. After a few seconds, her eyes softened, and a subtle smile tugged at her mouth. It's delicious. Sweet, juicy, clean, yeah, not bad. Carl, less refined, tossed his entire half into his mouth. No way he was gonna nibble on orange slices like some dainty noble. That'd be torture. He swallowed, first bite hit nice. After that, meh, didn't catch any deeper nuance. But the peel, that might be something. He remembered the best ones had edible rinds. He pinched a bit and popped it into his mouth. Fragrant, tastes familiar. What variety is this? Aoshima Mikan. Aoshima, huh? No wonder. Japanese cultivar, crossbred from Chinese strains. It was a taste of home. Carl reached for the second orange she'd set on the table, planning to split it again, when a thought struck him. Almost forgot, Felt weird coming to mooch your fruit without bringing anything, so I made extra. He reached into his coat pocket. Under Chiyome's watchful gaze and Hanako's curious eyes, he pulled out a small, insulated container. Nikujaga made it this morning. Hope it's not too humble. He'd seen it in old anime, neighbors bringing stewed potatoes and pork when they visited. He figured, hey, why not do it right? Chapter 219, The Scheduled Annual Banquet. Nikujaga, Hanako repeated softly, saying the name aloud. As she did, Chiyome stepped away from the door and walked over, kneeling beside her with perfect posture. She extended both hands and received the container from Carl. When she opened it, the smell of warm stew rose up. The thermal container Carl had picked out was doing its job. His morning cooking was still hot. Chiyome glanced at Carl, then turned back to Hanako. Please allow me to taste it first, Miss Hanako. Poison check, huh? Carl didn't mind. Hanako didn't object either. If Carl had wanted to poison her, he'd had plenty of chances. He could have slipped something into the orange while peeling it. No need to go through all the trouble of putting it in a lunchbox like some cartoon villain. Hanako trusted him. But for Chiyome, this was protocol, duty, and for someone like her, duty wasn't optional. The last time she thought someone had failed theirs, she stopped calling them sensei altogether. Now it was just the negligent one. Chiyome pulled out sanitized utensils, a spoon and chopsticks. Her optical implants lit up as she scanned the contents thoroughly. Once clear, she took a spoonful. Soft potatoes, fall-apart pork, smelled good. But her face didn't move, zero expression, like she was eating protein paced back in boot camp. Her lips moved slightly, and the implant suite kicked in, analyzing everything she'd just eaten. After a few seconds, she turned to Carl and spoke with brutal honesty. The flavor is too strong. It may not suit Miss Hanako's palate. The pork is low quality, not lab-grown. The potatoes are a cheap variety. The seasoning is unbalanced. As food, it is substandard. Yeah. Carl didn't argue, because everything she said was true. In Night City, the ingredients he'd used were top shelf by normal standards, better than what 90% of the population could afford. But next to what Hanako Arasaka ate. Yeah, not even close. Still, Chiyome didn't mention any toxins or tampering, just quality. She followed up with her usual sense of duty. This likely won't suit Miss Hanako's tastes. If it's out of politeness that she accepts it, I am willing to finish the meal myself. After listening to Chiyome's detailed breakdown, Hanako looked at the stew, then at Carl. And then she said, Don't worry, I'll try the first bite. One bite should be fine, right? If you can't finish it, don't force it, Carl said. I get it. Once you're used to good food, bad food is hard to stomach. I've had synth meatballs that were tolerable, but one bite of synth steak with worm bits and insect mandibles? No thanks. He paused, then added, You, I'm guessing, have never had to suffer that. This is a gesture of goodwill, one I can accept. Hanako accepted a fresh spoon from Chiyome, scooped up a small bite, and tasted it. Her brows tightened slightly at first, but after a few seconds they relaxed. Not bad, huh? Carl smiled slightly. Guess my cooking's not that terrible. Chiyome almost made him lose all confidence. Watching Hanako quietly eat a few more spoonfuls, Carl was about to ask if she wanted some rice to go with it. It did get heavy fast, when Hanako set her spoon down. It's time. She said it plainly. Carl had no idea what she meant, but Chiyome did. She stood up and activated something with her optics. A section of the otherwise plain wall beside them lit up with soft color. Carl blinked. That wall, with nothing around it, no shelves, no decorations, was a screen. A hidden TV. Damn, classy. The screen powered on. The picture came a second later, but first came the voice. Buckle up. What? Carl stared at the man on screen, middle-aged, grinning from ear to ear, speaking straight into the camera. Who is this? Hitomo Hino, midnight variety show host, Chiyome replied smoothly. Miss Hanako watches his program every night. His monologues are clever. He's popular for a reason. Huh. Carl watched Hanako casually pull another orange from somewhere. Without looking at him, she handed it over to be peeled. So the cold, untouchable Arasaka heiress liked late-night comedy. Weird. Then again, maybe not. Watching Hanako, posture perfect, expression unreadable, staring at the screen while this guy on TV made ridiculous faces and exaggerated gestures. Carl muttered. People really do have all kinds of tastes. Wouldn't have guessed this one. I don't like comedy, Hanako replied. She accepted the peeled orange half he handed her and said, I watch because he resembles someone I respect deeply. A senior whose face and mannerisms are rarely seen. He's always so serious, so watching someone who looks like him behave this way, it's oddly amusing. Yeah, that actually makes sense. Carl nodded, he could relate. Like if Kanekaru popped up in a brain dance, doing anime impressions and yelling the power of the king, with one hand covering his eye. He'd buy that, premium tier, no hesitation. With nothing else to do, he stayed and watched the show with her, peeled some oranges, ate some, shared a few more. And honestly, the host was good, sharp timing, good rhythm, funny stuff. Before he knew it, he'd eaten 10 oranges. And Hanako had eaten the other half of each. Then she remembered something. Oh, Carl, I may need you to serve as my temporary bodyguard in a few days. Temporary? Oh, like the special case Kanekaru mentioned. Sure, what's the time and place? Another job meant another paycheck. Hanako answered like it was nothing. 4 days from now, the Arasaka board's annual meeting at Night City Tower. The board meeting. In Night City. As in the Arasaka board, the most powerful corpos in the American branch. Carl quickly ran the dates through his head. 2 days from now, Christmas Eve, he had dinner plans with Blanca. Next day, Christmas, drinks with Jack and the crew at the Wolf. 4 days from now. The day after Christmas. So Arasaka scheduled their most high-stakes corporate meeting right after the holiday. Guess even they're trying to act Western now. Chapter 220, Spanish Restaurant. December 24th, 2075, 7:50 p.m. Carl glanced at the time on his phone, then looked up at the city skyline. Towering buildings rose all around, their lights cascading down like neon waterfalls, washing his figure in color. Above him still no sky in sight, just haze and glare. Christmas Eve. He muttered the words like they didn't belong here. Across the street stood the Spanish restaurant Blanca had messaged him about. Apparently, she'd booked the entire place. 40k euro, solo gig, not bad. He smirked. He knew what it meant, man and woman meeting on Christmas Eve. Classic setup. Romance, huh? Not really his thing. Whatever Blanca was planning, he'd find out soon enough. In the meantime, better to focus on something that actually mattered, the food. If she'd rented the whole restaurant, maybe he could go all out, order everything. And if he boxed up some leftovers, he could run it to V, Oliver, and Jack out in the Badlands. They'd been stuck there for 3 days now, wrenching on that damn car, eating dust and wind. This place used real ingredients. The food here was legit. Carl approached the familiar restaurant. He'd been here a few times before, but tonight there were surprises. Standing at the entrance, a group of figures in dark gray tactical bodysuits. Militech. His eyes scanned them, black helmets, armored vests, utility belts, combat boots. Underneath, serious protection. Ballistic armor, and not the consumer-grade crap. This was mil-spec, full package. Trained men, sure, but not high-level. Militech's uniforms were the opposite of Arasaka's. Arasaka grunts could dress however they wanted, but once you hit upper management, it was black-red suits, cold and clean, Saburo style. Militech, the low-level guys looked like clones. The suits upstairs could dress however they damn well pleased. You could usually tell someone's rank just by their outfit. Not a perfect rule, but reliable enough. And these guys. Carl caught the way they looked at him, nervous, stiff, eyes darting, hands too still. A little tremble in their stance. Not elite. Blanca's crew. Yeah, these weren't top shelf. Say what you want about Arasaka, but their training pipeline produced cold, disciplined monsters. When Carl visited Hanako's estate a few days ago, not a single guard flinched. Different tier. He ran a quick mental calculation. 4 guys if I needed to clear them, 1 second monowire. Not bad, not good either. Is Blanca already inside? He asked. The 4 guards exchanged glances. Eventually, under the weight of everyone else's stare, the youngest one stepped forward. Yes, Director Blanca is already inside. Please proceed with the security check, Mr. KK. Director. Blanca had been promoted. Back when they'd first worked together, she'd been a section chief, same level as that Tanaka guy over at Arasaka. But yeah, now that he thought about it, it added up. She got stabbed in the back by her team, left with no one to trust, ended up hiring him back when he was still a nobody. And then, she sold out Militech's entire Night City transport line. You didn't pull off a move like that without serious access. Even betrayal comes with a price tag, and not a small one. Still, she didn't look like someone surrounded by power. Assuming she had maybe 4 more guards inside, that meant 8 total. 8 grunts like this. Man's squad could handle them, easy. If this were a cultivation novel, Blanca would have gone from section chief, great perfection, to director realm, barely a power bump. But this was Night City. No rank, no strong subordinates. Carl let the guards scan him with their biometric gear. Identity confirmed, he was cleared. They stepped aside. He entered. The Spanish restaurant wasn't huge, but it was warm and familiar. Blanca was already waiting. And tonight, she looked different. Carl had seen her in corporate suits, streetwear, even combat gear. But never like this. That an Andalusian dress. He sat down across from her, eyes on the half-red gown, trailing behind her like fire. The ruffled layers near the hem stood out, recognizable. Or should I say a flamenco dress? Traditional Spanish formal wear. In motion, those dresses flared like blossoms of flame. You recognize this? She sounded surprised. Yeah, saw a flamenco show once, picked up a few things. He gave the dress a once-over, expression dry. But with a hem that long and fabric that heavy, if things go south, you're not outrunning anybody. Blanca went silent. She'd worn something meaningful from her homeland, to show pride, culture, maybe even affection. And Carl's first reaction. Bad for running. Women wear beautiful clothes to be complimented, she said finally, swallowing her frustration. I don't skip compliments. He gave her a small, genuine smile. Like fire blooming into a flower, beautiful. She froze just for a second. Then recovered, like nothing happened. She picked up the menu and passed it to him. You should order. You're blushing. Third rule, don't randomly ask women about their emotions. She sighed. But I've gotten used to your personality. So first we eat. She locked eyes with him. Knowing you, you don't talk business unless you've eat. Yeah, that's true. Chapter 221, The Past and a Serial Number. Paella gazpacho, quesito, gambas al ajillo, and flan. Blanca looked at the spread on Carl's side of the table. Half the damn surface was covered. Yup, this guy was seriously here to eat. Soup, dessert, mains, all served at once. He wasn't pacing himself. He was going in. She glanced down at her own plate, a lonely little avocado and artichoke salad. All the effort she'd put into planning this evening felt pointless now. Carl spooned up some paella, took a sip of soup, and gave her salad a curious glance. That any good? It's healthy. Oh. Translation, tastes like crap. Corp people, especially those high up, different breed, health over flavor always. Watching Carl eat, enthusiastic, unbothered, almost messy, Blanca shifted a little, then finally spoke. Would you like to hear about me? You're stressed and need to vent. Carl nodded as he bit into a real shrimp, his tone softened. I want to hear it. He wasn't exactly polished, especially not around women, but when someone needed to talk, really talk, Carl listened. Because if you didn't even have someone to listen when you were drowning, then Night City would finish you fast. Blanca's eyes shimmered faintly. Thank you. She finally understood why she couldn't bring herself to get angry at him. He'd been rude, dismissive, barely noticed her dress, but still no anger. Because he was honest. That rare, almost extinct thing in Night City. He didn't pretend, didn't posture, didn't flatter or manipulate. He said what he thought, did what he felt. He wanted food, so he ordered it. He thought her dress was heavy, he said so. But then, he complimented her sincerely. No masks, no corporate games, just Carl. He was free. Light. Like the sun, rising, falling, shining on everything whether you deserved it or not. Maybe she didn't need to vent after all. Maybe just being here was enough. In this city of fear, where words could get you shot and trust could get you killed, sitting across from someone like that. That was peace. Have you ever heard of a place called Alcazar? Of course, Don Quixote's hometown, and Cervantes too. A place both author and character call home. It's quiet, beautiful. I still think about it. A genuine smile tugged at her lips, unfiltered, real. I lived there until I was 8. My grandparents passed, and my parents moved us to Malaga, Andalusia. She paused. Malaga's gorgeous, warm, scenic, but it never felt like home, because that's when my parents got involved with Militech. After that, our house wasn't ours anymore. It became a meeting point, a war room. She looked distant. I wasn't allowed downstairs. I lived in the attic. My world was books, and the tiny window that showed me a sliver of the sunlit street. Her voice dropped. I'd watch other kids run, play, cry. I envied them. I wanted to be them. But I couldn't. You couldn't leave. Not a chance. In corporate warfare, family means leverage. My parents told everyone I was in a secret location. No one knew I was right above them. Eventually, even that little window was sealed. No light, no noise, just books, 10 square meters of darkness. and whatever sunlight leaked through a crack they left me. She blinked slowly. Maybe I was smart, maybe just desperate. 4 years in, I figured out how to manipulate electronics. My parents saw that and gave me my first real terminal. She exhaled. From then on, I stopped dreaming of the sky. I learned to see the world through a screen. Carl nodded. That why you were able to check the surveillance footage yourself, when you didn't trust your team? Partly, the street was simple enough. I gave 4 people the same task, they all sent back identical footage. If they were conspiring, then I knew I had no one left. Blanca picked up her fork and slowly took a bite of avocado. She didn't speak, but her eyes met his. Your turn. Carl gave her a wry smile. My turn, huh? He didn't have a sob story, but he had memories. He'd swapped tales with Jack, V, and the others over greasy bar food plenty of times. He could do that. Not yet. He leaned forward slightly. Mind lowering your head? In my head. Blanca blinked, confused but complied. A flash of light whipped past where the crown of her head had just been. By the time she looked up, Carl was on his feet, monowire out, hand raised, clutching something midair. 2 broken metallic halves. Mechanical insect, he said flatly. You've been marked, Blanca. He opened his palm. Inside, what was once a red-plated ladybug. Now sliced in half. Surveillance drone. No way a ladybug this big's just flying around Night City. Blanca froze. But I had the place swept, every inch. My team monitored everything. It's here. Carl narrowed his eyes. A flicker of light cut through the air, not ambience, not reflections. Targeting light, precise. He knew that wavelengths. Watch out, Nekomata. The restaurant's windows exploded, shattered by a burst of sound and kinetic impact. Time slowed. Now Carl thought. Now the job really begins. He grabbed Blanca's shoulder, shoved her head down again, shielding her. Glass shimmered in the air around them. Carl's eyes locked onto a figure, 400 meters out, perched on the 3rd floor of a nearby building. Sniper. They locked eyes. Carl smiled faintly. So, what number are you? Chapter 222, Isn't It Madness? The enemy was one of those former ACPA trainers. Carl knew the moment he locked eyes with the sniper. That look cold, surgical, relentless, the same as the one who'd nearly killed him before. Do you all become like this once you slip into that power armor? Is that what being an ACPA pilot does? Turns you into something else entirely, like putting it on strips away your humanity. Carl drew his pistol. Time resumed its flow. Sniper, stay low, Blanca. Sniper. She reacted fast, following the pressure of his hand, curling into herself to reduce her profile. Who is it? She asked sharply. Technically one of your own, Carl muttered, but clearly trying to kill both of us. Guess you're not very popular. He slipped away from her, taking cover behind a support column. 400 meters, not easy to land a clean shot from that far. They were aiming at both of them, but Carl wanted to know who the real target was. After the first shot, the Nekomata would be recalibrating. With an exosuit, that process was nearly instant. Barrel shift, minimal, reacquisition, fast. But they hadn't pulled the trigger again, yet. Carl had studied the Nekomata thanks to Oliver. The thing could punch through steel and concrete, but it needed a moment to charge. Just over a second, give or take. 1 second. Let's see who you really want dead. Don't fight it, Blanca. She didn't understand what he meant until the second shot came. Boom. 4 seconds since the first round. Militech security outside was finally reacting, shouting, drawing weapons, opening the doors to storm the restaurant. Too slow. The sniper's second bullet got there first. Carl's spine lit up, his instincts screamed. And then clarity. He saw it, read it. Confirmed it. A deep breath. To Blanca, it was just wind brushing past. By the time she processed it, Carl was holding her, arms wrapped around her in a full lift. A princess carry, of all things. In front of them, 2 trembling employees, a chef and a waiter, looked on in horror, frozen where they'd fled. They were in the kitchen now. Carl's voice came, calm and steady. You were the target. Then he dropped her. Blanca shifted midair, landing in a crouch with practiced ease. Not graceful, but not flat on her back either. She turned sharply. You realized you're a test subject, and now you're. Her words froze. Her cyberoptics locked onto Carl's right arm. Blood-torn fabric, a deep gash at the elbow, flesh caved in, skin split open. You're hurt. All her indignation vanished. Was it because of me? No, Carl said flatly, it was my miscalculation. No excuses, no blame, just the truth. I mistimed it. He knew I'd anticipate the Nekomata's delay and held the trigger a beat longer. Smart move, screwed up my read. Blanca's eye flickered with data overlays as she scanned his injury. I've already contacted my people. Emergency teams are en route, NCPD too. The security detail is holding out for now. You need to fall back with me, get out of the line of fire. I'm not sitting this out. Carl flexed his fingers. It's just synthetic skin, bullet grazed it. This arm's been more metal than meat for a long time, you forgot. But my team is out there as bait. Exactly why I have to go. He looked at her, steady and calm, but dead serious. I don't like watching people die for no reason. In this era, maybe that's stupid, but I still try to respect people, to respect life. Blanca frowned, but they're soldiers, it's their duty to protect me. And it's mine to protect you. I took the gig, didn't I? Carl gave a quick glance toward the door. No time left, that bastard's already triangulating our position. He smiled. And besides, I owe him one. He drew midnight. Then he turned to the two stunned employees still huddled nearby, nodded, gave them a warm, easy smile. The food was great, thanks for the meal. And then he vanished. 1 second he was there, the next he was gone, moving through frozen time like a phantom. Respect people, respect life. Blanca stood frozen, staring at the space he'd just left. Are you insane? This is Night City. Where people stab you in the back for half a Eurodollar. Where someone pulls a gun because their coffee order was wrong. Where life is cheap and respect gets you killed. And you talk about respect. You must be mad. It's absurd. Ridiculous. Stupid. And yet, she remembered that first mission with Carl, his casual smile when asking for payment. She remembered the footage, him grinning like a maniac, fighting an ACPA solo, blade in hand, inches from death. You're mad, Carl. In this city, sacrifice is a calculation. Collateral damage is background noise. No one risks anything unless they have to. So why would you? Why care? And yet her thoughts drifted. Back to her childhood. To a line from a book she'd loved. From her homeland. From Don Quixote. When life itself seems utterly absurd, who's to say what counts as madness? Maybe being too practical is madness. Maybe giving up on dreams is madness. Maybe seeing the world too clearly is madness. But the greatest madness of all is to accept the world as it is and not dream of what it could be. And in that moment, she wondered. Accepting Night City as it is. Isn't that the craziest thing of all? Chapter 223. Chapter 223, 3 targets. T-Bug, I need backup. Weren't you off whining and dining that Militech woman today? What's with the sudden emergency line? Those ex-ACPA pilots I warned you about, they finally reacted after losing 2 of their own. No idea how, but they snuck past Blanca, somehow kept her in the dark, and launched a hit on us here in Night City. Oh, got it now. T-Bug's tone was breezy, almost amused. I already pinpointed your location. Scanning nearby feeds, you got coordinates. Can you see me? Yep, you're crouched behind a planter, right? 4 o'clock, 200 meters, 3rd floor. Roger that. 3rd floor, 200 meters, 4 o'clock. T-Bug tapped into the city's camnet, hijacking local surveillance. Found him. One's on the ground floor, exosuit, armed with an Ajax rifle. Second guy's hiding at the stairwell on floor 2, no exosuit, melee loadout. Let me check. She paused, then continued. He's got twin axes, open-ended halves, modified Militech models. Those things shoot micro-EMP grenades. Real nasty. Meant to fry cyberware. Looks like they're waiting for someone to charge up the stairs, EMP 'em, then finish with the blades. Only 3 total. That's all I see. None of them bothered masking the building's hidden cams. Bunch of spoiled rookies. No urban op training, huh? No clue, but if it's just 3, that's manageable. Can you breach them through the hidden feeds? They're clueless, but the gear's good. Both exosuits run military-grade ice. I'll need time to punch through. Axe guys mostly meet, no interface. How long? 2 minutes for the ice. I'll go manuals. In all of Night City's Mercnet, only T-Bug would even consider cracking Militech ice in 2 minutes. But for Carl, that was still too long. Carl, you've been marked. I know. Right on cue, the next shot rang out. Carl bit through the neural sting and accelerated, slipping into time dilation again. Almost there. Without Oliver backing him, taking out a powered sniper several hundred meters away with just midnight was ambitious. But hey, 2 days from now, he'd be inside Arasaka Tower. And per his deal with Morgan Blackhand, he fully intended to acquire a few weapons on his way out. 50 meters. Within pistol kill zone. Not that Midnight had a problem with range, but 50 meant real precision. According to pre-collapse FBI stats, 90% of pistol firefights happened within 15 meters. But in 2075, with modded kinetic weapons, 50 was baby food. Point fire kill. Carl squeezed the trigger twice. He targeted the Ajax rifle, just now poking out from a first-floor window. The enemy tried to surprise him, pop out, open fire. Too slow. Midnight spat 2 rounds. The first punctured the barrel, causing the weapon to backfire. The second followed instantly. Pong! A dull metallic crack. The guy pulled back from the window just in time. Tough bastard. Still on his feet despite a direct hit. That's Militech for you. Their powered suits weren't cheap, and they didn't break easy. Not that Carl expected otherwise. If powered frames could be dropped by a few bullets, they wouldn't be corporate-approved alternatives to full ACPAs. These things were built to suppress riots, built to intimidate. As the ground-level attacker pulled back, Carl noticed the sniper had vacated the 3rd floor. Abandoned long-range tactics. That close, time to swap weapons. Which meant Carl had their attention now. He ignored Blanca's text saying she'd moved and was safe. Instead, T-Bug cut in again. Want me to call Jackie and the boys? Nah, by the time they get here it'll be over. NCPD. Already pinged, but this exosuit mess is too corp-heavy for Mr. Johnson and his crew. Hit up Rogue instead. What should I say? Tell her to ready some cash. Might be 2 damaged exosuits up for salvage. We'll go easy on the price. I didn't lift a finger. You splitting loot with me just for spotting targets. You saved my ass. Without you, I might have gotten flanked by the stairwell crew. In our crew, more work means more cut. You get a good slice. Jackie and the rest, they've been busting ass fixing the car in the Badlands. Give them booze money. We're booking El Coyote Kojo tomorrow, right? Can't show up dry. Fine by me, T-Bug chuckled, though with their drinking habits. They hear that they'll riot. Carl reached the building. I'm cutting comms, eyes on me now, T-Bug. Count on it. With that, Carl pulled a grenade from his belt and lobbed it through the same window where the Ajax rifle had shone. As noise burst inside, he kicked the door in. Waiting for him was the attacker, dodging the rolling grenade. It didn't explode. Because it was never supposed to. Same damn training, huh? Carl surged forward, Midnight's monowire flashing. Chapter 224, Unaware. Pong! The impact and shattering noise from downstairs reached Unit 10 on the 2nd floor. He gripped his dual axes tightly and shouted into the squad channel. Unit 3, what happened? Report. But only silence answered him. Taken out already. That fast. Barely 2 seconds had passed since the sound. I'm heading down now, 10. Unit 4's voice came in from the 3rd floor, calm and emotionless. I'll expose myself directly, the rest is up to you. You're seriously using yourself as bait. He's a threat, a strong one. Sacrifice is necessary to defeat such strength. Unit 4 held his Militech Saratoga, SMG, and crouched beside the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. His exosuit was carefully concealed behind the wall. Once the target stepped onto the stairs, he would open fire to draw attention, masking the moment Unit 10 would unleash an EMP blast from his axe to disable the target's cyberware, followed by a clean kill in close combat. The target likely had a Sandevistan. Since the engagement began, Unit 4 had observed at least 6 activations. Even for a top-tier merc in Night City, that kind of use should be nearing the system's limit. The opportunity to force him into using it so much while protecting his so-called superior was more than expected. Now, it was time for the final clash. Militech are so-called superior. Bullshit. As memories of his fallen teammates flashed by, those who had uncovered the truth and died trying to reach Night City, rage swelled in his chest. They used us, treated us like trash, like test data. They underestimated us. They were the elite, chosen from over 1 million candidates, 10 of them, razor-sharp weapons destined to stand above the rest. Reduced to pawns, tools, test subjects, they'll regret it. Only he and Unit 10 remained. If he died as bait, so be it. As long as 10 escaped with the internal data, information that would interest Arasaka, Kang Tao, and every weapons manufacturer out there, they'd still have a shot. If 10 could infiltrate one of those core, Militech would pay. The revenge of the elite would be catastrophic. Despite the storm raging inside, Unit 4's grip on his SMG was steady. No emotions in combat, stay cold, stay sharp. Even the best of them, Unit 1, who'd already fallen, hadn't mastered this discipline as he had. But time made even steel bend. 10 seconds had passed since Unit 3's signal dropped. long enough for any night city citizen to leisurely climb a floor, yet there wasn't a single footstep. No scuffle, no cries, no gunfire. Only silence. Too quiet. Even his own breathing began to sound heavy. Inside his exosuit helmet, filtered air hissed softly. Huff, it huffs. It huffs. That last breath, it didn't come from him. It came from right beside him. His skin crawled, but before he could react, two steel-like arms wrapped around his neck in a rear-naked choke. His exosuit had protective plating at the neck, but it shattered instantly under the force. No resistance. Air cut off. Fragments of broken exosuit dug into his throat. He tried to breathe, but could only produce faint hissing sounds. Blood foamed in his mouth. His vision dimmed. Yet even as consciousness faded, one question burned in his mind. How did he get behind me? His cyber eye caught something. The open balcony on the 3rd floor, the very sniping position he had used earlier. He killed Unit 3, then climbed the wall back up, with just his arms. A feat even a low-tier cyborg could pull off, and he hadn't even thought of it. Final moments always brought clarity. With the last flicker of thought, Unit 4 sent a warning to 10. Run, get out. Cracked. The sound of his neck and suit breaking. Unit 4 dead. Down on the 2nd floor, Unit 10 heard the final message. But before he could make sense of it, he heard footsteps. Not the heavy stomp of an exosuit, but light steps from above. And Hattie. His chest tightened, he could barely breathe. Panic crept in. Unit 4's signal was gone. He was alone now. From 10 chosen elites, forged from over 1 million, they had been his comrades, rivals maybe, but family still. The only connection he had left. Gone, all of them. For the first time, true loneliness wrapped around him like a shroud. No one left. Damn it, come on then. Unit 10 clenched his axes and charged toward the stairs. You think someone like you can scare an elite? We're not afraid of you. Was it fear? Desperation? Madness? Carl didn't care. Standing silently on the 3rd floor, he watched as the axe-wielding man stormed up, thumb reaching for the EMP trigger. Carl simply raised midnight and pulled the trigger. The bullet tore through 10's skull. No exosuit protected his head. Against midnight, there was no survival. Amid the red and white explosion, a chip flickered in the air, ripped free from his brain. Carl's eyes narrowed as he lowered his gun. Another one, completely unaware they'd been implanted with a control chip. Chapter 225, It's Settled. So how did I do this time? Pretty professional, huh? As Carl emerged from the chaos, surrounded by Blanca's personnel, he casually threw out a line. Blanca paused for a moment, then let out a deep sigh. She moved her lips like she wanted to say a lot, but in the end, all she could manage was a resigned. It was indeed professional. I told you I wouldn't disappoint. Carl smiled. There were 3 attackers. I took care of all of them, not sure if there are more. He couldn't speak openly in front of the others, so he left the end of his sentence hanging, subtly prompting Blanca for an update. By his count, he dealt with 5 of the former ACPA trainees. Time to confirm how far along the job really was. It's done. Blanca looked at the report her people had gathered, her expression unreadable. The ones who came after me were internal traitors. 5 of them died escaping the company. The ones you eliminated were the last of those with a grudge against me. So that means it's over. The long-term contract. It's over. Then, time to talk about the promised payment. We'll discuss it later. Later as in privately. With Militech operatives still watching, their exchange was cryptic, understood only between them. Then Carl turned his gaze toward the half-demolished Spanish restaurant, silently posing a question. Blanca misunderstood it as him asking whether the date would continue, and she shook her head. I need to return and handle the aftermath. I'm not letting them get away with dragging me into this. She was a department head now, and those bastards actually had the audacity to pull something like this. She was a little disappointed the date had been interrupted, but the short time with Carl had left her satisfied. At the very least, she now understood what kind of person he was. She knew she could trust him and maybe even get closer to him. So it's really over. Watching Carl's faintly disappointed expression after she said the date was done, Blanca couldn't help but feel a bit pleased. Looks like I'm not the only one who didn't want it to end. Before she could play the role of the older big sister and offer a few gentle words to comfort him, Carl muttered something that immediately lodged her words in her throat. I was planning to pack up some food for Jackie and the others. Guess I'll have to pay for it myself now. Blanca turned to glance at the restaurant, still mostly intact in the kitchen. She thought back to how Carl had placed her in there during the fight. In his subconscious, did he see the kitchen and her as equally worth protecting? Your blood pressure is rising above safe levels. Please monitor your condition. The alert from her monitoring implant echoed coldly in her ear. Blanca clenched her fist, stormed over to Carl and snapped. I booked the entire damn restaurant for the night. Order whatever you want, however much you want, it's all on me. Really? Carl lit up, clearly already thinking of what to bring back for Jackie and the crew. Blanca spun on her heel and walked off. Take care, let me know if you need something next time, see you around. Hearing Carl's cheerful farewell behind her, Blanca paused for a second, then quickened her pace. Her secretary, jogging to catch up, leaned in. Director, how do you want to handle this? I want them dead. The secretary froze. She wasn't used to hearing that kind of raw fury from the normally cold-faced Blanca. Thinking she'd misheard, she asked again. Sorry, ma'am, I didn't catch that. Blanca stopped in her tracks. Her sharp eyes locked onto the secretary, and in a voice that carried more weight than a bullet, she said each word clearly. I said I want them dead. But director, wouldn't that? I've climbed to this position, and clearly there are those who think I don't deserve it. Fine, I'll show them who's in charge. As she turned her head slightly, her eyes caught Carl again, happily heading back into the restaurant. They need to learn who the top dog really is. I heard you loud and clear, ma'am, the secretary thought, but wisely kept her mouth shut and nodded. Once back inside the car, Blanca's face returned to its usual calm, frosty mask. R&D department. You tried to have me killed, with 10 of your so-called elites, picked from a pool of 1,000,000. Fine. What's 10 out of 1,000,000? Night City alone has 7 million people. I could find 70 just like them without even trying, never mind the rest of New America. If I catch even a trace of your involvement, you'll see exactly how the most dangerous merc crew in Night City handles business. Tilde. Back at the restaurant, Carl was grinning as he sat down and asked the still nervous chef and server. Hey, do you guys have insurance? The couple, still shaken, exchanged a look. The man who worked front of house forced a smile. Yeah, we do, property insurance. This is the city center, after all, even here, accidents happen. Good, I was worried this incident might shut you down. I was seriously considering investing as a partner. Your food's amazing. If there's a next time, we'd love to have you. The chef smiled, standing up. But right now, back to business. What would you like, sir? Can I order the entire menu? Of course. The chef tied on her apron again. After all, tonight's expenses are fully covered, aren't they? You sure it won't be too much? No worries. The server gave Carl a thumbs up. My wife is the best damn chef in all of Night City. Then get in here and help. Don't just talk, I need a kitchen hand. Yes, ma'am. Watching the two get to work, Carl opened up his comms and sent a message to the crew. Late-night feast secured. Our long-term gigs wrapped too. Time to start picking out Militech-grade cyberware. P.S. Today's fun fact, in Japanese corporate hierarchy, the position below Chinese letter, department head, is Chinese letter, section chief, a mid-level managerial rank. It shows up often in anime. Famous characters like Hiroshi Nohara and Nobita's dad both hold this title. Chapter 226, Christmas. On Christmas Day in Night City, if you asked Carl whether things felt different, he'd admit, yeah, there were a few noticeable changes. Like the elevator screens, now bombarding you with non-stop ads pushing holiday-themed products. Or the people in Santa costumes on the streets, asking if you wanted to take a ride on their reindeer and experience the thrill of soaring through the sky like Santa. His eyes briefly swept over one of the so-called reindeer. Those strategically placed pom-poms, yeah, no way that wasn't professionally designed for maximum visual impact. Business might actually be decent today. Carl, you're actually checking them out. Oliver, back from the Badlands, followed Carl's gaze and spotted the same girl. He gave her a quick once-over and turned to Carl, a little surprised. I thought that wasn't your thing. I'm a perfectly normal straight man. Carl shot back, unimpressed. Why wouldn't I look at a well-dressed, good-looking woman passing by? He only glanced, he wasn't a creep about it. I mean, I've just never seen you show special attention to women. Like yesterday, I thought you were going on a date with Blanca, but halfway through you were like, mission complete. That's when I was like, yep, that's Carl for you. You know what I mean. That doesn't conflict. Carl couldn't be bothered to argue. He turned to V, walking alongside them, invited into the city for the holiday. So, V, how's the city looking to you today? All I'll say is, city folks love their flashy bullshit. V's gaze passed over a woman in a Santa outfit with bright red fishnets. He nodded slightly. But hey, it's a feast for the eyes. Out in the Badlands, where something like that and it's filled with sand in 5 minutes. Only in the city, man. All right, you pervs. Jack turned back from the front of the group. You'll have all night to chat about girls. Let's get to work first. It was Christmas Eve. Mama Wells wasn't one for traditional decorations, no tree, no turkey, but there was one holiday tradition she insisted on, a Christmas cake. A large, expensive cake made with real eggs and butter, the real deal. It had been ordered from a specialty shop in Watson, the kind of place where you needed a password just to enter. Carl, Oliver, and V were on their way to pick it up. The pickup time was near. If they delayed any longer, the sellers might get suspicious and cancel or relocate. And given how much this thing cost, easily a few thousand eddies, these bakeries took their security more seriously than most black market arms dealers. Every year, the number of firefights over Christmas cakes never drops below double digits, Jack muttered. Keep it tight, Misty's expecting a nice slice. Misty would be at El Coyote Kojo tonight for the gathering. Ever since that first meeting, things had mellowed between her and Mama Wells. Sometimes Mama even invited her over just the two of them, since Jack was always running around. According to him, Misty was starting to feel more like Mama Wells' kid than he was. Misty wants cake. Oliver, usually relaxed, turned serious. Then we're not letting her down. He didn't have many friends, but the ones he had, he never let them down. Misty wanted cake, so that cake was making it home in one piece. Beep beep. Carl checked a message. T-Bug's already at El Coyote Kojo, having a drink. Vic says he's got surgeries, but he'll make it on time. He scrolled through a few more updates. Jade, Oliver's detective friend, sent her apologies. She was busy with inventory, but had already shipped a crate of corn to the bar as a gift. And Mr. Johnson. Yeah, Christmas for Carl's crew was downtime. For the NCPD, it was hell. With cake heists hitting double digits in one night, plus everything else, Johnson said he'd be working all night. Still, he'd sent over a box of seized and cleared liquor to El Coyote Kojo, telling them to drink like kings. Crooked cop, huh? Carl smirked. He'd have to save some leftovers and send them with a delivery drone once the guy was free. Oliver asked as Carl put his agent away. Did Johnson send anything? Oh wait, yeah, he's probably slammed tonight. He scratched his head. None of my other friends are free either. You guys know anyone else? I know a few. Jack shrugged. But most of them are from the Valentinos. They hang around El Coyote sometimes, Mom knows them all. But they passed on tonight's invite, said we mercs should enjoy the night off. Probably because they know you, but not the rest of us. Carl had met a few of Jack's gang contacts before, but only in passing. Not enough to get cozy. Probably didn't want to crash a party full of unfamiliar mercs. Besides, they're helping me keep an eye on things. Helping how? Carl raised an eyebrow. Jack shrugged again. Same deal as Oliver's 6th Street boys. The Valentinos aren't exactly one big happy family. There are a few guys in the gang who have never liked me. It's all business, drinks are fine, but when money gets involved, things get cutthroat. Guess assholes are universal. Carl shook his head. And with that, the shop came into view. Chapter 227, Being Worried About. We're back. Nothing happened on the way, right? Of course not, everything went smoothly. Carl greeted Mama Wells, and when she noticed V behind him, she smiled warmly and stepped forward. You must be V, I've heard about you from Carl and the others. Hello. V looked at her smiling face, paused a moment, then smiled and reached out to shake her hand. I'm V. And I'm Victor. Old Vic had already arrived, though no one noticed when. He patted V on the shoulder and nodded. Just call me Old Vic, like Jack and the others do. You're the Ripper Doc they mentioned. Yep, that's me. If you ever need to patch up your chrome, come see me. I promise I'm as good as anyone back in your clan. While Old Vic and Mama Wells welcomed V, Jack had drifted over to Misty, who had been watching V curiously from afar. The two began chatting, while Carl and Oliver headed to fry up some French fries. Tonight, all the kitchen equipment had been moved to the pool table area in the Wild Dog Bar. Everything was cooked fresh, on the spot. Make them crispy, can you even cook? Why don't you do it then? All you ever do is talk while refusing to lift a finger. Oliver rolled his eyes but kept working the fryer. He asked, You're heading to Arasaka Tower tomorrow. Yeah, like I mentioned before, I've got a bodyguard job there. Bodyguard at Arasaka Tower, be careful. I know, it's Arasaka's central hub in the Americas. There'll be a ridiculous concentration of high-value targets. Wouldn't be surprised if someone tried something. That's not what I meant. Oliver kept his eyes on the frying basket. I mean if things go south, run. I'm the bodyguard. Running's not really part of the job description. Screw the job. If it's your life on the line, you run. You're more important than a paycheck. Oliver stirred the fries with the skimmer. With all the Arasaka top brass in one place, if something goes down, it's gonna be corp-on-corp bloodshed. Don't get involved, just bail. He glanced at Carl. Last time you lost both arms on a mission. I don't want to see you come back missing legs, or worse, not at all. Not come back. If it were a normal job, I wouldn't say anything. You'd have me T-Bug Jack, we'd back you up. But tomorrow, you're solo. None of us can follow you into Arasaka Tower. You'll be deep in a viper's nest. If things go wrong, even storming the tower might not be fast enough. Carl was silent. Oliver continued, voice calm but serious. This time, Carl, if you cry for help, we won't hear it. After a few seconds, Carl replied quietly. I understand, Oliver. That's all I wanted to say. Jack and the others feel the same. You're the sharpest one in our crew, just don't die. If it gets bad, run. Oliver began scooping the fries from the oil. If you can reach a safe spot to ping us, we'll charge into Arasaka Tower and pull you out. Remember, you're not alone anymore. Yeah. Carl nodded with a smile. He didn't care about calories, he grabbed a fry straight from the tray. Still sizzling hot, it didn't burn his hand. That arm, barely damaged yesterday, had already been patched up by old Vic last night. It looked good as new. He blew on it a few times, then popped it into his mouth. No salt, no ketchup, just pure golden crunch and the earthy aroma of potato starch. His eyes lit up. Damn, Oliver, didn't think you had it in you. These are great. Of course, I just never had a chance to show off. Oliver accepted the compliment with pride. Just then, T-Bug arrived. She already knew Mama Wells and old Vic, but this was her first time meeting V in person. After exchanging greetings, she strolled over to Carl and Oliver, peeking curiously at what they were frying. Are those fries? Yup, Carl's favorite snack here. Might not beat Mama Wells' version, but I've got some confidence. He even complimented me. Wanna try one? T-Bug wasn't in her usual Black Ops outfit today, just casual wear. Intrigued, she eyed the cooling fries and picked out a smaller one. Careful, they're still hot, Carl warned. But T-Bug's cybernetic eye flashed with data. This one's the coolest of the batch. I already scanned it, it's safe to touch. You're scanning fries with your optics. Carl watched her nibble the fry, chewing slowly and thoughtfully. Before he could ask, she gave her verdict. Another few seconds in the fryer would have improved the texture. And while plain fries are decent, they lack depth, some seasoning would help. Wow, professional. Carl chuckled, knowing she based her judgment on the data fed through her sensors. T-Bug looked at him again, while munching on another fry, and casually remarked. You're going to Arasaka Tower tomorrow. Same line, same concern. And Carl gave her the same serious answer. He didn't say, Oliver already asked me. He just wanted his teammates to feel reassured. But it didn't stop there. You're going to Arasaka Tower tomorrow. Now even Jack, Misty, and Mama Wells, all who'd heard about it, started asking with worry in their eyes. Being worried about. Carl couldn't help but feel a little awkward. But also, just a little warm inside. Chapter 228, Arasaka Tower. Arasaka Tower. Carl didn't truly feel the weight of its presence until he stood at its base and looked up. A skyscraper reaching into the clouds, towering over all of Night City. At its very top, the Arasaka logo loomed, perched above everything else. Carl stared at the logo, then turned around to look across the avenue, where another towering building stood in direct opposition. Militech. The two giants of Night City, staring each other down across a concrete battlefield. When Carl was still 200 meters from the tower, Arasaka security personnel in uniform stepped in to stop him. Today, most attendees for the Arasaka summit had arrived via AVs, but some high-ranking execs, concerned about air safety, had chosen ground transport. That meant it was the ground team's job to filter out imposters and safeguard those high-value targets. No one wanted a repeat of 2023, a suicide bomber showing up out of nowhere. If something like that happened again, it would wreck Arasaka's credibility in the Americas. Please stop where you are. The guards already knew his face. It had been circulated to the entire security force. One of them stepped forward, visibly tense, his finger near the trigger of a safety-off weapon. Around him, others subtly aimed their weapons at Carl's position. KK, the infamous merc. Even alone, he posed a credible threat to corporate security. They needed to confirm why he was here. Carl heard the warning and calmly stopped in place. He was here on a protection contract, not to start a fight, better to play it by the book. When he gave the lead guard a polite nod, the man visibly exhaled with relief. Good, he didn't come to cause trouble. because if things had escalated, the guy issuing commands here might have been the first to die. The team gave Carl a quick scan, no oversized weapons or equipment detected under his coat. Then the lead officer opened comms. Mercenary KK has appeared just outside the perimeter. Guard 4752 is in contact, requesting instructions. BZZZT. Static crackled before a voice responded. KK, huh? Command did mention a mercenary would be arriving. Let me check the clearance list. Has his ID been confirmed? The guard rescanned Carl using enhanced cyberoptics. Appearance and biometric markers match. Can't fully rule out disguise. Recommend secondary verification. Confirmed, he's on the trusted list. Let him through. I'll handle an additional scan at checkpoint 2. Copy. With that, the guard stood aside and motioned Carl forward. Thank God that was someone else's problem now. Carl glanced at him, already back to scanning the crowd like nothing happened, then walked through the path cleared for him. 100 meters in, 3 men in black and red Arasaka suits approached. Please proceed with secondary identity verification. Their tone was professional, but their movements weren't casual. They formed a precise triangle around Carl, any attempt to strike one of them, and the other 2 could respond immediately. What kind of verification? Carl asked, unfazed. Another scan. No, we've prepared a specialized device. The lead suit pulled out something that looked like a high-tech fingerprint scanner and held it out. Please place your finger here. Fingerprints can be spoofed. True. The man didn't flinch. But this one is tailored to you. Your cyberarm is a unique custom modification, standalone model, no paired systems. Even within the company, there's nothing else like it. All we need is for the fingerprint data to match what's been registered from that specific unit. So that's why. Carl remembered when Victor had examined the arm and confirmed there were no surveillance backdoors inside. That had surprised Carl. Usually cyberware had at least some data feedback or tracking, but apparently his arm had been special all along. Guess my investment started way back then, huh? While his thoughts ran, his hand moved. He placed his finger on the scanner. Verifying, please wait. The surface shimmered like ripples on water. 2 seconds later, the device beeped. Cyberware designation, KK, model confirmed. The suited man bowed. Thank you. The client you've been assigned to protect, Mr. Kanekairo, is currently waiting for you in the lobby. Kanekairo. Carl blinked. I'm guarding Kanekairo. Seriously. But it made sense. Haruko already had a personal bodyguard, Gium. A high-level meeting like this wouldn't allow too many armed escorts per exec. If Haruko's spot was filled, then Carl's role had to shift. And Kanekairo, regardless of how strong he was personally, was still an Arasaka exec. Having a bodyguard was perfectly reasonable. Still, Carl took a step forward. Why does this all feel so damn absurd? If someone tried to assassinate Kanekairo, fought through Carl thinking the job was done, only for Kanekairo to activate a Sandivistan. Now that would be one hell of a scene. Chapter 229, Personnel in Position. Yo, Mr. Kanekairo. Today's an important day, Carl. Hello, Mr. Kanekairo. Your bodyguard, Carl, has arrived. No need to be so formal. Kanekairo gave Carl a sidelong glance. The kid had been grinning nonstop ever since he walked in, and he couldn't tell what was so amusing. You'll be acting as my bodyguard today. My seat will be close to Miss Haruko's. Do you understand what that implies? I do. Carl nodded. If there's any danger, I'll abandon you immediately. Good, as long as you understand. Kanekairo's cybernetic eye flickered slightly, then he gestured toward a group in the distance. See that guy chatting over there? Which one do you mean, Mr. Kanekairo? Carl followed his gaze and spotted a group of young men in Arasaka uniforms talking casually, but he wasn't sure which one Kanekairo meant. The one with short black hair and gold-rimmed round glasses. Carl zeroed in, a smug-looking guy among them, gesturing with his hands and occasionally flashing a contemptuous grin. Who's that? Fujioka Kaoru. Fujioka Kaoru. Carl repeated the name. It didn't ring any bells, and just as he was about to ask more, Kanekairo explained. He's with the dovish faction. Now Carl got it. I thought most of the Arasaka younger generation preferred the more aggressive, hawkish approach. Sometimes, lineage takes priority. They all understand the seat they're meant to occupy. After that cryptic note, Kanekairo revealed his real concern. He has ambitions. Ambitions? Carl looked at Fujioka again. He looked to be in his late 20s. For who? Haruko, that seemed unlikely. If some Arasaka second gen even thought about going after Haruko, her father would likely obliterate him before anyone else had the chance. Haruko's fate was decided only by her mother and Saburo Arasaka himself. Nobody else had a say. A mere dove like Fujioka wouldn't even qualify to fantasize. If not Haruko, then Chiom. Hi. Carl blinked. What? He had to confirm it again. He's after who? Chiom. Kanekairo's tone turned cold. You know she came to Night City against orders and used her credentials to access equipment support here at Arasaka Tower. Fujioka saw her at that time and fell in love at first sight. Carl recalled Chiom's face. Sure, she was beautiful, a classic stunner, but something about this so-called love felt fishy. Carl raised a brow. So, have you figured out his real motive? No investigation needed. It's obvious just by looking, he's too young to hide it. Kanekairo kept his eyes on Fujioka, now stepping into the elevator with his entourage. Chiom's bloodline may be questionable, but she's my disciple and currently Haruko's bodyguard. So what do you think Fujioka really wants? As a dove, he's trying to align with the young chick faction. People without status always harbor foolish ambitions. Delusions of grandeur, huh? Carl nodded, but before he could say anything else, Kanekairo was already walking off. Mr. Kanekairo. The meeting's starting soon. We need to get ready. Ready for what? Grab your gun. That told Carl everything he needed to know. This wasn't going to be a simple boardroom discussion. Arasaka Tower stood 2,034 feet, 620 meters, tall, with 140 floors. The topmost, floor 140, was the private domain of Night City's Arasaka chief executive, Michiko Arasaka. But since Michiko spent most of her time traveling across North America, the floor was rarely used. Today's high-level meeting would take place 7 floors below the top, on floor 133. Inside the elevator, just Carl and Kanekairo, Carl watched the floor numbers climb and finally asked a question that had been bugging him. I remember that the higher your floor in Arasaka Tower, the higher your status, kind of like climbing the ranks. So why aren't the board members meeting on floor 139, right below the CEO's office? Why 133? You're stepping into information only the highest levels are supposed to know. Kanekairo replied, but still offered an explanation. 133 is the highest floor board members are allowed to use. Floors 134 and 135 are reserved for Lord Saburo whenever he visits Night City. They've been remodeled into traditional Japanese residences. Unless Lord Saburo is physically present and personally calls a meeting, no one, even board members, is allowed to enter. Ever. Carl didn't need to ask what would happen if someone did. Now it all made sense. If Saburo himself only occupied 134-135, no one in their right mind would dare hold a meeting above that. The elevator reached floor 132, where security personnel were stationed. Beyond this point, the lift was locked. They would have to walk up to the 133rd floor meeting room from here. Usually, board meetings are held in the lower-level atrium, but this one's different. Just before the doors opened, Kanekairo added that final note. But Carl had already figured that out the moment he told him to bring a gun. Different indeed, armed guards attending a board meeting. Something was up. The elevator doors slid open. Standing outside was a wall of steel. Or rather, a man fused with steel and cyberware. You're a little late. The man spoke, his crimson eyes locked onto Kanekairo before shifting to Carl. But your timing is perfect. Let's hope so. Kanekairo stepped out, Carl followed close behind. As they passed the man, Carl turned his head slightly and smiled. Good morning, Mr. Adam Smasher. Chapter 230, The Arasaka High-Level Meeting. Adam Smasher, currently the head of security at Arasaka's Night City branch, was not an unexpected presence for Carl. That news had been circulating around Night City for a while now. Only the out-of-the-loop wouldn't know. Smasher had already signed a security contract with Arasaka in the past. This was merely his official onboarding, nothing surprising about it. The real question was, when things went down today, whose side would Adam Smasher be on? If he turned out to be the enemy, then Carl, Chiom, and Kanekairo might still stand a chance, however slim, against him. A face-off with a legend. Carl's hand brushed the grip of Knight's End at his waist, safety off, ready to fire. He flexed his wrist, monomolecular wire, operational, 0 delay. All systems go. Following Kanekairo, Carl ascended the inner stairwell to the 133rd floor conference room, moving silently and without a word. The floor that greeted him was expansive, ringed by Arasaka security along the perimeter. Through the transparent glass walls on all four sides, the glittering panorama of Night City stretched out like a living map. Seated around a sleek white table were 9 Arasaka executives, each dressed in different tailored suits, all bearing the company emblem pinned to their chest. Carl scanned the guards posted closest to the table. Besides the bodyguards assigned to the executives, 4 netrunners stood nearest the center, absorbed in their datapads, running real-time anti-hacking defenses. Watch the 2 in white suits. They're the most important people at this table. Kanekairo messaged him mid-step as they approached. They're vice presidents of the Night City branch. With Lady Michiko absent, they have full authority over Arasaka operations in the city, including the power to deploy force. Deploy force, Carl understood exactly what that meant. He responded through the channel. Carl and the other 7. Kanekairo, they're directors of various departments. They hold a seat, but not the power. They don't have the clearance to mobilize Arasaka resources. Carl understood. Carl's eyes swept across the 7, locking briefly on an older man who looked strikingly similar to Fujioka Kaoru from earlier. Most likely his father. A dove, Carl thought, and mentally filed the label away. He and Kanekairo reached the table. As Carl briefly exchanged glances with the bodyguards behind the executives, Kanekairo took a seat, second only to the vice president in white on the left-hand side. You really kept us waiting, Kanisha-kun, said the VP seated beside him. Without sparing Carl a glance, he addressed Kanekairo directly. You're the last to arrive. Some matters needed my personal attention. Kanekairo's smile, caught by Carl in his peripheral vision, seemed just polite enough to cast doubt on its sincerity. Matsudera-san, it's been a while. Indeed, Matsudera replied. After all, your priority is safeguarding Miss Haruko. He gave a final glance before turning away, ending the exchange. On the opposite side, the other white-suited VP joined in. Kanisha-kun, I hope the personnel we assigned to you have met your expectations. If there were any issues, feel free to raise them. They've all performed admirably, Kanekairo replied with the same faint smile. Your grandson included. That's a relief. The VP visibly relaxed. Then his gaze shifted slightly, as if reminded of something. By the way, Kanisha-kun, since it's been a while since you last joined us, you may not recognize everyone here. Let me introduce our newly promoted director, whose recent contributions in Osaka were outstanding. The elderly VP, his face a roadmap of age, gestured to the end of the table on his right. A woman in a black Arasaka uniform, hair tied in a single ponytail, stood and bowed respectfully. Susan Abernathy, currently Director of Special Operations for Night City. Pleasure to meet you, Kanisha-san, she said. Kanekairo offered a flat response. Abernathy didn't seem fazed. She completed her bow properly before sitting back down with composed grace. In Arasaka, subordinates were expected to bow to their superiors. Getting even a glance and an acknowledgement like that from Kanekairo was rare enough. Abernathy cast a quick glance at the VP beside her, then focused entirely on her meeting display, her expression reserved, though her eyes held a glint of quiet satisfaction. As the least senior person at the table, being formally introduced by her superior, and to a heavyweight like Kanekairo, was a message in itself. She had backing. That meant far more than just a seat at the table. Once Abernathy sat down, the room lapsed into silence again. The 7 lesser directors dared not speak, and the 3 senior members had finished exchanging pleasantries. A heavy, stifling atmosphere began to settle. And then, clack, clack. The unmistakable sound of wooden clogs echoed from the stairwell. Light, even, and composed steps. A figure in a kimono entered the conference floor, flanked by a female bodyguard in full shinobi attire. 8 of the 9 executives, everyone but Kanekairo, visibly tensed. Matsudera practically pushed himself up from the table in disbelief. Why is she here? Their faces all carried the same stunned expression. Wasn't Lady Michiko supposed to be the one presiding over today's meeting? Chapter 231, Yes, I'm here. Miss Hanako, why are you here? Everyone in the meeting room was stunned by her sudden arrival. Matsudera, despite his initial shock, was the quickest to react, immediately completing the process of standing up that he had only half finished moments ago. In front of this lady, there was no such thing as speaking while seated. Why is it Miss Hanako? Though the others were slower to respond, they too all rose from their seats, eyes locked on her as she stepped forward in her wooden geta sandals. The closer she came, the more their spines bent in silent deference. Hanako said nothing. She didn't acknowledge any of them, not even Kanekairo, who had also risen as she passed. She simply walked past him and calmly made her way to the head of the table. For those peeking at her movements from bowed positions, it was unmistakable. Hanako had seated herself in the chair that should have belonged to Michiko Arasaka. "We'll begin the meeting. I've arrived." Her words were calm and simple, but more than enough to silence anyone thinking of speaking up. No further explanation was needed. Michiko Arasaka might not have come, but Hanako Arasaka was here. That alone carried the same weight. As one of the few direct heirs of the Arasaka family, Hanako had every right to sit at that table, and every right to lead the meeting. Everyone slowly rose from their bows and resumed their seats, guided silently by her gaze. Matsudera sat down with noticeable hesitation. His posture, once animated, had gone stiff and awkward. "Please, take your seat, Matsudera-san." Kenakairo's voice came from beside him. When Matsudera looked over, he saw not the smiling Kenakairo from earlier, but one wearing a different kind of expression. Still smiling, but not. A smile that wasn't a smile. For some reason, that phrase echoed through Matsudera's mind like a warning bell. A cold sweat began to form on his back. "Hattie." He forced out a chuckle and sat down as if nothing had happened, but his bio-monitor was already firing off warnings. "Alert, heart rate exceeds normal parameters. Please calm your mind and body." "Warning, heart rate has surpassed your historical maximum. Recommending relaxation protocol 3. Begin deep breath." "I know." Matsudera mentally snapped at the machine and shut off the monitor. Accepting the current reality was no longer optional. So what was the reality? Michiko hadn't shown up, Hanako had. Why could she have discovered something? Impossible. He had covered his tracks carefully. He had only symbolically placed certain materials on the table. The ones who had actually stolen data and carried out attack operations were hawks. If he was guilty of anything, it was merely poor supervision of a subordinate who had already been eliminated. There was no way this could be traced back to him. His pulse pounded wildly. A deep nausea welled up inside him. It felt like opening his mouth might result in vomiting. "Stay calm, stay calm." He chanted the words internally. Though his limbs were freezing, his face remained neutral, his breathing slow and measured. "Miss Hanako, have you reviewed the agenda for today's meeting?" As Matsudera composed himself, the other white-suited vice president, surprised but still composed, stepped up. After glancing briefly at the unusually silent Matsudera, he addressed Hanako. "Would you like me to begin with the first topic?" This wasn't something a department director could ask, and since Matsudera wasn't stepping up, the task fell to him. "There's no need. I'm already familiar with the agenda." "I see." The elder VP nodded. "Then I'll begin with the first item. Recently, a Militech weapons production facility was uncovered in Alberta, Canada. Please hold off on that matter for now." Hanako cut him off mid-sentence. Sitting straight-backed, her hands resting calmly on her knees, she offered a faint, polite apology. "Before we proceed, I have something to report. A special agenda item." This wasn't uncommon. Michiko had done the same in past meetings. The VP halted the floating display in front of him and turned his attention to her. At Hanako's signal, Kenakairo slowly rose from his seat. For some reason, seeing Kenakairo rise again made Matsudera's heart race. A terrible, ominous feeling surged through him, and before he could pinpoint it, Kenakairo began. "I would like to announce something." He scanned the table slowly, deliberately. "One among us has sold Arasaka intel to Militech. A traitor sits at this table." "A traitor?" The room erupted. The executives exchanged looks of disbelief and horror. "A traitor among us? Someone at this level, collaborating with Militech?" Matsudera's heart pounded even harder, but on his face, he wore the same expression of stunned disbelief as the rest. As he looked around, he began silently reaching out to contacts. If things were compromised, contingency plans needed to start. A traitor in contact with Militech. The elder VP scanned the faces at the table, finding no obvious signs of panic. Turning back to Kenakairo, he asked, "Kanishikan, who are you referring to?" "We are ready." Kenakairo didn't respond directly. He turned to Hanako instead. "We await your order, Miss Hanako." "Order for what?" Matsudera's hand moved subtly toward the concealed pistol beneath the table. Hanako gave a slight nod, and then looked to her side with a smile. She called out a name most at the table didn't recognize. "Not Kenakairo. Not Chiom." She said, "Carl. I'm here." As heads turned toward the voice, Hanako gave the command. "Do it." At the sound of her voice, Matsudera pulled the hidden pistol from beneath the table, a vicious snarl forming on his face. He never finished the sentence. A single hand closed around his head, fingers splayed, iron strong. "Got it." Carl answered simply. Correct. The vice president, second only to Michiko in all of Arasaka's American hierarchy, fell with the sound of shattering bone. Even the powerful fall like any other. Chapter 232, Exposing the Rat. Correct. The shattering of bone echoed through the room just as Matsudera's bodyguard reacted. Realizing his employer was done for, he immediately activated his Sandevistan, not to fight back, but simply to speed up his reflexes enough to make the right move. In the slowed-down time field, under the gaze of Carl, Chiome, and Kenakairo, the bodyguard calmly dropped the gun he had just started to raise, lifted his hands into the air, and showed everyone he meant no harm. Sure, the pay was good, 500,000 eddies minimum, but it wasn't worth getting his whole family wiped out over a dead man. Everyone here was Arasaka. His boss had been Arasaka. His family was under Arasaka's thumb. If the top brass had decided Matsudera needed to die, then what the hell was he supposed to do? Draw a gun and try to kill Hanako Arasaka herself, right here in front of dozens of Arasaka agents. He'd be lucky if only his bloodline was erased. Sorry, Matsudera-san, guess I'm turning in my resignation early this month. Hope you understand. The professional guard kicked his pistol away, laced his hands behind his head, and squatted down with practiced ease. Definitely not his first time doing this, textbook surrender from a true pro. This tiny action barely even registered. Once the three of Hanako's guardians confirmed he wasn't going to be a problem, their eyes moved elsewhere. The other 8 bodyguards, posted behind the other executives and board members, knew better than to get involved. They raised their hands in sync, open-palmed, performing what could only be described as the classic French military salute. Protecting your client was one thing, but only if the threat wasn't a member of the Arasaka family. No one was dumb enough to move against that. Correct. The final, brutal sound of Matsudera's skull, caving and landed like a shockwave in the ears of the Arasaka board. Their reactions were something. It had all happened too fast, too decisively. Before anyone could even process it, Matsudera, one of the most powerful men in the Americas branch, was lying dead, skull broken like a ceramic bowl. They needed a moment just to understand. Gulp. Someone swallowed, maybe multiple people. It sounded deafening in the suffocating silence. After a few seconds, the elder vice president, perhaps thanks to age and experience, recovered first. He didn't stand. He didn't flinch. He stared at the corpse, and in a voice that trembled only slightly, asked Kenakairo, "Are you saying Matsudera-san was the traitor?" He didn't dare ask Hanako directly. He wasn't suicidal. Instead, he turned to Kenakairo, who, technically, held a lower position. Correct, Kenakairo said, so there's no need for you to worry. His gaze swept across the room, giving silent orders to the security teams and netrunners to stand down. Then he looked back at the elder VP, his expression calm and unreadable. Your loyalty is unquestioned, just like your grandson's. Hazihei. The old VP gave a nervous laugh, one that lacked any warmth. Being reminded of his grandson in this moment didn't reassure him. What could he say? Nothing. He couldn't say a damn thing. Because to the Arasaka family, even a vice president, hell, even a regional head, was just a dog. A loyal dog would be rewarded. But if that dog ever bared its fangs at its master, well, that dog didn't need to exist anymore. The elder VP had once served under Saburo Arasaka. He had clawed his way up to this position, second only to the home office. He had placed his family members across the company, building a quiet dynasty. He wasn't interested in bearing fangs anymore. So when the master growled, he did what all good old dogs do, bowed his head and wagged his tail. Carl heard a private message come through from Kenakairo. Don't underestimate that old dog. He looks nervous, but trust me, he understands better than anyone why Matsudera had to go. What do you mean? They were both VPs. This one was older, more senior. You think he ever respected how arrogant Matsudera was? You think someone at his level didn't know what his peer was up to? The evidence was airtight. Take a guess who helped make sure it was airtight. Acting clueless and loyal is just strategy. Understood, thanks for the lesson. Carl released Matsudera's skull, letting the corpse fall to the table with a messy splatter of blood. Then he silently stepped back behind Kenakairo, as if nothing had happened. But everyone in that room now saw him in a very different light. Whether they had known Carl's name before or not, the man who had just crushed a vice president's skull on Hanako Arasaka's word would be remembered. Soon, every high-level exec would know there was a bodyguard in Night City who could act with the same efficiency as Chiome and Kenakairo. The logic wasn't hard to follow. This man clearly worked for Hanako, So why had she ordered him to kill Matsudera? Because Chiom had to guard Hanako. Because Kenakairo, as a senior exec, couldn't be seen killing another VP in public. So it had to be the hired gun. Which meant Hanako believed this man could be trusted to get the job done. That, in her eyes, he was on the same level. Even if he wasn't as strong, he was clearly strong enough. A few of the more self-aware department directors, the ones who knew they were too low on the food chain to survive power games, were already taking mental notes. That mercenary, if he wasn't a permanent fixture, maybe they could hire him too. He was definitely more reliable than their own useless bodyguards. As those thoughts settled in, sparks suddenly burst from the neck ports of two netrunners sitting near the table. Alarms blared. Unauthorized access detected on floors 44, 45, 46, and 77, 78, 79. Security sweep initiated. Glass walls around the room darkened. Black shutters dropped, cutting off the lights from outside. Red emergency lighting illuminated the conference floor. Hostile breach detected on floor 132. All security personnel to defensive positions. Kenakairo spoke calmly. Old dogs still have teeth. As expected from someone in Matsudera's position, he still had some die-hard loyalists. He turned to Carl. Time for you to work. With pleasure. Carl grinned in the crimson light. Hanako gave a faint nod, and he turned, heading down the stairs. Want me to leave a few alive for questioning? Hanako responded without hesitation. The rat behind it all is gone. The small mice don't matter. Got it. So no survivors. As Carl descended the stairs, a pair of inhuman eyes met his for the briefest second. And in that instant, Carl knew. Someone down there was even more eager than he was. Chapter 233, Slaughter. What's it like to share an elevator with Adam Smasher? Carl didn't know about anyone else, but for him, this privilege that so few in Night City, or the world, could claim, came with exactly one feeling. Cramped. Smasher's cybernetic frame was just too massive. With the two of them in a descending elevator, space was at a premium. As the floors ticked down, Carl opened a line to Kenakairo. Carl, Kenakairo-san, why not just remotely disable their cyberware? They're Arasaka personnel, right? Don't you have the authority? Kenakairo, Matsudera didn't come unprepared. The only thing he didn't anticipate was Hanako-sama showing up and acting today. His subordinates already had elevated access granted under his vice president credentials. With Michiko absent, he held top-level control. Now that he's dead, their permissions remain, but we can't revoke them remotely. Carl got it. Carl glanced up, because he had to, with a slight tilt of the head to look at the much taller Adam Smasher. That brought him to his second realization. The guy reeked. Hope you brought a spare pair of pants, kid, Smasher growled. I'm not cleaning up your piss once the bullets start flying. His glowing red optics scanned Carl's arm. Try not to get that toy of yours busted again. You're as charming as ever, Mr. Smasher, Carl replied with a polite smile. For a guy who technically saved his life once, Carl could tolerate some trash talk, but that didn't mean he wouldn't dish it back. I figured a walking pile of scrap like you, who probably can't even piss, might just be jealous of the rest of us who still have working anatomy. You're right, I gotta protect my arms. If I ever end up like you, all metal and attitude, I'd at least want a mouth as loud as yours. Cheeky little bastard. Those crimson optics narrowed in a glare, but Carl didn't feel any real killing intent. It was just banter. Physical insults didn't seem to faze Smasher at all. They traded a few more verbal jabs before the elevator fell silent again, briefly. Then Smasher asked something Carl never expected to hear from that mechanical monster. You and Hanako, are you close? Wait, what? Carl froze for a second. The question wasn't cold or mocking, it was casual, even curious. Adam Smasher asking about my relationship with Hanako. Carl couldn't make sense of it. Did Smasher have some kind of past with her? He called her by name, no titles. That alone was shocking. But before Carl could answer, the elevator dinged. Let's focus on the job. We'll talk later, rookie, Smasher said, cracking his knuckles. Just hope your gun's as loud as your mouth. Gunfire rang out before the doors could even open. Someone had noticed the elevator descending. They opened fire preemptively, hoping to intercept anyone inside. It was clear. The traitors had seized this floor and were trying to block reinforcements. The employee elevator wasn't built to withstand bullets, but that didn't matter. The doors didn't need to open for Carl and Smasher to break out. In a blur, Carl felt the pressure shift. Smasher's killing intent ramped up like a reactor overload. His glowing eyes pulsed blood red. His form became a blur. Berserk mode and Sandevistan activated simultaneously. Steel arms the size of hydraulic pistons tore into the elevator doors. With impossible strength, Smasher ripped them open, twisting the metal frame apart. A hulking shadow leapt out. Daka daka daka. Ting ting ting. Bullets clanged off steel plating like rain on iron. Sparks flew as Smasher barreled through. Boom! A single shoulder charge turned 4 Arasaka-uniformed soldiers into meat paste. They hadn't even realized who they were facing before their bones shattered and organs painted the walls. The others barely had time to scream before Smasher's massive arm swept across the right flank. Those ones fared slightly better. They died with their heads still attached, at least. While the berserker rampaged, another figure burst from the elevator behind him. Carl moved like a whisper of death. His left wrist flared with the glowing arc of a monowire, slicing across the floor in a fluid arc. A clean, gleaming crescent swept through the torsos of 2 soldiers Smasher hadn't reached yet. Blood sprayed in slow motion, but the wire remained spotless. Time returned to its normal pace. Every enemy guarding the elevator was dead. You're slow, kid. Well, can't compete with a walking artillery platform. No, dumbass, this is artillery. Smasher raised his arm. A shadow moved fast. A ninja dropped from the ceiling, mantis blades deployed midair, aiming for Smasher's blind side. Too slow. With one swing, Smasher caught the attacker mid-pounce. His fist crushed the ninja's ribs and hurled the body skyward like a rag doll. The ceiling cracked. Boom! A flash from Smasher's arm cannon. The ninja exploded into a cloud of blood mist before hitting the ground. Christ, Carl muttered, waving a hand through the haze. You could at least try not to stink up the whole place. Not all of us have filtered lungs. As he spoke, another assassin lunged at him, silent, fast, deadly. Carl didn't flinch. Night's End was in his hand in a flash. The moment the ninja raised their mantis blades, Carl struck upward. The dagger punched through the throat cleanly. Lifting the dying body with one hand, he flung it aside. The blade slipped free with a wet hiss. That's how you fight. Good, Smasher growled. Combat, real combat, is the only thing that ever mattered to me. If you've got the guts to go toe-to-toe with a legend, keep up, kid. That's the plan, Carl said, flicking blood off his blade. After all, how often do you get to compete with a legend? Chapter 234, Floor Clearance. Floors 79, 78, and 77 have been secured and neutralized. The hacker's report echoed through the conference room on the 133rd floor. The Arasaka executives stared at the surveillance feed on the projection table in stunned silence. That speed was absurd. The most shocked was Susan Abernathy. As Arasaka's director of special operations, she knew better than anyone what those 3 floors represented. They weren't just random areas, they were combat zones for training Arasaka's elite ninjas and covert operatives. The best of the best. Most of the personnel on those levels had turned traitor. They had seized control of the floors. And yet, how long had it taken the 2 to clear them? 5 minutes, 4. Even counting elevator time, it hadn't been more than 3 minutes. Just 2 people, Adam Smasher and Carl, had wiped out over 30 armed traitors. The 79th floor had taken the 2 of them under 20 seconds. The 78th and 77th cleared solo, 1 man per floor. Monsters. She wasn't sure if she said that aloud. Even with her authority and rank in Arasaka, this was the first time Susan had witnessed such raw, horrifying power in person. It made her swallow hard. Humans naturally flinch at overwhelming violence, and right now, fear, awe, and dread churned within her. Like walk-and-kill machines. To them, killing people looked no different than methodical sanitation work. Susan tried imagining herself in the position of one of the traitors, if she'd been under their protection, and faced them head-on. Her body ached at the thought, phantom pain, as if she'd already been torn in half. In hindsight, Matsudera's death might have been the most merciful and dignified. As the high-ranking executives observed the reclaimed surveillance feeds, Kenakairo frowned. Still rough around the edges. He was analyzing Carl. This was the first time he had watched Carl fight via projection, and flaws stood out. Adam Smasher was a different matter. Mechanical brutality in perfect sync with cybernetic processing. Nothing Kenakairo could compare himself to. But Carl. Carl's combat style was more familiar. Close range, speed-focused, melee-centric, like Kenakairo himself. That meant he could assess it. Carl's individual moves were excellent, almost textbook, but his transitions are unpolished. Every technique was solid, but the handoffs between them, the flow, lacked seamlessness. The kind of detail only another elite fighter would catch. If Kenakairo had to put it in layman's terms, Carl's running start was great, his stride smooth. But somehow, the transition from start to run was choppy, like switching sides on an old cassette tape. Still, it wasn't a fatal flaw. With more combat experience, it would work itself out, like clearing a clogged pipe. What confused Kanekairo was how Carl had this flaw in the first place. It was the kind of mistake seen in rookies, with less than 3 months of training. If Carl went up against someone like Chiom, it wouldn't matter. But if he fought Kanekairo would absolutely exploit that lag. Speaking of which, he glanced toward the veiled figure, standing behind Miss Hanako. The moment he laid eyes on her, his brow twitched. She was watching the surveillance feed. Really, had he ever taught her that was okay? Kanekairo felt a headache coming on. If not for his biomonitor reporting stable vitals, he would have assumed he was about to stroke out. She was supposed to be guarding Miss Hanako, and here she was watching cleanup footage. He had once proudly recommended her to Lady Michiko. And now he regretted everything. He had trained her personally, treated her like a successor, and this was the result. Any of his half-trained students would have done better. As if sensing his glare, Chiom twitched. She turned her head, spotted Kanekairo's eyes burning a hole through her, and instantly stiffened. Her hand crept toward her waist on instinct. Right, that screw-up of a guard was still standing nearby. If he couldn't even protect Miss Hanako properly, then she certainly couldn't let her guard down. Who knew what he might try? She had to stay ready. Chiom adjusted her stance, stepping subtly in front of Hanako to shield her. There were still potential traitors in the room. She had to be ready to throw smoke and extract the VIP at a moment's notice. Hanako noticed the shift in Chiom's posture, but didn't react. Her attention remained fixed on the feed, first Carl, then Smasher. Then, silently, her hands resting neatly in her lap, she slipped a phone from her kimono sleeve and sent a message. Hanako Raitero Carl. You're losing, Carl. Carl Raitero Hanako. Then, I just hope the others take their time clearing the other floors. I'd like a chance to join in, after all. A rare opportunity, slaughtering corporate dogs side by side with a legend, and getting paid for it. Hanako. They're not corporate dogs anymore, Tilda. Carl. Next time, just send a regular image emoji. Chapter 235, Looking Up and Looking Down. 64. Under the fearful stares of Arasaka security personnel, Carl lowered his midnight blade and did a quick body count. That made 64. The floor is cleared. As system alerts rang out from all directions, Carl walked past the retreating personnel and stepped back into the elevator. All in all, purging internal Arasaka staff hadn't been that hard. The real cleanup lay in the tangled web of political influence left behind by the late vice president. But that, not Carl's concern. The elevator began its ascent. After a short ride, the doors opened, revealing Adam Smasher, his metallic body nearly soaked red with blood. In the fading intensity of his crimson eyes, Carl could make out a silent question. Without waiting for him to ask, Carl said flatly, 64. You've got a long way to go, kid. Smasher stepped into the elevator. The car sank noticeably under his weight before leveling out. Cramped again, the cyborg finally spoke. 102. That big of a gap. Carl looked up at him. He wasn't surprised to lose, but that margin nearly 40. Even if Smasher was a walking war machine, even if he had priority intel and knew which floors had the most enemies, that was still too much of a gap. Carl had expected a difference of 20, maybe 25, but 40, that was almost 2/3 of his own count. He was still missing something. Carl fell silent, remembering one of the other reasons he'd come to Arasaka Tower today. He needed to handpick some weapons, and cyberware too, have them shipped over for Vic to inspect. He was still far from Adam Smasher. Still far from Morgan Blackhand. Good thing I recorded that duel between Kanekairo and Chiom, he thought. I'll study it again and again. No skipping out on jobs either. Time to take on something serious. In the heavy silence of the elevator, Smasher didn't boast. Instead, he looked at Carl, still brooding, and returned to the question he hadn't finished earlier. You and Hanako, you too close. Hanako. The question brought Carl back. He looked up and locked eyes with the cyborg. Without hesitation, he nodded. We're all right, I guess you could call us friends. Carl only shared food with people he called friends, or those who needed comforting. Friends. Smasher studied Carl's face. Genuine, unfiltered, no pretense, that made him pause. For once, the steel giant said nothing. Then he looked away and muttered. If you've got feelings, better watch yourself. Feelings. Carl frowned slightly, confused by the sudden turn, but Smasher didn't explain. Getting cozy with something that looks like a lamb but flies like a hawk. It's pathetic, like thinking you can reach the sky with your bare damn hands. That poetic flair of yours is new, Smasher. Didn't think you had it in you. Smasher snapped his gaze back, eyes glowing dangerously. Maybe I should have let you die back then, watched your guts spill out instead of stepping in. Yeah, maybe. Carl smiled genuinely. But you didn't, and I'm grateful for that, so if I ever beat you. He raised his chin, staring straight into Smasher's mechanical eyes. I'll break your tin can body to pieces, but I'll let you live. I don't forget kindness ever, not for a second. Smasher stared back. He never broke eye contact. Until now. Today he looked away. It stung, like looking into the sun, something that shouldn't hurt anymore but somehow still burned. Humanity. Adam Smasher didn't have it. But he could feel it radiating off this kid. So blinding, it almost hurt. He didn't understand it. Couldn't understand it. So instead, you make me sick, kid. Pray we never stand on opposite sides. Because next time, I'll kill you. There was no bluff in those words. That killing intent, naked, raw, and ice cold, filled the elevator. Smasher didn't believe in lies, or masks. But Carl, he chuckled. His tone didn't change one bit. And I'll still spare you, Adam Smasher. One life for one life, you'll walk away once, that's my promise. His voice rang with calm certainty. So confident it bordered on madness. He had just lost, badly. But he said it like it was fact, like there was no alternative. And somehow Smasher didn't laugh. Maybe he could do it. Maybe he really would. Words that would have made Smasher burst out laughing, coming from Carl, they landed differently. There was no threat. No anger. Just certainty. Ding. The elevator reached floor 132. Adam Smasher stepped out, paused, and turned to face the doors. As they started to slide shut, he suddenly lunged. To the shock of nearby Arasaka personnel, he tore open the metal between elevator shafts with his massive arms and stepped to the edge. He looked up. The elevator was rising. With Carl inside. Rising higher and higher. So high even Adam Smasher, neck craned, couldn't see the top anymore. Disgusting, sick little bastard. He turned away. Next time, I'll gut you. Ding. Carl had arrived. Floor 140. The peak of Arasaka Tower, the highest point in all of Night City. And there, on the executive floor, Carl saw her. Hanako, waiting calmly, her meeting already concluded. She had just ended a video call. In the fading glow of the disappearing projection, Carl glimpsed the last image. A striking woman with long blue hair and an unconventional, almost eccentric, style. Chapter 236, Weapon Selection. Just finished your call. Under Chiyome's watchful eyes near the desk, Carl approached. The person you were talking to looked kind of familiar. That was my mother, Hanako replied naturally. I had to report the meeting to her. Report. Carl caught the word. Report, not talk or share. A term more fitting for a superior and subordinate, between mother and daughter, that told him something, but he let it go for now. How did the meeting go? It was interrupted by the whole Traitor Purge. Postponed for now, Hanako said with a smile, but nothing troublesome left to deal with. In other words, Carl wasn't needed anymore. Which meant, all things considered, this job turned out to be surprisingly easy. Looking back on the whole thing, it wasn't nearly as dangerous as his friends had feared, like walking into the lion's den. He'd just been a blade for a key moment, then joined Adam Smasher for cleanup that Smasher could have handled solo anyway. Overall, everything had been under Hanako's control from start to finish. So this is the end of it. Indeed, Hanako nodded lightly. Kanekairo-san is waiting for you on the 44th floor. He's already prepared what you requested. Back down to 44, more elevators. Carl shot a glance at the elevator and grumbled. Up and down, real VIP treatment, huh? To his complaint, Hanako gently raised a hand. A small token of apology for dragging you all the way up here just to report. She tossed something toward him. Carl caught it midair, reflexively. Nothing fancy, he had already seen it clearly in flight. A silver knife with no handguard, about 10 centimeters long and 3 wide. Slim, incredibly light. The mirrored blade gleamed razor-sharp. Seemed like a pretty solid knife. But instead of focusing on the blade itself, Carl's mind lingered on the throw. It was too clean, natural, trained. His gaze swept over Hanako's hand as she lowered it. No calluses on her fingers or joints, that didn't add up. Throws that smooth came from practice, and practice left marks. No way around it, unless she was meticulous with hand care or hiding something else. He let it go, no point asking. Carl flipped the knife upside down in his grip, tucking it underhand. A mystery alloy, razor-sharp little knife. Not bad, I'll take it. That's not all. Hanako caught his casual tone and clarified. There's a small recessed groove in the handle. If you ever run into a mechanical problem, hold the knife with a half grip and touch the groove with your pinky. I've already added your access permissions. Touch it and it'll activate. Activate what exactly? It contains a miniaturized EMP device. Something Arasaka developed recently, part of a project countering ESA's little tricks. She said it like it was no big deal. 2 seconds after activation, you'll need to throw it. It has a 4-meter effective radius. Carl's eyes narrowed, a micro-EMP inside a knife. He immediately reevaluated the blade in his hand. He'd seen EMPs before, hell, even in games before 2075. He'd used actual EMP grenades too. He understood how they worked. When Maine and the crew took down Jimmy Kurosaki, the guy had an EMP too, but it wasn't this small. This was next-level engineering. Put simply, you can load an elephant onto a ship, but trying to stuff one into a refrigerator, that takes genius. Carl was certain there couldn't be many of these knives in Arasaka's stock. Something this compact and precise wouldn't be mass-produced. Grenades were cheaper, easier to sell. He carefully slid the knife away. Looks like you're satisfied, Hanako said, smiling as she watched him stow the blade. Then, until next time. She didn't have anything else to say in person. Under Chiyome's silent watch, she picked up her phone, waved it lightly at him, and buried herself in her CEO duties. Her mother was away. Handling Night City's affairs fell to her now. See you next time, Hanako. Not that it'd be long. He knew she'd text him soon anyway. With that, Carl stepped into the elevator, gave Chiyome a small nod, and started his descent. 44th floor. Kenichiro was already waiting for him, surrounded by gear. Everything that should be here, and everything that really shouldn't, is here. In the armory and shooting range of Arasaka Tower, he gestured toward a carefully arranged array of weapons. From our finest Arasaka builds to Tsunami's Asura, I used my own clearance to pull these, take whatever fits. Then, unusually, he added a note of caution. Just remember the combat style you want to master. Choose wisely. Can I take them all? Looking over the racks of weapons, Carl's first instinct wasn't even about himself. He thought about arming Johnson's crew, maybe even sending a few to his NCPD friends. I know what you're thinking. Kenichiro narrowed his eyes. But if Arasaka-grade weapons start turning up in the hands of NCPD officers, do you think the other corps will stay quiet? If you don't want your friends dead, you'd better think twice. There aren't many secrets left in the city. He'd been there on that investigation with Johnson, after all. He knew exactly who Carl had ties with. Got it. Carl pushed aside that line of thinking. The only weapons he could safely take were ones for his own team. Anything else would risk blowing back hard. These were his spoils, his payment. So weapons. Carl scanned the lineup again, this time with focus. I want to try them all first, test shots. Kenichiro nodded. This is a firing range after all. Chapter 237, Weapon Restocking. The day after Christmas, even though it had started raining around noon, the Wild Dog Bar was still packed. In fact, business was even better than usual, probably because they'd been closed the whole day yesterday. Amid the noise and bustle, Carl stood at the bar's entrance, shaking his head to fling off the cold raindrops that had made it down his collar. After brushing the water off his clothes, he stepped inside. His entrance drew a few glances, but most patrons, seeing it was just Carl, turned back to what they were doing. It was just KK, nothing special, no need to make a fuss. Some people did stand up when they saw him, though. And from behind the bar, Mrs. Wells, noticing how soaked he was, rushed over with a towel in hand. Why didn't you have Oliver or someone pick you up? You look like a drowned rat. She began rubbing his hair and neck with the towel, scolding gently. You think getting drenched feels nice. Letting her dry him off, Carl gave an embarrassed smile. Someone did drop me off nearby. I had them stop a block away from Wild Dog. I thought I could just walk the rest. Didn't think it'd be raining this hard. I told you yesterday it was going to rain this afternoon. Mrs. Wells sighed as she continued dabbing the moisture off his jacket. Once satisfied, she stepped back and nodded. There, much better. As she finished, a few others, Oliver included, called out from their usual spot. Yo, Carl, perfect timing. We were just guessing when you'd be back from Arasaka Tower. Fries are hot and crispy. Get over here. Oh, hell yeah. Carl waved to Mrs. Wells and made a beeline for their table. Been running around all day, haven't had a bite yet. Taking his seat, Carl glanced around and noticed someone missing. Where's V? Back to the Nomad clan, Oliver said. They've got some kinda big assembly going on. Right after you left for Arasaka Tower this morning, he said his goodbyes and headed out. Gotta book it. His tribe's camped way outside Night City. I was hoping to send him back with a few things. Carl leaned back with a sigh. Well, by now he's probably halfway across the Badlands. Don't know if he'll even get a signal out there. Guess I'll just have to give it to him next time. Give him what? Oliver asked, setting down his glass of whiskey. Nothing too major, just figured I'd get him some gear. Carl explained. I mentioned I'd bring back some special gear from Arasaka, got my hands on a batch of weapons and cyberware. Already had it all delivered to Victor's place. Wanted Vic to check them for any backdoors or hidden protocols. I'd planned to have a few things prepped for V, stuff that suit him. Wait, weapons, cyberware, a few things. T-Bug looked over, raising an eyebrow. You didn't just go to Arasaka to run a job, you went on a supply run. Don't exaggerate. It's not that much, Carl shrugged. Just enough for our crew, and the cyberware I picked is all pretty generic, adaptable stuff. Once our bodies settle into the adjustment period, we'll have more options to swap in upgrades. Arasaka-grade gear, Jackie asked. From all kinds of core, Carl replied. But minimum spec. It's the kind used by Arasaka's elite. No prototypes, just proven gear that mercs already trust on the street. Gear used by Arasaka elite? Oliver muttered, suddenly remembering that Shinjin's smart SMG Carl had tossed him during the escort mission. Don't tell me you grabbed a whole batch of guns like that. That's just the baseline, Carl grinned, raising his hand. I even picked up a frostbite. Frostbite? As a sniper, Oliver's eyes lit up. The Soviet bolt-action rifle, the one they say only had 300 units ever made. Yup, that one, heavy kinetic weapon. If you're gonna use it, you'll need a good perch and plenty of bracing. Carl didn't think Oliver needed a kinetic rifle, not when he already had that tech-enhanced Nekama. But still, frostbite was the kind of thing you didn't turn down. While it was heavier and lacked the charge mechanics of the Nekama, it fired instantly, and that made it perfect for sudden support shots. I grabbed stuff for you and T-Bug too. Wait, I got something, Jackie said. That made sense, he was always up front in the fight, but T-Bug tilted her head. I got something too. Never know when shit's gonna go sideways, Carl said. I picked a smart pistol that doesn't require a SmartLink implant. The Kang Tao A22B Super. Just pop in an auto-target chip and you're good to go. Perfect for someone like you. Kang Tao, huh? Yep, industry leader for smart weapons. I even picked one up for myself. Carl crunched a fry and swallowed. We'll head to Vic's later and go through everything, test what fits, pick a few cyberware options to keep in reserve. Frostbite, Kang Tao gear, high-end cyberware. As the three listened to Carl talk, one thing became abundantly clear in all their minds. Carl totally went on a supply run. Chapter 238, still a long way to go. Vic, we're here. Took you long enough. Vic turned his chair toward the group entering from outside. I was starting to wonder if you were ever gonna show. You stacked so many boxes in my so-called tiny clinic. What if someone saw them and ran off with the loot? Come on, Vic, this place is hardly tiny. The back room alone's half a warehouse, Oliver chuckled. And hey, we came straight over the moment the rain stopped. So, any tracking software left in the weapons? He added casually. Yeah, a few. Looked like they hadn't been scrubbed yet. I cleared them. But listen, next time you should get T-Bug or V to handle this stuff. I'm not a weapons tech. It's not like they're cyberware. Vic shook his head and turned to T-Bug, who just walked in last. T-Bug, you better run another check. I'm no authority on this. I will, she replied, giving the clinic a curious glance. It was her first time here. She followed Vic's gesture toward the stacked crates in the corner. All the weapons are in here. Yup, anyone walking in might think I opened a gun store on the side. Vic looked over at Carl. As for the cyberware you sent, all brand new. Fresh off the production line. You sure you weren't on a shopping spree at Arasaka Tower? Now you too, Vic. I keep saying, I was there on bodyguard duty. Carl set the half-full bucket of fries on the table beside him. Here, a little thank you. Fries still warm. Old man like me shouldn't be eating this crap too much. That said, Vic reached over without hesitation, snatched the fries, and turned back to his never-ending stream of boxing replays. I made a list of the cyberware you brought. It's on the pad right there. Take a look, and whenever you want something installed, come back in. I'll only charge for the procedure itself. Gear's yours already. Appreciate it, Vic. Jack grabbed the datapad and called Oliver over. Carl already knew what he'd selected, but the others were just now getting their first look. Zoom that in, let me see. Edge boost, SmartLink, visual cortex enhancers, blood pump, full resist suite, bioconductors. Holy shit, Carl, how much did you grab? Oliver turned to Carl, stunned. So those elite Arasaka assholes we've been fighting all had this kind of loadout. I told you this is the grade used by their upper echelon ops, not your average security grunt. You've seen those guys, can't afford this stuff, and even if they could, they'd break trying to handle it. Carl leaned back, arms folded. Take your time choosing. Don't go stuffing too much into yourselves at once. If you cyberpsych out, I'm not gonna be the one putting you down. Pick what fits, Jack agreed, scrolling through. He noted that there weren't any heavy-grade overhaul items. No gorilla arms, no mantis blades, no projectile launchers or Sandevistan/Karanzikov full-system mods. Carl had chosen with care. Their team had already undergone quite a few major procedures in the past 2 months. Any more risked pushing someone into cyberpsychosis. Carl's restraint made sense. Not everyone had his freakish tolerance for chrome. Jack had Berserk installed, Oliver ran a Sandevistan. Both of them had needed recovery time between major upgrades. Carl, though, seemed like his body just welcomed it. As they mulled over their next upgrades, Carl spoke again. Oh, and I saw Adam Smasher at Arasaka Tower today. Had a little contest with him. You what? Everyone instantly looked up. Oliver reacted first. You don't mean an actual fight with Adam Smasher, do you? He eyed Carl up and down. No missing limbs, no bloodstains. Nah, not a duel. We were competing, who could clear more traitors faster. Carl gave them the short version, then sighed. Still, I didn't expect to lose that badly. The difference was obvious. Dude, we're talking about Adam Smasher here, Oliver said. Only guy who ever kept up with him was Morgan Blackhand, and rumors say he's more chromed now than he was 50 years ago, barely 5% organic. He might be stronger than ever. No shame in losing. Yeah, he added, he's old as hell compared to us. Give it time, tables'll turn. Now that's what I like to hear, Jack grinned. He's a legend, so what? We're gunning for legend too. I'm sick of hearing that getting killed by Adam Smasher is what makes you a legend. Why not flip it? Let's make killing him the new bar. Their merc crew was just 2 months old. Who's to say what could happen in the next year? You know what? Carl laughed. With you guys hyping me up, I'm feeling cocky again. I threw some tough talk his way too. No idea if he took it seriously. But one day, I'll say that same line to his face, while he's on his knees, scrap metal all around him. Carl's smile turned razor sharp. He looked down at me in that elevator, thinking he was high and mighty just 'cause of his chrome and height. Let's see how tall he feels when I'm standing over his shattered body. Right then, Carl's comm pinged, several new messages. He glanced at the screen and let out a short laugh. Old Captain, Padre Wakako, Dakota, all at once, huh? No coincidence. These fixers must have heard about his performance during the Arasaka Purge, probably from someone inside. Word traveled fast in Night City. Fixers were bloodhounds when it came to talent. He looked up at the others. We've got work, looks like we're back on the clock. After all, if Adam Smasher was the goalpost, they still had a long way to go to become legends. Chapter 239, Leaving the Backer Family. January 20, 2076. Having just wrapped up their latest gig, Carl's entire crew was sprawled out like ragdolls in Oliver's apartment. Finally done. Oliver raised his limp arms and groaned. We've been grinding non-stop since Christmas. Those fixers really don't see us as human anymore. I've fired so many bullets these past few days, my hands are still shaking. 20 straight days of this, Jack added, slumping deeper into the couch. Wake up, get in the car, chase the next gig. I haven't even seen Misty in days. He tossed his Sidolitech double-barrel shotgun aside, grabbed the mini cola that T-Bug handed him, and took a long swig. Thanks, T-Bug. No problem, compared to you frontline types I just support from the net. Not exactly exhausting. T-Bug had recently moved into one of the megatowers, just across the hall. Watching the three of them collapsed on the couch, she stole a glance at her updated account balance. Yeah, joining this crew was the best decision she'd made. Where else in Night City could she find a team this competent? Nowhere. In just 20 days, she'd raked in over 60,000 eddies, and that was without any major gigs. Back when she was freelancing solo, that amount would have taken 4 or 5 months to make, and even then, she'd constantly have to worry about getting ghosted by fixers or stabbed in the back by temp teammates. T-Bug, toss me one too. Carl raised a hand lazily. A chilled bottle of sweet tea flew through the air, which he caught one-handed. Damn, you know me too well. You drink it every damn day, how could I not? Fair. Carl sat up, cracked open the bottle, took a long drink and exhaled. That was the last job on our list. We've been grinding for almost a full month. It's about time we took a break. I'll hit up the fixers and tell them we're off duty for a few days. No gigs unless it's something major. Good call, Oliver said, stretching his arms. I've been meaning to head back to Santo Domingo. Missed Christmas with the family, I should spend a few days there. If the gigs hadn't piled up so much, he'd have already taken a break. Let's just chill for a bit. Carl glanced down at the SMG resting near his feet, his trusty Diane. Gotta take this thing in for maintenance. Lately it feels like the bullets are dragging a bit, could be nothing, but better safe than sorry. I should drop by Misty's and have Vic check on my blood pump, make sure everything's syncing properly. Jack stretched his arms above his head. Still, ever since I got that thing installed, I feel like I've got jet fuel in my veins. Well, yeah, it boosts oxygen delivery to your cells. You could run a full click without even breathing hard. Carl mentally reviewed the team's latest cyberware upgrades. T-Bug had enhanced her neural storage and added an external drive implant. Jack had paired his new adrenal booster with improved subdermal armor, and just the other day installed that blood pump. Oliver had synced a SmartLink and Visual Cortex enhancer, and upgraded his nanofiber structure to help steady kinetic recoil when sniping. As for Carl, he hadn't added much. Aside from the same external drive as T-Bug to boost memory and processing, he'd installed a memory optimizer to improve sync between his brain and his Chrome. He'd also picked up 3 new quick hacks with T-Bug's help. Synapse burnout, cyberware malfunction, reboot optics. Thanks to the upgrades, the past month had gone smooth as Chrome. Every gig they took was wrapped up within a day or two, sometimes same day. And ironically, that kind of efficiency only made things worse. The fixers kept piling more gigs on them. If you're fast, they'll just work you harder. Just like a corpo job. Except in this case, at least the pay matched the pain. Unlike a corpo gig, where you're just expected to work harder and longer for nothing in return. Sipping his tea, Carl pulled up his message feed and started contacting the fixers. No more gigs for now, don't call unless it's urgent. Right as he finished sending, a new message popped up. His relaxed gaze sharpened. V messaged, he's checking in, says he's safe. That made everyone on the couch sit up. V finally made it back to a signal zone. Oliver looked relieved. I was this close to calling in a few favors to track him down. Last we heard, he was staring down a tornado, then radio silence. I legit thought he got sucked in. Jack couldn't help but grin. Good to know the guy's still breathing. He says he made it back to the Backer clan, but... Carl's face tightened as he scrolled. Things were already blowing up when he arrived. The new clan leader made the call to join Snake Nation. V showed up with a bunch of eddies, tried to convince them they didn't have to sell out, but it didn't matter. They threw it all back in his face. So they really chose Snake Nation in the end. Jack frowned. They all knew about V's situation. The backers were falling apart, no leadership, no resources. They needed a new path, but Snake Nation. I thought Snake Nation was in bed with the core, T-Bug said. Carl nodded. More like a pack of dogs the core keep on a leash. Nomads were born because the core screwed them over. Now these clowns wanna crawl back and play lapdog? Pathetic. V would never be okay with that. That's just not who he is, Oliver muttered. Doesn't matter now. Carl kept reading. He argued with the clan leader. Tried putting his own money on the table to prove they had options. But the guy took it as an insult, said V was challenging his authority, so they kicked him out. What, just like that? Jack snapped upright. V always treated them like family, worked his ass off in the city just to support them. Guess playing pet to the core matters more than blood. Carl shrugged, bitter. Anyway, V's cut ties. He's heading back to Night City, starting fresh. Damn. Jack didn't know how to feel. Part of him was furious on V's behalf, but another part. You think I should be pissed or happy? He chuckled darkly. Having V back was great. He was a solid friend and a hell of a fighter. But this wasn't how you wanted someone to come back. Carl leaned back on the couch. We'll figure it out when he gets here, still a ways to go. Chapter 240, Apsis. Got some free time lately. Just as Carl was about to crash for the night, finally on break, he got a message from Blanca. Got a job. Carl replied. Just wrapped everything up, planning to take a few days off. If it's a small gig, find someone else. Relax, I know you're on break. I'm not calling for a job. You forgot your reward, didn't you? After you took out that group, I said you could ask me for 2 things. I've just finished stabilizing things on my end, so I figured it's time to ask what you want. 2 things. Oh right, he'd nearly forgotten. It had been a month. Back then, she'd promised to use her clearance to get 2 Militech-grade cyberware pieces as payment. But with all the implants they'd gotten from the Arasaka job, it had totally slipped his mind. What can you actually get with your clearance? Not that I'm in a rush, my crew still needs some time to adapt to the last batch of upgrades. What can I get? There was a definite hint of pride in Blanca's tone, bordering on arrogance. Whatever I give you will be way beyond the stuff you picked up from Arasaka. When it comes to focused R&D, Militech gear is the best on the market. Period. Carl had kept the Arasaka job's details pretty vague in public, framing the implants as standard payment. Only a handful of people knew what really went down. From Blanca's perspective, the Arasaka stuff was just elite-grade standard fare, and she was confident what she could offer was even better. High-end Militech gear, huh? What else would it be? It's miles better than anything Arasaka puts out. Carl smirked. That kind of corporate pride felt weirdly familiar, like she was trying to outdo someone who dropped $600K by throwing down $1 million just to prove she could. And the irony? She was technically breaking company rules by using internal resources for someone outside the corp, and still acting smug about it. He'd originally figured the reward would be 2 100K range implants. Made sense for the job, but from her tone, it sounded like she was aiming way higher. So, what level are we talking here? Like Peregrine Sandevistan? Just to check. Blanca replied with a scoff. Peregrine, please, that's already on the market. Anyone with enough eddies can get it. That's not high-end. Wait, what? A Peregrine goes for around 400K eddies. You could buy 2 exosuits with that. Carl glanced at his account, just under 2 million, thanks to the Arasaka operation covering all weapons and gear. And even then, compared to actual corporate execs, he was still broke. When he thought about all the gear they pulled from that job, it probably added up to $1 million easy. Maybe the real value of these jobs wasn't the eddies, it was the extras that came with them. Still, he felt like someone had to defend the Peregrine's honor. Even if it's on the market, it's not exactly easy to get your hands on. It still counts as high-end. I've got at least 3 people in my squad running it right now. Carl, you climbed the ladder that fast in just a month. Blanca, this isn't Arasaka. We don't play the seniority game. If you've got skills and status, people flock to you. How much leverage do you think I got off that assassination job? And how many people do you think I cleaned out? Carl, I'll never understand you corpo types. Blanca, do it clean or don't do it at all. Leave loose ends, and you've got no one to blame when they come back for your throat. That's Militech's way. Even Rosalind Myers nearly got assassinated, twice, before she became CEO and then president. Want to guess how many people she wiped out afterward? Carl recognized the name Rosalind Myers, President of the new United States. Former Militech CEO, but he hadn't heard anything about assassination attempts. Carl, she got targeted twice while climbing the ladder. Damn. Blanca, yeah, first time someone built a DIY gun and shot her twice in the back, barely made it. Second time, sniper almost blew her head off, lived through both, and you bet she settled every single score after that. Carl shook his head. Blanca getting targeted before her promotion, then nearly assassinated again after Militech and Arasaka really were the same flavor of shark in different suits. One favored frontal assaults, the other liked playing in the shadows, but neither was noble. Carl, all right, back on topic. What exactly can you get me? I'm not a corpo spy, I don't know your internal code names. Got anything specific? Blanca, remember James Norris, that retired lieutenant you guys took out? Carl, the ex-officer, yeah. Blanca, he was running a prototype Sandevistan. Not sure if it got destroyed in the fight or lifted by someone afterward, but you remember what it could do. Carl did. The guy had soloed through NCPD fire while going toe-to-toe with him, Jack, and Oliver. Unforgettable. Carl, yeah, burned into my memory. Blanca, that prototype came out of a lab that's now under my jurisdiction. Using data from that fight, plus combat logs from your squad and our former trainers, we refined it into a new internal Sandevistan model. Carl, so that's why you're so confident. Your team developed it. You looking for field data. Blanca, if you don't want to be part of testing, that's fine. But if you, or anyone in your crew, wants to install it, I'll pay extra for performance feedback. We usually hire mercs for this sort of thing anyway. Strong upgrades, extra pay. Yeah, not many mercs would say no to that. Carl, I'll think about it, so what's it called? Blanca, no official designation yet, but I've already named it. For some reason, that reminded Carl of the time T-Bug, Jack, and Oliver spent a full hour arguing over what to name that ridiculous plush ball they'd found. Everyone thinks they're some kind of naming genius. Carl, all right, hit me with it. Blanca, I call it Apsis. The Apsis Sandevistan. Chapter 241, Learning. Apsis. After finishing his conversation with Blanca, Carl repeated the name to himself. During their exchange, they had finalized the 2 cyberware pieces to be delivered. One was Militech's latest Berserk OS. The other, the newly developed Sandevistan prototype Blanca had named Apsis. The Berserk OS was for Jack. Militech's version was currently the best on the market, top tier, and extremely expensive. Once Jack got through his current adaptation period, he could give it a try. As for Apsis, Carl still hadn't decided whether anyone on the team should install it. The implant had just come out of Militech's R&D lab. Could Oliver really handle something like that? In Carl's crew, Oliver was a sniper. Most of his implants were support gear meant for long-range combat. While they didn't directly conflict with the Sandevistan, they still placed considerable stress on the body. And Apsis was no ordinary model. Its prototype had already driven a hardened Militech lieutenant into a cyber-psychotic episode. Besides, Oliver had mentioned before that he was planning to shift toward battlefield support, installing implants that could help with on-the-spot medical treatment for the team. In that context, installing a high-strain combat implant didn't seem like a smart move. Carl shook his head slightly. He couldn't make the decision for his teammates just because he was worried. Once the implant arrived, Vic would check it out first. Then it would be up to Oliver whether to use it. And if he did, Carl would make sure the proper precautions were in place, just in case Oliver's body or mind couldn't handle it. They'd need to be ready to sedate him and extract the implant on the spot. That thought reminded Carl of V. Come to think of it, V hadn't undergone much cyberware modification, probably due to his constant movement through the Badlands. Aside from basic support systems, he was practically unmodified. When he finally arrived in Night City, Carl figured he'd have to prepare a proper welcome gift, same as he had for Jack and the others. V had sounded pretty set on becoming a merc, and for mercs, the best gifts were weapons and cyberware. Guns weren't a problem, Carl had plenty, and as for implants, they had a stockpile too. But if they wanted something that could seriously boost someone's combat ability right away. Apsis, that one stood out. Carl decided he'd ask both Oliver and V who wanted it, and let them choose. He found himself having an inexplicable trust in V. It made him instinctively believe that, even if Oliver couldn't handle Apsis, someone like V, who hadn't undergone any extensive cybernetic work, might be able to. That odd sense of trust made Carl pause. Wait a second, that didn't make any logical sense. V hadn't even had his cyberware compatibility evaluated yet. Why would Carl assume he could handle one of the most demanding implants Militech had ever built? Beep beep. Right on cue, just as he was thinking about V, a new message came in. Messages all day, all night, right before bed, of course, just never stops. Being a merc really did come with popularity these days. He thought it was another fixer offering a job, but when he checked, turns out it was from Maine. He hadn't heard from him in a while. Maine and the rest of Brown's squad had gone off-grid after the Arasaka ninja job that Carl had contracted them for. They'd gone into hiding for a month to avoid blowback. So this message, were they finally resurfacing? Thinking of them, Carl opened the message. Along with a quick "we're safe" update, there was a Eurodollar transfer attached. A transfer. Carl, what's this? Why are you sending me money? Maine, from the Braindance sales at David's Academy. You're cut, like we agreed. He didn't want to mix up his 2 identities, so he created a new number under his merc alias. Tried to add you, but your filters blocked him, so I'm forwarding it. Carl, yeah. I set the firewall to auto-block anyone who can't pass basic defense checks. Didn't think it'd block David's alt, so he's ditching his main number for comms and business. Main, pretty much. Lucy warned him someone might trace the connection back, so he switched to a separate number under his merc identity. Anyway, just take the money. Carl, got it, I'll accept it. Send me David's new number so I can whitelist it. What's his alias now? I'll save it under that. Carl glanced at the 12,000 euros credit he just received. David's side hustle was doing better than expected, and those Academy kids, filthy rich. David had once tried to give Carl a bigger share, but Carl insisted on an even 50-50 split, which meant David was pulling in 24,000 euros a month from selling BDs alone. That kind of income? Even high-ranking corpo employees might not touch that. No wonder illegal Braindance never really disappeared in Night City. Ding! Another message from Maine. Maine sent the number. Add it when you can. He's still going by David, just the first name. It's common enough. Even David Martinez is everywhere. After changing his appearance, he told us to keep calling him the same anyway. Yeah, no kidding. Carl had seen Martinez pop up in at least 10 other gigs. As for David's, there were probably 20 of them in Carl's own mega building. Hell, even Jack's ex had the same surname. He checked his block list, found David's new number, unblocked it, and sent him a message. Carl, David, you seriously need to learn the basics of hacking. My filters were just entry-level stuff. Doesn't your team have a bunch of netrunners? Learn from them, man. David, Carl could almost hear the sheepish tone. David, been focusing more on firearms and building strength. Carl trying to follow Maine's path, Nothing wrong with that, but come on, you've got a whole crew of netrunners around. You should be more well-rounded. Carl thought about David's growth. With his learning ability, it'd be a waste if he only modeled himself after Maine. The kid had way more potential than that. David, yeah, I'll work on it. There was something about talking to Carl that always made David feel like a rookie being schooled by a veteran, even though they were technically in the same class. Thinking about school made David remember something. He fired off another message. David, hey Carl, you got a moment? Carl just freed up, what's up? David, some teachers at the academy seem to be looking into your old alias, Gaius. They think you're the one behind my BD setup. Been poking around, asking questions. I think they want to find you and hijack the business. So I was thinking, maybe we should bait them out. Faculty snooping around the BD pipeline. Carl wasn't surprised. With David's current earnings, it made sense those teachers were getting greedy. Targeting him, though, they were clearly asking for trouble. Still, rather than jumping the gun, Carl was curious to see how David would handle it. Carl, if we draw them out, then what? David, take them out. Carl stared at the message for a moment. Short answer, clear message, good answer. So, you haven't picked up hacking yet, but it seems like you're picking up the merc game just fine. In Night City, when it came to solving problems, David had already learned the golden rule. Chapter 242, A Strange Woman. Yo David, morning. Carl raised his drink and greeted the blonde-haired young man walking slowly over, casually wiping blood off his hands onto his clothes. Did you take care of them? Went smoothly. David, now in his new appearance, nodded. They thought I didn't notice them tailing me, figured I was still just some clueless student, made it easy to lead them out and finish the job. You didn't leave any traces. Lucy's taking care of the cleanup. Lucy, Carl thought for a moment, then it's probably fine. He'd sparred with Lucy once. Her netrunning skills were solid, maybe not quite on T-Bug's level, but definitely dependable. Haven't seen you in a month, and you've changed a lot. Carl gave David a closer look. Ballistic vest over subdermal armor, yeah. And that gun on your back, that's an Ajax, right? You're starting to look like a real merc. There was no way anyone would associate this fully geared David with the straight-laced academy student from before. The change in both appearance and aura was striking. He radiated confidence now, just a glance, and you'd think he could throw down with anyone. Starting to look like a real merc, But David didn't hold the look for long. Embarrassed by the praise, he scratched the back of his head. I still think I've got a long way to go before I catch up to you guys. Gotta have some confidence, man. Carl tilted his head. Isn't it Tuesday today? You're out this early, shouldn't you be back already? Even if Lucy's covering the mess and there's no surveillance, disappearing during school hours is gonna raise some flags. I took the day off. David had clearly prepared for this. He wasn't the green rookie he used to be. I wasn't supposed to be at the academy today anyway. I sent a message from the number I knew they were monitoring, said I had a deal with you. That baited them right into my setup. So that's why you insisted on using a different number to contact me, and even set up an alternate line. The original one's under surveillance, Maine thought it was just for keeping your identities separate. That was the original plan, David admitted. But then Lucy suggested I could use it as bait, so I let them find that extra number and made sure it got monitored. Gave me a chance to set everything up. Smart move. No wonder David could make it to the top of an academy where money ruled all. His brains were sharp. So it's all settled now. Carl had come out thinking he'd need to be bait or backup. But in the end, all he did was sip synthetic milk while David handled everything. So, what now? Was this a wasted trip? David nodded again. But knowing Carl was currently free, word of his squad's break wasn't exactly secret. He extended an invite. Wanna hit Afterlife? Maine and the crew are there. Grab a drink, Carl glanced around. Everyone else on the team was off doing their own thing, and he did still owe Maine and the Browns squad a meal for that Arasaka ninja job. They'd originally planned to hit up Wild Dog Bar, but Afterlife worked just as well. Might as well treat them today. With that in mind, Carl and David walked side by side, chatting as they strolled. A few passersby gave curious looks, mostly at the fully armed David, but they ignored it and arrived at Afterlife soon enough. At the entrance stood Emmerich, the familiar bouncer. He stepped aside the moment he saw Carl coming, and even the guards hidden in the shadows relaxed their grips on their weapons. "Morning, KK, got a rare day off." "Yeah, finally." Carl gestured for David to head in first, then turned to chat with Emmerich. "It's Rogue, man, always calling me out like a damn sparrow. We were supposed to be off days ago. Then right after we finished our last job, she dropped another one on us, urgent of course. We just wrapped it up yesterday." Emmerich's face twisted slightly, like he was trying not to laugh. "She's in today." "No big deal. At least I'm not one of those mercs who call her a bitch behind her back." Carl waved a hand and grinned. "Anyway, I'm heading in. When you're on break later, I'll buy you a drink." "Count on it." Carl nodded and stepped inside. Almost immediately, he spotted a familiar face. "Yo, Old Captain, meeting up with mercs for some job drops." The fixer known as Old Captain turned and sighed when he saw Carl. "What do you think? You guys go on vacation and I get buried in gigs. You have any idea how many jobs were queued up for your squad? Or the messes popping off just cause you weren't around? I've been running since morning, handing out eddies like candy." "What, you think we were born to work for you? We rotate all year. Can't even take a few days off." Carl rolled his eyes. "Do enough jobs for you and suddenly we're family? Come on. If you want something done so bad, grab a gun and do it yourself." "Piss off, you'd piss yourself if I did. Go bug someone else, you little bastard." Yeah. Most of the fixers Carl worked with were professional, by-the-book types. But Old Captain, he called Carl bro, sometimes even dad. Out of all the fixers, Carl's crew had taken the most jobs from him and honestly had the best rapport too. Definitely better than that snake Faraday, who operated in the same Santo Domingo district. Whether because of Oliver or not, Carl had started treating Faraday as the baseline for a trash-tier fixer. He stepped deeper into the bar and spotted Maine's crew drinking at the counter. They were about to wave him over when a loud voice echoed through the entire bar. "So after all that bullshit, you hooked me up with a tiger claw. If I hadn't run into a nomad on my last job and learned who he really was, he might have stabbed me in the back and I'd never even know. This is how you do biz." The angry voice came from one of the booths. Carl turned and saw a woman yelling at Rogue. A mixed Native American and white woman with tan skin and her black hair tied in a high bun. Someone yelling at Rogue. What the hell was going on? Chapter 243, All of Us Work for Someone. When the shouting suddenly broke out, every merc in Afterlife paused what they were doing and turned to look. Loud arguments weren't anything new in Afterlife. Disputes between mercs and fixers happened all the time. A bit of yelling never drew this much attention. But this time was different. Because the person being yelled at was Rogue. How many people have shouted at Rogue now? No idea. Last guy didn't last long, got found dead in a flower bed not long after. As the mercs sipped their drinks and waited for the drama to unfold, Carl slid onto a seat beside Maine. He waved to Claire behind the bar and asked casually, "What's going on?" "Some former nomad chick. Came to the city looking for work. Got into it with Rogue," Claire explained as she passed Carl a freshly mixed Long Island iced tea. As Afterlife's bartender, she was always in the loop. "Name's Panam. She was running a transport job for Rogue a while back and Rogue matched her with a partner. End of last month, they ran into another nomad during a job. Her partner tried to mug him, guy looked well-equipped. That's when Panam found out the bastard was Tiger Claw. She flipped, blew his brains out on the spot. She's been trying to confront Rogue ever since, but Rogue's been busy. Today's the first time she caught her in Afterlife, and she didn't waste a second before charging in. Rogue hadn't shown up for a whole month. Carl thought back to that Arasaka job Rogue had pushed on his team. They'd only just finished it yesterday, so she really had been missing from Afterlife this whole time. Guess that's what it takes to be Queen of Afterlife. Now that he knew the story, Carl lost interest in the spectacle. Sure, watching chaos was fun, but not when the outcome was obvious. It was Rogue. He already knew how it would end. No point watching a fight when you knew who the winner was. He raised the Long Island iced tea and gave it a glance. Despite the name, it didn't contain any tea, just cola for color. And with all the mixed spirits in the recipe, the alcohol content easily pushed past 40%. Basically flammable. Served on ice, of course, gotta match the name. Carl took a sip, surprisingly smooth, not too harsh, not bad. Usually, when out with Jack and the crew, Carl didn't drink. Someone always had to stay sharp. But with Maine's squad around, he figured it was fine to relax a little. While chatting with Maine, the yelling finally quieted down. Carl looked over to see Panam storming past, her face still burning with anger as she exited Afterlife. Looks like Rogue won again, not that it was ever in doubt. Compared to Rogue, the girl was still green. Well, maybe not that young, she looked to be in her 30s. Girl was just relative. As that thought passed, Rogue herself walked over and took a seat beside him. One Johnny Silverhand, she told Claire. Glass in hand, Rogue gave it a slow swirl, watching the liquid move. She didn't even look Carl's way when she spoke. KK, you've finally got time to stop by. Yeah, after finishing that urgent job you insisted we take. Carl didn't hold back his irritation. We could have been on break days ago if not for you. Oh, come on. Rogue took a sip, set the glass down, and lazily waved her now free hand. That job benefited us both. Both of us. Carl frowned. They'd been sent to eliminate an Arasaka employee. How was that a shared benefit? He considered whether this had something to do with Hanako, but that operation, escorting her, was only known to him, Hanako, and Wakako. Even Chidyome hadn't known the full story. Rogue had eyes everywhere, sure, but not that deep into Arasaka's inner circle. Then Rogue dropped a word that changed everything. Dove. She said it softly, but Carl heard it loud and clear. Dove. A simple word on its own. But if you knew Arasaka's internal politics, that word carried weight. Carl's fingers froze briefly on his glass, but he didn't miss a beat. He kept sipping, acting as if nothing had happened. Maine, ever perceptive, turned and started talking with David instead. The timing was perfect, now they could speak without eavesdroppers. I'm familiar with the term, Carl said cautiously. Then he noticed Rogue's fingers, subtly tracing letters across the bar's surface. The stroke spelled, Hanako. So it's not just you guys running around, Rogue said, draining her drink. I've been busy this whole month too. She raised her glass toward Carl in a brief toast, then stood up. All of us work for someone. With that, she walked away. Carl sat there, deep in thought. And suddenly, things started to make sense. Why Rogue, once one of the main players in the assault on Arasaka Tower, was still alive. Why she could remain Queen of Afterlife, a living legend in Night City. She'd been protected by someone inside Arasaka. Hanako. The same Hanako who had risen to power after the tower incident, leading the Dove faction, the third pillar in Arasaka's internal struggle. All of us work for someone, it benefits both of us. Carl thought of his side job. Bodyguard to the dangerous girl. So, Rogue saw him as working for Hanako too. Chapter 244, The Bald Middle-Aged Man. You really went all out today, Carl. It's fine, Carl replied as he walked alongside Maine under one of Night City's overpasses. We agreed I'd treat you guys, just keeping my word. Besides, Afterlife gave me a 30% discount, barely cost anything. Honestly, it felt like you were all trying to help me save money. None of you drank much. I had enough empty bottles to cover half the damn bar, and you call that not much? Maine grumbled. Don't compare my drinking to Jack's. That guy's got implants regulating everything. He could drink a whole keg and stay sober. I'm already at my limit. Then a thought struck him. Carl, what do you think about me getting a Berserk system installed? I was leaning toward a Sandivistan before, but now I feel like Jack's loadout might suit me better. I think either could work for you. Carl gave Maine a once-over. But you're already loaded with chrome, right? You ever get hand tremors or anything? If you're feeling any kind of strain, I'd recommend seeing a good Ripperdoc before pushing further. I've got a guy. If you want, I'll give you his contact. Relax, I know what I'm doing. Maine patted his left arm, where his projectile launcher was mounted. I've never felt better. New chrome, new me. What could go wrong? New gear doesn't mean less risk. The strain's still there. It's just that old or secondhand stuff makes it easier to break down. Don't think fresh hardware makes you invincible. Carl didn't push further. Maine looked fine, clear eyes, steady hands. No visible signs of overload. Walking with them were the rest of Maine's crew. David, Lucy, Sasha, Dorio, Rebecca, Kiwi, and Pillar. Everyone was present. While David, Dorio, and Sasha occasionally joined the conversation, the others mostly kept to themselves. Understandable. Apart from those three, the rest hadn't worked with Carl much. Their only shared op had been the Tanaka job. Most of them only knew Carl by reputation, and that reputation came with a certain fear factor. Especially Kiwi. As a netrunner, she often poked around in poorly secured corp records, and she'd seen enough action logs involving Carl's squad to know the pattern. Retreat, you live. Don't, you're dead, no exceptions. From street-level gang hires to corp strike teams, it didn't matter. The result was always the same. She glanced at the calm, smiling young man walking beside her. From his appearance alone, he didn't seem threatening. If it weren't for Maine's stories and the hard data she'd seen, she might have mistaken him for just another friendly solo. But her gut and those reports reminded her otherwise. Carl was top tier. If he wanted, he could take on their entire team, and odds were they wouldn't make it. Fortunately, he was on their side. It felt odd to admit, maybe even pathetic given her past pride, but Kiwi felt at ease around him. In a merc's life, where betrayal was part of the game, his presence offered a strange kind of comfort. As long as she didn't screw up, she didn't have to worry. Drip, 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 drip. As Kiwi debated whether to strike up a conversation, an irritating liquid noise echoed from nearby. The group turned toward the sound and saw a bald, middle-aged man standing on top of a shipping container. He was wearing only a trench coat and pissing into a metal barrel below. Nothing else under the coat, just him, out in public, exposing everything while relieving himself without shame. Honestly, not that unusual. If he hadn't chosen such a high perch, no one would have cared. But the height made the sound louder, sharp, long splashes. The incessant dripping annoyed Pillar enough that he stopped, scowled, and shouted, "Hey, you gotta screw loose or something, you public pissing moron." Everyone else just glanced and kept walking, but Pillar, being Pillar, wasn't letting it go. He stepped over to the side of the container, raised his golden cyber fingers, and banged them against the metal. "Yo, jackass, I'm talking to you." The bald man didn't flinch, didn't even look his way. Still holding himself, still gazing dead-eyed at his piss like it held some profound truth. "Forget it," Dorio said, barely sparing him a glance. "Just another burnout, probably high as hell." She continued walking, waving for Pillar to come along. Pillar turned to glance at Carl, then figured it wasn't worth making a scene. He was about to drop it, until something under that open trench coat caught his eye. Through the opening, he saw something strange, an unfamiliar set of cyberware. "Whoa, what the hell is that?" he muttered. As the tech expert of the group, Pillar was instantly hooked. The implant didn't look like anything on the market. He climbed up onto the container, his tone shifting to something almost friendly. "Hey man, that's some weird-ass chrome. What model is that? Looks custom. You use it often." Pillar squinted at the lower half of the man's body, then grinned with a weird expression. He made a loose fist and jokingly pumped his hand in the air. "This thing's gotta be." He didn't finish. Maine's eyes suddenly sharpened. He saw it, the bald man's right hand shifted away from his crotch, and began transforming. That motion, Maine recognized it instantly. It was the exact same kind of implant he had in his left arm. Projectile launcher system. Maine moved to react. Too late. The man's right arm had already fully shifted, aiming the launcher directly under Pillar's chin. And then he pulled the trigger. Chapter 245, No Reason Not to Meet. Feeling the projectile launcher pressing against his chin, Pillar's eyes turned vacant. He'd heard the stories, that in the moment before death, time would slow down and your life would flash before your eyes. But now that he was really facing death. Time did slow down, but no flashbacks, no life montage. All he felt was the chill of the metal beneath him, and then, slowly, a wave of heat rising from it. That heat seeping from the barrel, crept up from under his jaw, pouring straight into his brain. Hot. So hot. And then, wind. It felt like the wind had picked him up and tossed him away. When his awareness returned, he was no longer on the container. Thud. His body slammed onto the ground in a twisted heap. His elbow smashed into the pavement. As the days faded, the first thing he felt was pain. His lower back throbbed, like he'd just taken a brutal kick. And then came confusion. He wasn't dead. That launcher had been jammed right under his chin. It had fired, and he was still alive. Boom. Only then did the shell, fired aimlessly into the sky, finally explode. By the time the blast echoed through the street, Maine had just taken a single step forward. Pillar what? David called out, but only managed to get halfway through his warning. Because it was already over. Behind the wild-eyed, cyberpsycho bald man who'd pulled the trigger, Carl was already there. The barrel of his Typhoon pistol was pressed calmly against the back of the man's head. His voice was steady. "Just gotta ask, do you have any sanity left?" "Urgh." The bald man's body twisted, launcher arm swinging. "I see." Click. Bang. The sharp report of a shot rang out. A clean bullet hole appeared in the middle of the man's forehead just as he turned. His body trembled, then collapsed backward, landing face first into the barrel beneath the container. "Better call Mr. Johnson," Carl muttered. "Guy's probably another runaway cyberpsycho." He holstered his pistol and turned to Pillar, still crumpled on the ground, offering a small, casual smile. "Hey, you good Pillar." Oh, I think. Pillar instinctively patted himself down. Nothing missing. No blood, just a nasty ache in his lower back like someone had kicked him hard. Next time, be more cautious around twitchy freaks. Carl offered the advice, then jumped down from the container, landing in front of Maine's team. Maine stared at him, expression complicated. There was gratitude, sure, Carl had saved Pillar. But also disbelief. He knew Carl was strong, had mentally prepared for him to be ahead. But this far ahead. Back when they worked together on that first job, they'd been on roughly the same level. And now, after just 2 months. Maine had upgraded his chrome, trained like hell, thought he might at least be catching up. But looking at Carl now. If they ever clashed for real, he probably wouldn't even survive the first exchange. Carl had told him once he hadn't been in the game long. How the hell was he this far already? Pushing the thoughts aside, Maine looked at Carl and said, "You saved Pillar's life, man, thanks." "No big deal." Carl waved it off like it was nothing. He pulled out his phone and called Johnson, planning to report the kill and confirm whether the guy was on the NCPD's wanted list. Saved someone at the last second, took down a cyberpsycho, and called it a small thing. Everyone else, except for Rebecca, who was currently kicking her idiot brother and yelling at him, just stood there, struck speechless by how lightly Carl brushed it off. Maybe they were just too green. Maybe this really was a small thing to Carl. What kind of gigs did his crew usually take? "I'm clocking out for tonight." Carl waved his phone. "NCPD's on their way. I gotta coordinate and ID the body. Someone died, we've got to file it properly. I'll skip the next bar. We'll hang out another time." "Yeah, next time for sure." Still a bit dazed, everyone nodded and began walking, almost automatically following Carl's lead. After a few steps, David finally snapped out of it and turned back, waving. "Next time bring Jack and Oliver too. Drinks are on me." "Just one drink, David?" Maine chuckled, his usual tone returning. He slung an arm around David's shoulder and shouted, "Sasha, Pillar, hell, I never thanked you properly for either. Next time I'm buying and you're drinking till you drop, Carl, don't you dare skip it." "I'm not drinking till I drop, but I'll definitely be there," Carl replied with a grin. "I'll let Jack and the others know. I'll even introduce you to the rest of my crew." He waved goodbye as they left. Sure, tonight's downtime had been cut short, but Carl didn't mind too much. Even if this hadn't happened, he would have been leaving soon anyway. Because just as he'd finished sending Johnson a message, he received one from Johnson first. "Andy's stabilized after treatment, still a bit withdrawn but much better. He wants to see you." "Andy." Carl paused, reading the name that wasn't exactly unfamiliar. He remembered everything. A merc who knew Johnson, someone who stormed clouds alone to save his sister. Last time Carl had gotten involved on a job from Regina and Johnson, he'd nearly clashed with Max Tack trying to recruit the guy. And now Andy was stable. He wanted to meet. Well, there's no reason not to. Chapter 246, A Big Shot. "Mr. Johnson." "It's been a while, Carl. How have you been holding up?" "Same as always, working gigs. Nothing's really changed." Standing outside the H8 megabuilding in Westbrook, Carl chatted casually with Mr. Johnson while glancing up at the towering structure. It looked almost identical to his own building, and a thought hit him a little late. "Wait, you live in a megabuilding too, Mr. Johnson." "What do you expect?" Johnson shot him a look, already guessing what was going through Carl's head. "Don't tell me you thought I had some private villa or luxury, high-rise penthouse." "Well, not exactly, but you're a precinct chief. I figured your place would be a bit roomier at least." "This place is already a pretty damn good deal." Johnson had always suspected Carl came from some upper-class background, probably some fallen corpo bloodline that ended up in the merc world. Now he was almost sure of it. "Roomier," he says, "what kind of normal person talks like that?" In Night City, living in a place like this already meant you were doing pretty well for yourself. But roomier? How much was this kid pulling in every month? Then again, Carl probably does rake in way more than I do. As a precinct chief, Johnson's base salary, ignoring all the usual bribes and side income, was about $300,000 a year. That broke down to $25,000 a month. But out of that, he had to cover rent, food, gear for himself and his team, payouts to families of fallen officers, and more. It never lasted long. Sometimes, just buying a $2,000 Ajax rifle meant weeks of hesitation. Compared to that, Carl's earnings. The more he thought about it, the more depressed he got. Carl, meanwhile, was completely unaware of Johnson's financial spiral. His mind was on Andy. Andy used to have his own place, but after taking on the Tiger Claws and landing on their hit list, it was no longer safe for him to go back. After Regina signed off that he was mentally stable, Andy had moved in temporarily with Johnson, into the very building they were standing in now. He was waiting upstairs. Carl and Johnson took the elevator to the 14th floor. As the doors opened, Carl immediately sensed something different about this building. From the outside, it was nearly identical to his own H10, but the interior. He spotted children running through the hallway and stopped in surprise. Kids running around a mega-building hallway. Back in his day, that wouldn't have been odd at all, but now. These towers were filled with tenants from every walk of life. You never knew who your neighbor was. Didn't the parents worry? This wasn't Haywood or Santo Domingo, where street culture and neighborhood bonds gave kids some protection. This was a constant flux, tenants coming and going, newcomers to Night City settling in. If anyone wanted to hurt those kids, all it'd take was 10 seconds and a loaded weapon. The halls were straight. Nowhere to run, no cover. Johnson, noticing Carl's gaze, finally snapped out of his financial funk and pointed toward a nearby corner. "Look over there, Carl." "Hi." Carl followed his line of sight and spotted a familiar face. A young officer leaning casually against a wall with a perfect view of both the kids and everyone coming up or down the stairwell. Carl blinked. He recognized him. One of Johnson's men. He'd seen him before on a few NCPD ops. "Oh, I get it. All the families on this floor cops." "Not just this floor, but yeah, most of them. Off-duty officers take turns keeping watch. Beats handing the kids off to parenting bots." Johnson gave a slight shrug. "Guess I'm still old school. Not everything should be left to machines." Can't argue with that. Now it all made sense. This floor was basically its own little community, like a microcosm of the old neighborhoods in Haywood or Santo Domingo. Except here, the protection didn't come from gangs. It came from a different kind of gang. NCPD's gang, huh? "No wonder Andy's been able to lie low here without anyone noticing," Carl said. "He grew up here," Johnson said quietly, eyes on the kids. "Moved out later, but he's still one of ours. Can't just leave him hanging." And even if the Tiger Claws figured it out, they wouldn't dare hit an NCPD family block. Not in the open. To keep gangs in check, you needed muscle, corporate power, or another gang. And in this case, the NCPD crew Johnson ran had plenty of weight to throw around. The officer Carl had noticed earlier made eye contact with him, gave a silent nod. Carl nodded back. Nothing needed to be said. Message received. "Come on, fourth door on the left." Johnson scanned the lock with his cybernetic eye. The door hissed open, and he stepped into the suite with Carl behind him. A few of the kids nearby had seen them enter. They ran up to the casually dressed officer in the hallway, the same one Carl had nodded to, still wearing his bulletproof vest beneath his clothes. Brother Booth, who was that guy with Uncle Johnson, the one going in to see Andy. "Him." Booth looked down at them, then at the weight of his vest and the pistol on his hip. He smiled. "He's one of Night City's big shots, one of ours." "A big shot," one of the kids echoed, clearly confused. "But I've never seen him in any Braindance posters or on TV." "That's because he's the kind of big shot who doesn't need to be," Booth said, still smiling. Chapter 247, I'm Not Willing. Johnson's place wasn't much different from Carl's apartment. If there was a notable difference, it was that instead of a sofa, there was a bed in the main room, and Andy was sitting beside it, silently watching as Carl and Johnson entered. "Andy." Under Andy's calm gaze, Johnson walked over and gestured to Carl. "This is Carl." "I know," Andy replied, nodding slightly. "I saw him back then." "Back then." Johnson's face froze for a moment. So the memories were still there. Seeing Johnson's reaction, Andy offered a faint smile. "I just couldn't accept the truth. I didn't want to believe it, but those memories, I remember them clearly." He stood and extended a hand to Carl. "Thanks for what you did last time." Carl looked at Andy's clearly mechanical hands and, somewhat apologetically, shook his right hand. "I should be the one apologizing. Sorry, I had to break your arms. Situation was urgent." "You saved my life, I know the difference." Andy released his grip, walked over to the small cabinet by the bed, and pulled out a bottle of liquor. He held it up. "Drink, one of Johnson's stash." "Sure." No reason to refuse. Johnson watched the two casually helping themselves to his liquor, and sitting down at the small table with a complicated expression. "You two drinking my booze right in front of me." Despite his words, he walked over, grabbed 3 small glasses from the counter, and placed them in front of them. "Pour me some too. I never got around to drinking it." The liquor poured into the glasses wasn't clear. It was full of impurities. After Carl's was filled, he took a small sip. The taste was harsh, spicy, bitter, and cheap. Terrible. Carl didn't know why Johnson treasured it, but he still downed the small glass in a few swallows. Johnson and Andy also drank slowly in silence, no one speaking, as if drinking was the only thing that mattered. When they finished, Andy let out a slow exhale. Then he looked at Carl. I want to ask you for something. Ahem. Carl made a noise to show he was listening, then added, my prices aren't low. 198,405 eddies. Andy looked Carl in the eye. My old fixer cut me off after I crossed the tiger claws. Doesn't want to pull more intel for me, he's even thinking of selling me out. No other fixer wants to help, not for free. So I want to buy information on the tiger claws leadership from you. Just the intel. That's all I need. Andy's voice was calm. This is something I have to do myself. I'm a merc. Mercs speak through their guns. That's not a hard job. Carl could see Andy wasn't bluffing, so he didn't say much more. He thought about who he could reach out to and said, I can get you that intel. But you, right now. He looked at Andy directly. You won't make it past their security. The tiger claws might not be pure muscle at the top like the animals, but their elite guards, ninjas, enforcers, weren't weak. Andy was skilled. Even when cyberpsyched, Carl had rated him highly. In Carl's mind, Andy was top tier, on par with someone like Maine. But that wasn't enough. He didn't have a team. His cyber arms were wrecked in their last fight. Who knew if the new ones were up to par? Taking on Tiger Claw leadership solo was suicide. But Andy only said, I still have to do it. He wasn't unaware of the risk. He wasn't blind to his limitations. But for him, I have to. The people who killed his sister. If he didn't take them down himself, then what was the point? He'd come back to his senses for revenge. Until that was done, he wouldn't stop. Carl didn't try to stop him, he just asked, Are you okay with that? Andy blinked. What do you mean? Are you okay with dying just to kill one tiger claw boss, letting the rest laugh over your corpse while they keep doing what they did to your sister? Andy's eyes widened. That sentence pierced him like a knife, cutting into the anger that had hollowed out his heart. Was he okay with that? Killing one man, and letting others do the same to more girls like his sister? Of course not. Andy's breath grew ragged. His body trembled though he hadn't moved. He propped his hand against his forehead, as if his head would crash into the table if he didn't. Okay with it. He repeated the words softly. But inside, he had the answer. In his eyes, light returned. Clarity. I'm not okay with it. That was his answer to Carl. Chapter 248, Commissioner. Agata, do you have any information on the upper ranks of the Tiger Claws? Tiger Claws leadership. Agata, on the other end of the call, heard Carl's request and immediately responded. Did any of them piss you off? I believe a fixer doesn't need to ask the client why they want a job done, right? Carl didn't bother explaining, but Agata had already read between the lines. In that case, I should probably pity whoever pissed you off. But Carl, you should know, I've got ties with the Tiger Claws. This info won't come cheap. Relax, the people I want aren't from your circle. I know the rules. The ones I'm after are your rivals. I want the list of Tiger Claws execs managing Clouds. Every single one. Clouds, huh? As a seasoned fixer and Westbrook's local power player, Agata quickly connected Carl's request to intel she already had. She knew exactly what he was planning. This is about the girls trafficked into Clouds, isn't it? Carl said nothing. Agata didn't need him to. She sensed no risk, only opportunity. The list isn't hard to get, but if you want movement schedules, it'll cost extra. Really milking it, aren't you? Carl had to hand it to her. You know it benefits you, and you're still squeezing me. Small business survival, Carl. If you were the real client, I'd give you a discount for old time's sake. But her voice took on a deliberate calm. If I'm right, the real client is that merc who just recovered, who came to me wanting suicidal intel on the Tiger Claws. If so, then no discounts. Even if I'm paying for it. If it weren't you asking, he wouldn't even qualify to buy from me. A guy that reckless is a liability. If word got out I sold him that info, my shop wouldn't last. So me buying it is insurance. Selling to a lone merc who might die tomorrow isn't the same as selling to KK. Fine. No point hiding anything, she'd seen through it all. Top-tier fixers like Agata knew exactly how far to go. Carl glanced at the money Andy had given him. How much? 50,000 eddies. Not a single eddy less, but not a single eddy more. For details on Cloud's execs and their movements, it was a steal. Clearly, Agata still offered a partial discount, discreet but meaningful. The amount Andy had left with Carl was more than enough. When can I expect it? Soon. Carl, knowing her phrasing from previous work, translated that to 2 or 3 days. Payment sent, send the file to this number. Relax, I know how this works. With that, Agata ended the call. Carl looked at the remaining eddies, 148, 405. He kept 405 for himself and sent the other 148,000 to Johnson. Johnson. Carl, take him to a Ripperdoc, I'll send you the address. Victor in Watson, heard of him? Get Andy some new chrome. Johnson, wait, wasn't that Andy's whole payment for the info? Carl, I already got paid. Staring at his updated balance, Carl added, this is my investment in Andy. Once he's done with the tiger claws, I want him to join your unit. Johnson, my unit, why? Carl, I want to plant a few people in NCPD, people I can trust. Johnson, are you seriously saying that to a police lieutenant? I could arrest you. What do you mean, plant your people? You treating NCPD like your personal gang now. Carl, isn't it already? Johnson wanted to object, but couldn't. Johnson, so now you're not just a merc, you're planning to be a gang boss too. Carl, not even close. Carl paused, then messaged, I'm just putting some people in the city's biggest gang. Think of it as future tribute. If it helps, you can call it a personnel bribe. Johnson, Carl, what the hell are you trying to do? Carl, I was just thinking of something. Johnson, something. Carl, cops should still be good people. There was a long silence before Johnson replied. Johnson, there are no good people in Night City. Carl, then become commissioner. Be the good one, Johnson. Night City's laws differ from the new United States. One key difference, the NCPD commissioner isn't appointed by the mayor. They're promoted from within, an internal vote. This isn't just because NCPD acts independently of the city government, but also due to corporate power struggles. No megacorp wants the mayor controlling too much muscle. NCPD has 5 ranks: regular officers, street supervisors, lieutenants, precinct chiefs, then deputy commissioners and the commissioner. Johnson had only been a lieutenant for 3 months. But who said he couldn't climb higher? Carl certainly believed in him. As Johnson stared at the message, become commissioner, he wasn't even sure what he felt. But his heart had already answered. It beat faster, brighter, as if it had decided before he had. And so he replied, Johnson, then I'll take your bribe and give it a shot. He joined the force at 18, 16 years as a beat cop, 11 more lost in low-rank obscurity. And now, because of a single line from a young merc, he was ready to try again. Sounded like a joke. But Johnson would try. Even a joke is worth laughing at. Chapter 249, Side Job. Second day of the team's break. Carl opened his eyes in bed. No emergency calls. He rolled out of bed and headed to the bathroom to wash up, casually checking the messages that had arrived while he slept, none of them urgent. First batch, Oliver and the gang. Just photos, bragging. Next, messages from fixers. Nothing new, just reminders to contact them first if he was planning to cut his break short. Next batch. Friends and acquaintances, again, nothing noteworthy. By the time he finished brushing his teeth, Carl had gone through everything. Nothing left to do. He hadn't realized, while working, how utterly empty his schedule could be once he was idle. What now? Go out for a decent meal and binge some braindance. Except, the recent BDs were all trash. He'd already learned all the worthwhile tricks. Most new seasons were just uninspired cash grabs, riding the success of Season 1. The quality was nowhere near the originals, just empty, numbing stimulation. As much as he disliked JK, the guy's BDs really were top tier in Night City. Since his downfall, there hadn't been many good editors left. Thinking for a moment, Carl scanned his contacts and fired off a few messages. Mr. Kanakairo, what are you up to these days? Need anything done? Branka, how's the cyberware calibration coming? When can I expect my shipment? Any new jobs? Anyone in the company getting on your nerves? Kanakairo, nothing for now, I'll contact you if I do. Don't text unless necessary, the line isn't secure. Branka, still about 1 to 2 weeks left. As for new work, let's talk when I'm back in NC, just left for Seattle. You texting me out of the blue? Rare, miss me already. Carl glanced at Kanakairo's stiff reply, then replied to Branka. Nah, just bored. Didn't your squad just start a break? Already done resting on day 2. Was gonna spend the day watching BD and having a good meal, but nothing good's out, and food doesn't take long. So I figured, while the team's resting, I'll pick up a side job or two. Not going through a fixer. Branka, in her AV, glanced at her assistant to confirm her schedule before replying. They'd be thrilled if you came back early. Fixer jobs are squad work, can't risk being caught alone if things go south, but if it's something from you, I don't mind going solo. Trust me, huh? Branka froze. Was this really Carl? She ran a quick background check just to be sure, It was him. She messaged again. You trust me, aren't you worried I might sell you out? She remembered when Carl once asked her if he'd have to kill her someday for betraying him. And now, trust. Just to be sure, she scanned her biometrics. Nope, still awake. Aren't I just the corporate dog you said would sell anyone for profit? Maybe what I trust is your judgment. Branka stared at the reply. You won't sell me out until I'm worth the right price. I don't think your standards are as low as Faraday's. Faraday? She was the one who had introduced him back then, a fixer tied to Militech street ops. But Faraday had blown the chance over a quick buck and lost Carl's trust for good. Now he was a joke among fixers. Carl's point was clear. Even if Branka ever did sell him out, it'd be for a price she couldn't ignore. And for some reason, that blunt and direct trust made her fall silent. This kind of honest, unfiltered trust, this was Carl's way. Dazzling and sharp as ever. Well then, since I'm flattered, I do have a task. Originally, I was going to assign it to someone under me. It's not an official contract, so no pay, but you can keep a few things you find along the way. Keep stuff. Carl was now downstairs eating ketchup spaghetti at a food stall. After swallowing a bite of sauce-drenched noodles, he messaged back. What is it, transport or escort? Remember what my old position was. Carl did. You were in logistics, right? Right, I've been promoted, but my old unit's still mine. Lately, we've been quietly working with nomads out in the Badlands, intercepting Arasaka shipments. If you're interested, I'll arrange for you to meet my subordinate for a run. You're stealing from Arasaka regularly. Isn't that risky? What's worth poking them like that? Just some equipment, it's not even clear how they're transporting it. The Badlands route is just one line my people handle. Most eyes are on the offshore routes. So, interested. Carl considered. Sure, I'm bored anyway. You really don't sit still, huh? I've sent her number. She's one of my top staff, might rise up soon. While you're at it, assess her loyalty for me. I'll reward you for that later. Branka sent over a number, along with a name and profile. Meredith Stout, Director of Military Tech Logistics. Unlike Arasaka's directors, which were often glorified senior staff, Militech's director rank was legit middle management, equivalent to a department head. Just one step below Branka herself. At Arasaka, this would be the kind of position where plotting a coup was possible. Chapter 250, Combat Suit. KK. Meredith Stout addressed Carl by his mercenary handle, keeping a calm, composed look on her face. You're late. 1 minute and 22 seconds. Sorry, the cab I was in ran into some trouble. Had to call another, took a little time. Standing in the Badlands wilderness, Carl looked at Meredith and the dozen Militech operatives behind her and apologized earnestly. Being late to a mission, as a merc, was a serious issue. Naturally, he had to acknowledge it. Trouble on the road. Meredith looked at Carl, surprisingly polite, not at all like the infamous merc KK, just as an internal Militech alert popped up on her feed. Gang firefight near city center. 14 confirmed members of Maelstrom and Tiger Claws involved. Collateral includes over 30 civilians and 4 vehicles. All gang members killed after attacking an armored cab carrying mercenary, KK. No survivors. As the message came in, the Militech agents behind her received it too. They glanced at the alert, then back at Carl, smiling, apologizing, and completely calm. The easygoing air they'd begun to relax into disappeared instantly. The name, KK, reminded them exactly who they were standing near. Meredith nearly lost composure, but forced herself to stay professional. She nodded lightly, as if accepting the explanation. If it was just an accident, then it's fine. She turned and gestured behind her. Seen these before. Carl followed her gesture. Parked nearby were 4 cargo trucks. After briefly examining them, he recognized the model. He wasn't as skilled as Jack when it came to vehicles, but he'd picked up enough. As long as it wasn't heavily modded, he could usually figure it out. Villafort's newest cargo truck, Columbus V340F, right? Correct, Villafort's most popular and cost-effective model. Meredith continued, and it's what we'll be riding in today. You're using these to intercept shipments in the Badlands. Carl was confused. These trucks could handle the Badlands terrain, sure, but for ambushing transports. They're just for approach. Meredith clarified, the actual strike is handled by our nomad allies. We'll use these to get close, jam Arasaka's comms, and then they'll hit the target with other vehicles. Carl nodded. So we pose as cargo haulers, get close, disrupt their comms to block backup signals, and let the nomads strike. And cover for any unexpected variables. As she spoke, her agents opened the cargo holds of the trucks, and a group began climbing inside. You riding shotgun or hopping in the back? These trucks had been modified into troop carriers, with enough space for gear and passengers. Carl looked at the two-seat cab. He wasn't about to squeeze into the back like cargo. "I'll take the passenger seat. Then you're in my vehicle." Meredith had originally planned to ride shotgun herself and let a subordinate drive. But since Carl would be in front, she'd drive. No way she'd let one of her agents risk crashing the truck from nerves. "Bring it over." At her signal, Militech agents retrieved 2 large crates from the lead truck and placed them next to Carl and Meredith. "Let's blend in, we stand out too much like this." "Combat suits." Carl looked at the contents of the crates. From the heavy armor plating and insignia, he immediately recognized them. "These are Arasaka suits, Night City Elite Guard models, right? Can't believe you got your hands on these." While Arasaka's designs are still waiting for upper management approval, our Special Ops division already has the full schematics printed and tested. "You guys and your corporate spy games." Carl had to admire the constant back and forth between Militech and Arasaka. No one screws you harder than your rival. It reminded him of a joke. How do you resist Arasaka's corporate tyranny? Call Militech. And if it's Militech you're resisting, call Arasaka. Without a word, Carl inspected the suit to ensure there weren't any traps. No grenades, no wired sabotage. Then donned the full set, helmet and all. These Arasaka suits included ballistic plate slots and protective fiber layers. Combined with the bulletproof vest he was already wearing, the overall security felt dense and reassuring. Sure, Carl knew the armor wouldn't stop something like a charged shot from a Yasha sniper rifle. But still, the layered protection gave him a psychological sense of invulnerability. That illusion didn't last long. Very quickly, the weight of the armor made itself known. It wasn't intense, but he could feel the drag. For the average person, it would have been like wearing a wetsuit, impressive engineering for combat gear. But for Carl, even that tiny delay could be the difference between killing fast or too slow. Then he realized the truth. His body still wasn't fast enough. His own flesh was the bottleneck. Sitting in the passenger seat, fully geared up, Carl had already decided on his next cyberware upgrade. He needed legwork. Bones, joints, maybe his legs should be like his arms. Chapter 251, The Carjacking Begins. Target expected to enter the designated stretch in 5 minutes. Lying back slightly in the passenger seat, Carl listened to the mission feed through the headset embedded in his combat suit, waiting quietly. The Militech-disguised cargo truck was parked behind a hillside off a Badlands highway, less than 200 meters from the road, just close enough to allow a quick intercept once the Arasaka convoy appeared. Militech's crew were clearly veterans at this kind of operation. Carl, having never pulled a job like this before, kept silent on comms. He didn't say a single word. Still, he listened to every message, and his impression. Militech really did live up to the military part of their name. Even their idle pre-mission chatter was restrained and laser-focused on task execution. No unnecessary banter, just brief, clean updates. That stark contrast with the kind of comms he'd intercepted while working with T-Bug, gang chatter full of profanity, ego-tripping, and useless noise, made Carl genuinely appreciate Militech's professional tone. What Carl didn't realize was that while he was inwardly praising their military discipline, Meredith Stout, seated beside him at the wheel, was mentally fuming. These assholes are always mouthing off when we're back at base, so chatty because they're on loan from Special Ops and not officially under my command. But now that KK's here, everyone suddenly forgets how to speak? The hell. Meredith was seriously tempted to jump out, rip off their helmets, and check if they were even the same people. All because KK was riding in the truck, as if he were some kind of monster. Click. Carl noticed her death grip on the steering wheel tightening. Looked like she was about to snap it in half. He considered asking if everything was okay, but thought better of it. For all he knew, this was like Johnson's tricked-out car. Maybe the wheel had hidden ignition or combat controls. Best not to mess with the pros. The tense silence didn't last long. As the Arasaka convoy neared, the Militech vehicles powered on. One-way tinted windows slid up slowly. Sand kicked up in the wind as the cargo trucks rolled out onto the road. Not long after, silhouettes of Arasaka vehicles appeared in the distance. The Arasaka transport team was moving fast. With the Militech trucks deliberately cruising at reduced speed, the convoy quickly caught up. Carl watched as Arasaka's vehicles passed them without a hint of suspicion. Now he understood why. From the outside, Militech's trucks were just ordinary Columbus V340F haulers. Common, affordable, underwhelming. No armor, no visible weapons, certainly no threat. Compared to Arasaka's heavily modified freighters and escort vehicles, they were barely worth a glance. And considering how many of these trucks probably ran cargo through the Badlands every day, Arasaka couldn't afford to be paranoid about every single one. That delay shipments, piss off corporate, and get everyone's bonuses slashed. Reading their mindset perfectly, Meredith watched as 2 armored freighters and a single escort APC rolled by. Her expression turned cold. 30 meters, 20, 10. She mentally counted down the perfect strike distance. Detonate charges. With her command, the pre-planted remote and proximity mines exploded almost simultaneously. A thunderous blast tore upward beneath the lead truck, lifting it into a side roll as armor plating crumpled and suspension gave out. Even with Arasaka's reinforced chassis, the explosion was enough to tip the vehicle violently. The driver's terrified screams echoed as the truck slammed onto its side. The second truck, maintaining what should have been a safe following distance, slammed the brakes, but its weight and momentum carried it straight into the wreck of the first. A massive crash followed. Most Arasaka drivers used to be gangsters. They live for speed and mods. Their idea of a safe following distance is bullshit when things actually go south. As someone from Militech, the corp that hated Arasaka more than anyone, Meredith knew exactly how their enemies operated. She offered a quick explanation to Carl, then spoke into comms again. Hold off the nomads. We're activating the jammers first. Once we've got comms down, they can do what they want with the vehicles, just leave the cargo intact. Commander, they've already started shooting. Hearing that, Meredith turned sharply toward the convoy. Sure enough, more than 20 nomads, supposedly waiting in ambush, had already charged in, opening fire with their mishmash of scavenged weapons. Fucking drifters, this is what happens when you work with amateurs. Only a few ops in and they're already going rogue. Idiots. She cursed, but her hands moved fast, activating the comms jammer immediately. She'd originally intended to wait a few more seconds to ensure the mines were all triggered cleanly. But with the nomads acting on their own, she couldn't afford the delay. Transmit our IFF codes to those trigger-happy morons, make sure they don't shoot us by mistake. Target the APC, don't let it move, disable it, then kill every Arasaka bastard who steps out of that wreck. She braked hard, pulling the Columbus to a stop. Then she popped the door open and jumped out, clad in a full Arasaka elite combat uniform, wielding a Kang Tao Denshi SMG. Arasaka uniform, nomad allies, Kang Tao weapon. This op was layered in so many disguises it was laughable. Carl followed right behind her, hopping out with his own Denshi SMG in hand. Mission objective: eliminate all Arasaka personnel. Chapter 252, Apples. Carl stepped out of the truck with his Denshi submachine gun in hand, only to realize that his involvement wasn't necessary at all. The group of scavengers, judging by their markings likely from the Raffen Shiv, also called the Wasteland Maelstrom, might not have followed orders properly, but with their numbers and basic coordination with the Militech team, they had more than enough strength. The Arasaka convoy, barely staffed with 10 people total, didn't stand a chance. Facing nearly a 4-to-1 ratio and caught in an ambush, the Arasaka team didn't even have time to return fire properly. They were pinned down the moment the shooting started. Seeing this, Carl silently returned the chip he had pulled from his pocket back inside. It was a Smart Assist targeting chip designed to pair with his Denshi SMG, used for auto-aim functionality, a workaround for not having a Smart Link implant. To be honest, Carl's aim was good enough that he didn't really need the assist chip, but as the saying goes, if it can auto-aim, why bother doing the work yourself? This Denshi was his lazy gun. Yet even the lazy gun wasn't needed today. No wonder Branca sent me, Carl thought. This job really didn't require me to lift a finger. Whether I was here or not made no difference. Then he thought about Branca's proposed reward, picking 2 items to take home. Now it all made sense. So that's it. She figured I had nothing better to do and handed me an excuse to show up and walk away with some loot from a corporate op. If Maine, Dorio, or the others ever found out, he got paid in loot just for standing around. Thinking of his reputation among other mercs, Carl adjusted his helmet to fully cover his face. No one needed to know. Still, the suit was feeling more and more comfortable. He was genuinely curious what Arasaka was transporting today. It wasn't Militech's first convoy hijack, not by a long shot. Meredith's team had done this before. The recent spike was the only new thing. Surrounded by Militech personnel, unable to send distress signals, unable to identify their attackers, unable to leave any coded messages, the Arasaka escort team was wiped out in just 4 minutes. On the attacker's side, they only suffered 1 casualty, a Raffen Shiv who rushed in too fast and took a bullet to the chest, dead on the spot. No one else was even injured. With the vehicle secured, the Raff and Shiv crew swarmed the armored car, looting bodies without hesitation. They'd hit the jackpot. Eddies as payment, a fully intact Arasaka armored transport they could keep, and maybe even salvageable semis. If they'd tried this job solo, they would have lost 2 or 3 dozen men minimum. Despite their scavenger habits, none of them touched the cargo in the trucks before Militech's team arrived. The trust they'd built from previous jobs held strong. They'd already made plenty working with Militech, no need to burn the bridge for short-term gain. They're Raff and Shiv, right? Carl stood beside Meredith, watching her subordinates chat with the leader of the nomads. I saw the emblem on their gear. Some trash kicked out of their clans, turned into raiders lurking around Night City, Meredith said, tone dripping with disdain. Don't even bother remembering their name. Still, the slight upturn in her lips gave away her mood. The op had gone well, and she was clearly satisfied. Command says you get first pick 2 items. After that, we haul the rest. Pick your truck fast, though. Arasaka might send a response team. She gestured toward the 2 cargo trucks, one overturned, the other with a crushed front end. Carl getting first pick didn't bother her, not because of his rep, but because it was standard risk management. If anything had gone sideways, if one of those Arasaka guards turned out to be a high-grade operative or even a ninja, it would have been a massacre. Carl was the contingency plan, trading 2 pieces of cargo for that kind of insurance? A steal. All right. Carl didn't argue. He chose to inspect the second truck. When the cargo doors opened, inside were neatly stacked wooden crates, all sealed. At Meredith's signal, a Militech agent dressed in Arasaka uniform scanned them with a cyber optic. Once confirmed to be safe, he opened one up. Everyone froze for a moment. No one had expected what was inside. Apples, Meredith muttered, frowning at the fresh fruit. She gestured for the agent to open another crate. Still apples. Weird. Fresh fruit was rare and expensive in Night City, but Arasaka normally moved luxury goods like this by sea, not ground transport. Why use trucks? And why apples of all things? Christmas and New Year's had already passed, these wouldn't even fetch top market value anymore. Frowning, Meredith walked over to the overturned truck and had her team open its cargo bay as well. Due to the tilt, one of the crates had already rolled out. When opened, it showed the same thing. Apples. Still apples, why? While Meredith pondered why Arasaka would waste valuable armored transport on shipping fruit, Carl was already smiling, inspecting the crates. He was thrilled. Compared to weapons or cyberware, this was far more appealing. He'd already gotten a fresh batch of guns from Mr. Kanekairo. Stock standard gear wasn't useful to him anymore, but a couple crates of fresh apples, that was a luxury. While turning the crates over, trying to judge which ones had the best-looking apples, Carl noticed something strange on one of them. A marking. He glanced around at the other crates. The exact same symbol appeared in the same spot on all of them. It looked like a claw. A sharp, hooked claw, gripping the corner of the crate tightly. Chapter 253, Unknown Enemy. What exactly does this symbol represent? Carl studied the claw-like emblem. If it truly depicted a claw, then it looked as though some kind of creature had extended its hands to tightly grip the corners of the crate. If there was one claw, then logically. Carl shifted positions, and just as he expected, saw an identical claw mark on the opposite corner. 2 claws grasping the crate's corners, almost like it was being cradled. If that were the case, then the body of the creature should be on the other side. Moving again, Carl circled around the crate, drawing curious looks from nearby Militech operatives as he stood at the rear. But there, he saw nothing. Was he wrong? No. He stepped to another side, reached in between the apples and plastic foam packaging, and uncovered a pattern hidden inside the crate. It was a black symbol with white-edged flames, like a dark fire. At its center, a white skull, reptilian in shape, jaws open, and a short length of vertebrae trailing behind. That emblem. Carl found it oddly familiar. That design style, he'd seen it somewhere. Arasaka, no tiger claws. Those heavily customized biker freaks from the Tiger Claws loved decorating their bikes with stickers like this. So these transporters were definitely ex-Tiger Claws. Their habits clearly carried over into their current jobs. But wait, this was inside the crate. Would basic transport workers even be allowed to open them? Wasn't everything pre-sealed by Arasaka? Could someone from the packaging team really have slapped their gang-style decals inside each box? It seemed unlikely. Instead of solving anything, thinking only raised more questions. Bizizizati. Just as Carl stood up, deciding to shelve the matter and help move crates with the Militech team, a low vibration buzzed from within his combat suit. He didn't know exactly what the alert meant, but he could tell from the way every Militech operative around him suddenly tensed. Something was wrong. Unidentified vehicle rapidly approaching. Repeating, unidentified vehicle approaching at high speed. From the ridge where they'd hidden the recon vehicles, a scout's voice screamed over comms. But then, a sharp gunshot cut through the air, and the third warning never came. The channel fell into static. Recon post has gone silent. In this mission, silent only meant one thing. Vital signs terminated. Carl turned toward the horizon and saw dust trails rising in the distance, judging from how fast they were closing in. Normally, human eyesight could reach about 4.5 kilometers, but the hilly terrain of the Badlands cut that range dramatically. Given the pace, Carl estimated the sniper who had taken out the scout fired from around 700 to 800 meters away. From a moving vehicle, against a stationary target. Unless they were using targeting cyberware, that sniper had serious skill. Prepare for engagement. At Meredith's shout, Carl dove behind the overturned Arasaka truck. The same armor that had withstood mines made for perfect cover. When you don't know your enemy's firepower, hide behind the thickest thing available. Between Militech operatives and scavengers, they had about 30 people. But there was no way everyone could squeeze behind 2 trucks and an APC. Those closer to the Columbus transports huddled there instead. Gunfire rang out. Bullets tore through the Columbus trucks like paper. As the synthetic biofuel ignited, the vehicles exploded into fireballs. Those nearby were forced to flee or were caught in the flames. Biofuel made from synthetic wheat had replaced petroleum in this era, but it had a major flaw: it was even more flammable than alcohol. Once ignited, the fire spread fast, much faster than traditional fuels. Carl spotted a few Militech personnel rolling on the ground, trying to put themselves out with sand and relying on their flame-resistant suits. The scavengers weren't so lucky. With no combat suits and no fire-resistant dermal plating, they were reduced to blackened husks in seconds. Expected. Still, the Wraiths weren't completely unprepared. With nowhere to run and no hope of negotiating, they turned vicious. Several of them leaned out from behind the surviving Columbus trucks, using salvaged Arasaka weapons to fire blindly at the incoming vehicles. Too far, too inaccurate, too unfamiliar with the gear. Their bullets vanished into the wind. The sniper kept firing, steady and methodical. Out of the corner of his eye, Carl saw another scavenger's head burst like a melon. He started calculating distances. The enemy was moving in. They weren't trying to pick them off slowly, they were closing for a kill. No need to rush, let them come. So, how far now? That sniper rifle sounded kinetic, if that's the case. Carl picked up a chunk of metal debris from the truck. He wiped it off and angled it toward the gunfire's origin, trying to catch the muzzle flash. A faint glint. Still too distorted, too vague. He couldn't estimate the distance. With a sigh, he dropped the shard like it was never worth the effort. He had no clue how to read muzzle flashes from warped reflections. Most of the braindense training he'd done was focused on indoor CQB or urban skirmishes. No one had taught him how to range sniper fire based on distant glimmers in warped metal. Not today. Chapter 254 can be done. Have we identified who the hell these attackers are yet? What's Intel saying? Don't they have satellites? How the fuck can they not see anything? Meredith was shouting over comms to her subordinates back at Militech HQ in Night City. She had already ordered them to file a request with the Intelligence Division for satellite surveillance of the unknown hostiles, but not a single image had come through. No go, Director. Intel says it's still under review. Still under review? I'm about to fucking die out here, those bastards. She cursed viciously, though deep down she knew damn well what was going on. Those scumbags in intelligence had found an excuse to delay things on purpose. An operation to hit an Arasaka convoy. Sure, that was within scope. But now you're being attacked by some unknown third party, and you want support. Too bad, not part of the Fighting Arasaka mission brief. This was corporate politics, plain and brutal. Cursing the entire extended family of the Intelligence Division in her mind, Meredith instinctively glanced toward Carl, crouched behind one of the Arasaka trucks, helmet on, expression unreadable. The enemy was aggressive, organized, and clearly no amateurs. She didn't know why they'd targeted them, but it was obvious they were outmatched. Her only hope now was the man who'd become a legend in Night City's merc scene. KK, let's see if the rumors are true. Show me what you can do. As the enemy vehicles approached, their models came into view. 5 armored vehicles in total, and on each of them were mounted weapons that made every Militech operative's optics spike with alarm. 30mm autocannons. That level of firepower was standard for ACPAs, advanced combat-powered armor units. And that wasn't even the worst of it. The last vehicle was armed with something even more terrifying. The Militech scout watching it screamed into the comms just before a shot tore his skull apart. Vehicle-mounted guided rockets. Cracked. One bullet, one dead scout. The channel went dead silent. Autocannons and guided rockets. What the hell was this, Central America? With that kind of firepower, who needed snipers? Just one rocket would be enough to vaporize their entire squad. These weren't just street punks. This was top-grade military assault tech. While everyone else was frozen in disbelief, Carl came to a quiet, chilling realization. This shipment isn't normal. If they were really here to fight, they would have started blasting from a kilometer out. With autocannons and rockets like that, they could have wiped this entire crew without breaking a sweat. If they wanted a prisoner for interrogation, even then, suppression fire with autocannons should have already begun. But up to now, the only thing Carl had heard was that lone sniper rifle. They hadn't used the heavy guns. Why? Carl thought back. The sniper had only been targeting the people hiding behind the Columbus trucks, not the ones behind the Arasaka heavy transports. He remembered clearly. A few scavengers had leaned out from behind the Arasaka trucks to return fire, and none of them had been headshotted like the others. It was almost as if the sniper was deliberately avoiding damaging the Arasaka trucks. But those had already been scanned by Militech. Apples. Just crates and crates of apples. There's no way anyone would go through all this effort for fucking apples, right? Carl couldn't make sense of it, but it didn't matter. What mattered was this: the enemy couldn't use their heavy weapons. He'd originally been wondering how he'd get close enough to survive autocannon suppression and dodge incoming rockets. Now he didn't have to. They were coming in close, and that was Carl's preferred range. Looks like I don't need to break cover. Carl reattached his helmet's internal HUD link to the combat suit, activating environmental scanning through the built-in sensors. He watched, calculated, waited for the moment to strike. Boom! Another Columbus truck went up in flames. Suppressing fire started in earnest. Carl had his signal. From the sound alone, he estimated the range. 250 meters. That close, whatever they were worried about, it was too late now. You're not getting away anymore. Prepare to counterattack. Carl's calm voice cut through the dead air of the comms. No hesitation, no questions, he took command. All remaining combatants behind the Arasaka trucks used the vehicle hulls for cover and return fire at will. Those behind the Columbus vehicles deploy smoke grenades and fall back to the second upright Arasaka truck. That'll be your fallback zone. Don't worry about incoming fire, I'll cover you. The Militech operatives were stunned, but no one objected. Then a new voice cut in, the leader of the scavengers, who had just joined the channel. Who the hell are you? That voice, you're not the fixer we were working with. You think you're in charge here. I am now. Bang! A single bullet hit the dirt right beside the scavenger leader's foot. He flinched hard. He just used comm ID protocols to pinpoint who was speaking. That guy hadn't even looked at him. His gun had been pointed downward. So when did he fire? You've got 4 seconds to move, Carl said calmly. 4 seconds, if you're not moving by then. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the threat. Then I'll kill every single one of you interfering with my operation, before I deal with the enemy. His voice was flat, almost indifferent, but the chill in those words was absolute. Everyone who heard it felt a wave of fear crash through them. They all knew one thing for cert. He wasn't bluffing. And more importantly, he could do it. Chapter 255, A Cornered Dog Will Leap the Wall. Disobeying orders meant death. Carl's words were blunt, but stabilizing, enough to steady the entire situation at a critical moment. Faced with the possibility of dying or risking death to survive, the scavengers saw how the Militech operatives, who were suspiciously obeying this helmeted stranger without question, had already started turning their guns toward them. They chose the latter, to live. We'll follow your orders. That was the answer the scavengers gave. It wasn't that they hadn't considered turning on the Militech squad and defecting to the other side, but it was clear that the attackers had come to wipe them out completely. Betraying now would only get them killed faster. As long as there was even a sliver of hope of survival by following orders, any sane person would take that chance. Sure, there was a third option, rage-fueled rebellion, fighting both Militech and the attackers to the death. But if they had that kind of guts or skill, they wouldn't be running with the Raff and Shiv. Why panic? The Militech people behind the Columbus trucks weren't in any better shape. They were all in the same boat. If they died, they'd die together. Smoke grenades now. From the attacker's point of view, a thick white mist suddenly erupted behind the remaining Columbus trucks, followed immediately by gunfire. They're using the gunfire to mask their retreat from behind the trucks. The attackers quickly pieced it together and responded immediately. Switch to thermal imaging. Some smoke grenades could disrupt commercial-grade thermal optics, but clearly, the attackers weren't using anything commercial. Once they activated their high-grade head-mounted thermal visors, the targets moving within the smoke became clear, glowing silhouettes, like skinned rabbits exposed under a spotlight. There was no need for blind suppression fire. With thermals, their prey was practically begging to be picked off. 4 attackers locked onto their targets, as relayed by their squad hacker. Just as the 4 of them steadied their aim, a cold, unfamiliar voice crackled into their comms. "Found you." The tone carried the weight of a death sentence. Before they could react, the squad hacker's voice screamed through the channel in raw panic. "I've been breached, how IHH." With that shriek, the attackers suddenly felt heat surging through the operating systems wired into their brain stems. Cyberware overheating. Impossible, their ice defenses were. System failure. With 4 wet thuds, their bodies collapsed against the side of the armored truck they had been using as cover. Their brains had been cooked from the inside. Disconnect now, hackers dead, someone's infiltrating us through their uplink. The squad leader's roar came too late. Though the others yanked their access permissions, those already marked were beyond saving. My optics just shut down, I can't see anything. My arm's not responding, shit, it's malfunctioning. Who the hell are you, why are you right next to me? Bang! The squad leader calmly raised his pistol and shot the dazed, confused attacker next to him, who had lost control and was aiming a weapon at him. Cyberware overheated, optics shut down, limbs malfunctioning, memory centers scrambled. Who the hell was this netrunner that could manipulate hacks so precisely in real time? The attackers were Arasaka agents, but not loyal to the American branch or Hanako Arasaka. These men followed the true master of the corporation. Their mission had been to covertly reclaim a shipment secretly moved by another internal faction. But now, everything was going to hell. According to intel, that convoy wasn't supposed to have any elite guards. So how the hell do they have a netrunner of this caliber? The squad leader's gut twisted. And the people we're fighting, they're all in elite Arasaka uniforms. This isn't a standard cargo job. Don't tell me, those bastards anticipated our ambush and set a trap. Shameless cowards, using such dishonorable tactics. He wanted to use the vehicle-mounted autocannons or rocket launchers, but remembered the superior's orders and clenched his teeth. Even if we die, not a scratch must touch that cargo. Your families are counting on your success. To hell with it. Destroying the cargo was unforgivable. That left only one option. Restart the armored trucks. No more concern for casualties. We charge now, for our master. Close quarters would be bloody, but there was no time left. Once the enemies had used the trucks as cover, their biggest threat, overwhelming ranged weapons, had become useless. Ideally, the plan was to scare them into scattering with heavy fire, and then pick them off one by one. If that didn't work, Plan B was a slow and surgical kill, sniper support and hacking from a distance. Apply pressure like boiling a frog and wait until they cracked. Just don't damage the trucks. But now the hacker was dead, the sniper had no targeting, and the enemy was hacking them. There was only one choice left: go in and gut them. Unleash the blades. Stimulants injected, heart rate rising, body temperature climbing, consciousness igniting into frenzy. For honor, the armored vehicles roared back to life. What the hell did you do? Why are they abandoning their range advantage and charging us? Meredith's voice was incredulous over comms. She couldn't understand it. Why weren't they using their autocannons? Why not rockets? Why weren't they staying back and using their superior range? Why were they rushing in like fools? She didn't get it at all. Did Carl do something? All he did was order a smoke grenade deployment and a tactical repositioning. Had he really done anything at all? Chapter 256, A Step Behind in the Game. Whether or not Meredith understood the reason behind it, the enemy's advance did not slow in the slightest. As the roar of engines approached, Carl issued his final command before engaging. Take them out. The breach was complete, Carl's consciousness fully synced with his cybernetic systems. Exhale. As he released a slow breath, time dilated with the activation of his Sandevistan. To him, everything around slowed to a crawl. In that suspended moment, Carl stepped out from behind the truck, Denshi SMG in hand. But he wasn't the only one moving. Several attackers leapt from their armored vehicles, mantis blades deployed, charging toward him. Carl calmly raised the submachine gun. Smart targeting chip synced, targets locked. With a gentle squeeze of the trigger, the denshi spat a burst of rounds. In the slowed world, even the trails of the bullets shimmered clearly in the dust-filled air. Then, Carl let the denshi fall from his hand. The bullets, already locked onto their targets, no longer required his input. Now, he needed something else, a blade. He hurled a throwing knife. 3 attackers bore down on him, each with a cold, focused expression. Their mantis blades were already aimed at Carl's vitals. From the left, right, and center, their strikes targeted his kidneys and chest. It was a textbook pincer kill move. By all logic, Carl should have stepped back, but time was enough. Their ferocious expressions remained frozen as the Sandevistan reached its final threshold. Now it was Carl's time to act. You were a move behind. With perfect coordination, Carl intercepted the left and right blades, grabbed them mid-swing, and redirected the strikes into their wielders' own torsos. Neither had time to react before their blades pierced through their own chests. Without missing a beat, Carl surged forward. Time resumed its flow. The third blade lunged straight for Carl's chest. There was no time to dodge. But at that very moment, the EMP throwing knife reached the back of the third attacker and detonated. Radius 4 meters. The distance was exact. The electromagnetic pulse knocked out the attacker systems in an instant. With that much chrome, Sandevistan, and mantis blades, the overload was guaranteed to disable him completely. Rest easy. Carl sidestepped the now limp blade and reached out with an open hand. His palm clamped down on the attacker's helmet. Then squeezed. Crack splurt. 2 bodies collapsed behind him, pierced through by redirected blades. In his grip, bone shattered like glass. 3 down. Click-clack. The smart guided bullets curved around the front of an armored vehicle and slipped through the shattered side window, embedding themselves into the driver's skull. As Carl lowered the limp body, the now driverless vehicle veered off course. It screeched sideways and slammed into the side of the Arasaka heavy truck. 1 down. Out of 5 armored vehicles, 4 remained. Dust and debris swirled from the impact. Carl adjusted his helmet and stepped into the haze. Perfect cover, bullets, chaos, and billowing sand. It was all the concealment he needed. Moving like a ghost through the battlefield, Carl felt nothing but focus. Good thing he'd worn the combat suit. Otherwise, in this endless storm of fine desert silt, his clothes would have been stained beyond recognition. Elsewhere, the Militech operatives and nomads had begun counterattacking. Faced with enemies charging into their lines, instinct and training took over. While several were torn apart by mantis blades, their return fire tore through some of the enemy armor. Despite the casualties, the combined numbers of Militech and the nomads still slightly outmatched the attackers. In a close-quarters fight, that numerical edge was slowly turning the tide. But the enemy commander was watching his soldiers' life signals vanish one by one. Beneath his helmet, his teeth ground together. These weren't just any soldiers, they were his hand-picked elites. And now, they were getting chewed up by a ragtag group of transport guards and mercenaries. Where the hell is that netrunner? It was the hacker who ruined everything. If not for the breach, the ambush would have been clean. Now the plan was falling apart. The commander hadn't joined the fight yet. His cybernetic eyes swept the battlefield, scanning for any sign of that netrunner, the one who cracked their comms like it was nothing. Someone with that kind of capability had to be using a full rig. A tactical deck, IC breakers, the works. He wasn't jacked in through a standard port, this was full hardware. He must be close, but where? Then he spotted it. A non-hostile armored vehicle, parked beside the Arasaka truck. Untouched, probably avoided by their own snipers to protect the cargo. Of course, he's in there, lying down in the back with his equipment jacked in. The commander's Sandevistan activated. He dashed to the vehicle, lifted his right arm. A modified mantis blade deployed. Its surface lined with spinning serrated edges, more chainsaw than blade. With a grim expression, he swung the weapon down. The rotating edge sliced through the armored plate like butter, tearing a gash into the side. He lunged, aiming to impale the hacker. Empty. No one inside. Shit. His pupils constricted. Behind him, a soft footstep. One more down. The barrel of Endless Night pressed against the back of his helmet. Bang. Chapter 257, Diamond-shaped wooden block. This mantis blade is really something else. Carl looked down at the serrated mantis blade, still attached to the dead attacker's arm. He hadn't expected anyone to customize one into something resembling a chainsaw. The way the blade rotated near the wrist, it looked just like a saw. Somehow, it felt familiar. He remembered an old anime from his original era. One of those ultimate life-form characters had wielded a similar arm weapon. It had style. A chainsaw hand slicing cleanly through everything in its path. Yeah, that was cool. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire echoed in the background. Carl tilted his head slightly. The battlefield situation was already clear. Thanks to Carl's relentless takedowns, Militech operatives and the nomads now held the clear advantage in numbers. They had begun encircling and wiping out the few remaining attackers. These last few enemies still tried to resist, relying on subdermal armor and their remaining weapons. But without their commander and elite members, they were soon divided and overwhelmed by Meredith's well-coordinated team. Efficient tactics. Carl mentally scored Meredith's performance. Blanca had asked him to assess her loyalty and capabilities. He couldn't judge the first, but her skills were evident. For corps like Militech and Arasaka, battlefield command was a key skill. It wouldn't be surprising if Meredith ended up with a promotion soon. Getting to Blanca's level was just a matter of time. 8 out of 10. A solid corpo dog. She belongs in special ops more than logistics. Carl walked about 10 steps to retrieve his dropped Denshi submachine gun. Just as he turned back, the final attacker was gunned down. These guys had clearly overestimated their CQC prowess. Had Carl not been present, had Militech's operatives been average, the attackers might have shredded everyone with sheer aggression and subdermal tanking. But this was reality. They were better than Militech's typical troops, but not by a wide enough margin. 1-on-1? Maybe. 2-on-1 or worse? No chance. And this wasn't 2-on-1, it was 5-on-1, or more. As the dust settled, Meredith approached, brows furrowed. Her first words made Carl raise an eyebrow. These guys, they seem like Arasaka. Arasaka? Carl dusted off his suit, revealing the Arasaka logo underneath. Arasaka going after Arasaka? You think they realized we were the ones hitting the convoy, but none of the guards should have been able to send a signal. I don't know why, Meredith replied, her voice firm, but I'd never mistake Arasaka operatives. The way they moved, their tactics, it was textbook. That aura is embedded in their bones. If Militech says they're Arasaka, I believe it. No one knows you like your enemies. Coming from Militech, that claim carried weight. Before Carl could respond, a burst of static hissed in his earpiece. It wasn't just his, every comms channel buzzed with interference. Shit. Meredith's face changed. She turned toward the horizon. The sky above the distant hills was shifting. A storm's coming. A storm? Carl asked. Meredith quickly explained. There's a Category 3 superstorm predicted for today. Originally, it was supposed to hit after we finished moving the cargo. It would have covered our tracks. But thanks to the Arasaka ambush, we're behind schedule. So what now? We run, now. A level 3 superstorm can toss trucks into the sky. Even inside a vehicle, it'll shred us apart. She sprinted off, barking orders at her team. Category 3 storms could tear buildings out of the ground. Getting caught meant death, fast or slow, depending on your luck. Debris caught in the wind would turn you into meat paste. Upon hearing that, Carl also sprang into action. He had zero interest in becoming Night City's version of Dorothy, swirling off to meet lions, tin men, and scarecrows. Everyone was scrambling. Most people had abandoned the cargo entirely. Only a few insane nomads were still trying to load gear into their vehicles. The rest were firing up engines and chucking out anything heavy, including fallen comrades. This was life or death, true speed versus death. No one was worried about corporate loyalty anymore. Hell, the corp might prefer they didn't bring the bodies back, easier to mark them as MIA and skip the payouts. As chaos unfolded, Carl made his way over to the crates of fallen apples. He felt it was a shame to let good fruit get swallowed by the storm. If he couldn't carry a whole crate, he could at least grab a few. As he bent down to scoop up an apple, something rolled out from between the crushed crates. A small, diamond-shaped wooden block. It caught his eye. Hi. He picked it up on instinct, grabbing a few apples while he was at it. With both in hand, he sprinted back toward the Militech vehicles. Whatever the block was, it could wait. For now, it was time to go. 3 minutes later, the storm hit. And it devoured everything. Chapter 258, Contents of the Wooden Block. Thank you very much for your assistance. Making you come all this way for nothing isn't how Militech does things. We'll issue the appropriate compensation shortly. Back in Night City, having outrun the incoming storm, Meredith offered Carl a polite apology before his departure. Carl simply gave a small nod, removed his combat suit, and left the convoy. They had agreed that Carl could take a few items as part of the mission payment. Technically, he'd just taken a few apples, but clearly, this mission had escalated far beyond a standard convoy ambush. Too many unexpected variables. It was no longer a simple intercept and retrieve operation. Carl didn't ask for compensation, but the contractor still had to offer it. That was a matter of professional integrity. No one in their right mind would risk offending a merc of Carl's caliber over a minor material dispute. In the eyes of the coldly calculating corporate types, that would be an incredibly poor investment. Carl returned home with a jacket full of apples. As he unpacked, he checked his comms, offline earlier due to the storm, and caught up on the backlog of messages. Nothing urgent, just the usual casual chatter. The only message of note was from Mr. Johnson. Apparently, there had been a power struggle within the Tiger Claws earlier that morning. Andy had tracked down one of their high-ranking members and had already begun pursuing them. Hopefully, it would all end well. With that thought, Carl placed 7 apples into the fridge. After a moment's pause, he took one out, headed into the bathroom, and began rinsing it. The tap water in Watson wasn't much better than the contaminated mess in Santo Domingo, but it was enough to wash off dust. Still, to be safe. He walked over to his vending unit, bought a bottle of purified water, and gave the apple one final rinse in the sink. After all the trouble it took to get fresh fruit, he wasn't about to eat it with any lingering industrial pollutants on the skin. Carl remembered reading that apples had a natural waxy layer to protect against contaminants, so tap water wouldn't penetrate anyway, but better safe than sorry. One last step. Carl walked to his weapons cache, rummaged through a drawer, and pulled out a chip. A food analysis chip, same model used by Chiom's poison testers. He'd bought it on her recommendation. He inserted the chip into a flat surface scanner, placed the apple on top, and waited. Within seconds, the device lit up, its 4 corners glowing before a palm-sized screen popped out to display the results. Carl scanned through the data. No issues detected. So, the apples themselves weren't the problem. Then why had that rogue Arasaka team attacked? He pulled out the diamond-shaped wooden block he'd brought back. There was no way it had been placed in the crates by accident. Hidden among the apples, it had clearly been attached to the crate at one point. Maybe not every box had one, but this definitely wasn't standard cargo. The reasoning was simple. This kind of wooden block inside a crate of apples would bruise the fruit. Bruised apples rot faster, become breeding grounds for bacteria, and release excess ethylene gas, prematurely ripening the rest of the apples and triggering a chain reaction that spoils the whole crate. That's why you always remove the rotten ones first. Thanks to that little nugget of domestic knowledge, Carl concluded, this packaging flaw had to be deliberate. In the old world, sure, maybe this could have been chalked up to poor design communication. But in a world where fresh fruit was a rare luxury, no competent corporation would allow cargo packaging that damages its own goods. He turned the wooden block over in his hands. It felt dense, a bit heavy, but otherwise unremarkable. He set it on the table, took a bite of his sweet tart apple, and frowned. Let's assume that Arasaka squad came after this, the wooden block, unscanned because it wasn't metal. What purpose did it serve? Was there one hidden in every crate? Could they be assembled into something larger, like a wooden Gundam? A wooden Gundam? Sure, but even if there was one per crate, it wouldn't be nearly enough. And with some of those crates now scattered across the Badlands thanks to the storm, who knew where the rest were? That left only one possibility. He set down his half-eaten apple, reached out carefully, and held the wooden block between his fingers. Let's see what's inside. Cracked. The material wasn't particularly strong. In fact, it splintered almost immediately with a bit of pressure. Hollow. Inside the 5-centimeter thick block was a layer of aluminum foil. Aluminum foil. Once a handcrafted material used in traditional rituals in Sheoxing, it was now used mostly for sealing and thermal insulation. Carl remembered it had excellent heat resistance. Was that to protect the contents from the scorching Badlands temperatures? He carefully peeled back a corner of the foil and opened it up, revealing a small wooden sculpture inside. It was tiny, hard to make out, looked vaguely like a bird, no claws, just 2 sets of wings and a beak, made of wood. More wood, what is this? Russian nesting dolls. Carl took out the carving and, now used to the routine, casually crushed it. Inside the shattered sculpture was a piece of paper. A note. Rare to see those these days. Most people use data chips to store information. Printed documents were more of a nomad thing. Physical paper? Practically prehistoric. Carl unfolded the overly elaborate, ridiculously well-hidden little note, and finally saw what had been kept so secret. There was only one sentence. The location has been scouted. This document records part of the coordinates. Item located at E142 degrees 10 and 27 degrees 45. Chapter 259, Rooftop Meeting. E142 degrees 10 and 27 degrees 45. This location. Carl checked the coordinates. It pointed to the Ogasawara Islands, under Tokyo Prefecture. A subtropical island chain, once a go-to spot for beaches and diving. But now, it belonged entirely to Arasaka, private property. Judging from the note, someone inside Arasaka had discovered something out there. Something so sensitive it had to be moved in silence, the old-fashioned way, using discreet land transport and handed off only to select individuals. Maybe the secret got out. That would explain the mid-route ambush by Arasaka operatives themselves. Whatever it was important enough to warrant this ancient-ass way of communication, practically prehistoric. As for what it actually was, Carl had no idea. But he knew one thing for sure. The rhombus-shaped wooden block he picked up was part of it. That meant the other crates probably held similar blocks. But those were long gone, ripped away who knows where by the brutal storm that tore through the Badlands. Whatever intel those pieces carried had been blown away with the wind. But even if the data was lost, the trail wasn't. Carl could still dig up who commissioned that Arasaka shipment, who handled the logistics, who was supposed to receive it in the end. With enough effort, that kind of information could be traced. And Carl had two things going for him: relentless curiosity and contacts inside Arasaka. He wasn't about to bring Militech into this, even though they'd be all over it if they knew. As a merc, whatever he picked up during a gig was his, unless the contract said otherwise. Sure, he found it during a Militech job, but this wasn't part of the mission objective. If it had been, he'd turn it over without a second thought. But it wasn't. So it was his to deal with. Put simply, let's say someone hires you to carry a sack of flour across a river. You do the job, but along the way, you spot a gold nugget in the stream. Are you only there because of the job? Yeah, but does that gold belong to the client? Hell no. Beep beep. Carl's call went through almost immediately. A middle-aged voice, weary but sharp, answered. Hey Carl, what's got you calling at this hour? I came across something. Just to be clear, this was during a gig, so I'm not disclosing anything about the client. What I can say is that I found something that was being moved in secret, using seriously outdated methods. I thought you might want to look, Mr. Kanekairo. Something from a job. Kanekairo's cybernetic eyes lit up with a cascade of data as he sifted through intel tied to Carl. This morning, you took an armed cab from the city center, and then... He scanned further. Your signal popped back onto Night City's grid just over an hour ago. And right around then, a sandstorm hit outside the city. He was putting it together fast. Carl hadn't said much, but Kanekairo was already filling in the blanks. You picked up something out there, didn't you? Recognizing the weight of the situation, Kanekairo didn't name anything directly, no mention of the Badlands or the shipment. Just careful wording Carl would catch. Something like that, but this line probably isn't secure, so let's skip the details. You interested in a face-to-face, Mr. Kanekairo? Very. He already had pieces of the puzzle. A convoy had vanished during the sandstorm, one technically managed by Arasaka's Night City Transport Division, but there were no listed recipients in the system. If Carl hadn't called, Kanekairo wouldn't have even known what to look for. How could he not be intrigued? After the recent board purge, Kanekairo had earned Arasaka Michiko's approval and stepped into a long-awaited VP position. He thought things would be cleaner internally after all that. But clearly, too many rogue elements remained, and he, fresh in the seat, still had blind spots. Then let's meet soon. Hearing that, Carl tucked the note into the inner lining of his jacket and ended the call. He'd memorized the coordinates already, but there could still be hidden data on the paper. Ciphers, invisible ink, something embedded in the fibers. You didn't just burn evidence like that. He hadn't set a location in the call, didn't need to. If Kanekairo was serious, there was only one place he'd show up. Carl left his apartment, took the elevator to the top of his megatower. Most megatower rooftops, terraces included, were rented out to wannabe elites. People who couldn't swing a North Oak address but still thought they were above the street-level crowd. Usually gang lieutenants, execs too proud for Corpo Plaza or Charter Hill. They liked towering over the rest of the city, literally. But not in this building. Why? Simple. On a past gig, the rooftop tenant had been Carl's target. After dinner, Carl and Oliver went upstairs, finished the job, clean and quiet. Since then, no gang boss has had the guts to move in. That rooftop's been empty ever since. Chapter 260, even if it's Carl. Carl stepped out the door and took the elevator up, but something felt off. No one else was inside, and the lift was running smoothly. Still, the moment he stepped in, he felt it eyes on him, like something had locked onto his presence. Just his imagination. There were no cameras that he could see, but Carl trusted his instincts. This wasn't paranoia. He was being watched. That fast. He'd definitely need to bring this up with Kanekairo. Maybe the man could reinforce their communications with the same top-grade shielding Haruko used. They'd only spoken for less than a minute. Nothing was said outright, yet someone had still picked up on it. Or maybe, just maybe, the people watching him weren't new at all. Maybe they were operatives who'd been embedded around him for some time, just waiting to be activated. Carl didn't know the full story. But he knew this much. If they weren't even afraid of someone like Kanekairo, a vice president at Arasaka, they weren't just traitors. They were dangerous. And they needed to be hit hard. Tick. Just as the elevator stopped on the 44th floor, Carl heard the faintest sound, like the swing of a clock's pendulum. But in a city where antique clocks were practically extinct, that sound could mean only one thing. A time bomb. It was perfectly timed. As the doors slid open, Carl saw it. Just outside the elevator, the countdown had hit 0. This elevator's toast. And with this building's maintenance speed, it'll be days before anyone even touches it. The Megatower's elevator wasn't fully enclosed. From the outside, it looked more like a cage of steel bars. And now, Carl was trapped inside, forced to watch the device detonate. Pong! A violent blast surged inward, flames and debris swallowing Carl whole. Crack thump. The steel cables snapped. The twisted iron cage tore loose and plunged into the dark shaft below, free-falling from the 44th floor. The wreckage spiraled down, dragging everything inside toward a brutal end, nothing left but a slab of crushed scrap. No one could survive that. Not even Carl, one of Night City's finest mercs. All comms with the Badlands team are down. Carl probably got his hands on something. We can't let this leak. No one else can know. On the 44th floor, an Arasaka operative overseeing the op wore a grim expression. Proceed with secondary confirmation. Go downstairs, erase the body. HMPH, so that was the legendary merc KK? In the end, just a pigeon in a cage, flapping its wings, never taking flight. Beside him stood a 10-man surveillance team. Their squad leader, riding high on the mission's smooth execution, couldn't hide his sneer. If we knew he was this easy to kill, we should have moved sooner. Maybe a few more rats in Arasaka Tower would have been caught by Atom Smasher's sweep before they slipped away. Stay alert, the operative warned flatly. Unlike his arrogant counterpart, he didn't underestimate the target. This operative had been brought in from South America after the Arasaka Tower Purge. He hadn't faced Carl directly, only seen combat footage. He didn't fully grasp how dangerous Carl really was. Still, he held respect. Even if he didn't believe anyone could survive that fall and blast, he wasn't arrogant enough to look down on KK. That merc, if faced head-on, could have taken the entire squad out in under 10 minutes. Today's strike worked only because they had the element of surprise and all the prep. There was nothing honorable about it. The only thing that mattered now was confirming the kill. Kanekairo would soon realize Carl was missing. They had to move fast. Make sure not even dust remained. Secondary confirmation. Move out. Another damn hike, the squad leader grumbled. He shrugged and waved his team toward the elevator shaft. We'll go floor by floor through the shaft. You can take the stairs if you're feeling old school. The operative frowned but kept silent. They were equal in rank. Technically, the squad leader even outranked him in some ways. And in Arasaka, unless you pulled a direct Gekko Kyujo, even a slight edge in status meant your words carried more weight. Still, silence didn't mean respect. That squad leader had a glittering resume: 24 ops in South America, 14 high-priority rescues, 8 successful counterinfiltrations, and a full-blown enemy force eradicated. A rising star. He fancied himself on par with the Legends Arasaka hyped up. And now, having taken down KK so easily, his ego was swelling. If it kept up, he'd soon stop caring about anyone above him. That needed to be reported. As the operative made a mental note, tap. Someone gently touched his back. Reflexively, he turned. But halfway through the motion, he froze. This floor had been completely cleared. They'd locked it down a month ago. Every stairwell was sealed. Everyone else had gone to the front elevators. So who the hell? There was only one answer. Carl. No one should have survived that fall, not from that height, not in that wreckage. No one. Unless you were Atom Smasher. Or unless the reinforced cage the building used was made from the same cheap, weak-ass scrap most night city elevators were built from. It was you watching me, wasn't it? Carl smiled. As the Arasaka agent froze in horror and the tactical squad stared in disbelief, Carl stood there, grinning. Damn, escaping like that pushed him to his limit. His whole nervous system was screaming. And that pain. Someone was going to pay for it. Sorry for being inactive these past few days. I'm going through a breakup after a 9-year relationship, and honestly, it's been hard to find the strength for anything. Thank you for your patience and understanding. I'll be back soon, just need a little time to heal. Chapter 261, Flesh and Steel. KK. The Arasaka assault team members exchanged glances, and without hesitation, raised their mass-immune kinetic assault rifles, aiming directly at Carl behind the operative. A wall of bullets erupted in a split second, shredding the Arasaka agent's body in a storm of kinetic force. Flesh and armor burst apart under the barrage. But Carl had already stepped away, drawing the kinetic pistol from his waist. Gunfire from his nightshifter echoed through the corridor. But the team had come prepared. They knew Carl rarely carried anything heavier when heading out. They were ready. Their synaptic accelerators flared at the first sign of danger. 10 operatives moved with reflexive precision, dodging the incoming rounds. In one motion, they dropped their rifles and drew melee weapons, surrounding Carl from both sides. For a threat like Carl, the only strategy that made sense was to hit from multiple angles. Carl's eyes scanned both flanks. He instantly recognized the synchronization, 2 flanking groups advancing at matching speed, denying him the chance to isolate and eliminate one side before the other closed in. The lead on the right had bulging muscles and a flushed face, a clear sign of activated berserk cyberware. Pain wouldn't register. Adrenaline would override everything. Combined with subdermal armor, it made him a walking tank. No time to let them close in. Even if he couldn't wipe out one group before turning on the next, he needed a target, now. He picked the 5 to his left. And with a flick of his wrist, he sent a small blade flying to the right. A knife. The lead tank on the right barely registered the incoming blade. Under the berserk effect, his mind didn't flag it as a threat. The slight curiosity faded instantly. He stood nearly 2 meters tall, muscles dense and reinforced beneath the skin. A 10-centimeter knife? No big deal, unless it pierced perfectly through everything and hit something vital. And as expected, it didn't. The blade sank deep into his right chest, but synthetic muscle and armor stopped it cold. It sliced through half a synthetic lung and nothing more. Exactly as Carl intended. He'd held back on the throw. If he'd used full force, the blade would have punched through the tank and into the chests of whoever stood behind him. Range 5 meters. He didn't even glance back. Carl moved. A gleaming thread of light whipped out between his hands, a monowire. VMMM. The wire looped around the nearest attacker's throat. With a shift of his grip, Carl yanked, and the head came clean off. In the same breath, he caught the still-helmeted head in midair with his right hand. A blade thrust came from the front. He blocked it with his free left hand and hurled the severed helmet forward. Blood sprayed from the decapitated head, spattering the faces of the remaining attackers. They all had cyber eyes, sure, but like car windshields in the rain, liquid still forced a blink. In that automatic reflex, the knife behind Carl activated. A sharp EMP pulse detonated. The 5 enemies behind him, all heavily augmented, froze for a split second as their systems stuttered. And that blink, it perfectly synced with the other's momentary visual interruption. In that heartbeat Carl alone could see, Carl alone could move. For someone like him, that sliver of time was a damned eternity. Time bent to Carl's will. He let go of the blade in his left hand, calmly stepped back, and drew a grenade from his waist. Not a standard model. This was a custom job, modified by the weaponsmith to arm immediately on activation. Its name: Razor Burst. Upon deployment, it would emit a radial blast of cutting lasers. Expensive, overkill even, but against Arasaka. Totally justified. ZZZVMMM. Crimson beams scattered outward like a spray of light, rotating in a brutal dance of precision. The beams sliced cleanly through everything within a 4-meter radius. The 4 enemies on Carl's left were diced into charred chunks and sparking limbs before their remains even hit the ground. Carl was already turning. Ahead stood the remaining 5, still disrupted from the EMP. But then, one of them looked at him. Not all systems were back online, but the man's cyber eyes had recovered and were locked on Carl in silent terror. Carl raised an eyebrow. That fast? He'd heard about experimental tech, like hovercars with EMP-resistant systems. Kangtao had even demoed one, showing how it could bypass an EMP strike by cutting off non-essential functions and rebooting flight stabilization. But that was for machines. And now here it was. In a person. Hybrid muscle, biotech organs, a body fused from flesh and chrome. He didn't know. But Carl was curious. And when Carl got curious, he acted. In the eyes of the squad leader, frozen with fear, panic, and regret, the monowire flashed again. A head soared into the air. Carl caught the small knife he'd embedded in the tank's chest earlier. He ran his thumb along the blood-slick blade. Just as I thought. A new breed of biotech, flesh and steel, fused together. I always figured only the immortality-chasing corpos messed with tech like this. Chapter 262, Hovercars and Pickups. You're late, Mr. Kanekairo. Standing on the rooftop, Carl watched as the hovercar slowly descended. He wiped the dried blood from his face and offered a faint smile as he greeted Kanekairo. Carl. Kanekairo stepped out of the vehicle, frowning the moment he got a good look at Carl. You were attacked on the way up. More or less, I don't need to tell you who it was, you can guess, Mr. Kanekairo. Carl checked himself over for any remaining bloodstains. They blew up the elevator, whole buildings in chaos now. Before anyone came to investigate, I gave Mr. Johnson and the others a heads up, then climbed the rest of the way up the shaft. He'd intended to take the stairs, but every accessible stairwell had been sealed. Rather than waste time clearing the barricades, Carl just relied on his arms to scale the shaft directly. The weakness in his legs only confirmed it. He'd need cybernetic leg replacements sooner than later. Then it's safe to say these people have been embedded for a while. Kanekairo's expression darkened. I'll initiate an internal audit, track their deployment and who moved them. Now, Carl, the item. Just make sure the price is fair. Carl reached into his coat and pulled out a crumpled slip of paper, handing it over. This is all I got, just this one sheet, nothing else. Paper. Kanekairo unfolded the note, examining it briefly. Something about it made his face tighten. He looked up sharply. Did you see any other markings? Is that related? Carl didn't fully understand, but he described the rhombus-shaped wooden block, the bird carved into it, and the claw marks and patterns he'd seen. It's definitely related. Kanekairo's face grew more severe. Then he explained. Do you know what that bird carving and those symbols represent? The bird and the symbol. Carl thought for a moment, considering the three main factions within Arasaka. Then he remembered the blurry outline of that bird. Is it some kind of covert communication method for one of the factions? If it were just a bird motif, maybe not, Kanekairo said. But that specific symbol, it's commonly used by Tokyo street gangs. After someone formed a group called the Steel Dragons, over 70% of their members started tagging their bikes with it. It represents a dragon rising from the flames, rebellion through fire. Steel Dragons. Carl instantly knew whose signature this was. Seiji Arasaka, the black sheep of the Arasaka family, leader of the Hawk faction, currently the corporation's only surviving male heir. Which meant, the ones trying to steal this intel and stop Carl from meeting with Kanekairo must have been from his side. He'd heard rumors about the friction between father and son, but he hadn't realized the internal warfare ran this deep. Still, one question remained. What was written on that paper? What kind of intel would make Seiji's people risk open exposure? Kanekairo noticed the curiosity in Carl's expression, but even he didn't know what the note truly meant. I'll probably need to consult with Michiko when I get back, and have this paper scanned for hidden messages or coded overlays. He folded the paper carefully. In Night City, no one dared to attack an Arasaka hovercar, especially not one operating openly. He could return to Arasaka Tower safely, and whatever this was, once it reached the tower, it would have to be confronted through formal channels. All right, I'll be heading back, if anything comes up. Before he could finish, Carl raised his hand like a student eager to speak. Actually, there is something, Mr. Kanekairo. A request. Kanekairo paused mid-turn. Compensation, don't worry, you'll be paid properly. It's not something that small. Carl's eyes sparkled as he looked at the vehicle. Mr. Kanekairo, is that a Rayfield? Kanekairo followed Carl's gaze to the hovercar. He raised an eyebrow. Carl usually couldn't care less about cars. It's a Rayfield Durandal. Came out in 2070, 4-seater hovercar. Older model, really? They're rolling out a new one soon called the Excalibur. Why, interested? Under the late sun, the vehicle shimmered like glass crystal. Carl nodded slowly. If possible, I'd like to borrow it for a few days. You want to borrow my AV? Among close friends, lending a vehicle wasn't unheard of, but Kenakairo found the request surprising. Carl could easily afford a decent hovercar, had he suddenly developed a taste for luxury. If so, maybe that interest could be used to subtly shape his decisions. As he considered the implications, Carl explained, "I've got a friend heading in from outside the city. Judging by how often his ride breaks down, plus stops for repairs and refueling, it'll probably take 10 days, maybe more. Rayfield makes top-of-the-line vehicles. I figured I'd take yours and go pick him up. He's coming in from the Badlands." Picking up a friend. Kenakairo mentally ran through Carl's known network. One name stood out, plain and unremarkable. Vincent, codename V, just a drifting nomad, right? You really don't discriminate, huh? Carl didn't rise to the slight in Kenakairo's voice. He just smiled and asked again. "So, can I borrow it, Mr. Kenakairo? I'll lend it to you for 10 days. Just bring it back in one piece." "Much appreciated." Sure, any real friend wouldn't care if you showed up in a beat-up ride. But showing up in a luxury AV, that gave your friend a little extra face in front of the world. Chapter 263, Hovercar. Hell yeah. Standing inside the hovercar, gripping the edge of the open door, Oliver looked down at the Badlands and couldn't hold back his excitement. "Careful you don't fall out, Oliver." Jack was right beside him, also leaning out the open side, but unlike Oliver, he managed to keep his excitement in check. Or at least he didn't wear it on his face. With one hand on the upper frame, half his body outside, he peered down at the dusty landscape 60 meters below. "This whole everything looks like a toy from up here thing, it's wild. Right, even standing on a skyscraper in Night City doesn't feel like this." Oliver waved toward the hazy skyline of Night City shimmering in the distance. "Later, Night City." "All right, enough sightseeing. Once you're done, close the doors, we're about to hit acceleration." Carl stayed seated, unlike the others, not leaning out over the edge. His attention was on the hovercar's AI control panel. The Rayfield Durandal, lent by Mr. Kenakairo, was equipped with turbofan vectoring engines. Designed as a luxury ride, it didn't match the velocity of military AVs or combat shuttles, but it was no slouch either. At full throttle, it could reach 400 miles per hour, around 643 km/h, comparable to small jets from back in 2020. At this speed, how long until we reach V? Jack eventually sat across from Carl and asked what they were all thinking. How far was his last known ping again? "Just check the nav panel, it's all laid out there." Carl took a sip from the chilled bottle he'd pulled from the built-in minibar. Real orange juice. Real orange juice. Of course it was, Kenakairo's ride didn't mess around. As Jack leaned in to check the navigation display, Carl turned toward Oliver, who was still taking in the view. "Hey, Oliver, this AV supports manual neural control. Wanna take it for a spin?" "Me, fly this thing, you're not scared I'll smash it into the dirt?" He said it half joking, but the spark in his eyes gave him away. He dropped into his seat and eyed Carl across from him. "So how do you drive this thing?" "Jack." Carl called over. Jack was still twisting around in his seat, studying the UI. "Tap the manual override on the screen. Let Oliver have a go." "He need to plug in." "Eventually, just hit the interface toggle for now." "On it." Jack pressed the button. With a low mechanical hiss, a control pillar extended from between the seats, sleek, oval-shaped, and fitted with glowing neural ports. "Wanna give it a go?" Carl looked at Oliver, who pulled a thin data cord from his wrist and jacked it into the pillar. Control transferred. The car's onboard AI confirmed the handoff. Oliver's eyes lit up, literally, glowing faint blue as data scrolled across his vision. "How does it feel?" "Let's find out." With a thought, the open doors began to seal shut. Interior lighting shifted subtly. The windows shimmered as crystal globe projection tech activated, overlaying the outside view like a wraparound screen. "Feels surreal," Oliver said. "Like the car's become part of me. I think turn and it turns. Go and it goes." "Try taking off then." T-Bug's voice came over comms. She hadn't joined them in person, but her drone, Q-Ball, was perched inside the cabin. "If it handles well, let me link in later. I want to test remote control through Q-Ball." "Didn't peg you as a vehicle girl, T-Bug," Jack commented, watching the bot rise on its tiny legs. "I'm not, I just want to get a feel for AV architecture. Might come in handy if I ever need to hijack one. Never had the chance to try." Q-Ball gave Oliver a light tap on the leg with one of its claws. "Go ahead, try accelerating toward the waypoint." "Already on it." Oliver gently nudged the vehicle into a turn. "Just saying, there was a sandstorm not far from Night City earlier. Don't rush me unless you want us flying straight into it." Carl was about to reply when the hovercar jerked violently, and his orange juice nearly went flying. Hi. Before he could say anything, a sudden burst of G-force slammed him into his seat. Why? Jack's pupils went wide, but like Carl, he was instantly pinned in place by the force. The hovercar wasn't moving forward or back. It was rocketing straight upward. The altitude display blinked as numbers soared. 100 meters, 200, 400, 800. Oliver, you think this is a vertical liftoff simulator. Even choppers don't climb this fast. I already launched. That was all Carl got in response, Oliver's voice, now high with thrill-induced madness. Then the AV leveled off hard. Carl's whole body jolted from the inertia, nearly bouncing out of his seat. Engaging acceleration. And just like that, before they could brace, the hovercar shot forward like a missile. Carl was thrown sideways against the door. The landscape outside blurred, distorted by speed. Jack and Carl's faces twisted under the strain. Shit, they'd forgotten something. Oliver. Total speed freak. Back in the city, traffic laws and cramped roads kept him barely in check. But up here in the open sky. No rules, no limits. You goddamn Santo Domingo maniac. Carl could only thank his own paranoia for packing a parachute. Just in case. Chapter 264, 26, V's situation. No signal. On a desolate highway just outside Pitkin County, central Colorado, V wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced up at the blazing sun. February or not, the damn thing still burned like hell. It had been 4 days since he'd left his nomad clan. Not long ago, Carl and the others had messaged him. They were coming to pick him up and told him to send his location. V had just hit send when the comms died. He had no idea if the signal ever went through. Do I keep moving and hope we cross paths, or stay near the coordinates, assuming they even got them? He hadn't decided yet. But one thing was certain, he had to deal with the now. Turning to the side of the road, V stared at the hunk of metal he called transportation, a Thornton Galena Viper, broken down. Again. He exhaled sharply through his nose. No mechanics for miles, just a dead town nearby, abandoned years ago. I wonder what Carl's riding, maybe a Herrera. If it's a modded-out model, they'll need 5 or 6 more days to reach me. And until then. He checked his jacket pockets, just one synthetic energy bar. That was it, if he was going to survive 5 days out here on that. He needed to focus on survival. V was born in the Badlands. Sure, he got kicked out of his clan after a falling out with the chief and left with nothing but wilderness survival. That still came second nature. Food, water, vehicle parts, that was the plan. He pulled a weather-stained tarp from the trunk and tossed it over the Viper. Then he slung his Copperhead assault rifle over his shoulder and headed back toward the ghost town he'd passed earlier. There might still be salvage, maybe some ethanol, maybe something to patch the engine. About an hour later, sweat pouring down his temples, V reached the edge of town. The place had maybe a dozen single-story buildings, if they could still be called that. He started from the outer ring, sweeping through one wreck after another. On his fourth, he found what looked like an old general store, and inside, jackpot, a box of cereal. No telling how expired it was, but the smell was fine, and the flakes still looked intact. He stuffed the box into his jacket lining and turned to keep looking when. Engines. Low approaching. V paused, instinct took over. He quickly removed the cereal from his jacket and placed it back where he found it, no rustling. No noise. Then he crouched low, gripped his Copperhead, and moved to what used to be a storefront window, now just a jagged hole. He leaned into it, one shoulder turned, and peered toward the source of the sound. Not many nomad crews rolled through this area. But he recognized those rides. 3 vehicles, rolling in slow, and on their frames. Maelstrom. More specifically, a nasty offshoot known as the Wrath Pack. These guys were infamous even by Maelstrom standards. No unity, no code. The only reason they functioned as a unit was because their leader kept them fed, armed, and feared. And the only reason they'd survived this long in Colorado. They were damn good at killing. And in the Badlands, being lethal was enough. The convoy halted in the center of town. 9 guys disembarked. V watched as they exchanged quick words and fanned out. Shit. They were here to scavenge too. You don't wave at Maelstrom and walk away, not out here. And especially not when you're solo. They moved in 3-man squads. One team was heading straight for the building V had just swept. It wouldn't take them long. Any halfway decent scavenger would notice signs of recent disturbance, and in a place like this, with no new tire tracks, they'd know someone was still around. V couldn't let them sound the alarm. Yeah, these bastards could throw down. But he just had a real meat dinner at Carl's place a few weeks ago. He wasn't exactly undernourished. He slid out the back, keeping low, moving silent like a wraith through the blind spots. He made for the same building the trio was approaching. As he reached the structure, one of the three was already outside, kneeling by some rubble, looking for salvage. V crept in. Close, quiet. Then, swift and clean, he locked the copperhead around the guy's neck, using it like a steel arm. The ganger struggled. V didn't hesitate. Cracked. He eased the body down, careful not to let it clatter on the stone. Expressionless, calm. His first kill was at 16, also a maelstrom. Now, it didn't even register. One down. But the next two, trickier. They were inside the house, tight space, close proximity. Take one down, the other reacts, no way around it. Stealth's done. Hey, come look at this. Looks like someone's been digging around in here. V was already moving. He ghosted through the back door. Before either could speak, the copperhead roared. Chapter 265, Reunion. I don't see V anywhere. Oliver, watching through the hovercar's camera feed, scanned the ground below but saw no sign of V at the agreed-upon coordinates. Maybe we got here too early and he hasn't shown up yet, but that was the right location, wasn't it? Jack manually opened the hatch and leaned out, scanning the barren land. Still nothing. Could be interference. V once told me his GPS was jacked into some second-rate satellite system. His nomad clan hijacked from a mom-and-pop corp. Wouldn't surprise me if it glitched. T-Bug chimed in over comms. If that's the case, we might have to wait for V to recalibrate or ping us again. Depends if his clan cut off his access after exile. Worst case, he'll have to find a signal tower and call us. So we just wait. Oliver glanced over. Should we land somewhere? Carl shot him a sharp look. What, you want to burn more fuel doing donuts? Let's put down near the last coordinates. We're already running low on ethanol. And if you slam the throttle on the way back like you did getting here, we'll be lucky to crash somewhere relatively flat. I figured we'd hit a fuel depot on the way. Hovercars are rare, but ethanol's not. Worst case, we crack open some wrecked car on the roadside and drain its tank. Carl sighed. And why do you think those cars are wrecked? He was about to say more when Jack suddenly called out. Wait, vehicle ahead, roadside, covered with a tarp. That shape? Yeah, I think it's V's. V's ride. Oliver ran a scan with the hovercar's sensors. Sure enough, there it was, a tarp-covered vehicle just off the shoulder. And no one covers junk. That meant it was active and recently. Bringing us down. Now comfortable with the controls, Oliver brought the hovercar into a slow descent. At 4 meters up, Jack hopped out and jogged over. He peeled back the tarp, glanced once, then called back. No doubt, it's V's Viper. Same one that was parked next to ours during the mods. I'd recognize that heap anywhere. So V was here. Carl narrowed his eyes. The coordinates had been right, but only the car remained. Where the hell was V? Switching to AI control. Oliver handed off nav to the hovercar systems and jumped down. Unlike Jack, he didn't check the car, he scanned the terrain. Not long after, he spotted a trail of footprints stretching off into the distance. A quick scan with his cyber eyes cross-referenced the pattern with stored data. These are V's, no doubt. I gave him those shoes after our last job, remember when he blew his payout at that boutique. Carl stayed inside the hovercar. He looked toward the horizon, following Oliver's pointing finger, saw what looked like structures in the far distance. Maybe V went scavenging. He shared the guess with the others, then motioned for them to hop back in. Time to follow the tracks and check out that cluster of buildings. Just as everyone got back in. Gunfire. In the open plains, the shots carried far. And they were coming from V's direction, Jack said. They exchanged glances, no words needed. The hatch slammed shut, Jack and Carl buckled in, all eyes turned to Oliver. Light it up. Buckle up, speed's my thing. From hover to full thrust, in just 2 seconds. The world blurred past. In seconds, the town 5 clicks away came into view. Through the windshield, they could already see what was going down. V's in a firefight. Oliver barked, throwing the hatch open. Perfect timing. Jack grabbed his Saratoga, planting himself at the open door. 20 meters above ground, the Maelstrom gangers locked in combat with V looked up at the roar of engines overhead. And saw a massive figure, Jack, standing in the open hatch, SMG in hand. What the? A hovercar in the Badlands, over a ghost town. What the actual? Before the shock could wear off, Jack opened fire. From above, every Maelstrom behind cover looked like a static range target. 1 mag dump was all it took. Clean sweep. Now I get why aircraft changed war forever. Carl muttered, still standing beside the open hatch, gun untouched. He looked down over the smoking silence of the ruined town, and there, behind a storefront, stood V, staring up at them in disbelief. "Yo, V," Carl grinned and waved. "We're here to pick you up." V blinked, still stunned. "It's been a while, guys." He stared at Carl's wide grin, Jack waving from the door like a maniac, and tried to process what was happening. They said they'd come get him. And technically, they had. But who the hell expected a hovercar? In all his years, V had never ridden in one. Hell, he hadn't even hijacked one. And now, as he watched it descend, and saw his friends leap out, beaming and shouting, all that bitterness from his exile, it just faded. Chapter 266, Fame Across the City, or Freakin' Awesome. V, you're just like Oliver. Carl raised an eyebrow at V, who stood at the open hovercar door, yelling out loud in excitement. "You don't get it, this is what we call bold ambition." Oliver, thrilled that V was reacting just like he had, beamed with pride and leaned over. "Come on, V, want to take the controls for a spin? I'll hand them over to you." Carl groaned, pretty sure that's not how you use that idiom. His linguistic nitpicking went ignored as the crew basked in the excitement. V sat beside Carl and eyed the control pillar in the center of the cabin. "This is where I plug in, right?" "Yeah, let me disconnect, go ahead and give it a shot. Trust me, it feels amazing." "Hey, don't forget about the fuel," Carl warned, watching them swap control back and forth like kids with a new toy. Then he turned to V, "By the way, your car broke down. We saw it parked on the roadside." "Yeah, engine trouble again. It's a recurring issue. I built it myself, after all," V said, scratching the back of his head. The excitement he felt just moments ago dimmed a bit. "Now I'm not sure what to do with it." He thought Carl and the others would pick him up in a regular car. That way, he could have driven his own back to Night City, maybe even salvaged some use out of it. But now that they were riding a high-speed hovercar, no way he could ask them to wait around while he tinkered with his junker. "No big deal," Jack offered casually. "You built it from parts, right? Then you know how to take it apart. Sure, it's not worth much, but it's your build. Got some meaning. We'll strip the thing down, load the usable parts in here, ditch the trash. Once we're back in the city, you can rebuild with fresh gear." "I like it," Oliver nodded. "I'll even introduce you to a parts dealer I know. He owes me a favor, might give you a discount." "You're telling me we're going to dismantle my car and haul the scraps inside this thing?" V glanced around the lavish hovercar interior, then thought of his beat-up Galena. Was this hauling junk in a luxury ride? "Won't it mess up the inside or something?" he asked. He already knew Carl had borrowed the car, so he was worried about damaging it, or worse, making Carl pay for repairs. "Don't worry about it." Carl waved him off like it was nothing. When Kanekairo handed him the hovercar, he specifically said, as long as Carl didn't crash it into the roof of some Militech research lab and get caught leaking sensitive movement data, he could do whatever he wanted. The guy had an entire fleet of these parked on a private level. Damaging the interior wasn't the concern. What Carl really had on his mind was time. Kanekairo had told him, twice, that the car had to be returned in 10 days. Once could have been casual. Twice, that meant something. Kanekairo didn't seem like the type to fuss over property, which meant, something's going to happen in Night City within 10 days, and I need to be back in time. But what? Carl pondered quietly as the hovercar began its descent. Meanwhile, in Night City, the heat had died down, and Maine's crew was finally taking contracts again. That's when the call came in from an old contact. "Faraday." Hearing the calm, low voice of the fixer on the other end, Maine instinctively frowned, but kept his tone measured. "What do you want?" "I've got a job lined up, thought you might want it." A gig from Faraday. These days, the man's reputation in fixer circles was tainted. It had never been spotless to begin with, but after his fallout with Carl's crew, where he prioritized Eddie's over loyalty, things went south fast. That scandal alone was enough to get most mercs to ghost him. After all, if Carl's team wouldn't touch his jobs anymore, who had the guts to? That unspoken truth had kept Maine and Faraday from talking much lately. But now, just as Maine was getting back in the game, Faraday came knocking. "What kind of job?" Maine asked cautiously. He figured he'd hear it out, and reject it if it smelled bad. Faraday didn't seem to notice his wariness. "Remember that gig you got from Carl a while back?" "Chrome Titan." Maine knew exactly what he meant. That op had spiraled out of control once Arasaka stepped in. It wasn't exactly a secret anymore. And if Faraday was bringing it up now, that could only mean one thing. Militech had acquired deeper intel about Arasaka's Chrome Titan program. This wasn't going to be easy. Maine knew that corporate warfare was never simple. Even with solid intel and ideal timing, last time still ended in chaos. Arasaka's special ops rolled in, and if it weren't for Carl's crew, he'd be dead. Now they wanted to try again. And worse, Arasaka already knew this time. This was a suicide run. He was about to say no. But Faraday cut in with a line that hit deep. You want to be a legend in Night City, don't you, Maine? So tell me, how far behind Carl are you? How far behind Carl? Faraday's voice pressed on. Carl isn't even a legend yet, not officially. And you're content to just coast as some run-of-the-mill merc, pull this off, and your name will echo through the city. A legend. Every merc in Night City chased it like moths to neon. Maine swallowed hard, lips parting to reply. But Faraday hung up after one final message. Think it over, Maine. Ask yourself why you became a merc in the first place. Look at Carl, he started after you, and look where he is now. Famous, respected. The whole city knows his name. Fame or obscurity, you decide. I'll be waiting. The call ended. Maine stared at the blank screen. He knew it was bait, he knew it was a trap. But still, what merc could say they didn't want to be the next Morgan Blackhand? Chapter 267, Getting Ready to Move. What, you're giving me the car? After parking the hovercar on the rooftop of the apartment building, Carl called Kenakairo to ask where he should return the vehicle, only to be told, just come back. The car's yours now. He was momentarily stunned. So the 10-day return deadline was never about the car. It was just your way of reminding me to be back in time. Seeing Carl caught off guard, Kenakairo responded in his usual calm and flat tone. You should consider buying the penthouse. If anything happens, having rooftop access to a hovercar will let you respond quickly. Ground transport is still far too inefficient. Oh, right. Carl replied reflexively. Before he could say anything more, the call disconnected. Kenakairo clearly had other things on his plate. Now that Carl had reported back, he had already returned to his own business. Rich boss problems, huh? Carl muttered, then headed downstairs to find Jack, Oliver, and the others, who were still helping V look for housing. Guess I'd better let them know the hovercar's officially part of our squad's gear now. The group had been mid-discussion about which apartment to rent, but once Carl shared the news, all eyes widened. Their rental question was answered on the spot. Let's just rent both of the top floors, Oliver suggested. One for daily life, kitchen, entertainment, maybe a pool table, and one for sleeping quarters. There's more than enough space to divide into private rooms. Plus, if we take both floors, we get the rooftop for the hovercar. Carl and Jack both agreed. They were always together anyway. Compared to cramming into a single unit, having 2 entire floors would be more comfortable and more fitting for a crew of their level. It also added a decent layer of security. Won't renting 2 whole floors be crazy expensive? V raised the obvious concern. He'd already heard from Oliver that even a single unit in this place cost 1,000 eddies a month. 2 full luxury floors plus a private landing pad? Could he really afford that? Don't worry, Carl said. Once you run a few gigs with us, rent won't be an issue. We'll split it anyway. Jack, can you check the total price for both floors and the rooftop pad? I'll see if T-Bug wants to move in too. At this point, Carl didn't think much about money. He'd just been handed a hovercar worth well over 10 million eddies on the second-hand market. Rent wasn't even a blip on the radar. What mattered more was getting T-Bug's input. For a netrunner, physical security was just as important as virtual defenses. Plenty of runners had been taken out in real life before they could even log in. If T-Bug moved in with them, Carl could finally stop worrying about someone kicking in her door mid-hack. Meet her. T-Bug gave it some thought. She'd been saving up to one day buy herself a quiet island and retire in peace. But if she shared rent with the team, the cost would be completely manageable. The truth was, working with Carl's crew made money so fast it was almost surreal. At this rate, she could probably retire within a few years. Spending a bit now to make sure she lived long enough to enjoy it? Yeah, that made sense. Her only hesitation. She was the only woman, and living with a bunch of guys, even with private rooms, might get awkward. Awkward, but with these guys. Count me in. She'd known their personalities long enough to be comfortable. Sure, she didn't know V very well yet, but the others. Oliver ran his mouth all the time about big sisters and past glories, bragging about how many women he'd seduced, but 90% of it was obviously just bluster. Jack had Misty, no issue there. And Carl was, frankly, something else. Compared to Oliver, who occasionally turned to braindances to scratch an itch, Carl didn't even seem to have any urges. The guy once had a Christmas Eve date with a Militech executive, and he literally came home with takeout to share, nothing else. Not even a hint of intent. From a teammate's point of view, T-Bug appreciated that. From a woman's point of view, Carl was kind of a lost cause. Any street rat with half a brain would have milked that date for all it was worth. Corporate sugar mama, a golden opportunity. But Carl, all he cared about was the food. Either he genuinely had no interest in women, or he was just scarily good at drawing the line. Given the number of messages he got daily, maybe Carl, not Oliver, was the real player. As T-Bug's mind drifted, V, after a moment of hesitation, also nodded. He still didn't have a clear idea of how much he could earn with Carl's team, but he valued friendship. In Night City's wasteland, Carl and the crew were more than just friends. They were family. And family sticks together. Besides, there were plenty of rooms. Everyone had space, just like tents in a nomad camp. 2 floors, that was just a vertical clan camp. Once everyone was on board, the moving plan went into full swing. Carl and Oliver canceled their next month leases, and the crew asked the building manager about renting the top 2 floors. To their surprise, maybe because the penthouse had sat empty for a while, or because of Carl's reputation, the manager offered a great deal. 30,000 eddies a month. Split 5 ways. Only 6,000 eddies each. Totally manageable. Chapter 268, Cyberware Upgrades. That same afternoon, after Carl's crew decided on the new apartment, they headed to Victor's clinic. Old Vic, as always, was glued to the screen, watching one of his never-ending boxing matches. "Yo, Vic." The group greeted him as he turned around, drawn by the noise. Carl got straight to the point. "Did the cyberware shipment arrive?" "If you mean the Militech stuff, yeah, it got here yesterday." Victor swiveled around in his chair. "You guys have been treating my place like a damn warehouse lately, tossing all sorts of gear at me. I'm not some junk collector, and this isn't a luxury cyber boutique either, you know." Carl grinned. "That's 'cause your work's the real deal, Vic. We're not about to hand our bodies over to some greasy-fingered ripper in a back alley. You're the best in Night City. Why go for worse?" "I'll take that as a compliment." Victor sighed, shaking his head, then spotted V at the back of the group. His expression softened with a familiar smile. "Long time no see, V. You finally moving to the city. Gonna start taking jobs." "Yeah, it's been a while. I'm teaming up with Carl and the rest of them. Apparently there's some team perks, and Carl says my cyberware's too outdated, so here I am." V scratched the back of his head, a little embarrassed. Victor raised an eyebrow and shot Carl a glance. "Don't let Carl rush you into anything. Cyberware isn't something you install just 'cause it's shiny. If you can avoid it, you should." He sighed again, then relented. "But I get it. For mercs like you, going full chrome's practically a survival skill." "Fine. Lie down, let's take a look. You've never had work done here before, right? I've got plenty of leftover gear from your crew, low rejection rate. You can pick something and I'll run a compatibility scan." As V lay back in the surgical chair, Jack settled into a nearby seat. "Don't forget me, Vic. I'm getting that new Berserker mod today." "I haven't forgot. You two are my whole afternoon. No breaks for me." While Vic started prepping, Carl spoke up awkwardly. "Vic, actually I was thinking about getting something done too. Legs, I've been feeling a bit sluggish, want to boost my movement speed." "You too." Victor gave Carl a quick glance, then nodded. "Sure, guess I'll be working late." "I'll take care of dinner then. What do you want, Vic? I'll ask Misty too." Oliver, who wasn't getting any upgrades, leaned against the clinic's doorway, keeping an eye out and offering to handle food. "I'm not picky, something easy to eat one-handed." "All right, I'll check for pizza or hot dogs. Don't we still have that number for Old William's Hot Dog Shack?" Hearing that, Jack perked up. "From that scav job, right? I remember him claiming 80% real meat. 10 eddies to feed a family. Maybe worth a shot. Let's not trust the family part though, better get 6. "No hot dogs for me." Carl raised a hand. "Can't stomach the real meat in those. I'll take pizza. I can live with the bug topping. That cricket sausage one? Not bad, honestly." "Spicy Italian cricket pizza, my favorite too. Grab me one." Jack grinned. "Those crickets melted into the cheese are great. Just swallow it down. You always eat like you're trying not to choke." "I can gulp now, okay? That's progress. Not everyone has a jaw like yours." As Carl and Jack bantered, Victor finished running V's diagnostics. Then his expression shifted slightly. V caught it and asked, "Something wrong with my cyberware, Vic?" "The cyberware's fine. A bit rough, sure, cheap installation, worn parts, but nothing major." Vic shook his head. "What surprised me was your compatibility. You scored off the charts. Now, it's just a scan, not a perfect indicator of how the implants will actually perform, but still. I've only ever seen 2 people score this high in all of Night City." That made everyone turn and look. V blinked. 2, guess I'm a little special. Is that good or bad?" Well, depends. From a biological standpoint, maybe not ideal. It means your body treats implants like it was built for them. But for you, as a merc, it's a massive plus. You could go full Borg and not feel a thing. So that's good news. V still looked unsure. Victor sighed and clarified. For someone in your line of work, it's the best news possible. No way, that good. V knew what that meant. Having that kind of compatibility, he could mod out like Atom Smasher if he wanted. To be honest, as a Ripper Doc, I don't love seeing folks like you. People who can go full chrome tend to lose themselves. After a while, you start wondering how much of the human is still in there. Two of us. V followed Victor's gaze. And realized. The only other one with that kind of compatibility was Carl. Chapter 269, The Penthouse. The day after their cyberware upgrades, Carl was packing up for the move. Just as he bent down to lift a crate packed with weapons, V, who had crashed at his place the night before, hurried over and grabbed it first. Carl, let me handle the heavy lifting today. Didn't Vic tell you to avoid straining yourself for a couple days? I feel fine. Lifting a crate barely counts as exercise. That said, Carl didn't try to take it back. Truth was, his legs still felt slightly unfamiliar. The day before, he'd received a new implant at Vic's clinic, reinforced tendons. Reinforced tendons, biomechanical connective tissue designed to enhance leg musculature. Unlike some augmentations, this one didn't replace his bones or muscles, it layered on top of them as additional support. His legs didn't feel artificial. In fact, they felt stronger and more responsive than ever. Doors that once resisted his kicks now gave way with ease. He bounced slightly in place, noting how springy his steps had become. But that wasn't all. Vic had explained that the tendons included a micro-air turbine, based loosely on jet propulsion systems. As the user jumped, the turbine would compress air mid-ascent, storing it to be released later as a downward blast, creating a mid-air boost for a second jump. Carl hadn't quite mastered it yet. He'd only just had the implant installed, but he'd already contacted his braindance dealer to source any BDs simulating double jump mechanics. He'd learned through muscle memory. Finishing a small hop, Carl turned to V. Speaking of implants, how's yours? You got modded too, didn't you? Everything feeling all right? If not, we can have Jack and Oliver help carry the rest. I'm feeling great. V hoisted the weapons crate with one hand and grabbed a box of kitchenware with the other, stacking them easily. Honestly, I don't think I've ever felt this strong. You got a Karen Zikov, SmartLink, and Sandivistan all at once, and you're still standing. That's wild. Carl was honestly impressed. He wasn't even sure he could take that much at once. The real insanity was what I pulled out, V replied. Didn't realize how much sand had gotten into the old joints or how corroded everything was. I'm honestly impressed I ever got anything done with that junk installed. Carl cringed, remembering the blood-caked implants they'd removed, grimy, rusted, packed with dirt and grit. The fact V's body had tolerated it said a lot about his cyberware compatibility. Still, Carl offered a word of caution. That Sandivistan you picked, it's Militech's latest OS. If anything feels off, say something immediately. We'll rush you back to Vic. It's not meant for first-time users. Honestly, we should have convinced you to start with something simpler. V shrugged, completely unfazed. Maybe it was the nomad in him. New means better, right? If it's the best, then it's gotta fit best too. Nothing to worry about. Carl gave him a look. Did your clan teach you that? Or did you just skip the part where cutting edge usually means sacrificing something to enhance something else? This guy, he'd shove anything into his body without a second thought. Judging by V's face, Carl's warning had gone in one ear and out the other. Great, another one with the reckless mercenary mindset. This team really was starting to turn into a squad of maniacs. Still, they had the modded Herrera and the hovercar now. If V did break down, at least they could get him to Vic in time. Carl followed V out of the apartment, carrying a full bag of frozen food from the fridge. At the doorway, he paused and looked back at the unit that had been his home for the past 4 months. It looked just the same as the day he moved in. Quiet, empty. Waiting for the next tenant to come and go, just like the city itself. Night City never stopped. It never changed. No matter what hit it, it endured. It watched people arrive and leave. Witnessed legends rise and fall. But it stayed. Unmoved. Now, it was Carl's turn to move on. Upward. As he and V stood in the elevator, recently repaired after their trip to the Badlands, Carl glanced out the window, watching the cityscape drop beneath them. Then a strange phrase surfaced in his mind. Fools love climbing mountains. He couldn't remember where he'd heard it, but it stuck with him. Why do fools love climbing mountains? Maybe because The mountain is there. Immovable, untouchable, high above it all. And that's reason enough. The elevator stopped. They had reached the top floor. The penthouse had a private elevator and security access, though for now, since the system hadn't been activated, the public lift still worked. The doors slid open. Waiting for them were Jack, Oliver, and T-Bug, already hard at work setting up the place. They had arrived earlier, organizing and furnishing what would be their new base. At home. The word echoed in Carl's mind. As his teammates greeted him, Carl stepped forward, crossing the threshold onto the penthouse floor. Chapter 270, Cyberpsycho Carl. Hey Carl, heard you guys are back in business. Technically speaking, yeah, as of 7 a.m. this morning. That's what, 2 minutes ago. Carl lounged on a plush recliner in the new penthouse, lazily answering a call from old Captain. I sent you all the "we're back" announcement. You don't have to hear it, just check your messages. I did check them, that's why I'm calling right away. Then why say you heard it? You ever heard of projecting confidence through language? Makes me sound like I've got my ear to the ground. Basic Fixer, 101. Carl wasn't sure if he meant fixer work or car dealing, but whatever. He got to the point. So, you calling 'cause you've got a job for us? I wish it were that easy. Old Captain's answer caught Carl off guard. It's been 2 minutes, man. You think I've already lined up a high-paying contract for you? I don't run all of Santo Domingo. Plus, you've got a new member now, right? That guy, V or whatever. More people means I gotta think a little harder about job structure. Carl raised an eyebrow and looked toward the kitchen, where V was prepping something he called a Badlands-style breakfast. What, you worried V's gonna screw up the mission? If it's a skill thing, I'll vouch for him. Taking down 10 gangers solo is no sweat for him. Not many mercs on your contact list can say the same. No, nothing like that. I'd never doubt the skills of someone in your squad. Everyone knows Carl only rolls with top-tier talent. Sure, V's a nomad and not exactly famous in Night City, but give him a minute, he'll be a household name. My concern's not performance, it's payment. He went on, your crew's one of the strongest in the city. You deserve payouts that reflect that. One more person? That means more eddies on the table. If I lowball you, my reputation tanks. Next thing you know, people are calling me the next Faraday. I just got this fixer thing rolling, I'm not about to kill it already. Carl laughed. Talking to old Captain always had a certain flavor. Didn't you used to be a corpo grunt? Since when are you too good for Faraday? Hey, everyone's young and dumb once. Anyway, enough chit-chat. Main reason I called was to make sure I get first dibs. Don't want to be like NCPD patrols, circling forever and never getting in on the action. You're on the list, relax, let me know when you've got something. You got it. As soon as Carl hung up, more fixers pinged in, the Padre, Wakako, and others. While the rest of the squad enjoyed V's cooking, Carl played receptionist, juggling greetings and job offers. By the time he finally sat down to eat, breakfast was ready. Skewers. Looked surprisingly normal, for Night City food anyway. In the Badlands, V explained, sometimes we catch lizards at night. We grill 'em in the morning with spices. Makes for a good breakfast. Couldn't get lizard meat here, so I used some pork I found in your freezer. Night hunting, morning grilling, makes sense. Nomads usually move at night, away from the sun. Lizards too, a perfect match. Despite being from a frozen slab of poorly processed pork, the skewers were pretty damn tasty. Carl finished 4 big ones, plus some bread and a glass of orange juice from the hovercar stash. Then it was time to talk jobs. Other than old Captain, most of the fixers had sent at least one job his way. Nothing too flashy, but solid work, ideal for V's first gig as an official squad member. To be fair, Carl shared the list with the crew so they could vote. Discussing jobs over a breakfast table felt oddly nostalgic, very pre-Netwatch era. Carl mostly stayed out of it, the missions weren't a big deal. V, on the other hand, was dead serious, comparing pay, risk, and complexity. Eventually, he picked one from the Padre. Destroy an illegal braindance lab. Some folks had been getting too bold, time for a little warning. The job had good pay and detailed intel, even the address. All that was left was to show up and smash the place. All right, that's our job. No one objected. Carl messaged the Padre to confirm. The fixer sent back the location and a deposit. Carl didn't even glance at the deposit. He opened the attached briefing. The more he read, the more his face twisted into a complex frown. Jack and Oliver were having the same reaction, reading the file through the team chat and occasionally side-eyeing Carl. Why? Because the target of the mission was directly tied to him. The illegal BD lab was producing and distributing a series titled Cyberpsycho Carl Collection. They had taken past footage from black market BDs Carl had appeared in, surgically altered someone to look like him, and made him the villain, a brutal killer in a series of unauthorized, pirated BDs. They were selling it like a greatest hits package of Carl, going full cyberpsycho. Chapter 271, A Sudden Flash of Fire. VRRRMMM. Sitting inside the newly upgraded Herrera, Carl listened to the smooth rumble of the engine while scrolling through the mission briefing. Cyberpsycho series, Carl vs. Max Tack, Carl vs. Arasaka agents, Carl vs. Nomads, Carl vs. Scavs. Carl's expression twisted with frustration. I'll admit to all of those. Even if they brand it cyberpsycho, I can tolerate it because yeah, I actually did those things. But what the hell are these later titles? V glanced over and skimmed a few more lines from the BD list. Carl's one-night stand with a sexbot. A day of bliss at Clouds. Carl's wild night with a 76 animal gang musclehead. And those weren't even the worst. After just 2 lines, V's eyes were already begging for bleach. Come to think of it, it made sense why Carl didn't mind the cyberpsycho ones anymore. Compared to these, they were practically documentaries. V imagined someone with Carl's face, tangled up in some depraved scene, and had to look away. No survivors, Jack muttered from the passenger seat, trying to reassure Carl, who was, yet again, an unwilling BD icon. Whoever thought this was okay is about to learn the price. If they just used Carl's face and name, maybe he'd have let it slide, Oliver said from the driver's seat, weaving through morning traffic toward Haywood. But this is something else. T-Bug had already done recon while munching her weird breakfast. The illegal BD studio had 9 people, mostly former scavs. They ditched their old business after realizing bootleg braindances were more profitable. One of them even had plastic surgery to look like Carl, and now they were churning out black market BDs starring their fake Carl and making bank doing it. They're doing so well, T-Bug added through comms, that if pirated BDs counted on the charts, their best-selling one would have made this month's top 10 in Night City. She was clearly trying not to laugh. Carl, want to guess which one's their hottest seller? I don't want to know. In fact, I never wanted to know any of this, Carl groaned. This is harassment. Relax, it's not one of the freak show ones, T-Bug said, her tone softening a little. It's actually that black BD you guys did with the ex-New America lieutenant. Remember? JK filmed it before he died. You, Jack, and Oliver all appeared. Fans loved the squad-up vibe. It sold way better than typical BDs. And these guys, they pirated it better than anyone. Oh great, should I send them a thank you basket? Carl grumbled. That was the James Norris mission, right? Had everyone in it. Max Tack, NCPD, a cyberpsycho on the run. If that BD had an actual combat sequence, it would have topped every chart, T-Bug agreed. Anyway, once you shut them down, try to trace where they're getting source material. With JK gone, someone news stepped in, another editor, another director. I'm already tracing their network. They need to learn, you don't mess with full-access, modifiable BD archives. Following the net to their doorstep, sounds good. Otherwise, we'll be doing this again next month, Carl muttered. Oliver checked the nav, less than 2 kilometers to the target, when 2 cars in front of them suddenly crashed. No one was rammed. A truck smashed sideways into a sedan, with violent precision. The sedan was clearly armored. Only a shallow dent remained, but the force of the impact still spun it off course, sending it skidding toward a roadside barrier. Oliver slammed the brakes. The road was already narrow, and now completely blocked. What the hell was that? V asked. The others, calm as ice. Cargo snatch or a kidnapping. That kind of crash isn't meant to kill, Oliver said flatly. Through the windshield, they watched the situation unfold. The truck's cargo doors flew open. Several armored gunmen jumped out, joining the driver and passenger. Guns drawn, they surrounded the sedan. "Wanna bet?" Oliver asked, not missing a beat. "Loser buys drinks tonight." Jack smirked. "Terms. Cargo or hostage?" "Hostage." "Cool, I've got cargo. Let's see who wins." T-Bug chimed in. "I was going to say both, but you two already snagged the obvious ones." "Watch closely," Jack said. "Here comes the VIP." Right on cue, the gunmen dragged a suited man from the car, forced him to his knees, guns pointed at his head. "It looks like we both lost," Jack muttered. The squad loaded the man into the truck, then went back for something else from the sedan. "So, joint tab it is," Oliver shrugged. He was about to let them drive off when something caught his eye. A blinking red light inside the open truck bed. His brow furrowed. That light. It looked a little too much like a bomb's ignition indicator. "Something's wrong, heads up," Oliver snapped. The warning barely left his mouth when a blinding flash of fire erupted from the truck. By the time the sound hit Carl's ears, the fireball had already engulfed everything nearby. The attackers never stood a chance, vaporized instantly. The explosion tore through the truck, warped metal twisting and flying as the inferno surged forward, hurtling straight toward the Herrera. "Son of a bitch, were they carrying a bomb?" Oliver shouted. Sandevistan activated. Chapter 272, The Box. As soon as he activated his Sandevistan, Oliver was the first to jump out of the car. Watching the aftermath of the explosion roll toward the Herrera, he knew he couldn't let the recently modified ride get damaged. That car was too precious. The other three followed immediately, each with their own enhancements and tactics ready. With time slowed down by their systems, they exchanged a single look, no words needed. Jack, with his berserker system fully engaged, rushed to the front of the vehicle. Facing away from the explosion's heat, he tightened every muscle and lifted the car's nose with both arms. Carl moved to the back and lifted the rear. With V and Oliver helping from the sides, the four of them physically moved the entire vehicle, carrying it into a narrow side alley. Anyone watching would have thought they were carrying a throne instead of a luxury car, but even as the Herrera was repositioned safely, no one noticed. All eyes were still on the explosion and the roaring fire it left behind. Boom! The truck packed with bodies blew apart violently. With ethanol fuel spilling everywhere, the ground was instantly engulfed in a raging inferno. Even for Night City residents used to gunfire, an explosion still meant run. After all, 50 years ago, this part of Haywood had been leveled in a nuclear blast. Those who didn't run fast enough didn't make it. What the hell is even happening anymore? Jack, now out of the danger zone, let go of the car and scratched his curled hair. Can people in this city not pull off a simple hijacking without turning it into a dumpster fire? Probably not their fault, Carl replied, watching the fire from the back seat. I saw it happen. The guy in the suit had a bomb hidden under his clothes. He triggered it deliberately when they dragged him off the car, played along until it was too late. Great, now the road's blocked. Oliver sighed. I'll have to reverse the Herrera out of here. Streets in this area suck. Back at the city center, the sidewalks are wide enough to just cruise on over. We're pretty close to the center already, Jack muttered. As the others exchanged comments, V stepped toward the flames, eyes scanning the wreckage. Carl noticed. What is it, V? See something? There might be some intact weapons in there. Could salvage and refurbish them. V had seen his share of vehicle explosions in the Badlands. With a single glance, he could tell what had been destroyed and what hadn't. You sure it's worth the risk? That fire's still going strong. I'll be fine. The Sandevistan just made me feel faster. Faster? Before Carl could even ask, V's silhouette blurred, and he was gone, sprinting straight into the inferno. Holy shit, he's fast. Even with Carl's enhanced perception, V moved too quickly to track. That's the Apogee model, huh? A next-gen prototype from Militech, not even deployed internally yet. Of course it's absurdly powerful. Carl watched as the flames warped around V's form, and before they could collapse behind him, V burst back through, arms loaded with scorched but salvageable guns. He stopped in front of Carl, no panting, no sweating, not even a quickened breath. Activating that Sandevistan twice in a row, and nothing. Not even James Norris could manage that when they first tested it. Carl raised an eyebrow. Now I really understand what Vic meant about compatibility. V blinked, confused by the comment, but Carl was already turning away. Most ex-military couldn't activate that prototype more than 4 times in a day. Hell, sometimes even twice was dangerous. But V, he looked like he hadn't even broken a sweat. Oh right, I found something else too, V said, placing the salvaged weapons in the car's trunk. He dug into his pocket and pulled out a distorted metal object, palm-sized, and handed it to Carl. It was glowing inside the wreck, thought it might be worth grabbing. So, 7 guns and a bonus trinket. You're a goddamn monster, V. Oliver closed the trunk and leaned over. What is it anyway? Let me check. Carl took the still warm item and inspected it. Within seconds, his internal database pinged a match. Storage case, compact container made from patented reinforced alloy, resistant to fire, water, and explosions. Design registered by KNDACHI. KNDACHI, huh? Carl recalled the name. A Japanese corporation dating back to feudal times, now famous for crafting high-end melee weapons and encrypted data chips. So this box is one of theirs. No wonder it survived. Sitting back in the car, Carl explained what he knew to the others, then applied pressure to the casing. Already bent by the blast, the lock gave way. Inside sat a single, pristine data shard, completely untouched by the fire. Chapter 273, The New Officer. What could be inside this chip? Carl couldn't shake the question from his mind. Curiosity gnawed at him throughout the operation. By the time a hand landed on his shoulder, snapping him out of his thoughts, all 9 of the former scavengers pirating braindinces were already lying dead on the floor. What were you thinking about? I figured you'd be first in line to take out these BD's-coming bastards, but you looked zoned out the whole time. V gave Carl a side glance, then looked at one of the bodies, dim light casting shadows over a face disturbingly similar to Carl's. Is it about the chip? If you're that curious, why not just plug it in and see for yourself? That's too risky, V. Carl shook his head, pulling his thoughts back to the present. We'll wait till we're back and scan it properly. Safer that way. Really? V, who grew up in the Badlands plugging random chips into his neural slot without a second thought, didn't quite get Carl's caution. But he respected it, and silently filed away the lesson. Never slot a chip if you don't know what's on it. I already called Johnson, said Jack as he approached, glancing at the bodies. Told him about the pirated BDs too. He and his crew will clean things up and destroy the junk. So, this job's wrapped. It is. Carl checked his comms. The transfer from the Padre had come in while they were still inside the building. Guess he already knew those guys were toast. He sent a quick, job done message back to the Fixer, then turned to V. So, how was your first official gig as part of the crew? You took out 7 by yourself. Felt kinda like clearing a tiger claw camp, V said after thinking for a second. Actually, maybe even easier. Looks like these small jobs are nothing to you. Carl nodded slightly. V had never been a pushover. Anyone who could drive a junker solo across the Badlands wasn't average. But now that he'd swapped out his rusted, sand-filled implants for high-end mods like the Apogee Sandevistan, his combat potential rivaled Jack and Oliver's. From Carl's perspective, it was hard to say who'd win between them. Maybe I should load him into a training sim, see how many Johnsons he can take on. That thought made Carl glance over just as Mr. Johnson stepped out of a patrol car nearby. Funny how his mind worked. Carl longtime Johnson looked like he was in a good mood today. He even greeted Carl, which wasn't exactly common. It has been a while, Mr. Johnson. Carl's eyes shifted to someone behind him. A young officer walking toward them, cap low, stride steady. Carl's face broke into a grin. Andy, long time no see, looks like you dealt with those bastards. It was thanks to Mr. Johnson. Andy lifted his cap slightly. There was a smile on his face now, something Carl hadn't seen before. Using an internal investigation as a cover, Johnson let me infiltrate their shop under the pretense of taking a bribe. Gave me a clean shot. How many did you take out? 4, all tied to trafficking. Didn't spare a single one. As for the ringleader, he's sleeping with the fish now. You didn't get exposed. Wells. Andy glanced at Johnson. The older man stepped in. That fixer you bought the intel from Wakako helped us cover your tracks. She pulled a few strings. Wakako helped out? Carl raised an eyebrow. Last he remembered, she only sold the data because he asked. Now she was helping out afterward. Then it clicked. Back then, Andy was just a half-broken merc with no allies. Now, he had NCPD backup and a kill count that included a tiger claw higher-up. That kind of change didn't go unnoticed. A fixer wouldn't risk themselves helping a has-been, but someone on the rise, that was worth the gamble. Fixers really don't do charity, Carl muttered. He gave Andy a firm pat on the shoulder, then walked past him and Johnson, only stopping to toss out one last line. Do me a favor and play nice on the inside, Andy. I'm counting on you to help me take Chief Johnson down when the time comes. Oh, come on, haven't even made chief yet and you're already planning my downfall. Johnson gave Carl a tired look as he climbed into the car. That's when he noticed the new face in the squad. V, so that was the guy Carl had mentioned. Looks like they're evolving too, Johnson thought. He remembered when Carl first walked into his life, just a solo kid going head-to-head with cyberpsychos. Now he had a full crew. From nobody to legend in 4 months. What's next for this guy, King of Night City? Or... Johnson pulled his cap lower and walked toward the building. Come on, Andy, first time doing this, huh? Better get used to it. He added, almost offhandedly, might be your job sooner than you think. In Night City, being a precinct captain was the highest rank that still let you run ops in the field. And with Johnson's recent track record, it wouldn't be long before he had leverage to climb higher. See Sedilla. Chapter 274, Weapon Templates. How's the chip reading going, T-Bug? Carl stood next to the couch, holding the last glass of orange juice they'd grabbed from the AV. He leaned over slightly to glance at the screen in front of T-Bug, where strings of data streamed rapidly. Among the team, only Carl and T-Bug had any real grasp of hacking, and even then, Carl's expertise was laser-focused on combat intrusion. Cracking secure chips? Not really his thing, and definitely not something he wanted to waste time on. So naturally, the moment they got back, he handed the mystery chip over to T-Bug. Not that she minded much. Though to her surprise, this one put up a real fight. It took her nearly 10 minutes of aggressive decoding to finally get a foothold. As Carl approached and asked, she replied without looking up. Harder than I expected. Whatever's inside this thing, they really didn't want anyone to see it. The ice isn't just complex. It's designed to destroy the contents entirely if anyone tries to breach it. You get it? This isn't just protection, it's a digital self-destruct. I get it, Carl nodded. So how much longer? 5 minutes. 4. Right. Carl got the message she was basically done and just showing off a little. Bit flashy for someone who already knows she's the best netrunner in the biz. And if I didn't say anything, you lazy bastard, you'd never appreciate how much work this took. She shot him a half-hearted glare. Everyone in the team, except maybe the newcomer, V, already knew Carl's MO. If it wasn't critical, he wouldn't lift a finger. And when it came to work like this, straight to T-Bug. Well anyway, V, Jack, Oliver, get over here. T-Bug cracked it. Jack wandered over mid-bite with a slice of pizza. You mean the one you picked up just for fun, then immediately dumped on her? Not long after, Oliver and V joined, still munching on snacks, peering at the rapidly shifting data. T-Bug, can you project something a little less coded? Carl asked, seeing the confusion on their faces. She nodded and switched the output to visual mode. Diagrams and text now floated in midair in front of them. Looks like weapon schematics, Jack said, focusing on an image of a katana. Didn't the chip come from a Japanese corp? This some kind of product promo? I think it's way more serious than that, V said, narrowing his eyes. He recognized the formatting immediately. These look like actual fabrication templates for weapons. Templates? Damn, Oliver whistled. If this really is from KENDACHI, that's huge. They're all about melee tech and custom chips, right? We could be holding one of their internal blueprint archives. Imagine what this would sell for. Maybe, V said, but it's not a full archive. I looked through the contents, there are only 4 weapon templates in this chip. He brought up the names: neurotoxin knife, electric katana, serrated katana, and thermal katana. 3 out of 4 are katanas, classic Japan, Carl muttered, now clearly disinterested. So that's what was on the chip. Sure, KENDACHI is known for its precision work and top-tier blades. And sure, having blueprints was great, but without the specialized equipment to manufacture them, useless. These weren't blueprints you could just 3D print in your garage. Without the exact specs, materials, and gear, any attempt at making one would be a disaster. Especially the thermal or electric types, those could kill you before your enemies if mishandled. And Carl didn't need more weapons anyway. He already carried a monowire and combat knife, and had a backup blade tucked beneath Endless Night. More gear would just slow him down. While Carl quickly lost interest, the others, especially V, were hooked. He'd been on the fence between installing gorilla arms or mantis blades. But this, having access to actual, high-grade melee weapons he could build himself, it was tempting. He did the math, his savings might cover the materials for one of them. But then came the real issue: equipment. No way he could build this stuff on his own. Hey, T-Bug, Oliver chimed in. You know anyone with the hardware to manufacture this? Some factory contact, maybe. Do I look like a blacksmith? She replied dryly. But maybe Carl's contacts could help. He's got ties to that Japanese corp, right? If anyone knows their way around a katana, it's them. All eyes turned to Carl. Team vote, Carl said, holding up the chip. You've got 4 votes between you. And since V was the one who found the chip, if we sell it and split the profits or use it to get custom weapons made, I'm all in. The only thing left is... He pulled out his phone. Finding the right person to talk to. Carl called the one man he knew could make this happen, even if it meant bothering him again. Kanekairo. Guess that makes 5 votes. Chapter 275, a new assignment. You do realize I'm not your corporate liaison, right? Of course I do. And you're also aware that I'm busy. That too. You're aware. Seated at the agreed-upon restaurant table, Kanekairo gave Carl a sharp look as the latter casually twirled spaghetti bolognese around his fork and took another bite. All this over a few melee weapon blueprints. Is this really what you thought was worth contacting me for? I didn't exactly have many other contacts on your side for deals like this, Carl replied, chewing without a care. And you were the one who set that condition. Out of everyone in Arasaka Carl had ever crossed paths with, only 3 were close enough to call on, and 2 were explicitly off-limits. That left Kanekairo. Hearing that, the fire in Kenakairo's eyes dimmed slightly. So, Carl had held his end of the bargain after all. No calls to Haruko, no complications, just business. If this was the extent of his audacity, it could be tolerated. Better to be treated as a glorified fixer than to have that woman involved. After a short pause, Kenakairo pulled a thin business card from his coat pocket and slid it across the table. For trivial matters like this in the future, speak with my subordinate. His contact is on the card. A business card, in this day and age. Carl arched an eyebrow. Carrying a subordinate's card meant that person was more than just a grunt, someone Kenakairo clearly trusted. I'll remember that. Carl slipped the card into his coat and took another bite before asking, so I handle the rest of this through him. No more bothering me with minor tasks. Kenakairo was about to rise, then seemed to recall something. He produced a familiar object, a rhomboid-shaped wooden block. Carl squinted. That looked exactly like the one he'd brought back from the Badlands. But his had been shattered, along with the little bird sculpture inside. So this one. We traced the typhoon's path and calculated a likely drop zone. We launched a large-scale search. Kenakairo tapped the block lightly with his thumb. This was the 6th recovered. When other corps became aware, we had no choice but to perform a saturation strike. Anything unrecovered was destroyed. Bold move, Carl muttered, sipping his lemon water. So, what are you getting at? We're missing something. Kenakairo gripped the block tightly and crushed it with a single hand. Shards and splinters rained across the table. When he opened his palm, there was only sawdust. Carl frowned. No paper inside, huh? Precisely. Of the 7 blocks, including the one you brought back, this was the only one without a message. Maybe it was a decoy, to throw people off. It's possible, Kenakairo acknowledged, but this one was the last, retrieved in chaos just before the strike. And it cost the life of a loyal subordinate. Kenakairo's voice dipped, a rare edge of emotion threading through it. He was my chosen successor for internal operations, killed en route to Night City with this block in hand. Security vanished. When I arrived, all that remained was this, verified to contain nothing. His hand trembled, barely suppressed. Then he steadied himself and fixed his gaze on Carl. I was going to handle this personally, but you called me for this insignificant matter, and because of that, I lost valuable time. I understand, Carl said, already anticipating where this was going. You want me to handle it since I'm free, that's fine, as long as there's a payday. I'll authorize a proper contract for your team. Carl blinked. Not just me then, we're talking full squad op. Kenakairo nodded. Fine by him. The team had just finished their last contract and was between jobs anyway. Carl flipped the card over. Its reverse side was filled with mission details. His eyes narrowed. So it had been planned all along. Looking up, Carl saw Kenakairo already standing. Any specifics? Find the note, or the data it contained. That was it. Outside, Kenakairo's car was already waiting. So find the missing intel. Carl stared after him, hesitating. Then he looked down at his nearly empty plate, half rose to speak, and quietly sat back down. Watching Kenakairo's car vanish down the street, Carl stabbed into another bite of pasta. I was thinking this pasta was actually decent, was even gonna get another serving for Haruko. He sighed. Maybe it's better to just tell Chio next time she messages me. As he ate, he turned the card over again. One word jumped out at him, one Oliver constantly had on his lips. Cloudtop. Chapter 276, Cloudtop. Cloudtop. Literally, it means the peak, whether of a mountain or a building, symbolizing the highest point. But if you asked an average citizen of Night City what Cloudtop means, more than half would give you a look that's somewhere between longing and knowing. Because in Night City, the original meaning of the word remains, but what it represents is something else entirely, a club. The Cloudtop Club, or more precisely, the Cloudtop Dollhouse. That's right, the place that advertises itself as the most exclusive, most pleasurable, most unforgettable dollhouse in the city. Every doll inside is said to be a highly trained specialist capable of bringing you heaven itself. But for Carl, this place had a far less flattering association. Andy's sister had been abducted by the Tiger Claws and forced into Cloudtop. Though Andy's bloody vengeance had since driven out that original batch of managers, Carl seriously doubted the place had been fully cleaned up. Knowing the Tiger Claw's tendencies, probably not even close. Not that the dollhouse industry was ever clean to begin with. While Carl sat quietly in the back seat of the car, eyes half-lidded at the memory, Oliver was practically glowing with excitement. They were going to Cloudtop to investigate, and to Oliver, it sounded like something straight out of a braindance noir, infiltrating a seedy den under the guise of pleasure. And best of all, today's client operatives were just him and V. Why Oliver the sniper and the newest member V? Simple, they were the only ones suitable. Carl was immediately disqualified. His face might as well have been printed on wanted posters in every gang den in the city. The moment he set foot inside, the entire Tiger Claw squad would scatter like roaches. So much for an investigation. Jackie was out too muscular, too memorable. Anyone who saw Jackie knew Carl's crew wasn't far behind. Sending him would be no different from sending Carl himself. T-Bug was a hacker, and staying behind to run support from her Netrunner rig was far more valuable than throwing her into a high-risk infiltration. That left Oliver and V. Oliver's face wasn't widely known among the gangs. Outside of the 6th Street gang, no one paid attention to a regular-looking white guy from Santo Domingo. His Kiroshi variant optics let him auto-blur his face and block cameras, making him a natural infiltrator. As for V, he was still a ghost in the city's grapevine. Even among fixers, he was considered just a lucky street kid who'd scored a spot in Carl's crew. The only people who'd seen his combat capabilities, the ex-scavs, were all dead. Perfect. That said, V wasn't feeling too confident. He'd dated, he'd had sex, but a trip to Night City's premier dollhouse, that was a bit much. Do people in the city really go this hard? He wondered. Oliver picked up on V's discomfort. At a red light, he reached over and clapped a hand on V's shoulder. Relax, Choom, I've got experience, just stick close, follow my lead. I'll handle the tab and I promise you won't forget this visit. If you say so. V wasn't sure what expression to make. Meanwhile, T-Bug's voice chimed in over comms, dripping with sarcasm. Experience, huh? That's so, Oliver. Because when I dug through your braindance history, you had plenty of simulation time, but 0 actual visits to any dollhouses. Can it, T-Bug? Oliver shot back instantly, not even surprised she knew. I've been through so many simulated sessions I might as well be an expert. I've studied the whole process. I know the flow. Right, just don't turn V into a degenerate like you. Ignoring the banter, T-Bug updated them as they neared Japantown. When you get to the tower, you and V take Ball upstairs. I'll jack in through it and slip into Cloudtop's local net. I'll spoof your ID logs and take over the cams. They verify every visitor's ID, so I'll make sure you're covered. Just don't let anyone see the dog. I'll take care of Ball, V replied seriously. He still didn't understand why their black and white biodog drone was named Ball, but if his teammates trusted it to hack into secure networks, then so would he. Thanks, V, T-Bug said. Now, want me to pull up the official doll profiles? I've got access to the client list. Want me to find you a busty, tight little? Whoa now, you weren't like this when we first met, Oliver cut her off. You sound more experienced than either of us. I've done my homework, she said flatly. Just say the word, and I'll sort through the top-rated girls. Oliver waved her off, even though he looked tempted. No need, just pick one that's easy to knock out. We'll need to disable her, black out the cams, and start investigating. Oh right, extend the session and snoop around. Got it. As they went over the plan again, the Skyscape Hera AV descended in front of Megatower H8. Located in Japantown, Tower H8 was primarily inhabited by Tiger Claw members and affiliates. Cloudtop was situated on the 12th floor. Chapter 277, Cloudtop Reception. Welcome to Cloudtop, where your deepest desires are understood. V followed behind Oliver, listening to the receptionist's greeting. His heart skipped a beat. According to the plan, the two of them had taken the elevator to the 12th floor, where Cloudtop was located. But the neon lights reflecting off his face and the soft, sultry tone of the receptionist already had him on edge. Was it instinct, or just the atmosphere? Either way, V felt more nervous now than when he first faced a scav stronghold. Compared to V, who looked calm but had a racing heart, Oliver, who had taken the lead, was perfectly relaxed. Maybe it was like he said. After exploring places like this in countless braindances, he was already well-versed. Calmly, he spoke. Shall we initiate terminal access for personal matching? Hearing this, the blue-haired receptionist, hair tied into twin buns, smiled knowingly. Ah, already familiar with our services? Welcome. If you don't mind, please connect to the terminal here. The receptionist, equipped with a memory-grade data processor, never forgot a returning client. Oliver and V were unfamiliar faces, but their tone and confidence made it obvious they'd done their homework. Guests like this made her job easier. No need to waste time explaining everything like with clueless outsiders. She gestured to a terminal connected to Cloudtop's local network and NCPD source databases. A quick jack-in would verify identity and access their guest profiles. Out of the corner of his eye, V caught a glimpse of Ball, their black-and-white bionic dog, moving into position. Casually adjusting his sleeve, he gave the signal as if nervously straightening his clothes. Hearing the subtle rustle behind him, Oliver beamed a charming smile at the receptionist and said, "Of course, we understand Cloudtop's procedures. Just connect here, right?" "Yes, sir. If anything makes you uncomfortable, you may disengage at any time. Our services are fully customizable for your experience." As he connected the cable, Oliver continued with smooth confidence, flirting effortlessly. "Would I be lucky enough to get your number, miss? Because I have to say, for all the beauty Cloudtop promises, I think the real masterpiece is standing right in front of me." "You flatter me, sir." Clearly accustomed to this sort of attention, the receptionist moved to the terminal monitor and began processing the identity check. Just then, T-Bug's voice buzzed in their earpieces. "Network hijacked, identities masked, you're good to go." The receptionist's screen flickered momentarily, but she took it as a simple loading delay and carried on without suspicion. Cloudtop's guest protocol focused on matching new clients with ideal dolls based on personal profiles. Regulars could request favorites, but for new guests, matches were algorithmically assigned. As she skimmed through Oliver's fabricated profile, her eyes widened in surprise. Quinn, a rich heir from a prominent city in the new American West, according to the record. What was someone like him doing here, in Night City's Cloudtop? She remembered his earlier flirt and glanced at him again. This time, her gaze lingered longer. "He's actually kind of handsome." He said he was chasing her beauty. If she could land someone like this, be it as mistress or more, maybe she could escape tiger claw control. No more 9 to 9 shifts at Cloudtop's reception. Maybe she'd end up living in a penthouse, cruising in a custom Gudra. Her eyes sparkled, unaware that off-screen, her system data was still being subtly rewritten. By the time she glanced back down, T-Bug had already finished modifying the entries. V's forged file was much simpler. His background was adjusted from nomad to small-town civilian, tagged as a personal bodyguard hired by Quinn. Even brought a bodyguard along, must be a real gentleman. Snapping out of her thoughts, the receptionist refocused on her duties. "Gentlemen, please confirm your safe words." "Safe word." V, now standing beside Oliver, froze for a second. Before he could react, Oliver clarified over comms. "A safe word is a word you can use to instantly stop any session if it gets too intense." "To stop a session." "Yeah," Oliver continued. "Say you're playing a more extreme game with a doll. If it goes too far, you use the word to make it stop immediately. Think of it as an emergency brake." That hit V like a punch to the brain. While V reeled from that mental image, Oliver calmly gave his word. "Sniper." Sniper understood, the receptionist noted, slightly puzzled but not questioning the choice. She turned to V with a professional smile. "And for you, sir." V paused, then answered quietly. "Son." Chapter 278, Evelyn. Safe words confirmed. Please wait while we match your preferences. The Cloud's receptionist tapped at her terminal. On the holographic display in front of Oliver and V, a stream of digital portraits began to cycle, each one a currently available doll. The system was scanning for the best match based on their profiles. Selection confirmed. As the receptionist spoke, the projection stopped on a single figure for Oliver. A purple-haired woman with striking features, deep black lipstick, and a cigarette held delicately between her fingers. Her Cloud's alias, Sky. Based on Oliver's forged background and hormone indicators, she was rated the optimal match. "Looks easy enough to handle." Oliver's gaze swept briefly across her neck, confirming he could subdue her without much effort. He asked T-Bug over comms. "This one's you're doing, gotta say not bad at all." "Nope, that was the system's own match based on your hormone readouts. I thought about altering it, but turns out there was no need. That's just who your bioprofile says you're into right now." "Can't complain." Oliver seemed content. V, however, looked uneasy. The system had matched him with 2 options. The blue-haired receptionist also paused at her screen, visibly intrigued. 2 matches, now that's interesting. 2. Oliver quickly looked at V's shared display. His face shifted slightly. "That's not something we covered. Could it be a glitch? Was there a risk of exposing themselves?" V immediately asked T-Bug, "Is this a bug in the system?" "No, not exactly," T-Bug replied, her tone a little uncertain. "It's more like your tastes are unusually broad." "Broad," V repeated, frowning. "Let's just say the system flagged both options as compatible. You're rare like that." "Wait, both? What does that even mean?" "Might be something unique about your physiology," T-Bug replied, still analyzing. Meanwhile, Oliver shrugged off the oddity. "Relax, 2 at once isn't even weird. I've seen plenty of brain dances with 3, even 4-way scenes. Sure, but this system also says you almost matched with another doll named Angel. If that had gone through, you'd have had 3 options, and Angel's a guy. So I should just be glad both options I got are at least female. V groaned over the channel. Ever since joining this crew, things had been moving fast and not just on the battlefield. Still, he hadn't forgotten why they were here. He turned to the receptionist. So, 2 matches. That mean I'm supposed to pick both? The receptionist smiled. You may choose either or both for your initial experience. It's entirely up to you. One will be enough. Too much noise during the takedown might draw attention. V looked over the projected profiles. On the left, a short red-brown-haired doll named Azure. On the right, a woman named Evelyn. No alias, just Evelyn. Why doesn't she use a codename like the others? The image of Evelyn was striking, a true beauty with a calm, poised demeanor. V asked the receptionist. Is she special? Evelyn, the blue-haired receptionist, gave V a knowing look. If Clouds is the peak of indulgence, then she's the very tip of the spear. Someone like her doesn't need a codename. She is the brand. Only VIP clients are usually matched with her, but well. She glanced over at Oliver. The implication was clear. You're with him, so you get special treatment. If she's the best, does that mean she's different? V's instincts were on high alert. If Evelyn was elite, could she be equipped with higher-end cyberware? Advanced chips? Would it make subduing her more difficult or risk detection? Of course she's different, the receptionist replied, winking. Our dolls aren't chip-controlled puppets. They're trained professionals, the finest in the industry. No programming required. They intuit what you need and deliver it perfectly. So, it's her service that's elite. V glanced at the price, 500 eddies for a standard session. Street dolls ran about 100. Evelyn, though, she clocked in closer to 5,000. As he hesitated, eyes on his account balance, T-Bug cut in. V, pick Evelyn. Why? V asked, confused. She costs 5,000, is that really worth it? Because Evelyn works in the VIP section. That tier comes with temporary VIP status, and near the VIP suites is the manager's office. His system runs on a separate subnet I can't access remotely, but you will be close enough to get me in. Clouds has tiers. V sighed, then turned back to the receptionist. Under her guidance, he transferred the 5,000 eddies. After leaving behind his weapons, as required, he waved a casual goodbye to Oliver and made his way past the main reception lounge toward the upper VIP floor. Oliver, meanwhile, didn't head to his room right away. Instead, he leaned casually against the bar, flirting with the receptionist and asking about VIP pricing, playing the part of a carefree heir just out for a thrill. They may have split physically, but comms remained open. And as V passed through the security checkpoint manned by 2 guards and climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor, 2 more comm lines connected. Carl and I are in position, said Jack, joining the channel. Stairwell secure, ready when you are. Chapter 279, Compassion. Keep your cool, V rooms bugged, hidden surveillance cams everywhere. I need time to spoof the feed, talk to the doll, don't jump the gun. T-Bug's voice crackled through V's comms the second he stepped into the VIP suite. Her message was clear. Stall, don't blow the op. V gave a small nod, tucking the warning away. As his gaze shifted to the woman seated on the bed, another voice lit up the channel. Oliver. Figures, hidden cams, so much for Cloud's whole, private space to unleash your desires pitch. Total chrome-plated bullshit. There's no real privacy in Night City, Carl replied, his tone like cold steel. V locked eyes with the doll. Before he could say a word, the woman Evelyn rose from the bed, each step fluid, intentional. Her hair was a soft blue bob, curled just so. Eyes sharp and lined, studying V with quiet calculation. A drink swayed in her fingers, half full, amber liquid catching the light. When their eyes met, a slow, knowing smile tugged at her lips. Without a word, she downed the rest of the glass, then stepped back, just a touch to give V space, smiling faintly. The dim lighting gave her pale skin a porcelain glow. Her lips, slick and parted, breathed out a delicate scent, jasmine mixed with citrus. V's cyber-augmented senses logged it instantly. New face, huh? She murmured, voice barely above a whisper. V's spine stiffened. Something about her tone, calm, coaxing, made his defenses shake. T-Bug, how much longer? He growled into comms. What's the problem? She's getting to me. Get it together. T-Bug sounded bored. Act like a man and hold the line. I need more time. Keep her talking. Stall. You got this, Mano. Stay sharp, V. Jack and Carl both chimed in with quiet support. V forced a neutral expression, brushed past Evelyn like she wasn't even there, and dropped into a nearby armchair. Didn't even blink, Evelyn thought. Hardly any clients can ignore me like that. Surprise flickered in her eyes, then faded into softness. She pivoted like smoke drifting on low air and glided over to him. Wordless. Effortless. Kneeling beside the armrest, she rested her forearms across it, looking up at V. Her gaze didn't beg, it lingered, longing not lust. No chip, no programming, just skill. She read him instantly, didn't respond to dominance. Fine, time to switch the pitch. Go tender, vulnerable, make him feel needed. Most of her clients were corp types, deviants in dress shoes who either begged to be broken or begged to break her. So she always led strong. But sometimes, the soft approach worked better. Delicate, blooming, like a flower waiting for the storm to hit. Now, what will you do? Cup my chin with those strong hands. Run your fingers down my jaw, or pull me close like something precious. V hesitated. He didn't know how to react. Evelyn's switch from femme fatale to fragile lover had been so sudden, his brain hadn't caught up. He'd had his share of lovers back in the nomad clans, but they were sun-scorched and sand-worn, bold and fiery. This was another game entirely. Shit, this is what 5,000 eddies gets you. No wonder Oliver missed out. City girls are lethal. I'm not built for this. His hands lifted, almost unconsciously, drawn toward her face, her neck. Then, feeds spoofed, go for it, V. T-Bug's voice hit like an EMP blast. Everything snapped into focus. He stared at Evelyn, eyes closed, lips parted, like some sleek, purring cat waiting for affection. But his hands didn't stop. They kept moving. And locked around her neck. Fingers pressed firmly on her carotids, no hesitation, no time. Evelyn's eyes fluttered, but she never gasped. Consciousness slipped through her fingers before she could even react. Her body sagged, limp. And as darkness closed in, the last thing she heard was a calm, flat voice in her ear. Target down. Chapter 280, Movement. I'm never setting foot in clouds again, Carl muttered. You won't get the chance anyway, came V's tired voice over comms. Carl stood on the 14th floor, clapping his hands as he looked over a pile of unconscious tiger claws. Top floors clear. Place really was crawling with them. Same downstairs, Jack chimed in. Unless those ex-Arasaka guards hiding in clouds feel like base jumping, they're locked in. Any sign of them yet? Oliver sat calmly on the bed, glancing at the dull sky blue passed out in front of him. We're here to get back what they took, right? Any trace of where they went? He asked T-Bug. I've scanned every local cam I can access, T-Bug replied. No sign of the guards. The client only gave us text intel, no visuals. I had to cross-check faces in the NCPD database myself. Compared them to every guest, doll, and bodyguard in the regular and VIP zones. No match, but they might have altered their appearance. Unlikely, Carl cut in. This happened fast. They ducked into clouds mid-pursuit. Unless they used top-tier Militech implants, there's no way they changed faces that quick. And if they're Militech spies, they'd be idiots to run straight into Arasaka turf. Jack had a theory. What if the tiger claws running clouds are Militech plants too? Not impossible, Carl said. Just dumb. Japantown's as sacred to the claws as Santo Domingo is to 6th Street. Clouds is a glorified pleasure box. If Militech spies got exposed here, Arasaka would mop them up before Militech even noticed. If the claws here really were Militech, more spies showing up would just screw them. One firefight, and Arasaka would roll in, probably erase both sides for good measure. And why run from the Badlands into Japantown of all places? Makes no sense. Also, Carl thought back to meeting Kanekairo Arasaka. If this really was Militech, Kanekairo wouldn't be handling it personally. Fighting Militech's always politically correct inside Arasaka, instant promotion stuff. If it were that simple, Ken wouldn't need our crew. He's got people for this. So another corpo-pissing match, Oliver muttered. He dragged the doll back onto the bed and walked toward a vent in the wall. How many of these intracorp jobs have we done now? Militech. Arasaka. It never ends. Lost count, T-Bug replied. On the top floor of a nearby building, glowing blue data flickered across her eyes. A moment later, the vent cover in front of Oliver clicked and opened. I shut off airflow in that duct. Measured the diameter, it's big enough for you. Get in, I'll guide you. Where's this going? Admin section of clouds. Separate local net. I think our targets are hiding there. Long crawl. Staring at the dusty, grease-smeared duct, Oliver winced. How long are we talking? Just from your suite to the second floor VIPs. Won't kill you. That's not far. Oliver sighed, then crouched. Merc life had unspoken rules. This was one of them. Dirty vent, suck it up. Braindances always show clean ducks. Those are shot for you. Big, shiny, fanless, try a film studio. There goes my outfit. As he crawled forward, hair snagging on grime, T-Bug's voice came again, casual like she wasn't about to break him. V, I popped your window. Try circling around outside to reach admin. Watch your step. It's the 12th floor. Even with Sandivistan, you'll barely catch yourself if you slip, and the noise'll blow your cover. Wait, V gets to scale walls and I'm rat crawling through vents. I can climb too. You didn't notice? Your room has no windows. You're in a sealed internal unit. T-Bug ignored Oliver's howling and turned back to V ready. I'm already out here, V replied, voice tight and full of wind. T-Bug raised an eyebrow. V, mute your external mic. Use internal channel only. Wind's loud. I know, I'm just nervous. Talking helps. Clinging to the building's outer wall, V hadn't moved half a meter, but his whole body was trembling. This wasn't like hovering in an AV. From the air, the city looked small, beautiful. But here, latched onto a stone wall 13 floors up with cold wind in his face, one looked down, and it was a sea of lights ready to swallow you. You afraid of heights? Carl asked, surprised. If I'd known, I'd have made you take the vents. I'm not scared, I just... V had one foot on the ledge, right hand stretched for the next window. His palm was soaked. It's the sweat. Can't grip right. Even knowing I'd survive a fall, my body just reacts. So I talk to stop thinking about the wind and the drop. SKRRT. His hand reached the next ledge, then slipped. His left hand lost contact. Wet palm, smooth stone, no grip. His body tilted, balance gone. But his eyes clear, focused. Sandivistan, engaged. A jolt of speed surged through him. Instead of clawing back, V let go. Left foot pushed off the previous window ledge, launching his body sideways. He slid across the building's face like a skater, momentum perfect. Both hands reached. The next window was already open. Fingers caught the frame, 10 digits gripped hard. Pulling himself up, V lifted his body, flipped through the gap, and tumbled into the room. Huff, huff. Heart racing, skin buzzing, relief washing over him like fire and ice. I'm in, he gasped, taking in the empty room, smiling with pride. T-Bug didn't miss a beat. Congrats, that was the first one. First, V blinked. Then reality hit. He'd only moved a few meters. Which meant... There's still a way to go, T-Bug said. Next window's open. Keep moving, V. Got it. V stared at the next window. His face said it all. At least the trembling had stopped. But how many more times? Now it was V's turn to sigh. Chapter 281, Room. I'm in the area you mentioned, T-Bug. Surveillance room dead ahead. Behind it looks like a private changing space for the dolls. What's the move? V crouched low in the shadows, waiting on orders. Anyone in the changing room? Carl asked first. V leaned in for a peek. Empty, guess business is booming. Our targets are the ex-Arasaka security personnel. They're carrying a slip of paper, likely coded or encrypted. Valuable, they'd keep it close. Doubt they'd stash it in a doll's locker. Carl paused, then laid it out. Clear the surveillance room, kill whoever's inside, jack into the local net, give T-Bug access. Roger. V eased the door open. The tiger claw inside barely had time to flinch before V lunged. His hands snapped around the guy's neck, one hard twist. No chrome enhancements like Carl, no combat training like Jack, just raw, wasteland-forged strength. A clean crack rang out, cervical dislocation. Instant kill. V spared the dolls, just folks selling flesh and pride to get by. But tiger claws. No mercy. With the room clear and no alarms tripped, V jacked into the console. T-Bug you in. Already tunneling through your link, she said. Give me 30 seconds. I'll hijack control, sending Q-Ball to maintain the node. Copy. Q-Ball showed up faster than expected. Barely 10 seconds later, the black and white orb rolled in and unfolded beside V. All yours, V let Q-Ball handle it. A cable extended from the orb's shoulder port, snatched by a claw and jacked into the terminal. V unplugged, stepped back, and watched the monitors stutter and shift. Let's see seriously, this system's older than sin. Okay, done, we're in. 10 seconds in, T-Bug had full control. The feed stabilized, snapping to a view of a luxury suite. Low lighting, polished walls, even art on the damn walls. 4 people inside, 3 sprawled across a faux leather couch and 1 behind a desk, elbows on the surface mid-convo. Manager's office cam, V muttered, eyes narrowing. He focused on the 3 on the couch, familiar faces. T-Bug had shown their profiles earlier. They're definitely in the subnet zone. Running facial match confirmed. They're real, T-Bug said, a little looser now. Then she opened comms to Oliver. Room confirmed. I've updated the vent route. Follow it exactly, keep it quiet. You're kidding, I'm still crawling. How far am I? 3/4 in, you're close. While Oliver fought off claustrophobia in the ducts, T-Bug activated Q-Ball's scan protocol. Data poured in. There, the guy at the desk is Cloud's new manager. No serious cyberware, Kenshin pistol at the hip, but the other three, watch it. I've got their wear profiles. Arasaka Ninja standard. Arasaka Ninja, Jack chimed in. So what Sandivistan with mantis blades? Exactly. Nice one, Jack. Bonus trivia. These three used to run ops in Arasaka's South American Special Forces. Combat vets. Kill counts near triple digits. Damn, how'd you dig that up? Jack asked. I didn't, T-Bug said. Militech did. They just dropped Arasaka's termination list. All three are on it. It's a long one, 134 names. Most just got relocated to Night City. Why the hell is Militech stirring Arasaka's garbage? Oliver asked from the duct, confused and still crawling. Think about it. If other corps get wind of this list, they know who's being cut. Militech leaks it first, sends a message. Want Arasaka intel? Grab these guys before Arasaka black bags them. Carl saw it for what it was, classic corpo sabotage. Militech flipping Arasaka the bird was business as usual. Problem was, those on the list but not officially fired yet, they'd start shopping themselves to rival corps. And that meant chaos in the streets. Still, Militech screwing with Arasaka makes our job easier. Now we've got full cyberware specs. Carl moved into position, crouched just above the manager's suite, silent in place. 10 seconds to breach. Downstairs ready, Jack said, glancing up. Almost there, Oliver added, finally spotting the faint glow at the end of the duct. I'm at the door, V said, pressed to the corridor wall, eyes locked on the target. The team's breathing slowed. Silence. Then Carl gave the word. One target each. Chapter 282, Merit and Rivalry. Coming here was straight up, brain-dead stupid. Watanabe glared at the three ex-Arasaka operatives, barely holding back the urge to crack open their skulls and see if they were filled with sludge. You get critical intel, and instead of calling for backup, you run to me? You've blown my cover. Do you know how long I've worked to become our patron's hidden blade inside HQ? I haven't even delivered results yet, and now I'm compromised thanks to you. Absolute idiocy. His voice shook with rage as he berated them, former classmates from the same training camp, now standing on different sides of the battlefield. That senile bastard Kenakairo's on his way. And with the power he holds in this rotten city, even if he offs us right here, our patron won't be able to say a damn thing. You've failed, completely and irrevocably. No need to lose your head, Watanabe Kun. Unlike the furious Watanabe, the three men stood calm, collected. One of them stepped forward, gaze steady. You don't understand what we've got. You don't see how critical this is. What I have here, this single piece of evidence, will expose the truth about that corrupt traitor. When our patron sees this, every ounce of misguided sympathy will vanish. Loyalty will be rewarded, betrayal punished, and order will return. His eyes gleamed, fanatic and cold. If our patron finally cuts off the sentiment, accepts that the traitor won't change, the path opens. No more arrogance from defectors. No more hungry dogs sniffing around the throne. The purge begins, and our true heir, loyal to the vision, will take the stage. He'll return, and everything will burn clean. Watanabe blinked, thrown off by the intensity. The man's voice, filled with reverence, brought him pause. His fury wavered. A flicker of doubt passed through his gaze. You really found something that big. Bigger than you think, Watanabe Kun. Bigger than I think. What the hell could be that important? Watanabe didn't want to believe it, but something about their eyes made him reconsider. To them, the traitor survived because the patron still held on to family ties. But if this evidence forced his hand, if it truly made him act, disown blood, and wipe out a rival faction, then maybe. His anger faded. He looked at his former classmates again, now calculating. How long until our people arrive? Can we move the package before that old fossil shows up? All our agents broke cover the moment this came in. They're already en route. This isn't fluff, it's the core. The man in the center tapped his chest, a slip of paper hidden beneath his vest, and met Watanabe's eyes. This is it, Watanabe. Time to show where your loyalty lies. If this really can take the traitor down, Watanabe said slowly, I'll give everything for our patron. Then his eyes dropped, right to the man's chest. But how do I know you've got what you say you do? The words were plain, but his body said more. His gaze didn't move, fixed, locked on that vest. He wanted to see it, see the proof, the core intel that could end everything. Watanabe, you're doubting us. The carrier of the intel frowned and leaned back. The other two rose to their feet, sharp-eyed, hostile now. This isn't for you to see. Watanabe stood as well, but instead of stepping back, he stared them down. Their reactions said it all. He swept his gaze over them, cold as ice. It's not that I don't have clearance, it's that you three want to hog all the glory. What did you say? You've got some nerve, you dare question our loyalty. Now they were the ones boiling over. Watanabe stone calm, eyes half-lidded, dangerous. I never doubted your loyalty, he said flatly, but... His hand rested on the desk. I've been buried in this op for years. Now I'm exposed because of you. If it's for the cause, fine, I'll burn with it. But you don't even let me see the damn evidence? Can't help but wonder. His hand slipped under the desk, fingers closed around a pistol. If you've seen me as nothing but a stepping stone from the start, planning to take all the credit and leave me to rot. His voice cracked louder. The tension went nuclear. The air turned to glass, brittle, ready to shatter. None of them moved, just stares, breaths, twitching hands. Then, a flicker of recognition passed between the three. They folded. Ideally, they'd keep the prize to themselves, but clearly, Watanabe wasn't going to let that happen. No need to be so tense, Watanabe-kun, said the one in the middle, offering a strained smile. We were classmates, weren't we? If you want in, we're willing to share the glory and... Crash. The office door exploded inward. At the same time, the ventilation duct clanged open with a metallic screech. The four men, still caught mid-negotiation, didn't even get to turn around before they heard stone cracking above and below them. And then, with the shit-eating grin of a man who'd heard everything, Carl dropped in. Afternoon, boys. So, what's this precious little thing you're all fighting over? Mind if I take a peek? Chapter 283, Descent. It's KK Carl. Of the four in the room, Watanabe reacted first. Unlike his ex-classmates, who hesitated at the sight of the unfamiliar intruder, Watanabe had lived long enough in Night City to know exactly what to do. He drew his Kenshin pistol instantly, only to find his hand wouldn't move. His smart-linked cybernetic fingers sparked, twitching violently. Then the pistol slipped from his grip and clattered to the floor. He stared down in horror. His one weapon gone. Against KK, that meant checkmate. How the hell did he get in? Was it Kanekairo? That bastard, playing nice from Arasaka Tower while unleashing Carl on us from the shadows. Desperation turned to resolve. He was a veteran spy, and like any proper agent, he had a failsafe. Time to take everyone with him. Don't even think about it. Before Watanabe could blink, Carl was beside him. No glance, no warning, just a calm hand on the shoulder. Watanabe's body locked up, lights out. He crumpled to the floor, unconscious. Fast work on the override T-bug. Please, you cracked the link the moment you looked at him. I just slipped in through the back door you left open. While Carl and T-bug exchanged notes, chaos erupted behind them. Jack dropped in from the hole he'd made earlier, hitting the floor like a missile. V kicked the door in, hard. And Oliver, covered in soot and looking like a corpse that lost a fight with a trash compactor, crawled out of the vent, ready to throw hands. The three ex-Arasaka operatives didn't stand a chance. I've suffered enough today, time to give it back. Oliver wasn't just the sniper. Years training under Carl had left him more than capable in close quarters. These washed-up ninjas, easy pickings. The SimChip versions were tougher than you clowns. He'd fought Arasaka combat AIs, flawless, brutal, relentless. Compared to them, these guys were sluggish and sloppy. Sleep tight. Thanks to T-Bug, Oliver had slipped a compact pistol past security. One sharp swing, crack, the grip smashed into the back of a skull. Lights out. Oliver, alive. Relax, it's fine, soft hit. Worst case, mild concussion. Ripperdoc visit and they're good as new. Oliver wiped his greasy hand on his shirt and gagged. What the hell? His fingers were coated in oil and filth, probably from crawling through that fan vent. He looked like a biohazard. Shower first thing, Jack muttered. Now that he saw Oliver in person, all the comms whining suddenly made sense. If that blob of dark gunk hadn't spoken with Oliver's voice, he wouldn't have recognized him. Yeah, V glanced at his hands. Climbing the building was way cleaner. Save the talk for later, T-Bug cut in all business. I heard everything. The items on the one V took out. Chest pocket, small box. Grab it and move. Reinforcements are en route. We stall here, we're screwed, and the intel might get fried in the crossfire. How're we bailing? Jack asked, pointing at the hole. Back through the Carl Express. My rifle's still at the weapons check. V grimaced, his copperhead was gone. Screw it, it's just a copperhead. Let's move. Tiger claws are gonna be all over this place any second. I'll open the exit, Carl said flatly. He cracked his knuckles, then leapt down. Boom. Landing hard, he punched straight through the floor. The entire structure shook. Boom, another level gone. Boom, and another. Panic spread through the building like fire, screams echoed, tiger claws scrambled. Carl didn't stop. Floor by floor, his fists punched their way to the bottom like a human wrecking ball. Well, that's one way to fast travel, Jack muttered. He hoisted 2 unconscious bodies, one of his own, one of Carl's, and followed. Slow the hell down, Carl. Leave us a floor or 2 to land on. Oliver grabbed a body and jumped too. V came last. Before diving in, he followed T-Bug's instructions, found the small box on the downed enemy, pocketed it, and took the plunge. In the stunned silence of Tiger Claw, enforcers watching the building literally collapse floor by floor, the team dropped. From the 20th to the ground. In 15 seconds flat. Chapter 284, Interception. Boom! Dust and broken concrete rained from above, as Carl's boots hit the ground like a wrecking ball. Well, now we all look like Oliver. He shook his head, a cloud of gray mist puffing off his hair. Hope you all brought towels. First one to the bath wins. Good thing that new floor we rented's got a tub big enough for the whole crew. Feels like a Roman bathhouse. You say that like you've actually been to one, V coughed, swiping cement dust from his face. What, you go sightseeing in Italy? I meant ancient Rome, smartass. Ever read a history book? Yeah, once. Well, another scholar joins the squad. Jack clapped the dust off his jacket with a grimace. You guys talkin' Martian now? I understood maybe half that. Guess I'm the muscle head of the team. Carl grinned. Jack's Mandarin wasn't perfect, but he just dropped the phrase Tian Shu, incomprehensible. If that made him the dumb one, then 90% of Night City didn't even qualify as sentient. Let's roll, T-Bug chimed in over comms. I just pushed the fastest route to Arasaka Tower to your car's nav. You've got 3 minutes, maybe less, before they realize what hit them. You'll be moving before they can scramble. Oliver dropped into the driver's seat of the hella, trailing dirt everywhere. I'm gonna need to steam clean this thing. He waved the others in. Buckle up, I'm driving like I owe trauma team money. Jack jumped into shotgun. What's our guy say? He's waiting outside Arasaka Tower, Carl said. Already started scrubbing exposed personnel. Right now, he's standing there alone. Carl checked on V and Q-Ball in the back. Everyone was in. Burn rubber, Santo Domingo. Time to fly. Oliver didn't reply. He just floored it. The hella roared like a beast, tires screaming, engine howling, pinning them all to their seats. V's mods paid off. For a tank that could take hits and keep moving, it moved like a damn racer. They shot through Japantown, engine echoing down narrow streets, leaving behind a trail of angry curses and terrified pedestrians. In under 5 minutes, they were flying over the bridge into Little China. At this speed, 10 more minutes and they'd be skirting the edge of the city center. Arasaka Tower would be in sight. But nothing in Night City is ever that easy. Jack spotted them first. 2 CT-3X Kusanagi blades on R6. He recognized the model instantly, and damn near drooled. Arasaka collab, sleek, fast, twitchy as hell. You need reflex augments just to ride one. I love those things. You forgot the best part, Oliver chuckled, eyeing the mirror. Tiger Claws love those bikes. The grinning didn't last. The riders dropped low, leaned in one hand on the throttle, the other gripping Shigear SMGS, and opened fire. BRRT, clang clang. Rounds slammed into the armored plating, but the hella held firm. Those kittens are yours, I'm just gonna make us disappear. Hell yes. Jack leaned out the window, spraying his Saratoga behind them. But at this speed, hitting anything was a crapshoot. The bikers weaved, bullets pinged off armor. Nothing stuck. V, time to get mean. Jack ducked back in, and V didn't waste a second. He reached under the seat, ripped open the modded case, and pulled out a fistful of grenades, auto-trigger frags. He tossed them left and right, rapid fire. Beep. Booms, boom, boom. Jack joined in, hurling flashbangs over the chaos. Flash, thud. The road behind them lit up like a war zone. When the smoke cleared, no bikers in sight. But the moment they exhaled, a truck swerved into their lane, blocking the road. Oliver cursed, yanked the wheel, just missed it. The truck's cargo doors opened. Whirr. 6 drones burst into the air, sleek and silent. V's eyes widened. Zetatech Octants. These weren't toys. He'd heard stories. 2 Octants once wiped a whole nomad camp in 8 minutes. Left no one breathing. And now, 6 incoming. His voice dropped, calm, cold. Strap in, eyes sharp, or we die fast. Chapter 285, Close Quarters Fire. Evade, yeah, not happening. Oliver's knuckles whitened on the wheel. His eyes never left the road. Your show now, I'm just the getaway driver. These drones are a bitch, Jack muttered, popping open the grenade bin and fishing one out. EMP, think it'll fry 'em. Just throw it, V shouted. Ask questions later. Behind them, 6 octant drones opened fire. Bullet storms raked the Hella's rear, louder, heavier, angrier than anything the bikers brought. It sounded like war. V glanced back. The bulletproof glass was cracked like a spiderweb. Armor plating on the back, dented, warped, almost peeling. Beneath it, soft shell. Another few seconds, and they were toast. She's not gonna hold, 20 seconds tops. Stop the car and we're dead in 10, Jack growled. Still, he lobbed the EMP out the window. It popped midair, electric pulse arcing in every direction. Did it hit? 1 maybe, V barked, squinting. Dodged most of it. 1 went down, but it's rebooting. We've still got 5 in the air. Old-fashioned way it is. Jack loaded his gun with a snarl. Carl. Just in time. Carl opened his eyes, cold, focused. Infiltration complete. One of the drones bucked. Its gun swiveled and opened fire on its own squadmates. Rounds ripped through the sky. 1 octant caught the burst dead center, armor tore, circuits flared, and it detonated midair. 1 down. Carl turned to target another. Too late. The other 4 locked on the traitor and lit it up. In under a second, it was shredded. 2 down. Carl exhaled, short-lived victory, still 2 fewer. He reached for his EMP blade, paused. No good. Throwing it here was like tossing a knife into a black hole, not worth it. Then, through the windshield, he saw it an opportunity. Oliver, brake now. Copy. No hesitation. Oliver killed the gas and slammed the brakes. SCRECH. The Hella lurched, tires shrieked, everyone flew forward. Jack braced hard, 1 hand on the dash, the other across Oliver's chest. In the back, V grabbed the seat and held Carl steady. None of them questioned it, instinct, trust. Carl didn't blink, his eyes stayed locked forward. 3 drones had overshot them. Now, they hovered directly in front. Carl smiled. Boom. Behind the drones, traffic lights burst in fire. He'd set them to overload. The sudden blast blinded their sensors, cut their targeting feeds. Carl grabbed a Sardelitech shotgun from the floor. Punch it. You're gonna kill this damn car, Oliver grumbled, then hit the gas. The Hella roared back to life. V and Jack grabbed their own Sardellas, no words needed. 3 drones, straight ahead. The red glow faded from their optics, just in time to see a car coming at full speed, and 3 barrels sticking out the windows. Clack. Steel spikes, high density, shredder grade. Boom, boom, boom. At point blank, the Sardellas did what EMPs couldn't, they erased targets. Fireballs bloomed in the street behind them, as the Hella blazed through the wreckage like a beast with no brakes. Chapter 286, Kazuya. I swear, for Hella's sake, I've never been this happy to see a corporate tower in my life. Oliver gazed at the approaching Arasaka Tower, listening to Hella's armor panels groaning and creaking as they flapped and scraped against the wind. He sighed. She's gonna need a full overhaul after this. At least after those 2 ambush waves, nothing serious came our way. Just a few small-time punks trying to stop us, but they were easily dealt with. Hella doesn't have to suffer anymore, Jack said, shaking the nearly empty grenade box and giving his depleted Saratoga SMG a once-over. After swapping in a fresh mag, he turned to the comms. T-Bug, are there still any netrunners on our tail? Almost all of them are handled. T-Bug, who had been locked in a running battle with a wave of hostile netrunners since the escort mission began, finally had time to speak. Some of them are probably being purged by Arasaka's internal teams. It was a mess at the beginning, my bad, I underestimated them and let them get a lock on your position. But after you took care of those 2 attack squads, I regained control, masked your signal again, and now I'm just finishing the cleanup. Sounds like you've been about as busy as we are, Jack said. Not quite as dangerous, though. T-Bug replied to Jack's comment with a dry tone. They weren't trying to breach my system or burn out my neural implants, or maybe they were, but they didn't have the numbers or the skill. Their focus was all on tracking. I just needed to shut that part down. Lying back in her netrunner chair, soaked in sweat, T-Bug looked at the positioning data. The team was almost at the company plaza. She sat up and stretched. Looks like you're just about there, within range of Arasaka's local net. That means I'm done here. Mind if I go take a shower and leave the wrap-up to you guys? Get some rest, T-Bug. Carl, understanding better than anyone that going toe-to-toe with multiple netrunners wasn't as easy as T-Bug made it sound, approved without hesitation. And at this point, she really wasn't needed anymore. If rogue Arasaka personnel managed to infiltrate their own HQ while Carl's crew was already inside the tower perimeter, that wouldn't be the team's responsibility anymore. It'd be time for Kenichiro Arasaka to take a hard look at his own house. After all, Arasaka's netrunners couldn't all be worthless, right? If they were, Carl might just consider leaking that tidbit to Militech. Surely they'd be interested. As the team rolled into the corporate plaza, Carl's comms pinged with a connection request. The ID looked unfamiliar, but it included a flagged keyword: weapon template. Weapon template? Carl recalled that Kanekairo had mentioned a subordinate he hadn't yet contacted. He allowed the request through. "My apologies for the unexpected contact, Mr. Carl." A polite male voice came through, respectful and measured. "I regret that we haven't met before, yet I've taken the liberty of reaching out. My name is Kazuya Kenishi. I'll be assisting you and your team with access to Arasaka Tower." "Kenishi?" Carl asked, watching the tower grow larger in his windshield. "What's your relation to Mr. Kanekairo Arasaka?" "Mr. Kanekairo is my uncle, by blood." Uncle? That meant Kazuya's father was Kanekairo's brother, making Kazuya his nephew. The business card Kanekairo had given Carl back then was full of encrypted intel. It only had a contact ID, no name, no profile. So until now, Carl hadn't known who this assistant was. Hearing the name and learning the connection, it made sense why Kanekairo had said that for smaller matters in the future, Carl could deal directly with this subordinate. His nephew, of course. So that's how Arasaka operated, a classic family-run empire. Not only were the top executives bound by blood, even the mid-level ones were all relatives. Now that the identity was clear, Carl switched to speaker. "So how do we get in? Just drive through." "To prevent interference from Militech or other corporations," Kazuya responded in a voice full of archaic politeness, "please increase your vehicle's speed and proceed straight ahead. I've instructed the security and tactical personnel to clear a route for you. Mr. Kanekairo Arasaka is waiting at the main entrance. Please disembark there with the required item. Your vehicle will be guarded by our personnel." So many fancy words just to say drive fast, get out, someone's waiting. Carl raised an eyebrow, wondering what kind of environment bred this sort of overly formal speech. He glanced at Oliver, who had heard everything through the speaker. Oliver said nothing, just kept driving. Sure enough, just as Kazuya said, the moment they neared the Arasaka Tower, a wall of security and armored ops teams stood guard outside the entrance. When they saw the heavily damaged hella rolling toward them, they didn't even bother with a security check. They simply stepped aside and opened a path. No inspection at all. Did Kazuya confirm their ID through the connection? Or did they believe that even if potential threats got through, it wouldn't pose a danger to Kanekairo? Carl figured it was likely the first, but the second possibility said a lot, too. Looking back, Carl spotted a small crowd gathering around the plaza, civilians in mixed clothing, a few wearing Militech uniforms. Judging by the gear, they were probably low-level Militech employees. Even though they clearly had no idea what was going on at Arasaka, they'd still rushed over to gawk. Carl had to admit there was a certain commendable spirit to it. Though if they'd had the sense to take off their Militech uniforms first, it'd have been a bit more professional. At the tower entrance, Kanekairo Arasaka stood alone, no guards, no escort, hands clasped behind his back. His posture was calm, unmoving. As the car slowed and neared the stop point, another signal came from Kazuya over comms. Oliver stopped the hella and turned to look at V. V nodded, clutching the container. He and Carl got out of the car together. Jack and Oliver remained inside. Kazuya had said Arasaka personnel would guard the vehicle, but neither of them trusted Corpo security with their ride. Besides, for the handoff, Carl and V were enough. As the two stepped out, Kanekairo approached quickly. Before Carl could even say a word, Kanekairo extended his hand. "Here is your payment," he said, handing over a storage chip. As soon as Carl took it, Kanekairo followed up. "And the item?" "V has it," Carl replied. "V," Kanekairo frowned slightly, "I thought you were carrying it. This isn't secure." He turned to the mercenary, who had exited the car with Carl, someone he hadn't really looked at before. But when Kanekairo's eyes fell on V, his frown eased. His gaze lingered for a second longer than expected. "This merc in Carl's crew, now that I take a closer look, he might be more capable than he seems." Chapter 287, The Dagger Exposed. "I've got the item." After taking the small box from V, Kanekairo Arasaka used a subtle trick to open and inspect it. Once he confirmed everything was in order, he nodded to V. "So that wraps up the job, right?" Carl stepped forward and glanced at the box in Kanekairo's hand, though he showed no real curiosity about its contents. He tilted his head toward the battered hella behind them. "I even brought you a little gift in the trunk. Can't guarantee they're still breathing after the bumpy ride, but mind accepting a present, Mr. Kanekairo?" "A gift?" Kanekairo closed the box again and tucked it close to his chest. He looked over at the beat-up hella. What exactly did you bring me? The 3 security officers who tried to kill you, well, ex-officers now, all accounted for. We stuffed them in the trunk. Bonus included, the Tiger Claw manager from Cloudtop. Not quite as nice as the AV you gave me, but not bad, right? All accounted for. A flicker of surprise flashed in Kenichiro's eyes. It wasn't that Carl managed to capture them, or that he brought them as a gift, but rather. You actually held back, you didn't kill them all. Hey, I'm Night City's most broker-friendly merc these days. Unless a client specifically says no survivors, I usually try to bring someone in alive. Never know when they'll come in handy. Carl still remembered the look of regret that had crossed Kenichiro's face when he spoke of his fallen subordinates back at the restaurant. Even if Kenichiro had only asked for the item, Carl figured bringing back the others might score extra points. And judging by Kenichiro's expression now, he'd been right. This gift is satisfactory. Kenichiro's tone remained even, his face unreadable. He didn't say anything else, just turned to walk away. The matter of prisoner handover would be handled by his subordinates. His priority now was to return to the research level of Arasaka Tower with the item in hand. But after a few steps, he suddenly stopped and looked back at Carl. About the weapons we discussed this morning, follow up with Kazuya. He'll make sure your team gets the best materials, and if any gear gets damaged later, feel free to request replacements. Got it. Carl nodded, weapon warranty understood. Just as Kenichiro turned again to leave, Carl suddenly remembered something. He reached into his coat and pulled out a small blade. Hey, Mr. Kenichiro, I picked this little toy up during the mission. Think I can get it serviced while I'm here. Something else you picked up. Kenichiro didn't recall Carl taking any melee weapons. Curious, he turned back, and when his eyes landed on the blade in Carl's hand, his expression froze. A dagger. No big deal. Daggers could be sharpened anywhere with a bit of effort, why even bring it up? But the longer Kenichiro looked at it, the more familiar it felt. Something was wrong. Wait a minute, that shape, that design. His jaw slowly dropped without him realizing. No way, that dagger could it really be? Kenichiro spun around and strode quickly back toward Carl, staring at the blade in disbelief. For a moment, even the encrypted note close to his heart didn't matter. They already had 6 slips in hand, and most of the encoded content had been deciphered. This new one was just a final piece, a nice-to-have. But this dagger, this was something else entirely. A weapon developed in Arasaka's Night City lab specifically for the safety of key personnel. A prototype EMP dagger. And Kenichiro knew it well, painfully well. Because the lab had only ever produced 2. Where did you get that dagger? The question came out more like an accusation, his calm completely gone. Carl blinked, caught off guard by the sudden shift. It was a gift from Haruko, compensation. When? Mistaking Kenichiro's intensity for genuine curiosity, Carl answered casually. After that meeting at Arasaka Tower, remember, when you had me come up to the 44th floor? I dropped by Haruko's office to report in. I complained about the stupid elevator run just to check in, so she gave me this as an apology. She gave you that as an apology. Kenichiro's jaw tightened. That dagger had been precious to Haruko, a coming-of-age gift from her mother. She always kept it locked away. And now she'd handed it over, because Carl was annoyed about using the elevator. Why? Is there a problem, Mr. Kenichiro? Carl tilted his head. Kenichiro looked like he wanted to say something, but couldn't, his face even turned a bit red. No problem. Kenichiro was still Kenichiro, the master of restraint. After a silent internal scream, he took a breath, steadied himself, and turned away again, briskly walking off. Carl stared after him, baffled for a moment. Then he remembered why he'd stopped him in the first place. Wait, so can I get it serviced or not? Kenichiro turned back and shot Carl a glare. No. That glare had weight. Carl reflexively shrank back, he didn't even know why, it was just that intimidating. Geez, just say no, no need to be that dramatic. Carl grumbled to himself until his comms pinged. A new file from Kenichiro. He opened it and found a maintenance and repair manual for the dagger. Oh. So that's how it is. He couldn't request service because the dagger was too rare. There were no production records, he'd have to maintain it himself. Of course. Carl understood immediately. So Kenichiro said no to keep up appearances, but still sent him the info. In his own way, the guy was weirdly indirect. Chapter 288, The Matter of the Main Crew. The weapons are here. On the 7th day after getting back into the job circuit, the weapons V and the team had requested were finally delivered to their luxury super skyscraper. The shipment contained 6 weapons in total, 5 neurotoxin daggers, and 1 thermal katana that glowed when charged. The daggers were compact and ideal for stealth and subduing enemies, perfect for everyone on the team to carry at all times. The glowing katana, that was for V alone. In the crew, the most interested in melee weapons were Oliver, and V. Oliver had already claimed one of the neurotoxin daggers and had no interest in the katana, so V got to enjoy it solo. After all, no way they were gonna hand it to Jack, whose preferred melee was fists in berserker mode, or to T-Bug the Netrunner, or to Carl with his monowire. Teaching any of them to swing a katana would be more dangerous than useful. And that thing wasn't exactly easy to carry. Better to spend that learning time figuring out how to hide a sawed-off smart revolver under your jacket. V keyed in the access code and pulled the katana from the second layer of the weapons crate. The blade was exposed, its structure segmented. He pressed a hidden switch near the grip. With a distinct hum, the blade lit up in a vibrant orange glow. Just holding it, he could feel the intense heat radiating off it. Thermal katana, Carl said from the couch, watching the glow with amusement. Sounds like a damn lightsaber. Wanna try it out? V offered. We don't have a private shooting range, but the gym still has that steel training post. Could slice it for a test. Carl smirked. That post had been left by the previous gang occupants for training drills. Only Jack ever used it. Not a bad target. Nah, better not break our own stuff, V said, powering the blade down. Let's grab a gig and see if I can slice a whole car in half. I saw an ad once. A guy sidestepped an incoming car and cut it top to bottom with 1 slash. Technically possible, Oliver said, walking over with a piece of bread in his mouth, if you've got the grip strength, right material, edge alignment, and a dozen other conditions. Still sounds like an ad to me. Like that Zeiss scope you bought, Jack added, joining with his own breakfast. You mean the one I paid 5,000 eddies for? Yeah, Oliver said. And all it did was give me a slightly clearer visual overlay. The ad claimed it boosted accuracy by 30%, canceled interference, yada yada. Total scam. He was full of complaints. Getting burned by corpo marketing was practically a rite of passage these days. Still hurt when it happened to you. Could have been worse, Jack said. They could have bricked it with bloatware or made you sign some exploitative neural access contract. If it had that much tech, maybe it'd actually be worth $5,000, Oliver muttered. Next time, Carl chimed in, maybe check the reviews first. You mean the reviews they filter to only show fake corpo praise? Jack fell silent at that, and Carl laughed. Don't worry, there's no such thing as flawless ratings. Rival corps are dying to dig up dirt. Read both the official hype and the sabotage reports. Somewhere in between lies the truth. I'll try that next time, Oliver sighed, finishing his bread. So, Carl, any work lined up today? We cleared our queue, right? Nothing at the moment, Carl said, glancing at T-Bug, still passed out. She only naps when we're between gigs, but I did hear something about Maine's crew. That got their attention. What about them? Oliver asked. Carl pulled up a file. Old Cap dropped a hint during a chat. Apparently, Maine and his crew have been doing gigs for Faraday, specifically on Militech's behalf, targeting Arasaka. Faraday Militech against Arasaka, Oliver frowned. Jack's expression tightened. V watched, confused. I know Maine's crew, V said, but what's the problem? Carl explained. Who Faraday was, what kind of fixer he was, and the job chain they'd been involved in. I think it's tied to that titanium Goliath job. Militech probably wants more than just specs, maybe a full extraction. Arasaka labs, tech, personnel, you name it. Sending Maine's crew makes sense, keeps it low profile. That was the job you passed to Maine, right? Blanca was the contact, Jack asked. Exactly, Blanca was Faraday's middleman. Once you connect the dots, it's obvious. And since our crew got exposed during the Goliath gig, sending Maine's team now minimizes risk, Oliver added, stroking his chin. So what's your point, Carl? You worried about them? Not really. Maine's squad can handle themselves. And Faraday might be scum, but he doesn't hire amateurs. I just thought I'd share the intel, got it from Cap's network. In the end, it was all speculation. One merc crew stepping into another's gig over a hunch? Not done, even if they were tight. That's not how Night City works. Respect and risk came hand in hand. Sipping his milk, treating the whole topic like breakfast chatter, Carl still wondered to himself. Let's just hope this doesn't blow up into something bigger. Chapter 289, Dino's Bar. Interested in discussing a job, KK? Just as breakfast wrapped up, Carl, who was planning to go out and browse some braindance, got a call from the fixer Dino Dinovic. Dino. Carl instantly recognized the voice and recalled the man's profile in his mind. Dino Dinovic, the most well-known fixer in City Center and also the bassist for the band Glory Hole Bandits. In Night City, there's barely a soul who doesn't know him. If you need something, he's your go-to pal, provided you can afford the right friend fee. Carl had worked a few jobs for Dino over the past 2 months. The guy's reputation wasn't just hype. He paid well, and Carl's crew always delivered. Their mutual trust had turned into an informal, long-term arrangement, so it wasn't all that surprising that Dino was calling him early in the morning about a new job. "You're really dragging me out first thing to talk shop. Can't we do this over comms?" "I could send you the brief, sure," Dino said. "But this job, better if there's no digital trace. Trust me, come down and let's talk in person. This client's loaded, and the job is, well, explosive. Definitely a fit for your team. Doesn't matter if you come solo or bring the whole crew. Just don't make me get on my knees, all right?" And with that, the call ended, leaving Carl staring at his phone. Fixers and their cryptic crap, man. Still, the words loaded, and explosive definitely piqued his interest. Dino wasn't like Cap'n Old School or the other fixers who loved to talk big and bluff their way through. When he said something was generous or wild, chances were the reality would be even crazier, more dangerous, but also more rewarding. And when the payout's big and the job's a thrill, Carl never said no to that. "I could go alone, but anyone feel like giving me a lift?" Carl looked up from his phone, which had been on speaker since Dino called. His teammates, lounging nearby after breakfast, had all heard the offer. Now he just needed a driver. "I've got to head over to my mom's place." Jack was the first to wave him off, a little apologetic. "If you take the gig, let me know, but I've got to help her stock the bar. A shipment just arrived and Pepe's off today." Pepe was the bartender at the El Coyote Kojo. Carl knew him too. With Pepe out, the help was definitely needed. Carl nodded in understanding, then turned to Oliver. But the guy had just pulled off his headset, soaked in sweat, and shook his head firmly. "I have to get better at clearing hard mode on the training chip. No gigs today. If you think it's worth it, just take it." Carl sighed, eyeing the headset as Oliver put it back on. Oliver had beaten hard mode on the chip before, on his 24th try. But when V joined the crew, Oliver had challenged him to try it for fun, and V beat it first try, just like Jack had. In fact, V made it look even easier than Jack had, which left Oliver stunned mid-popcorn. Since then, he'd been obsessed with matching V's level, diving back into the simulation whenever he had the time. Well, good luck with that. With T-Bug still asleep, and Jack and Oliver busy, that left one option. "V, feel like being my driver?" V gave a casual nod, then thought for a second. "Which ride are we taking? Hell is still in the shop. Want to use my car?" "Your car?" Carl thought of that beast in the underground garage. The once dismantled, now fully restored Rayfield Caliburn Viper, assembled from the ground up by V once he had the eddies. "Why not? You haven't even taken it out in the city since fixing it up, right? Let's give it a proper spin." "Thought you might pass because it's a 2-seater. "Please, I've ridden on the roof before, remember eating all that dust." The two of them took the private elevator from the penthouse to the second floor of the underground garage. V got in and started the Viper. The engine purred, a far cry from its former rattletrap state. As the ride pulled out, V asked, "So where's Dino's bar again?" "Oh, right, I forgot you've never taken a job from him. This'll be your first." Carl jacked his monowire into the car and pinged the coordinates into the nav system. Downtown, small bar tucked into a back alley. Pretty hidden spot, honestly. "All right, route set. Let's roll." A fancy downtown fixer hangs out in a tiny bar. V sounded genuinely surprised. He figured someone like Dino would live in a high-rise penthouse, or at least a North Oak villa. Sometimes having your own turf is the only way to feel truly safe. They chatted casually on the way. Thanks to their location in Little China, Watson, it didn't take long to reach Dino's bar. V parked, and they walked into the alley. The entrance, just a narrow, 70-centimeter wide steel door, cramped and easy to miss. This might be the smallest bar I've ever seen. Carl glanced over his shoulder at V, sliding the door aside. As the door creaked open, a broad-shouldered black man in a white tee, sunglasses, and a baseball cap turned to look at them. He stood like a bouncer, stationed right at the entrance. Chapter 290, The Job. Damn, that's a big guy. Standing in front of the bouncer, Carl had to admit, aside from Animal's gang members, he hadn't seen anyone this jacked. And yet, could he be an animal? He didn't have the usual hormone-puffed bulk. His build looked earned, not injected. Strange, such a sculpted guy, just working security for a tiny bar. Carl could feel the man behind the sunglasses watching him. He held the stare until the bouncer turned his head and stepped aside, clearing a path. Recognition, maybe. Carl didn't dwell on it. The guy felt vaguely familiar, sure, but nothing concrete came to mind. He brushed it off and stepped inside with V. The bar was dimly lit, even with sunlight leaking in. Carl spotted Dino lounging on a couch in the corner. He moved to greet him, then paused. That feeling of familiarity from earlier, it clicked. The bouncer's movements, they had textbook precision. Carl couldn't explain it exactly. The man's posture had the kind of readiness drilled into elite soldiers, relaxed but coiled, ready to strike or evade, no wasted motion, no weaknesses. Carl's neural processor was tuned to read posture, reaction windows, blind spots. He could usually dissect a person's stance in a heartbeat. But this guy, nothing, flawless. The only person Carl had ever seen carry themselves like that was Kenichiro Arasaka himself. Not even Atom Smasher, more brute force than grace, moved like that. Manual come to life, not street brawler but trained ghost. Carl felt his curiosity stir, but didn't look back. In Night City, everyone had secrets. Poking too hard at someone else's was a good way to wind up dead. A covert operative working as a bouncer, ridiculous. He let it go and took a seat next to Dino. Dino handed over a data chip without a word. Carl didn't like plugging chips directly into his neural port. He slid it into his phone instead. The slim 5-centimeter chip clicked in, and his screen lit up with scrolling lines of data. "Where the hell did you get a phone like that?" Dino asked, shade sliding down his nose slightly. "Custom mod, changed the port interface. Only downside, gets hot, might explode." Dino froze. "Explode, how bad are we talking?" "Moderate," Carl replied, eyes on the screen. "Roughly equivalent to a modded low-yield frag. Lethal, but local. A range. 2 meters, give or take." Dino subtly slid his chair back. He wasn't afraid of dying. Not after everything he'd seen in Night City. But dying because someone's phone overheated, that was a death too stupid to forgive. Rumors said Carl was a little unhinged, maybe teetering on the edge of cyberpsychosis. Dino hadn't believed it. The guy had always been polite over comms, professional. But this was a man who casually carried a phone that could detonate mid-text. Yeah, the rumors might have something to them. Carl ignored him, thumbing through the data. The chip radiated heat, but his hands were used to worse. When he finished, he pulled it out and met Dino's eyes. "Shiny." "You've heard of it," Dino leaned forward. Carl frowned. "Synthetic hallucinogen, highly addictive. Tiger claws are cooking it, yeah." "Yup," Dino said. "User OD fries their neurons until their brain literally glows. Nasty stuff." "Designer drug," Carl muttered. "What's the job?" "Not dealing it," Dino said quickly, waving his hands. "The chip had transaction logs, supply manifests. I want your team to find the lab and burn it to the ground. It's near city center. Intel traces the shipments to Kabuki." Carl narrowed his eyes. "You planning to wipe out the competition and take over?" Dino didn't flinch. "Hell no, I mess with boosters, not poison, legal adjacent stuff, sports enhancers, I ain't touching shiny." Carl watched him, heart rate steady, breathing normal, no dampeners, no deception mods. He was telling the truth. Carl gave a slow nod. "All right, we're in, let's hear the full brief." Chapter 291, Shiny and the Invitation. James Reddington. Carl searched his memory, then said, "Never heard of him. Just some 2-bit junkie who accidentally cooked up Shiny. Knew a little chemistry, that's all." Dino added, "If you'd known his name before this, he wouldn't have stayed so anonymous." "If I'd known back then what he's doing now," Carl said, "I might have popped his skull just passing by, just for the sound. That'd make him famous real fast." Carl had no sympathy for people like that. So he's the one who invented Shiny. And this job, I'm supposed to find him and the Tiger Claws production site in City Center and burn it all down. Exactly. My people spotted him recently, always hanging around City Center with someone who looks like a Tiger Claws bodyguard. They were moving in pairs. But just when I told my guys to dig deeper, poof, he disappeared. And not long after, Shiny started flooding the area. That doesn't sound like a coincidence, does it? Couldn't the stuff have just been trafficked over from Japantown? It's not far. This is City Center, Carl. Dino's tone was full of confidence. If something moves in my turf and it ain't corporate, I know about it. Nothing comes in unless I let it. And still you couldn't find him? Shiny's not the kind of drug you can just whip up in a garage. Shouldn't be hard to trace the supply chain. If anyone else had asked that many questions, Dino would have either shut them down or warned them to back off. But this was Carl. He got special treatment. "Yeah, I could find him," Dino said. "But I'd rather not go toe-to-toe with the Tiger Claws directly. And let's not forget, this gig ain't even mine to run. You haven't forgotten, right, Carl? This one's coming from a different, very well-funded client." "Got it." Carl glanced at V, who stood nearby like a silent bodyguard, then looked back at Dino. "So they're using us like blunt instruments, send us in on a job to wreck the Tiger Claws operation. If the claws catch wind of it and start digging, they'll waste time chasing some mysterious client with no trail. And by the time they start asking the right questions, Dino gave a crooked smile. It'll all be old news. This city only cares about what's hot. No one remembers a big deal that went down a few months ago. Sounds like you're real confident we won't spill a word. Team Carl doesn't move without a down payment, never leaks client info, always delivers clean work. Everyone knows your rep. Dino straightened his jacket. And if the tiger claws try forcing it out of you, I trust you'll put him in the ground. I'll be waiting for the good news. With that, he stood up. If you don't mind the selection, drinks are on the house. This gig ain't super time sensitive, but if possible, I'd like it wrapped up within 2 weeks. As Dino walked out of the bar, Carl stood and turned to V. You heard all that right. Find the guy, wreck the setup, yeah, sounds like a pain in the ass. V had done enough jobs with Carl's crew to tell when something was going to be a headache. But with that kind of payout, V added, I'd say it's worth the trouble. Yeah, it's a hell of a reward. The total payout was $400,000, a massive sum. Most jobs the team took barely hit $80K or $90K. This was nearly 4 times that. Enough to buy 2 Militech Centaur exosuits. But once Carl got access to Dino's shared intel, it became clear. Shiny wasn't just another back alley drug. A single half-human-sized canister of the stuff could supply Night City for a month. Street value, $2 million. Now that was insane. For the Tiger Claws, this was just a new enterprise, and it was already printing money. Sell 1 canister, and you could buy yourself an ACPA. Compared to the 6th Street Gang, stuck scraping sand near the Badlands, the Tiger Claws were thriving. With prime turf like Japantown and fresh money pouring in, no wonder they could support twice as many members, all sporting high-end cyberware and riding flashy custom bikes. Still, no matter how profitable, a drug like this shouldn't exist. Same category as scav trash, just seeing it feels like an offense to your eyes. Carl and V didn't stick around long in the bar. Sure, Dino had offered free drinks, but they only stayed long enough to grab a crate of beer each. The bartender didn't look thrilled, but they were gone in under 10 minutes. While V opened the iron door with one hand, beer case in the other, Carl glanced back at the bouncer standing nearby, arms crossed. The guy avoided eye contact. His shades pointed at Carl, sure, but Carl could tell. The man wasn't actually looking at him. Something about this guy, can't ignore it. Carl noticed V had already stepped out. As Carl followed, he paused mid-step, then turned his head again. This time, their eyes met. In that split second, Carl's whole body tensed. Danger. He moved. Tearing open his beer case, Carl grabbed a bottle and tossed it upward. As it hung in the air, he flicked out his monowire from his fingertip and used it like a pen, etching numbers into the glass. His comm number. Time resumed. He caught the bottle, then tossed it to the bouncer. My number, Carl said. If you ever get tired of bouncing and want to try merc work, I've got a spot for you. And with that, he left the bar. Why did he make the offer? Maybe it was instinct. The guy radiated power. And strangely, like Kenichiro Arasaka or even Mr. Johnson, he wasn't the kind of man you could hate. The bouncer caught the bottle with lightning speed. He looked at the etch number, then at the now-closed iron door. No expression. He set the beer aside. Can't drink on the clock. But... He looked at the bottle again, his tense body relaxed just a little. Maybe after his shift, he'd crack it open and have a drink with something stronger. Chapter 292, Chemistry and Familiar Faces. This job shouldn't be hard to track. T-Bug had just woken up around noon, and after hearing that Carl and V had taken on a new gig, she didn't seem the least bit bothered that they'd have to start gathering intel from scratch. City Center isn't Tiger Claw turf, which means if they're not using corporate transport to bring in raw materials, there's no way they're sneaking anything past the fixers. But even if they are using corp logistics, there'll still be a trail. She typed for a moment, then continued. From what I know, Arasaka's been keeping a tight leash on things since that last op we pulled. They've frozen shipments into City Center and started a full internal audit and purge. So unless the Tiger Claws are stupid enough to work with a rival corp and risk getting skinned alive by Arasaka, their only option is to source the materials themselves. Source the raw materials. Oliver, still sweating from his sim training and fresh out of the shower, leaned against the couch listening to T-Bug. Thanks to his family upbringing, he quickly came up with a possible alternative that didn't involve importing anything. Rob a chemical warehouse in City Center. Fastest and cheapest way to get what they need, he added. V, the former nomad, nodded in agreement. Corp shipments are risky, yeah, but if you pull it off, the loot can keep a whole clan fed for years. And there's another benefit, Carl said, backing the theory. Zero procurement cost means more profit across the board. Everyone in the chain gets a bigger cut, the chemists making it, the tiger claws risking their necks. It's hard to turn down that kind of payout. Fits the gang mentality perfectly. Oliver glanced at T-Bug. Can you check if any chemical warehouses in the city got hit recently? That's easy. City center's full of corpo dogs, and there aren't many facilities licensed to store hazardous materials. Just need to filter by region and... She didn't even finish the sentence. Found it, Biotechnica warehouse near the West Docks in city center. Hit by unknowns 2 days ago. They were storing large amounts of nitrous oxide. Nitrous oxide, what's that? V asked. Oliver jumped in. Also called laughing gas. It's colorless, has a sweet taste, used medically as an anesthetic and in food processing. But if you inhale too much, it cuts off oxygen to the brain and wrecks your nervous system. The high makes you laugh, hence the name. Nitrous is laughing gas? That I do know. I remember reading about it as rocket fuel and a boost for car engines. Never thought it could be used to make street drugs. No matter how useful something is, Carl said, once it's tied to stuff like this, all its original uses just turn into ways to screw people over. He looked at T-Bug. Can you pull cam footage from around the warehouse, see what vehicles passed through the area, and how did Biotechnica respond? Camera footage'll take some time to process. As for Biotechnica, they issued a statement, fired a few low-level dock workers, and that's it. Guess they've just gotten used to this kind of thing. T-Bug didn't seem too surprised. In Night City, a corp without the guts to deal with gangs, mercs, or nomads raiding their ops doesn't survive long against the competition. Shit like this was routine. She stood up. I'm heading to my room, easier to scan all this with my setup in there. I'll send the files once I've compiled everything. Might take a bit, so just chill in the meantime. You not eating lunch, T-Bug? Carl asked. Just save me some dinner, I'm not that hungry. She'd barely been out of her room, and now was already disappearing back in. The three guys exchanged glances. A few seconds later, V muttered, Is that a Netrunner thing? Dive back into your cave the second there's work to do, or is that just T-Bug? Probably depends, Carl replied. I count as half a Netrunner myself, I'm just too lazy to do the work. You're really out here bragging about being lazy? Oliver said with a sigh. So, what now? T-Bug said it'll take a while. I'm done with sim training for the day. Wanna go check out Jackie's bartending gig? Didn't we just get back? Carl said, thinking. He'd already had V detour to pick up the Braindens gear on the way home, so yeah, checking in with Jackie sounded good. After a brief discussion, they left Kyukyu behind on guard duty. With Hera still in the shop and no urgent timetable, they decided to walk, from Little China and Watson, through City Center, and into the Glen in Haywood. The three chatted as they walked. By Night City standards, it was a peaceful stroll, only 2 shootouts. One was a gang hit, the other an NCPD takedown. Plus, they passed 4 armed robberies, but no fatalities, so calm day. I'm betting the body count in tomorrow's death lotto will be under 10, Oliver joked. He was about to say more, when a familiar face caught his eye. On the bridge connecting Watson to City Center, a squad of mercs had just finished off a target and were cleaning up. The leader was reloading an arm-mounted launcher. No mistaking that frame, it was Maine. Maine, Oliver waved. Maine turned, surprised for a moment, then grinned and walked over. Didn't expect to see you guys around here. You working a job? Carl asked, eyeing the wrecked vehicle. Just wrapped up. Boom. The wreck suddenly exploded. A young man sprinted over through the smoke and fire. The guy we caught just self-detonated Maine. What? He blew himself up. Maine turned sharply. Everyone okay? Yeah, I was the one handling him. Felt something was off, so I tossed him out just in time and kicked in my Sandevistan. No one got hurt. The young man approached and greeted them casually. Long time no see, Carl. Hey, Oliver. Oliver blinked, then his face lit up. David, damn, didn't expect to see you, and you're running a Sandevistan now. That familiar smile was unmistakable, even with a face altered by sync-mod facial sculpting. It was David, no doubt about it. Chapter 293. Ambition, isn't that just a dream? After running into Maine's crew on the street, Carl, V, and Oliver, who were originally planning to walk to El Coyote Cojo, ended up hitching a ride with them. Maine's crew operated out of Arroyo in Santo Domingo, right next to the Glen in Haywood, where the bar was located. They had just wrapped up their job and were heading back, so giving Carl's group a lift was no trouble at all. Carl sat in the passenger seat next to Maine. Glancing back at V, Oliver, and David in the rear, he brought up what had happened earlier on the street. Looks like things didn't go as smooth as you'd hoped. Didn't think that corp dog had that kind of balls, Maine replied as he pulled into traffic. We finally got a decent lead today, figured we'd grab someone and get some answers. Instead, he blew himself up. Eyes on the road, Maine muttered. This gig's been rough. We knew it wouldn't be easy, but damn, it's been days and we're still stuck gathering intel. If it were you guys, you'd probably be done by now. Carl gave a small shrug. Don't be too hard on yourself. We've been in the same situation. One time, a guy blew himself up right in front of us. We barely had time to react. The blast almost took out our car. With types like that, the only thing you can do is hit him with an EMP right away and hope it jams whatever detonation program they're wired with. Lesson learned. Next time, I'm tossing an EMP grenade first and asking questions later. Maine pressed down on the gas, the vehicle speeding up with the weight of 5 passengers. Still, if we pull this off, I might finally hit the big leagues. Big leagues, huh? Has a nice ring to it, Carl replied, then added, but if that promise came from Faraday, it sounds more like hot air. That made Maine pause, ever so slightly, before answering. You know. More or less, but hey, we're all mercs here. I'm not gonna pry, not gonna ask for confirmation, just a heads up, be careful. Faraday's greedy as hell. If things go bad, he won't think twice about selling you out. If it comes to that, don't hesitate, run. A merc can lose their rep and still rebuild. Lose your life, you're done. Coming from the guy with a 100% completion rate, that advice hits different, Maine said with a sigh. But I hear you, Carl. You probably think I've been duped, lured in by promises and bullshit. But I'm not blind. I know exactly what Faraday's like. This job, it's the only shot I've got right now to put my name on the map. He tightened his grip on the wheel. Not everyone can be like you. My crew's been stuck doing low-tier gigs for years, and I've been a merc for over 7 years now. If I keep going like this, I don't know when or if I'll ever break through. Some things you have to risk everything for, even if it might kill you. Wagering your life, just for a shot at glory. Any merc with real ambition knows that feeling. Everyone wants to be the next Morgan Blackhand or Atom Smasher, but whoever really makes it, no one knows. You chase that dream and roll the dice with your life. Carl stayed quiet. Maine had once been a soldier for the new United States. During the Unification War, 2069-2070, he'd gone AWOL, heading to Night City in search of something bigger, to become a legend. That was 7 years ago. 7 years of fighting, bleeding, clawing forward. And now that he was finally seeing the faintest glimmer of a breakthrough, was he supposed to stop just because it was dangerous? Hell no. Telling Carl to quit chasing his own ambitions would be just as pointless. He could live out the rest of his life in peace, surrounded by wealth and safety, but he'd never stop pushing forward. If he had wanted a quiet life, he would have ducked and hid the moment he held his first gun. He would have stayed behind cover when the bullets flew. But that's not what mercs do. A person needs something to live for. For some, it's comfort and calm. For others, it's the relentless pursuit of ambition. And ambition, well, isn't that just another name for dreams? Carl could never tell Maine to walk away from that. Just make sure I'm at the top of your contact list. He added, if you go charging into hell, that's your call. Risking your life's your business. But if things go south, I'd still like to know what happened to my friend. Your friend, huh? I mean, somebody's gotta be the one to collect your body. Can't let you die without a proper burial. Would be a waste of all that chromed-out muscle mass. Maine let out a laugh. With the mods I've got now, I'll probably end up as a pile of metal and ash. But yeah, if anyone's gonna handle my funeral, it oughta be you. I bet you'd send my ashes into space, maybe even shoot 'em into the sun for the drama. He remembered their first job together, back when the Brown crew had joked about dying with no one to pay for a grave. They said if they all bid it, they'd just scoop up the bones and bury them in one pit. Back then, Maine hadn't cared. Now, that wasn't how he wanted to go. If he had to die, it had to mean something, had to be big. The car came to a stop outside El Coyote Kojo. As Maine smiled faintly, Carl stepped out, then paused at the door. He leaned back down and looked through the window at David in the back seat. Hey David, you run fast, right? He was thinking back to the moment he saw David trigger his Sandevistan. I can catch up to a car now, short distance, David replied confidently. He hadn't heard the conversation between Carl and Maine. He'd been chatting with V and Oliver in the back, but Carl just smiled at his reply. Then when it's time to run, run, David. Carl left him with that cryptic message and walked toward the bar. What did Carl mean by that? David asked, confused. Maine didn't say a word. He quietly restarted the engine. But he understood. As the team leader, the one always at the front of the charge, Maine knew. If it ever came to that point. When it's time to run, run, David. He whispered it to himself. After all, someone's gotta be fast enough to carry the story home. Chapter 294, Rogue AI. Man, what a night. We were just planning to chill at El Coyote Kojo, watch Jackie work, have a few drinks, and we ended up drafted into hauling crates. Grumbling and completely worn out, Oliver flopped onto the couch the moment they got home from the bar. Didn't expect it to be that busy either, Jackie said with a laugh. But hey, you guys showed up at the perfect time. Thanks for helping with the stock. We had to move 2 whole warehouse shipments. I couldn't leave the front, was totally slammed. Moving booze wasn't a big deal. With his cyber arms doing the heavy lifting, Carl didn't feel like it had been much effort at all. Now back home, he was relaxing with a glass of sweet tea. He glanced at Oliver, who looked half dead after running sim drills all morning and lugging cases all afternoon, then turned to Jackie. Though were there more Valentinos at the bar than usual today, something up. You noticed that too. I was with Oliver and V loading the liquor and supplies into the back, but even from the alley, I saw a bunch of guys with Valentino tattoos heading into the bar. Carl's observation got a groan of confirmation from Oliver. Yeah, I saw them too. What's going on? Are they about to go to war or something? Tactical pregame. Nah, nothing like that. Jackie paused for a moment before continuing. It's kinda weird, actually. The Valentinos hit a corp shipment recently. During the job, they grabbed a corp guy, planned to interrogate him to find the drop location. But just as they were about to get him talking, boom. Dude exploded. Like, legit blew up from the inside. Took out a bunch of our own. Gustavo thinks there's something fishy going on and started pulling people in to investigate. Gustavo, a high-ranking Valentino and good friend of Jackie's, was a familiar face at El Coyote Kojo. While Carl and his crew hadn't officially met him, they definitely knew who he was. A corp guy detonating after getting caught, that rang a bell. V was the first to connect the dots. That makes 3 now, the guy on the road earlier, the one today at the bar, and now this Valentino job, all different incidents. All corp dogs, all blew themselves up. 3, Jackie blinked confused. Carl filled him in on what happened on their way to the bar. Maine's crew grabbed an Arasaka guy, same result, kaboom. Gustavo's target was Kang Tao, Maine's was Arasaka. And the one we saw was Kendachi, right? That's 3 different core. You're telling me all their employees are so loyal they're willing to blow themselves up the moment they're compromised. If it's not loyalty, Carl muttered, then it's something else. They were made to explode. He paused, thinking back. Remember that Militech exosuit we got during that gig we flipped to Rogue? The one where I ended up at Big Bird Spence? The pilot's head blew up, corp-controlled suicide protocol. Feels similar, no? Still a big leap between blowing out someone's skull and rigging their whole body like an RPG, Jackie replied. The explosions we've seen lately? Those things had radius. Ain't easy to sneak that kind of firepower into someone's body unnoticed, not even a corp dog. Maybe it's not about the tech but the control protocol, Carl said, thinking aloud. The idea wasn't absurd, not in Night City. Core saw employees as disposable. Binding their lives to a contract wasn't even controversial anymore. A bomb in the body wasn't unthinkable. But there were limits. Installing an explosive device sophisticated enough to avoid detection, function seamlessly alongside neural wear, and not trigger accidentally while working overtime. That kind of precision required serious skill and expense. Neuralinked triggers, tight integration with the nervous system, specially trained ripperdocs. One slip, and the guy blows up mid-shift, killing his entire cubicle farm and torching millions in assets. Not exactly efficient, especially not for low-tier employees. So what was the angle? This feels more like something an AI would do, Carl muttered. Burn the asset the second it's no longer useful. At that moment, the door upstairs creaked open. T-Bug stepped out onto the landing and delivered her bombshell. Sounds like rogue AI behavior to me. Asset loses value, delete it. Wait, AI, Oliver looked up at her in shock. T-Bug leaned on the railing, eyes scanning the group below. Not only can some AIs pull this off, some of them might be riding around in meat suits, acting human. That stopped Carl cold, AIs controlling people. He'd heard about the data crash, the one that destroyed the global net and gave birth to truly sentient AIs. Those rogue constructs still haunted the deep layers of cyberspace, attacking anyone foolish enough to go diving. To contain them, the megacorps built the Blackwall, a massive digital firewall separating today's net from the chaos beyond. But the Blackwall wasn't perfect. Some AIs managed to slip through, others were born inside the new net. Uncontrolled, untraceable. He'd always thought they were just code. Dangerous code, sure, but digital. Now, AI taking over people. I thought that was just some fringe theory, Oliver said, still skeptical. T-Bug didn't elaborate. she simply said. Stick around long enough in this biz, you see enough to stop laughing at ghost stories. With that, she tossed Carl a shard, which he caught reflexively. Anyway, we're not involved in that mess yet. Let's keep it that way. Whether it's Netwatch or some rogue Blackwall freak, we don't want any of them knocking on our door. That chip's got all the possible locations tied to our current target. Review it and scout early tomorrow. Yawning, she turned and headed back to her room, door shutting quietly behind her. Carl stared at the closed door, holding the shard. T-Bug was right. No point stressing about threats you haven't even met yet. First things first. He slotted the shard. Let's deal with the mess right in front of us, before worrying about the ones still hiding in the dark. Chapter 295, Temblers. At night, riding inside an AV, Carl looked down over Night City through the clear interface of the crystal ball system. First time we've used an AV for a mission, Oliver said, gazing out at the glittering cityscape. His eyes lit up, and an uncontrollable smile crept onto his face. It's gorgeous from up here. Gives you that god's eye view of the whole city, huh? Jackie stood by the hatch, eyes locked on Night City's two tallest buildings in the distance. Looking down on Arasaka Tower and the Militech building from up here. They don't seem so big anymore. I spent half my life staring up at those things. Funny how that works, Carl said. Oliver glanced around, then turned to Carl. It feels totally different from standing on the ground. In the Badlands, I felt free, but here in the city, skipping traffic, soaring above the lights in this AV, it's a whole new kind of freedom. It's convenient, yeah, but also a magnet for attention, Carl said. We're lucky we're in city center. Try showing up in this thing in a rougher district and people would have clocked us instantly. We'd lose our target before even setting boots on the ground. I mean, worst case, just chase him in the AV, Jackie offered, arms folded as he eyed the 300-meter drop. They're not all gonna dive into the sewers or something. I'm more worried about getting shot down from this height. That's a bad time. Seriously, you guys planning your crash landing already? V chuckled from the pilot's seat. This AV's shielded. It could take a direct RPG hit and still stay airborne, and if it did get targeted, we've got enough time to dive before impact. Relax. I don't know, I still trust the pavement more than the sky, Jackie said, shaking his head. Carl, do we have a fix on our target? Yeah, thanks to T-Bug. Half an hour ago, James Reddington, the guy who created Shimmer, showed up near an alley, walked in, never came out. V, I'm sending the coordinates. Let's move. Already on it, not even 2 clicks away, V replied. Guess this joyride's gonna be short. Take it for a spin later. You've got full clearance now, Carl yawned. Meanwhile, T-Bug's probably curled up in bed. Meanwhile, I'm stuck working. Come on, she did all the heavy lifting today, Oliver pointed out. Without her, we'd be hunting this guy for days. Let's wrap this up and hit the sack. I only started feeling human again after dinner. V grinned. Technically, the gig wasn't urgent. Dino had given them 2 weeks. They'd picked it up that morning, and honestly, they'd expected T-Bug to need a few days to pull a location. Instead, she cracked it in an afternoon. Naturally, that meant jumping on it right away. Tough break for Oliver. Sim drills all morning, hauling stock all afternoon, and now a night mission. Best to get this crap out of the way early, Carl said, watching the AV descend. When it reached about 5 meters above the ground, he popped the hatch and jumped. He landed smoothly, facing the alley entrance. Let's move. The others followed one by one. As soon as they were all out, the AV handed over to autopilot and began ascending. Another perk of AVs, Oliver said, watching it rise. Don't need to leave anyone behind to babysit it. He remembered the time their car got jacked. Looking around, he noticed a crowd gathering, people curious about the fancy vehicle and the crew jumping out. What are you staring at? He snapped. A few bulky, rough-looking guys didn't like that. They'd just come over to see who had rolled up in such a luxury AV, and this punk was glaring at them. Bet he's some corpo punk. Let's see how smug he is when he's bleeding out on the sidewalk. One of them stepped forward, hand moving toward his weapon, clearly ready to teach Oliver a lesson. Then Carl looked back. Don't start anything. Let's go, Oliver. Mission's what matters. Oliver. The thug froze. That name, he knew it. Everyone in Night City did by now. And then he really looked at Carl. Black hair, piercing eyes, calm and deadly aura. That face. Recognition hit like a freight train. His blood turned to ice. He wasn't some random punk, he was Carl. And standing beside him was Oliver. The same Oliver who torn through gangs and walked away smiling. The same Oliver from the headlines. His hand was still on his gun when Oliver turned and glared at him. I'm coming, I'm coming. Oliver shot him a final glance before jogging after Carl, Jackie, and V. I was hoping to test how far my training's come anyway. The thug froze in place. He didn't move again until the crew disappeared into the darkness of the alley. Only then did his knees give out. He collapsed to the pavement, staring at his trembling hand, still resting on his weapon. Oliver, K.K. Carl Oliver. That look. He finally understood. That look had meant, draw and you die. He'd drawn slow and lived. Chapter 296, Sewers. After walking a dozen meters through the alleyway, Carl came to a halt. In front of him lay the street visible at the other end of the alley. Not here. He turned around and said to the others catching up behind him, the camera across the street didn't catch James Reddington leaving this alley. So he did disappear in here, huh? V scanned the 3-story buildings flanking the alley, walking back and forth. He and Oliver both used their cyberoptics to examine the shadowy walls. No obvious climbing points, no damage on the walls, no markings up top either. Last footprints stop right here, Oliver announced, having circled the area and now standing next to a manhole cover. So he really went into the sewers, Jackie muttered, squatting beside the cover. He studied it for a moment, then braced his hand against the worn concrete around it and gave it a gentle lift. What's down there? Oliver leaned in, peering into the darkness, only to spot a faint red glow. Triggered mine, Jackie said calmly. Tripwires set halfway up the shaft. I haven't lifted the cover fully yet, so it hasn't gone off. Want me to handle it? Carl drew his monowire, ready to snake it through the gap and disable the mine. No good, Jackie replied. Old-style mine, no interface, not networked to its user. Even if it triggers, they'd never know, totally analog. He took a deep breath. Then, with a sudden blur of motion, his hands moved, barely visible to the naked eye, and in the next instant, he was holding a disassembled mine in pieces. These old mines use mechanical fuses. Trip the wire, pull the firing pin, boom, you just disable that part of the chain, and it's done. Disarming the igniter to interrupt the detonation sequence, huh? V nodded, inspecting the exposed components in Jackie's hand. Looks like it's just the tripwire that's modern, everything else is vintage. All clear, I'll go first and take a look. Jackie lifted the cover fully and peered below. Confirming there were no more surprises, he carefully climbed down the ladder. A few seconds later, Oliver heard his boots hit the ground, followed by Jackie's voice echoing from below. Come on down, the place has been modified, the great runoff routes water through a secondary channel. There's still a concrete path along the side. Looks like those paranoid tiger claws reworked this area already. With the all clear, the rest of the crew descended. Carl was the last one down, and he pulled the cover shut behind him, just in case some late-night pedestrian wandered by and didn't see the open hole in the dark. Climbing down, he noticed a clunky makeshift drainpipe blocking the last stretch of ladder. He had to jump the final 2 meters, landing on the narrow concrete path that ran alongside the canal. Even above, the stench of sewage and chemicals had been intense. Down here, face to face with the source, it hit him like a wall. His stomach churned. I really should have brought a scent filter chip. Oh, quit whining, Oliver said. You'll get used to it. We've cleared out scav dens that reeked way worse than this: bodies, blood, piss, and whatever else. This is nothing. I don't want to get used to it, Carl muttered, scowling. Up ahead, Jackie was already moving forward along the narrow walkway. Carl switched to comms to keep quiet. Got a trail, Jackie. Jackie turned back. In the eerie glow of the chemical runoff nearby, his face was ghostly, but Carl could see him nod. Looks like somebody brushed up against the edge of the water. There's a trail of faint fluorescent drips every few meters. Pretty easy to follow. Fluorescence. Carl couldn't see much with Jackie blocking the view. But as Jackie moved forward and Carl's eyes adjusted, he started to spot the glowing specks too, little flickers of green along the walkway, barely visible unless you knew to look. Following behind, Carl examined the spacing between each glowing drop. This looks more like deliberate trail marking to me, he said. The drops are spaced roughly 2.8 to 3 meters apart, about the average 4 strides of a standard adult male. And that 20 cm variance could easily be margin of error from dripping liquid. Judging by the shoeprint impressions in the glowing fluid, whoever made this trail is about 180 centimeters tall. I get the spacing part, V said, but how the hell did you guess the guy's height? Mostly educated guessing, Carl admitted. I learned this from a detective braindance I downloaded while posing as a dangerous girl's bodyguard. Supposedly, the average Night City adult's height is around 6.75 times their foot length. These prints are 270 millimeters, so 27 cm. Multiply that by 6.75 and you get 182.25 cm. Probably off by a few, but yeah, around 180 cm. That's wild. V sounded impressed. Guess that gig at the detective agency paid off. Let me borrow that BD later, will ya? I'm kinda curious what kind of nerd put something that detailed together. I think the creators were named John Doyle and Arthur Beck or something like that. Sounds familiar for some reason. I keep it on my BD shelf, grab it whenever. Chatting through the comms, the crew continued moving through the dimly glowing sewer tunnel, following the trail toward the Tiger Claw's hidden drug lab. Chapter 297, Drug Lab. This isn't the amount I asked for. Deep within the sewer system, repurposed from the old tunnels built before the 2023 nuclear blast that hit Night City, James Reddington, the creator of Shimmer, glared furiously at the Tiger Claw's member in front of him. With this amount of nitrous oxide, there's no way I can produce the volume you want. If you don't want those junky freaks clawing at us for more, you'd better bring me more raw material. The Tiger Claw facing him barely flinched. James's outrage might have sounded forceful, but it lacked any real weight. Relax, James, the man said casually. It's coming. Nitrous oxide isn't hard to find, just hit any corporate chemical depot. There's no need to get worked up over something that's guaranteed. This was Arakawa Jin, the Tiger Claw assigned to oversee James. He knew exactly what kind of guy James used to be. A twitchy little addict who couldn't look anyone in the eye. The only reason he dared raise his voice now was because of his new title as creator of Shimmer. But Jin also knew that if he showed even a hint of pressure, James would fold right back into the sniveling mess he always was. Jin narrowed his eyes and stared him down. Or maybe you're just looking for trouble. James froze. The moment Jin's cold, snake-like gaze met his body locked up like a hunted rabbit. After a few seconds, he finally exhaled and relaxed, adjusting his tone. I'm just thinking about our profits, that's all, he said, voice still tight. Shimmer is selling like crazy. Demand's already outpacing supply. If we don't act fast, we'll miss our window. Jin wasn't fooled. According to surveillance, James had blown his first payout on a flashy new ride, a $170,000 Chevalier Thrax 388 Jefferson, no less, bought on an installment plan. He'd been throwing money around at places like Clouds, partying like a rock star, and racking up debt. Now, desperate to pay it off, he wanted to ramp up production and pocket another big payday. Jin smirked but didn't bother calling him out. Instead, he gave a gentle nudge. You've got enough for a batch, right? Get started with what you've got. My crew will bring the rest of the nitrous soon. Fine. James hesitated for a beat, then nodded and turned to head deeper into the lab. Once he was out of earshot, a scarred Tiger Claw stepped up to Jin's side, one of the men in charge of guarding the underground facility. Boss, this guy's attitude keeps getting worse, the enforcer muttered. Acting like we'd be screwed without him, but we already grabbed the full formula, ripped it straight from his BD logs and the lab cams. Why are we still humoring him? He's still useful. Jin waved a hand dismissively. Guy lucked into Shimmer, maybe lightning strikes twice. Sometimes fortune favors the idiot. Let him think he's some genius. Worst case, the payout we gave him is just the price of a long shot. He let out a quiet, bitter laugh. He couldn't even buy that Jefferson outright, had to do it in installments. Goes to Clouds and only books basic joy days. He's flat broke. Let him feel like a king for a moment, like he's throwing eddies around. Compared to what we're making, his cut is pocket change. If a few crumbs kept him motivated, why not? Even Core made speculative investments. Jin was about to speak again when a sound cut through the room, metal scraping against stone. A harsh grating screech. Jin scowled. What the hell is that? The scarred enforcer heard it too. He barked at one of the guards by the door. Tell those new recruits to keep it down. Just 'cause they passed initiation doesn't mean they're full Tiger Claws yet. If they keep messing around, we'll send them packing. This sewer post is a sweet gig, easy pay, no stress. Plenty of people would kill for it. Yes, sir. One of the guards, closest to the door, casually slung his rifle over his shoulder and moved to open it, fully intending to chew out whatever rookie was making noise. He didn't get the chance. The moment he cracked the door open, a splash of warm blood hit his face. Blood. He blinked, disoriented, his vision adjusted. Standing in the doorway was someone, a silhouette. From behind, it looked like one of the recruits. What the hell? Then the upper half of the body started to lean and separate. The torso slid clean off the legs, revealing a smooth, cauterized cross-section. Blood poured down the clean cut as the top half hit the floor with a heavy thud. Thump. The guard's heart skipped a beat. And then he saw him. A young man, cropped hair, piercing blue eyes, calm, steely expression, in his hand, a glowing orange-yellow katana still humming faintly. To the hell. That was the last thought he had. The blade moved, too fast to follow. The last thing he saw was a streak of searing light. And then pain. And then's nothing. Chapter 298, The Roach. Shit, we've got trouble. As the upper half of one of the guards was sent flying across the room, the remaining tiger claws inside the repurposed underground drug lab reacted instantly, raising their Nakota D5s and opening fire on the entrance. But the crew-cut young man, wielding a thermal katana, had already vanished. In less than a blink, he flashed past the tiger claws like a ghost. Every one of them froze mid-motion as he passed. Huff! With a calm exhale, the young man came to a halt in front of Arakawa Jin. Exactly 1 second had passed. Not a single drop of blood stained his glowing blade. HK. Blood erupted in bursts. Every tiger claw in the room, except Arakawa, now bore a thin, charred gash across their midsections. The cuts widened, and with a splatter of blood, their bodies fell apart. As the corpses crashed to the floor like sacks of meat, Arakawa stood frozen. How the hell had they all died in an instant? 1 second that guy was being lit up at the door, and now he was standing calmly, blade in hand, right in front of him. Hey hi ha ha's. Arakawa raised his hand slowly, watching the blade lift toward him. Hey look, maybe we can talk this out. They say surrender's only half a loss, right? If I surrender now, is it still good? I'll leave you half. The young man said flatly. Panicking, Arakawa went for his pistol, hoping for a last-ditch shot, but a flash of heat and light swept across him. Thud. Eyes wide, Arakawa dropped to the ground. In the final second before darkness, he saw his own lower half still standing. He really did leave half. Why the hell did I say that? With bitter regret, Arakawa closed his eyes. You're on a killing spree, V. From the entrance, a voice rang out. Carl stepped into the room, surveying the carnage. Took out the whole squad, huh? Like you're one to talk, Oliver muttered, walking in behind him. You and V are about the same. Better to wipe them all out while we can, Jack said, bringing up the rear. Less scum left behind. VMM click. V powered down the thermal katana and tried to sheath it at his side. Took him 2 tries to align it properly. Told you to get a side-mounted sheath, Carl said, watching him. Then he gave V a once-over. Still, you're really starting to pull off the samurai look. Walk around with that sword and people will definitely think you're tiger claws. Not many outside the claws use katanas, V replied. They're a bit bulky, but paired with Sandivistan, perfect synergy. I should brush up on more swordplay techniques. I still prefer more practical stuff. Mantis blades, gorilla arms, monowire, things you can pop out anytime, Carl said, heading toward the interior door. Then he kicked it open. Coincidentally, James Reddington had just reached the door, curious about the commotion. As he opened it, Carl's boot slammed directly into his gut. Launched backwards, James didn't even register what happened before he hit the ground hard. The impact to his organs sent searing pain to his brain, and his body convulsed, curled up like a shrimp. He gasped desperately, but couldn't draw breath. As he regained a sliver of clarity, Carl loomed over him. Compared to the other James I met, the former new American lieutenant, you're nothing but a sewer roach. Disgusting, so vile I don't even want to stain my shoe on you. Carl's disgust was rare, but this man, he earned it. Go ga. James tried to speak. He hadn't seen who attacked him, but pure survival instinct kicked in. He scrambled to show his worth. His mind raced to piece it together. They'd killed Arakawa, killed the tiger claws. He was the last one alive. What was the most valuable thing here? Shimmer. I can make shimmer. Let me live. I know how to make the purest batch. 1 hit and they're hooked. I've tested it. Just 2 milligrams. Anyone from old geezers to 12-year-olds. Bang. James' head burst open from a single shot. His body spasmed, then crumpled to the side. Still trying to discuss me. Carl lowered his pistol, night's end. I was wondering what'd be the cleanest way to deal with trash like you. You don't just use this poison, you mass produce it. Drag others into it. For that kind of filth, a bullet's the most merciful answer. Crushing a roach, even that would have been too kind. Carl exhaled, as if purging the stench from his lungs. He pulled out his phone, sent Dino a message, job's done. And then noticed something new. A message from Chidame. Short direct, a contract. Banquet at Arasaka Tower, 1 day from now. To ensure Miss Hanako's safety, we require additional security. The more, the better. $150,000 per person. She was sending out contracts. Was this from Kinakairo, or Hanako herself? Carl recalled what Kinakairo had told him when lending the car. Return within 10 days. Was this what he meant? Chapter 299, Trauma Team. You're telling me it's done already. Just as Carl stepped out of the underground drug lab, having taken care of the scumbag, his hollow buzzed with a call from Dino. Clearly, Dino hadn't expected the job, issued just that morning, and estimated to take 2 weeks to be wrapped up before nightfall. It's done, I've sent you the location. Make sure someone handles the cleanup. Our netrunner will follow up too, so don't make me catch you trying to skim off anything. Relax, I wouldn't risk our partnership over scraps, especially not after seeing how fast and ruthless your crew works. And Dino meant it. A gig accepted in the morning, wrapped up by night, that kind of firepower. No one wanted to mess with people like that. Payment sent, make sure you receive it. No verification. I thought about asking for a few pics, but no need. My people already saw Trauma Team arrive at the spot you sent. They're right above you. Trauma Team. Carl glanced around at the pile of bodies. Must have been a tiger claw with a premium contract that included post-mortem services. He remembered wondering the same thing when they dealt with JK, the black market BD director. Why would Trauma Teams still show up if the client was already dead? Later, he looked it up and found out that premium-tier clients could buy funeral packages. Trauma Team would still recover the corpse, cremate it, and bury it at a reserved site. Originally, they only acted if the client was alive. Now, at least they'd take care of the body. Boom! A loud thud overhead made Carl sidestep just in time. Seconds later, an explosion tore through the ceiling. Boom! Chunks of concrete rained down as the reinforced ceiling gave way, and 2 Trauma Team operatives in white and green uniforms dropped through the smoke. The ceiling had only been a thin slab, nothing fancy. They must have used a compact breaching charge to blow it open and fast rope in. Pretty sure they'll be billing City Hall for that street damage, Carl thought. The 2 medics quickly leveled smart rifles at Carl. Trauma Team almost always used gear from Kang Tao. Carl recognized the model at a glance. Kang Tao G58 Diane, he had one himself. Staring down the barrels of smart guns, Carl stayed still, calmly meeting the gaze of the helmeted operatives. 7 minutes to save a life or your money back, he quoted their slogan. It's been 5 minutes. Gotta admit, even for post-mortem service, your speed is impressive. I'm honestly considering getting a membership now. The operatives said nothing, just slowly lowered their weapons. They'd assessed the situation. Carl was likely the one who killed their client. If the client had survived, protocol would have demanded they eliminate any threat. But the guy was already dead. No need to escalate. Besides, that face was unmistakable. KK, one of Night City's most feared mercs. Even a full Trauma Team squad, pilot, co-pilot, 2 armed specialists, medic, and assistant, would think twice. And if they summoned nearby backup squads, that still probably wouldn't cut it. In silence, Carl watched 2 more Trauma Team members drop in. The first pair armed specialists secured the perimeter. The other 2, clearly medtechs, scanned the bodies with portable ID readers, trying to figure out which pile of gore belonged to their client. What the hell was that? Carl, you coming or what? Voices echoed from the sewer exit. Oliver, Jack, and V had turned back after noticing Carl hadn't followed. As they stepped into the room, they saw the Trauma Team crew and the gaping hole in the ceiling. Trauma Team. Oliver stared at the green and white suits, identifying corpses. When I was a kid, my sister and I used to watch their ads, swooping in to save lives like white knights. I even wanted to be one of them. Funny how the only time we see them now is when they're hauling away corpses, and only if you've got a membership. That's not saving lives, that's corporate triage. At least it's a job, Jack said, leaning on the broken doorway. Beats gang work, and hey, thanks to them, we can climb out through this hole instead of going back through the sewer. Not going back through that reeking tunnel does sound good, Carl nodded, then added, we could afford Trauma Team coverage now. Silver, gold, platinum. Platinum might be pricey, but gold's not bad. Fast response, decent service, you really do get what you pay for. Yeah, along with biometric tracking and GPS logging, Oliver muttered, then paused. Still, they offer short-term contracts, right? Like 24-hour coverage, that might be worth it. I'll wait until we're a little more flush, V said, ever the budget-conscious one. Carl waved him off. You can decide after we finish our next job. Next job. The others looked puzzled. Carl sent them Chidam's message. 150,000 eddies per head. The more bodies we bring, the better. Destination, Arasaka Tower. Jack's eyes widened. Just a few days ago, they were worried Carl might not make it out of Arasaka Tower alone. Now, they were going too. Arasaka Tower, huh? Oliver stared as Trauma Team loaded a mangled corpse onto a gurney. There was a lot he wanted to say about the job, but didn't even know where to begin. V stared at the payout, 150K. He was tempted, but this was the kind of thing they needed to sit down and plan together. Let's talk it over back at base, he finally said. Carl nodded, exactly what I was thinking. Heading into Arasaka Tower wasn't something you did without a solid plan and a full squad on board. One day after Dino's job, a high-end AV with Kenikairo's ID code hovered silently in the skies above Arasaka Tower. Chapter 300, Arasaka Banquet. Such great weather, or that's what I'd like to say, but with this gloomy sky and rain just around the corner, I can't really call it good. Standing at the open AV door, Carl looked out at the swarm of drones buzzing closer in the distance. He turned back to the others inside and remarked, "Good thing we came in an AV. Judging by the mess of luxury cars down there, if we'd driven, we'd probably still be stuck in traffic when the rain hits." "No kidding," Oliver replied. He was synced to the AV's system and had a full view of the vehicle congestion around Arasaka Tower. Rayfield Caliburn, Herrera Outlaw GTS, Chevelin Thrax 388 Jefferson. Wait, what? Why is a Jefferson even here? I thought it was all top-tier rides. Guess we've got a few duds in the mix. A Thrax Jefferson's still high-end on the streets, Jack said. Sure, in corpo circles it's not exactly elite, but it ain't cheap either. He looked toward the buzzing drones and asked Carl, "Hey, you think these scans are gonna be a problem?" "Nope, I've already accepted the contract, they gave us clearance. This is just standard verification. With AVs, you really can't know who's inside without a scan." Carl kept the door wide open, standing casually as the drones circled the vehicle. After about 20 seconds of scanning, the red lights on their sensors turned green. Confirmed. The drones dispersed and zipped off toward the next AV coming in behind them. "So that's it?" V asked, watching the other AV. Just as he was about to dismiss it all as routine, he noticed something strange. Those drones had switched back to red. "Hi." All four looked out, just in time to see the AV behind them suddenly veer off, trying to escape. "What model is that?" Carl asked, immediately sensing something was off. "Hard to tell. Looks like it's been modified," Oliver said. But before he could finish, the drones opened fire. Bullets tore into the vehicle, and its outer shell began peeling away under the barrage. "There's a disguise, it's shedding the fake shell," Oliver shouted. "That's a Militech Scorpiontail armored AV." "An armored AV?" Jack blinked. "Militech showing up to stir shit at Arasaka's event in broad daylight, that's just asking for a war." Not necessarily Militech themselves. If it really were a direct move from Militech, Arasaka's hawks would be thrilled. But Carl had a different theory. The moment he saw the Scorpiontail, some facts came to mind. The Scorpiontail AV is one NCPD ordered from Militech. It's usually used by their counterterror division. Militech doesn't operate them openly, so even if they're behind this, they could shift the blame easily. "To who?" Jack asked. "Some rowdy faction in 6th Street, Carl answered without hesitation. The name made Oliver narrow his eyes. My old man never mentioned anything like that. "People from Willfire?" Carl suggested. Thanks to Oliver, he had a decent grasp on the gang's inner politics. Maybe Militech promised them something in exchange, their support's already eclipsing the current boss. Propped up by Militech, Willfire's influence was on the rise, but nothing came free. Maybe this was the price they had to pay. Still, it was all speculation. Could just be Militech going rogue too. As more drones joined the fight, some even firing micro-missiles, Carl knew how this was going to end. Watching the flaming Scorpiontail spiral downward, V muttered, "Yeah, AVs really aren't as safe as they look." "Time to land, don't overthink it," Carl said, turning away. He didn't know what chaos that falling AV would cause on the streets below, but he did know this mission was about to begin. And it already smelled like trouble. Even if no one could break into Arasaka Tower during the event, planting people inside beforehand, that was absolutely possible. Recent infighting had gutted Arasaka's infrastructure, critical positions, veteran guards, internal balance. It was all shaky now. If other corps didn't try to sneak someone in and stir the pot, they'd be wasting a golden opportunity. Arasaka was like a kingdom, ruled by 3 lions, bloodbound, yet tearing each other apart. And while they fought, the tigers and hyenas of the corporate world circled the edges, ready to pounce. Their AV approached Arasaka Tower, and, following guidance, descended toward a mid-level platform. "What floor is this, 40th, 30th? Jack asked, excitement on his face. It was his first time here. Carl, already familiar with the place, looked calm and composed. No idea." "You really had me thinking you knew your way around," Oliver grumbled, disengaging from manual controls and handing things off to the AI. "I've only been here once, okay? Not like it's my backyard," Carl replied with a shrug. Then, pointing out the window, he added, "But someone who does treat it like home is already waiting for us." The others followed his gaze, and immediately recognized the man standing there. As their AV approached the platform, they got a clear look. It was none other than Mr. Kanekairo, face grim as ever. Chapter 301, Mercenary Career Chain. Why do I feel like you're always in a bad mood, Mr. Kanekairo? Stepping off the AV, Carl greeted Kanekairo with a wide grin. Isn't today a party? Can't you at least pretend to enjoy it? That's not something a security operative should say, Kanekairo replied coldly. Letting your guard down because of a festive atmosphere is how the dam starts to crack. That might be true, but if you keep your nerves stretched too tight, they'll snap eventually. While Carl made easy conversation with the ever-stoic Kanekairo, V leaned toward Jack and Oliver and whispered, "Who is this guy? Looks like he could beat the crap out of all of us. Wasn't he the one we met last time too? Don't tell me all that stuff we joked about when we were drinking was true. Carl's really some corpo bastard child." "You're overthinking it," Oliver said. "He's just Carl's supervisor from his dangerous girls side gig. That mission at Arasaka Tower we talked about, he was the one who assigned it. Name's Kanekairo. He also happens to be a high-level exec at Arasaka." Truth be told, no one in the squad besides Carl knew much about Kanekairo. They recognized his face and status, but not the man himself. What they were curious about was how Carl managed to act so familiar with someone so high up. Sure, Kanekairo had a cold expression, but compared to the usual corpos who looked down on everyone, the fact that he even bothered speaking directly to them was borderline polite. If anything, his attitude felt almost warm. "Come with me." After exchanging a few words with Carl, Kanekairo turned toward the AV landing pad and walked ahead. In truth, he hadn't wanted Carl and his crew to come. He trusted his own security forces to handle tonight's banquet, but thanks to past incidents, Chidana had less faith in them. She quietly issued a contract to Carl's team behind his back. By the time Kanekairo found out, it was too late. Miss Hanako had already approved it. Now Carl and company had to be worked into the security detail. Tonight's banquet was meant to ease the nerves of Arasaka staff affected by recent internal purges. Employees could bring a small number of family or personal security. Kanekairo was confident in controlling that scenario. Carl's team, though, they were a wild card. Last time Carl showed up, he helped Adam Smasher purge traitors from the tower. And now he was back, during what was supposed to be a peaceful event. It sent the wrong message. Fearing that jittery mid- and upper-level staff might read too much into it, Kanekairo personally came to escort Carl's crew and preemptively manage the situation. "The banquet is divided across 4 floors, Kanekairo explained once they reached a secure, specially prepped room. Standard employees aren't invited. To compensate, they'll receive 1 floating vacation day to use over the next year. Department heads and above, excluding security personnel, can attend. Each floor hosts a different level of personnel. Your assignment is the top floor." He walked over to a wall panel near the hangar-adjacent storeroom and pressed a few hidden switches. "Hold onto something." A faint mechanical rumble filled the narrow room. The door behind them shut slowly, and Carl felt the ground move beneath his feet. An elevator disguised as a storage closet, probably for evacuating execs quickly during emergencies. Arasaka Tower really was like a megacorp dungeon, complete with hidden passages and secret elevators. Carl smirked to himself. Moments later, the lift stopped. Kanekairo gestured for them to step out. As Carl exited last, he looked back to see the door seal itself seamlessly into the wall. You'd never know it was there. "Follow me." As they moved down a pristine hallway, Carl noticed there were no doors or corners, just a long, featureless corridor. It looked like some kind of architectural anomaly. "Is this a hidden access route or something? Is it really okay for us to see this, Mr. Kanekairo?" "You think Militech and the other corps don't have these? Militech copied our internal layout, by the way." Carl chuckled. That explained everything. Every major corp had these open secrets. Although that last part, Militech copying Arasaka, sounded a bit rich. More likely they both stole from each other. Eventually, they reached another wall. Kanekairo tapped a panel, and a hidden door slid open, revealing a massive dressing room, large enough to host a basketball game. "What is this place?" "Changing room," Kanekairo answered. "Get dressed. You can't show up looking like this. Especially you, Carl. Your face is too recognizable. You're all going in as Arasaka personnel." "Arasaka uniforms, huh?" Carl gave his squad a look. They did a quick sweep of the room for bugs or traps, then began changing, surprisingly obedient. Carl, in particular, changed with the kind of efficiency that made Kanekairo frown. Was it just his imagination? He stared at Carl. Why does this kid look like he's worn Arasaka combat gear before? He's way too smooth with it. Chapter 302, A Long-Lost Friend. Wearing a full Arasaka combat uniform and standing at the edge of the banquet hall, Carl couldn't help but think, life sure was weird. Back when he did jobs for Militech, he had to wear Arasaka uniforms. Now that he was working for Arasaka, still Arasaka uniforms. Was this some kind of cursed wardrobe? Did all corps just share the same taste? Despite the internal grumbling, Carl had to admit, this was one hell of a well-made outfit. It didn't restrict movement, had plenty of spots to mount gear, and the armor was solid. Just this one set could probably fetch a few thousand eddies on the market. Only downside, that Arasaka helmet that covered his face, stuffy and annoying as hell. Ahem. Just as Carl was thinking that nobody was around and he could slack off a bit, V, also wearing an Arasaka combat uniform but without a helmet, walked up with his hands behind his back and let out 2 exaggerated coughs. What? Carl muttered. Unit 4, are you maintaining proper surveillance? V, now sporting a chest badge reading captain, 2nd Tactical Unit, looked all formal and stiff, putting on a serious act. Stay sharp, stay alert. Screw you, Carl replied, flipping him off beneath his gloves. You nobody-faced bastard. Just 'cause you don't have a recognizable mug, you get to play squad captain now and act all big. Ha, I feel ridiculous too, V chuckled, adjusting his slightly awkward outfit. Never worn something like this before. Feels like wrapping yourself in corporate dogskin. How was my delivery? Terrible. In Arasaka, superiors talk down to subordinates with their noses in the air. You sounded way too polite. One listen and they'll know you're faking it. Carl rolled his eyes and looked around the wide, empty banquet hall. How are Oliver and Jack doing? Are the guests starting to come in? Not yet. They're still at the checkpoint, where Arasaka's internal ops are running secondary inspections. That Kanekairo guy's there watching them. I didn't need to do anything, so I came to check on you. V glanced at the wall next to Carl. To most people, it looked completely unremarkable. But he knew there was a hidden emergency lift behind it, the same one they'd used to get up here. Carl's job today was to guard it. Speaking of security, Carl, have you seen Adam Smasher? Isn't he head of Arasaka Tower Security now? Why hasn't he shown up at all? The moment V mentioned security, he remembered that infamous name. Even a former nomad like him knew the legend of Adam Smasher. It felt odd that someone like him wasn't present for an event like this. Maybe he's here, just somewhere we can't see. Carl swept his gaze across the surveillance cams hidden among the chandeliers. If he's watching from the control room, he can see a lot more than we can down here. Yeah, maybe. Still, kinda wish T-Bug were here. Would have been cool to have her tap into those feeds and get a look at the tower's internal systems. Come on, V, I love T-Bug, but even she'd be in deep trouble trying to hack Arasaka Tower. We're just here to collect a paycheck. Let's not start any trouble. Carl had long suspected that V was way too good at getting into trouble. Hacking Arasaka? That wasn't even a fantasy most mercs dared to entertain. So today, we're just doing boring security duty. What else? 15,000 eddies ahead, watching over a fancy banquet. That's the dream gig. V, we're mercs. If the pay's good, we do the job. This one, easy money. You sure nothing's gonna happen? Don't jinx it, man. Carl sighed. V's mindset really threw him sometimes. Like when he took a 30,000 eddy job and dragged 2 friends along just to help Carl's squad deal with those ghosts. V always tried to match his work to the pay, honorable, sure, but also kind of bad for the industry. He remembered V volunteering to wipe out an entire gang hideout for pocket change. Even Carl hadn't been that desperate when he started out. People are arriving. Just as Carl was about to give V a long lecture about contracts and rates, he spotted someone entering the banquet hall. And then another, and another. It's starting. Glancing at the well-dressed figures filing into the room, V nodded and headed toward the area he was assigned to patrol. It was 6:20 p.m., a perfectly normal time for a corporate banquet to begin. This top-level banquet hall was one of 4 floors. The only people allowed in here were department heads or higher. Based on Carl's intel, the lowest-ranked folks here were at Tanaka's level. Yes, that Tanaka, the guy who got axed after the cyberware smuggling job and ended up being delivered to Maine and his crew. Carl calmly scanned the room through the visor of his helmet. No awe, no respect. These people didn't impress him. He'd already killed a vice president. Sure, he hadn't taken out any board members or directors yet, but hey, never say never. Let's hope I don't have to kill anyone tonight. Just as that thought crossed his mind, something blue caught his eye. Blue. In Night City, bright hair colors weren't exactly rare. But this particular shade of azure sparked something in him, familiarity, maybe even nostalgia. His gaze sharpened. He followed the blue and then saw them. A girl with long, sky-blue hair tied into a single ponytail. Violet eyes. Her face was unremarkable, but each cheek bore a patch-style cyberware implant. Carl arched a brow. He hadn't expected to see her here today. A long-lost friend. Chapter 303, Hanako's Arrival. The girl with sky-blue hair was a friend Carl had met back in his Arasaka Academy days. They'd never exchanged real names, and every time they'd interacted, Carl had always worn the face of Gaius. Now, working security at an Arasaka banquet and spotting her by chance, it was quite the coincidence. Then again, maybe not so surprising. She was an Arasaka Academy student, after all, the kind who casually carried the keys to a top-tier Herrera outlaw GTS. It would be absurd to assume her family wasn't highly placed within the Arasaka hierarchy. Attending the banquet with her relatives made perfect sense. Still, times had changed. Back then, they were fellow students. Now, she was an Arasaka princess here to enjoy the banquet, and he was a lowly security grunt in uniform, face hidden under a helmet. The contrast was stark. This is like getting hired to guard a mansion, and realizing your old friend is the owner. With that thought, Carl straightened up. Seeing a long-lost friend should have been a joyous thing, but today, he was on duty. If someone recognized his face, it could cause a scene. Best not to make trouble. Maybe once the banquet was over, he could try and catch up with her. Just as that crossed his mind, he noticed the girl's gaze pass over him, and then circle back, locking onto him again with increasing intensity. Something about that stare made Carl uneasy. No way, she couldn't have recognized me right. Before her suspicious gaze could deepen, something diverted her attention. The banquet food was being served. At Arasaka events, food was only brought out after guests had arrived. Now was that moment. From the staff corridors, teams of servers began to emerge in orderly lines. They carried trays of lavish dishes, moving gracefully between tables, placing gourmet food across the room. Any guest could help themselves. Buffet service, definitely the most elegant and efficient choice for a banquet like this. As the girl's gaze finally shifted to the food, Carl exhaled in relief. Then his own focus shifted to the menu. He found himself wondering, what do high-ranking Arasaka execs eat at banquets in this day and age? Of course, the ingredients would be top quality, but he was more curious whether they'd be serving some exotic bioengineered foods. Something like a cherry melon that looked like a watermelon but tasted like cherries. If they had stuff like that, he definitely wanted a bite. Carl watched the servers pass by, eyeing their trays, and ended up disappointed. Nothing wild, everything actually looked kind of normal. Still curious, he glanced toward the holographic menu, now projected on the nearby wall for guests to see. Salads, roast beef salad, Caesar salad, potato salad, Italian sausage salad. Cold dishes, rose salmon platter, asparagus tomato medley, soy sauce chicken, Ibrico ham, assorted cheeses. Main courses, French seafood stew, Spanish paella, Provençal pork ribs, Danish Arctic shrimp, grilled lamb chops with rosemary. Desserts, Napoleon cake, egg custard, black forest cake, macarons, Japanese cheesecake, dorayaki, daifuku, red bean yakin. Grr glee. He didn't actually swallow, but he could have sworn he heard the sound of it in his own throat. They even had freshly grilled Kobe, Wagyu beef. Okay, he had to admit, this wasn't normal food at all. Carl was definitely tempted. His appetite was waking up in full force. Real meat, real vegetables, top-grade quality. For someone who'd spent the last 6 months eating bottom barrel, unboiled pig meat, this was pure torture. Damn it, I really want to eat. There was always extra at events like these, leftovers were expected. These guests probably wouldn't eat that much, either. Once the job was done, maybe he could ask Mr. Kanekairo if he could pack a few things to go. As his eyes trailed the food, they landed on someone all too familiar. V. That bastard was already eating. At some point, while walking past a server, he'd casually grabbed a glass of what looked like apple juice. And now, tucked in a quiet corner, he was happily munching on a plate of fried shrimp and pork cutlet. You're even pairing it with juice to cut the grease, huh, V? Watching V eat in peace, thanks to his ID badge and perfect, I belong here vibes, Carl was overcome with raw, seething jealousy. Don't just enjoy it alone, share with your bro, damn it. V, seemingly sensing Carl's glare, turned around with a shrimp tail in his mouth. Chomp. He sucked it in with a satisfied slurp, then gave Carl a big thumbs up. A thumbs up? I'm not checking on your well-being, I'm asking if you can snag me something to eat too. How the hell did you misread that? Carl fumed. Meanwhile, V continued living his best life. The only small comfort was that Oliver and Jack were stuck outside the hall on outer perimeter duty. They weren't even seeing this food, let alone tasting it. Carl couldn't eat either, but at least he got to look at it. Yeah, right, it just made him hungrier. He hadn't even had dinner. His breakfast and lunch had been combined into one sad meal: plain bread, synthetic butter, and some homemade smoked bacon. That fuel was long gone. He might have been able to tough it out normally, but watching V chow down like a king. Yeah, no, he was done. Carl seriously began contemplating whether he could use his time-slowing Sandivistan to swipe some food, lift his helmet just a bit, and sneak a bite without anyone noticing. But then Kanekairo appeared, cutting off that thought. And he wasn't alone. Following him were Chidome and, walking with a quiet presence as always, a girl in a kimono that never seemed to change. Hanako Arasaka, the last heir of the Arasaka bloodline, still inside Arasaka Tower, and the highest-ranking Arasaka presence currently in all of Night City. She had arrived. Chapter 304, My Name Is. Arasaka Hanako's arrival was, of course, the most eye-catching moment of the entire banquet. Many guests who were in the middle of eating immediately put down their plates, wiped their hands on napkins handed over by attendants, and respectfully bowed with their heads lowered and hands at their sides. Within Arasaka, there was an unspoken rule that subordinates must unconditionally obey their superiors and show the appropriate respect. And now, across the entire American continent, there was only one person whose rank surpassed Hanako's within Arasaka. Since that person wasn't present today, every Arasaka employee in attendance had to show due deference to Hanako's arrival. Just as everyone was about to bow, Hanako halted their unnecessary actions. She slightly raised her right hand, subtly motioning for them to stop, and spoke to the guests in the hall. Let's not be so formal today. Please, everyone, enjoy this rare moment of relaxation. Yes. In unison, the guests responded. Carl, meanwhile, caught sight of V out of the corner of his eye. That bastard took advantage of everyone bowing to snag another piece of steak, chewing away happily. So you really are just here for the food, huh? I want to eat too. They say a full belly is best for getting work done, but you're doing the work while eating. As Carl kept an eye on V, many Arasaka executives, some familiar, some not, moved closer to Hanako, standing just outside the invisible boundary drawn by Chidame's wary gaze, humbly attempting conversation. Hanako, smiling as always, responded to each of them in turn, some pledging loyalty, others seeking support. The banquet didn't truly begin until Hanako appeared. And as the upper-level executives gathered around her, the families they had brought along began mingling as well. Banquets like this were prime opportunities to build connections, discussing inter-family business deals, internal corporate faction dynamics, even marriage arrangements between sons and daughters. It might have been a relaxing banquet on the surface, but who said you couldn't take a step forward for your future during such occasions? Anyone who didn't use such a gathering of influential people to their advantage and instead focused solely on eating and drinking, they were no better than fools. Such people were destined to be weeded out. The pressure to compete in Arasaka came from the top down. The competition within the Arasaka Academy was nothing compared to what went on inside the company. Quite a few guests threw discreet glances of disdain at V as they passed him. To them, this so-called second squad leader of the ops team was just a brainless nobody. At a time like this, rather than humbly offering his services, he was eating and drinking like a fool, not worth paying any attention to. Next time they saw him, surely someone else would have taken his place. Amid the mingling and scheming, Carl had made up his mind. He didn't need to slow time to sneak food. He just had to unlock the lower half of his helmet and snag something from a passing attendant, then sneak bites from underneath. No fuss, no mess. If you're helping yourself, so am I. With that in mind, Carl set his sights on an attendant carrying a tray of Italian sausage slices who was due to pass right in front of him. He figured he'd start small, just a taste. But just as his gaze was trailing that attendant, someone walked up and blocked his view. The attendant, seeing someone in Carl's path, rerouted. Sausage slices. Carl inwardly wailed, then shifted his attention to the person who had interrupted. When he saw who it was, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. No way, why is she coming over here? The person walking up to him, the one who'd inadvertently blocked the server, was none other than Carl's old friend from the academy. The blue-haired girl stopped in front of him. Because of the height difference, she had to look up slightly to see his helmet. Her brows furrowed as she stared. Not good. As Carl's sense of doom deepened, the girl finally spoke. Gaius. No. She relaxed her frown, her expression turning into one of realization. Then she smiled brightly and said, You must be Carl. Keep your voice down. Carl didn't know how she'd recognized him, but he had no intention of lying to her. He just hurriedly lowered his voice and signaled for her not to make a scene. Hearing Carl's voice, unfiltered by any behavioral sync module, sounding both unfamiliar and familiar. The girl's smile grew even more radiant. I didn't expect it to really be you. What a coincidence. It is, Carl said, though your instincts are as sharp as ever. Back at the academy, you knew I was leaving before I even said anything. And now, even with me in a full combat uniform and helmet, you still figured it out. He knocked on his helmet for emphasis, then gestured to the side. Go stand over there, grab a drink, and pretend you're avoiding the crowd. Us chatting like this is bound to attract attention. Okay, be right back. The girl nodded and went off to grab a drink from one of the attendants. Soon, she returned with a glass of what smelled like refreshing watermelon juice. Leaning casually against the wall beside Carl, she raised her glass and appeared to sip. But her lips moved slightly, and she asked, It's been 3 months since you left school, hasn't it? How have you been? Are you here on a job today? More or less okay, Carl replied. Can't say it's been great, definitely not as cozy as you enjoying a banquet, but I've been making the most of the days. And yeah, I'm working, though you know I can't say much about that. Got a reputation to uphold. Is that so? The girl said, setting down her glass and tilting her head. I've heard your name now, you know. Oh, so you finally know who I am? I am kind of a big deal. I told you back then, you were just out of the loop. Come on, back then you were still a no-name rookie. Please, I was already famous. You were just oblivious. Fine, I'll admit it. The blue-haired girl laughed softly and took another sip of juice. Then, turning her face slightly toward Carl, she asked, So then, now that we're here, can we formally meet again? Gaius. Carl understood what she meant. He turned to face her and nodded. Of course, let me introduce myself properly. I'm Carl with a K. Nice to meet you. The girl smiled warmly and said, My name is Maki Takemura. Chapter 305, Stayer Tilda. Takemura Maki. Carl repeated the name, but it felt strangely unfamiliar. He didn't recall seeing anyone with that surname among the Arasaka Tower banquet attendees. I've never heard that name before. We're just a small family, Maki replied with a soft laugh. Our place in Arasaka came only because a relative was once recognized and favored. Compared to the established families in the corporation, we don't really count for much. A small family that rose through favor, then your family must be well regarded. After all, most small families that get a foot in the corporate door don't let their younger members casually drive an Herrera outlawed GTS. And Maki being here on the 4th floor of the Banquet Hall spoke volumes about her status. This level was for heavyweights only. As they chatted, Maki took a small plate with 4 sweet shrimp from a passing server. Boiled sweet shrimp, want one? She offered the plate toward Carl. I thought people at banquets like this would prefer raw. Sashimi, you'd see more of that at parties held in Kyoto, but this is still North America. Even at Arasaka Tower events. Depends on who's running the show. She nudged the plate closer. Want me to peel one for you? No thanks, that draw too much attention. Carl didn't mind the idea of a friend peeling shrimp for him, but the image of a guest feeding a security guard at an elite banquet, that would definitely raise eyebrows. Are you sure? Maybe just grab me something I don't have to peel next time. That way I can sneak a bite without drawing attention. He glanced at her hands. Hard to believe guests at an Arasaka banquet still have to peel their own shrimp. Isn't keeping guests' hands clean part of banquet etiquette? Just a quirk of his. Since Carl had passed, Maki placed the plate on a nearby table. I heard that man used to eat shrimp shell and all during his time in the military. Supposedly helps with calcium intake. Ever since, all shrimp dishes have been served whole at Arasaka events. That man, military background, Saburo Arasaka. Saburo Arasaka, the patriarch of the corporation, a fossil at 157 years old. If it was his preference, then of course the entire company followed suit. Still. You'd think at his age, he'd be worried about shrimp shells shredding his stomach. He has a full medical team on standby at all times. If his stomach ruptures, they just replace it with a synthetic biostomach developed by their biotech division. And apparently, most of the time, he just eats energy bars anyway. Energy bars, huh? Guess that's some kind of nostalgia. Makes sense. When the emperor at the top has a preference, everyone else has to follow. Carl was about to say more when he noticed someone approaching. Movement. A cherry blossom-colored kimono. Long time no see. When Maki saw who it was, she bowed gracefully, hands together at her waist. Miss Hanako. Maki. Hanako said her name without honorifics, a familiar, even affectionate tone. Her expression was warm. It's been a long time, hasn't it? They know each other. Carl glanced between them, then toward the spot Hanako had previously occupied. The execs around her had all dispersed and were now mingling. Looks like the greetings and loyalty pledges were done. Time for socializing. They were sharp, Carl noted. Show up, make an impression, and get out before overstaying. No wonder these people held such high positions in Arasaka. Still, even though they had scattered, Carl noticed their eyes constantly drifting back toward Hanako. Who she spoke to, what she said, every detail carried weight. A glance, a word, and entire agendas could shift. Carl turned his attention back to Maki and Hanako. Their conversation was light, mundane, just a few words exchanged. From what he could gather, they used to be fairly close, but hadn't seen each other since Maki enrolled in Arasaka Academy here in Night City. This was their first reunion since Hanako returned. Old friends crossing paths again, just like me, huh? As that thought crossed Carl's mind, Hanako's gaze shifted to him. Stayer tilde. Maki noticed Hanako staring and assumed she was curious about the guard beside her. Wanting to shield Carl, she feigned confusion. Miss Hanako. Drawn by her question, Hanako blinked and pulled her gaze away from Carl. She smiled gently and said, Let's go get something to eat, Maki. I'm a bit hungry. Perfect. Maki gave Carl a quick look, a silent promise to protect his identity, then nodded and followed after Hanako. A nice gesture, but his cover was already blown. Hanako was the client who had commissioned the team. Carl's disguised identity wasn't a hide from her, but to avoid causing panic among the banquet guests. But still, he couldn't very well waltz into a conversation with Miss Hanako like it was a casual meetup. I'll explain later, Carl thought. As Hanako, Maki, and Chidome moved toward another part of the hall, Carl turned his eyes back to the banquet floor. Something felt off. Where was Mr. Kanekairo? He had just been mingling with guests a moment ago. Where had he gone? Chapter 306, Another Explosion. Kanekairo's disappearance wasn't surprising. He was well versed in ninjutsu and was known to appear and vanish like a ghost. What was strange was that Kanekairo, now a high-ranking executive and head of security for this banquet, had left the hall mid-event. That alone was enough to spark speculation among the more observant guests. For most Arasaka employees, Kanekairo was seen as Lady Michiko's loyal agent, assigned to support Hanako purely due to familial ties. If he left during such an important occasion, some might interpret it as a sign that he did not fully support Hanako as the acting executive director. But that was far from Kanekairo's real intention. His long-term plan had always been to help Hanako gain the recognition she needed to grow independent of Michiko, to build her own power base. Eventually, she could even absorb Michiko's faction and stand on her own as a legitimate heir, just like Saburo once did with his son Kei. So if Kanekairo really did leave this event midway, it could only mean one thing. Something serious had happened that required his immediate attention. Carl waited for a message through the secure comms. He'd already been paid, 15 grand up front with no deposit, so he was serious about doing the job right. But instead of hearing from Kanekairo, it was V who spoke up first in the team chat. That guy Kanekairo told me to head down to the lower banquet hall to handle something. I'm going down now. Right after, another message popped up from Oliver. He told me to go too. Oh, and Jack's coming with me. Looks like it's just the two of us from the entrance crew being called down. Wait, what? You're all going downstairs? Carl stared as V, who'd just polished off what was essentially dinner and a midnight snack, wiped his mouth with a warm towel handed over by a waiter and casually strolled out of the banquet hall. What the hell, Kanekairo? You're pulling everyone downstairs and leaving me up here alone? We were all paid the same. Sure, Carl didn't mind slacking off, but what if something did happen? Wouldn't it be safer with the whole squad? Finally, Carl got a message from Kanekairo, which answered all his questions. Stay upstairs and keep an eye on Miss Hanako. There was an explosion downstairs. A department head from Counterintel was chatting with coworkers when he suddenly exploded, took out a few colleagues with him. I need to handle the incident and figure out how someone like that got through security. The entire floor's inspection was bypassed. Even through the message, Carl could feel Kanekairo's rage. Understandably so. The first floor's security was already strict, even stricter than usual. The fact that someone still managed to sneak in a human bomb meant not only were there flaws in the system, it meant the system itself might not be trustworthy anymore. If you see one cockroach, it usually means the place is already infested. If someone could sneak a suicide bomber into the first-floor banquet, what's to stop them from sneaking one into the fourth floor? Carl understood Kanekairo's reasoning. When safety isn't absolute, then nothing is safe. At this point, Kanekairo probably saw every employee as a potential mole. He needed to trace the explosion back to its source, and fast. In the meantime, he was leaving Hanako's safety in Carl's hands. The reason I'm sending V, Oliver, and Jack downstairs is precisely because they're outsiders. I monitor all internal movements within Arasaka Tower, so they're actually more trustworthy right now. Understanding this, Carl inched closer to where Hanako and Maki were seated. Even though Hanako had Chidoyo by her side, ready to evacuate her instantly if anything went wrong, Maki wasn't guaranteed the same protection. Chidoyo was loyal to Hanako above all else. Unless Hanako explicitly ordered her to protect Maki, the girl would be left behind if an explosion occurred. Carl couldn't let that happen. Once he was close enough to act quickly, Carl stopped and resumed his observation, while thinking over what had happened. The last time he saw someone explode was at the Utori Tornado Bar, during that mission against the ACPA trainee. But that was just a headshot-level detonation, probably a Militech kill switch. This sounded like a full-body bomb, a person rigged to explode and take others with them. Carl remembered something T-Bug once said. Rogue AIs. Back then, they all agreed not to get involved unless it became their problem. Now it was their problem. If it really was a rogue AI, what was its purpose? Previously, the targets were people about to spill secrets or get caught, but this time, the guy was just attending a banquet. Why blow up now? Could it be a different group? Maybe it wasn't the AI, but just a classic Militech move. But even then, why waste a full-body bomb just to kill a mid-level counterintel manager? Was he really that important? If something didn't involve Carl, he usually ignored it. But once he was dragged into it, and especially once it piqued his curiosity, he couldn't let it go. And so, deep in thought, Carl began piecing it all together. Chapter 307, Biotech's Technology. This is seriously messed up. Oliver crouched on the floor, peering through his helmet at the pulpy red mess smeared across the ground. What do you think? He asked Jack beside him. Look familiar to you. The one we saw before was on fire after the blast. I didn't get a good look. V's your guy. He ran in to grab a weapon, probably got a better view of the remains. Jack looked over at the Arasaka employees who'd been isolated and placed under control in various parts of the banquet hall. His gaze swept across the tables, now splattered with blood and gore. He clicked his tongue twice. Such a waste. I saw some dishes that looked damn tasty. Nothing compared to what's upstairs. This is all synth food, maybe with some premium ingredients, but it's still just baseline. Probably on par with something you'd find in a decent downtown restaurant. Oliver had peeked into the banquet hall while manning the entrance. Compared to the fourth floor's feast, this one, the ground-level buffet for employees, was downright basic. Yeah, a big difference. V walked up to them chewing. I grabbed a skewer of grilled chicken from near the entrance. It wasn't soaked in blood or anything. Didn't notice anything at first, but after tasting the food upstairs, the contrast is insane. Down here, it just tastes like sawdust and plastic packaging. Knew it. I saw you huddled in a corner with your head down. You were totally sneaking food, Oliver said, shaking his head. He didn't seem to care. Standing up, he pointed at the gory remains. So, does this look like the same pattern we saw before? An explosion's an explosion, spreads from the inside out, V replied, crouching again. Before touching anything, he slid on the tactical gloves from his uniform. No way he was getting gore on his hands before finishing his snacks. See anything? Jack asked. Of the three, only he lacked modded optics. His role in the team was pure muscle. The blast radiated outward evenly. Judging from the way the lower limbs tore open, the detonation point was somewhere in the chest or abdomen. His assessment was confirmed by a calm voice behind them. Correct. Kanekaru had quietly walked up. The slowed surveillance footage confirms it. The bomb was located between the stomach and small intestine. Between the stomach and small intestine? Oliver frowned. That area gets scanned first. How could something like that slip past? Getting a bomb of that size in there and bypassing detection? It's damn near impossible. You're saying the first-floor scanners were useless? Jack asked bluntly. Exactly. Oliver didn't mince words, not even with Kanekaru. They were client and mercenary, no need for polite filters. To be blunt, your first-floor security scans were garbage. Kanekaru didn't react. He just asked, did you examine the entrance procedures? Biometric monitoring, identity linkage, thermal scans. I didn't go frame by frame, but I saw the core sequence. So, could you, personally, implant a bomb like this in the same location and make it invisible to those scans? The implant's easy. A few months ago, maybe not, but now, give me 30 minutes and I could do it. The pressure in the stomach would be uncomfortable, though easy to notice. If it were me, I'd surgically remove part of the stomach and replace it with the bomb as filler. As for hiding it, you'd need someone to coat the bomb in a bioshell mimicking human tissue. At minimum, it would need a surface layer that looks and scans like stomach lining. Oliver trailed off. He looked at Kanekaru, realization dawning. Biotechnica. V caught on too. While he wasn't a biotech expert, he had enough tech knowledge to speak up. If we're talking about biotech engineering, it's possible to fuse a bomb seamlessly into human tissue. Make it indistinguishable from the rest of the body, no alarms, no symptoms. No discomfort for the carrier, even. So, even if Biotechnica isn't behind this, whoever implanted that bomb definitely used their tech. Kanekaru stared at the pulp of meat and viscera on the floor. His expression didn't change. Biotechnica was one of the top companies in the field of human biology. If this was their tech, it explained why Arasaka's scanners failed. The technological gap made the first-floor detection systems practically obsolete. In that light, trash wasn't even an insult, it was accurate. But why Biotechnica? Arasaka's true corporate enemy had always been Militech. Conflicts with other corps were common, but manageable. Trade and communications still happened. So what did this mean? A Biotechnica spy embedded in Arasaka? Or someone using Biotechnica tech to stir up trouble between the two megacorps? Or was this a direct provocation? As Kanekaru began mentally sorting the possibilities, the lights in the banquet hall suddenly went out. A blackout. Impossible. This was Arasaka's Night City Tower, its North American HQ. Only the main tower in Japan was more secure. Backup power supplies were located all over the building. Even a total system failure shouldn't cut power to an entire floor. Which meant there was only one explanation. The power control center had been hacked. Chapter 308, Blue Light. The power's out. In the darkness, V's cybernetic eyes automatically switched to night vision. Despite the sudden emergency, his expression didn't shift. There was no sign of panic or tension. Silently, he drew the thermal katana from his waist and stood still in the shadows, waiting. Waiting for enemies that might arrive. Without exchanging a single word, Jack closed in beside him, the two of them adopting practiced formations to cover each other's blind spots. Jack's hands gripped the Arasaka-issued TKI-20 Shingen Smart SMG tightly. His breathing, barely audible under the helmet, was steady but tense. His body was poised, ready to explode into action at any moment. Elsewhere, Oliver had also activated the night vision module on his Kiroshi optics. With his HJSH-18 mass-immune kinetic rifle in hand, he took a position directly in front of Kanekaru, standing as a shield. Oliver knew Kanekaru was competent, maybe even incredibly skilled, but he'd never actually seen him fight. He had no real sense of the man's combat ability. So when the blackout hit, his instincts told him to cover the most valuable asset. This was the guy who had provided their team with a personal AV. That kind of generosity deserved protection. And besides, Oliver's job was long-range support, not frontline assault like V and Jack. Guard duty? No problem. Kanekaru blinked in surprise as Oliver moved in front of him. He hadn't expected that. Even when representing the corporation officially, he rarely had personal bodyguards, just standard tactical squads. Someone stepping in to protect him personally? The last time that had happened was Carl. And even then, Carl didn't exactly guard him. Your teammates are more considerate than you are, he thought dryly. But there was no time for sentiment. Kanekaru recovered quickly and began relaying orders over comms, trying to assess the scope of the blackout. He had to ensure Hanako-sama was safe. Soon, a reassuring report came in. The power outage had only affected their floor. So the target, whoever they were, was here. Hanako was safe. In that case, Kanekaru's expression went cold. It didn't matter who the attacker was. Striking on a floor he was personally present on meant their fate was already sealed. Secure the power control room, he ordered calmly. Lock it down, identify and neutralize the intruders. The team that succeeds will be rewarded. Just then, V's voice came through the comms. Careful, I've got a bad feeling. Something's seriously off. At that moment, whether equipped with night vision or not, everyone saw it. Dim blue lights blinking in the darkness of the banquet hall. The glow scattered across the floor like fireflies, faint but unmistakable. Within seconds, the source of the blue lights became obvious. They were coming from the Arasaka employees who had been separated and secured across the hall. The employees who had quietly followed orders and stayed at the edges of the room now looked down in shock. Their chests and stomachs were glowing. Each face twisted into fear, disbelief, confusion. They had no idea what was happening. Why was their chest lighting up? What the hell was going on? Every fiber of their being screamed danger, like they were standing at the edge of a cliff, teetering. What the hell is this? I never got any implants down there. Why is my chest glowing? What's happening? Panic took hold. One Arasaka employee clutched his glowing chest and stumbled toward another worker whose torso remained dark. The fear overwhelmed him. He forgot all about protocol. Hey, you're from Division 2, right? I'm Division 1. That makes me your superior, so get over here and help me out. Why am I lit up and you're not? Did your team do something behind the scenes? This is against Corpo Reg. He never finished the sentence. His chest started blinking faster and faster, so rapidly it blurred. The strobing light overwhelmed his vision, and his eyes lost focus. In that final moment, his mind raced uncontrollably. He thought of his elite upbringing, his strict, overbearing parents, the cutthroat competition at Arasaka Academy, the honors, the promotions, the coworkers he'd trampled on to get here. Data streamed through his cyber eyes, memory recall protocols firing, as if someone or something was replaying his life before his eyes. And then a final memory surfaced. A figure. Seen once in a braindance, half-real, half-illusion, a vision of something beyond dreams. True release and beauty. The blue light stopped blinking. The Division 2 employee, who had been approaching, suddenly froze. Halfway through obeying the command, every hair on his body stood on end. Goosebumps erupted across his skin. Every instinct screamed, danger. It was the same feeling he'd once experienced when facing Atom Smasher. Like death was dangling just ahead, suspended by a thread. He turned to run. But just as he spun around, the Division 1 employee's chest emitted a final, blinding flash of blue. And then, boom! That all-too-familiar explosion rocked the room. The fire that followed lit up the darkness once more. Chapter 309, Blue Eyes. And an explosion. When one of the employees glowing with blue light suddenly detonated, taking nearby colleagues with him, the rest of the Arasaka staff looked around at their fellow glowing coworkers with terror in their eyes. Even if these first-floor banquet attendees didn't hold the highest positions within Arasaka Tower, anyone allowed into this hall was already top-tier talent. None of them were stupid. It didn't take long to realize. The glowing ones were the bombs. They were going to blow and take others with them. Don't come any closer. The non-glowing employees shouted in panic at their flashing coworkers, afraid they'd get caught in the blast radius. But their warnings fell on deaf ears. Those glowing employees, overwhelmed with terror and confusion, began staggering toward others begging, "Please help me." Everyone stay where you are and do not move. At Kenakairu's command, the Arasaka Special Operations Unit sprang into action. Already positioned around the room, they immediately raised their HJSH-18 mass-immune kinetic rifles at the glowing individuals. Remain in place and wait for personnel to assess the situation. No one is to move. Every individual in this hall is a suspect. Any unauthorized action will be met with lethal force. The cold order came from the 1st Special Unit Captain, unlike V, whose command over the 2nd Unit was largely symbolic. This man was the one truly in charge of banquet security. He had already allowed a hostile individual to slip through. If he didn't fix this now, he'd be fired, probably executed too. He was desperate to redeem himself. If he had to kill every non-department coworker here to cover up his failure, so be it. Faced with mass-immune barrels, the non-glowing employees reluctantly calmed down. But those glowing with blue light, they were visibly breaking. If not for the last flickers of Arasaka drilled discipline reminding them they'd be gunned down without hesitation, they would have snapped already. Even so, their bodies trembled, jerking involuntarily, panic starting to override their reason. The more frightened they became, the more they lost control, and it showed. Seeing things stabilize a little, the captain tried to keep things from escalating. Calm down, medical teams are on their way. Our netrunner is working to regain system control. Engineers are already handling the power room, just remain still and we'll resolve this quickly. He didn't want to kill if he didn't have to. Sure, protocol gave him the right to eliminate everyone here under emergency codes, but most of these mid-level employees had family ties. Even if they didn't now, they'd marry into power sooner or later. Killing them, even by the book, would invite retaliation from all sides, and he wasn't ready for that. Just as he exhaled slightly, he noticed something odd. One of the previously stable employees, the blue glow on his chest had vanished. The captain's pupils shrank. He quickly calculated the blast radius. Luckily, no one was near that man. If he blew, it wouldn't matter. But he didn't explode. Instead, he just lowered his head. Was it over? Had the hacker neutralized the payload? As the captain thought that, the man suddenly raised his head, and in his synthetic eyes, flowing blue data shimmered. What is that? A chill ran down the captain's spine. He instinctively raised his weapon. But the man was already sprinting toward him. From crouch to full sprint, instantly. Sandevistan, activated. Sensing danger, the captain triggered both his Sandevistan and Karenzikov's spinal reflex booster, pushing his reaction time to the limit. Time slowed. He stepped back, raised his rifle, and fired without hesitation. The mass immune shredded the charging man in seconds, but just as his body crumpled, blue light surged from his mangled flesh. Boom! Explosion. And he wasn't the only one. All around the room, others whose chests had glowed moments ago stopped blinking and began to sprint toward nearby Arasaka agents. Unlike the captain, most of those agents didn't have Sandevistan reflex systems. They never stood a chance. Blue fire erupted across the darkened hall, one explosion after another. Just as control was returning, chaos struck again. I should have killed them when I had the chance. Anyone suspicious should have been purged immediately. Kenikaru bit back his regret as a cluster of blue-eyed employees locked onto him and began to charge. But Kenikaru wasn't alone. Jack, V, and Oliver, who had just relaxed a moment ago, now tensed up, raising their weapons again. I've done braindances where you play the hero fighting zombies, Oliver muttered as he blew a glowing employee's head off. Those zombies were infected with mind control viruses. This is just as bad. If it's just regular employees, we're fine, Jack said while firing. At least they don't have top-tier combat cyberware, but I'm worried about. He didn't finish. V's face went pale. Jack, you're cursed. Because the first unit captain, who had just survived the first assault, had stopped moving. Blue code now flickered across his eyes. He slowly turned toward them. Watch out, it's a data infection, Kenikaru shouted. Someone or something is using these compromised bodies as vectors for localized digital spread, close-range contagion. And if it wasn't a human hacker? Was it an AI? Chapter 310, The Suit-Wearing Employee. It's a mess downstairs. Standing in the banquet hall, Carl watched the Arasaka executives chatting away with fake smiles, seemingly unfazed by the chaos unfolding below. He popped a freshly rinsed grape under his helmet and into his mouth. The thumb-sized purple grape burst with sweet and sour juice as he chewed, instantly sharpening his senses. Sourness really does wake you up. Carl's peripheral vision remained on Hanako and Maki as he sent a message through the comms to V and the others. Carl, need backup. V, it's a mess, but we're holding. V replied while slicing through a squad leader's neck with his glowing thermal katana. Fortunately, the man was just infected, no internal explosives, so V didn't need to activate Sandevistan to escape. Catching his breath, V followed up. V, how's it looking upstairs? Safe. Carl, smooth sailing. Peace, prosperity, and pageantry. V, what's that supposed to mean? Carl, singing and dancing to celebrate peace, usually a way to paper over the cracks. As Carl explained, he scanned the execs. Despite their composed faces, a few twitched at each rumbling explosion from below. The banquet hall's soundproofing was excellent. Carl only heard clearly thanks to comms. Were they getting updates from subordinates, or maybe the subtle vibrations were giving them away? Execs who survived a nuke 50 years ago might be a bit sensitive. He popped a green grape into his mouth. Carl, what about Mr. Kenikaru? Need help. Kenikaru, stick to your assignment. All right then. Looked like things upstairs really could go on, as if nothing was wrong. Just as Carl had that thought, a suited employee approached, or rather, wandered to the fruit table next to him. The man plucked a grape glistening with moisture and popped it into his mouth. As he chewed, Carl noticed a flicker of blue light in the man's eyes. Data was streaming in. Someone was interfacing with his optics. Carl shifted focus away from Hanako, locking onto the suited man. The man, perhaps sensing this, turned and met Carl's gaze. His face was unfamiliar. Carl was sure they'd never met, but the feeling he gave off was eerily familiar. Carl had seen this type before. There was a client who often tossed bizarre missions at their squad, never giving his real name. Carl and Oliver just called him Blue Eyes. This guy felt exactly like him. Not just because of the blue, data-flowing eyes, but something deeper. Something non-human. A strange, uncanny inhumanity. They locked eyes. The man looked 40 or 50 with neatly kept brown hair. On the surface, he was a textbook corporate elite. But that uncanny feeling, it shattered the illusion, like the perfect appearance was just a skin stretched over something else. Carl opened his mouth to speak, but the man spoke first in a calm, emotionless tone. Carl, you're special. He used Carl's real name, unprompted. Carl showed no surprise. He simply responded through his helmet. Why do you say that, sir? You're unique. a vessel that could contain and unify all things. You mean my compatibility with cyberware, sir? Not just cyberware. The man stepped closer. His glowing eyes seemed to pierce straight through Carl's visor, through his own eyes, and into his mind. You can hold everything. Everything. Carl laughed. That's a stretch. I doubt I could swallow a watermelon whole. Strange, unclear language, yet oddly beautiful, the man said, shaking his head. You are not like me, but you are not just flesh and blood. You are singular. Sounds like I'm a big deal, Carl chuckled, drawing a small blade from his belt and subtly aiming it at the man. All right, we've had our chat. Now it's my turn. I don't know who you are, but I find you suspicious. And today I have sovereign-level clearance to act on suspicion alone. Hands up, face the wall. Carl didn't expect the threat to work, but he said it anyway. He was tired of riddles. Whether this man was controlled by some AI or not, Carl had no patience for cryptic nonsense. The suited man glanced at the blade. Neurotoxin blade. Excellent craftsmanship. According to spec, even a minor cut leads to fatality within 20-30 seconds via bloodstream. He raised his hands and turned slowly to face the wall. I surrender. Please do not damage this vessel. Faced with the threat, he surrendered instantly. After all, calculating optimal outcomes was his baseline function. Chapter 311, V, the Chosen One. Stay still. Under the escort of 2 Arasaka operatives, equipped with military-grade ice defense gear, the blue-eyed suit was taken to a designated isolation and detention room. Watching the man being escorted away, Carl turned to the approaching Kenakairo Arasaka and asked, Is the situation downstairs taken care of, Mr. Kenakairo? Kenakairo, dressed in his immaculate red and black suit, not a wrinkle or bloodstain in sight, responded to Carl's question with just a silent nod. That alone was enough for Carl to understand. Looks like the cleanup downstairs was brutal. Saying brutal might not even cover it, V added, walking over with Jack and Oliver. His combat gear was splattered with blood, clearly having taken down more than a few enemies. As he neared Carl, he continued what he'd started to say earlier. Pretty much the whole first unit got wiped. As for the employees, about half made it out alive. Even if the casualties were mostly mid-level staff, it still represented a significant resource loss for Arasaka. Have they confirmed who tampered with the power supply? Carl looked at Kenakairo again, and this time the man did answer. It was an Arasaka employee assigned to the distribution room. So it was an inside job. Thinking about it, that made sense. If it weren't someone inside the power management team, how else could they cut power to an entire floor of Arasaka Tower before the response teams could react? The identity of the attackers? Oh, wait. That's probably not part of my job description. I'll keep my nose out of it, Carl said as he folded his arms, watching the guests being quietly ushered out of the banquet hall now that the event was officially ending. That's your internal Arasaka business anyway, right, Mr. Kenakairo? Kenakairo neither confirmed nor denied. His eyes lingered on the blue-eyed man being taken away, then he gave new orders through his comms to ensure a secure escort. Turning back to Carl, he abruptly changed the subject with a calm tone. Your team performed admirably. Far better than I expected. It was my mistake to think your presence was unnecessary. Even if the topic shift was a bit forced, the admission was enough to make Carl blink in surprise. Wait a minute. Did Kenakairo Arasaka just admit a mistake? Seriously? Carl had known this guy for a while now, and his impression of Kenakairo had always been that of a rigid, stone-faced block of concrete. Never a kind word, always stone cold. He never imagined this man could say something as humble as, I made a mistake. Wasn't the usual Kenakairo move to coldly say, you performed acceptably. You'll be paid. You may leave now. What the hell did V do to make Kenakairo have such a change of heart? As Carl reeled, Kenakairo shifted his attention to V, specifically V, and there was a trace of genuine admiration in his eyes. You have considerable potential. If you're interested in leaving behind mercenary work, come find me. You're someone worth cultivating. I'd personally take you under my wing. What? Watching Kenakairo say that with a rare pleasant tone, Carl instinctively rubbed his eyes. He still remembered when he borrowed a car from Kenakairo and mentioned picking up a friend. Kenakairo, after scanning Carl's social circle, had made a rather condescending remark. A common drifter, you really befriend anyone. And yet now, after only 2 brief encounters, including the one where V just passed a note, Kenakairo was suddenly gushing over him like a prized recruit. Something was off. Was Kenakairo even himself? That suspicion creeping in, Carl nonetheless voiced his displeasure. Hey, Kenakairo, what's that supposed to mean? You that desperate for people that you're trying to poach my friend? His voice carried a hint of irritation and suspicion. His eyes locked on Kanekairo's face, searching for any sign of deception or ulterior motive. But no matter how hard he looked, Kanekairo was still the same as always, stoic and sincere. The man meant every word. Someone with true potential shouldn't be left to rot in the streets, Kanekairo said coolly, glancing at Carl. Compared to your temperament, his is far more suitable. He has real room to grow in both protection and assassination. Carl scowled at the comparison, but nearby, Oliver and Jack were already turning to look at V. They were just as baffled at Kanekairo's sudden interest in V, but recalling the battle downstairs, they started to understand. Kanekairo never drew his weapon once. The heavy lifting had been done by V, wielding a thermal katana while darting through the darkness with Sandevistan. The image V projected, silent, deadly, efficient, was strikingly similar to that of an Arasaka shinobi. And he was wearing Arasaka combat gear the whole time. He basically looked the part. So that's it, Kanekairo saw V's style and potential, and decided he was worth grooming. Still, Oliver and Jack remembered Kanekairo already had a protege, Chidaum, who currently guarded the Arasaka heiress. So did he really see something special in V, or was this a case of ditching a failed main project for a promising backup? They couldn't tell for sure. But one thing was clear, neither Carl nor Kanekairo had the final say. Almost simultaneously, all four turned to V, who stood there a little dazed, having barely processed what was happening. Only V could decide what came next for him. Chapter 312, Forget the bonus, I'm good. Ami. It took V a few seconds to process what was going on, and to realize that Kanekairo was trying to recruit him. But after just 2 seconds of thought, he decisively turned down the offer. Thank you very much for considering me. He racked his brain for something polite to say that wouldn't come off as disrespectful. This was a high-ranking Arasaka exec, after all. But in the end, V simply spoke from the heart. But I really like the freedom I have right now. I can run jobs with my friends, live like a family. That life suits me better. I see. Kanekairo wasn't disappointed. He hadn't expected V to join Arasaka right here and now. The offer was more of a door left open, something for V to consider later if he ever decided to give up mercenary life. Kanekairo simply saw a rare talent and wanted to stake a claim before the streets ruined him. In Kanekairo's view, there was no real future in living on the street. Even legends like Adam Smasher eventually ended up working as corporate security. No one could live as a merc forever. When the body gives out, what then? Getting decked in the face by some punk and bleeding out in a gutter. Sure, Arasaka didn't exactly treat its retirees like royalty, but with V's potential, even if he didn't make it to Kanekairo's level, he could definitely reach something like Chidaum's, becoming a high-level bodyguard for the board, earning power, marrying into the company, starting a family. That way his descendants wouldn't have to scrounge for synthetic meat in a sewer. Why should future generations have to start from the mud, gamble their lives for scraps of wealth? According to Kanekairo's files, plenty of big names from the streets died with fanfare, only to rot like stray dogs. Not even their kids were taken care of. If you ask street mercs honestly, 99 out of 100 would join a megacorp if given the chance. For all their tough talk about corporate dogs, when it came down to it, most would gladly trample over others to climb the ladder. So Kanekairo wasn't too bothered by V's rejection. People change. Maybe someday V would come find him, ready to train under him. And if that happened, Kanekairo would make sure V surpassed even Chidaum in skill. Kanekairo glanced at Carl. Unlike Carl, who was wild and unruly, V had the right mindset, the right potential to become the next Kanekairo. My offer stands, always. Then Kanekairo looked at Jack and Oliver and gave them a nod. Same goes for you too. If your team ever decides to leave the mercenary life, Arasaka, know I, Kanekairo, will always welcome you. As the vice president of Arasaka Tower, second only to the Arasaka family themselves, he made the offer with confidence. But his sudden shift in tone made Carl suspicious again. Kanekairo's initial invitation to V had already struck Carl as out of character, but this blanket offer to everyone, that definitely sounded like someone who was desperate for talent. Except, Carl narrowed his eyes. Then, his tone shifted slightly. He put Mr. back in his address as he asked, Kanekairo, sir, why haven't you invited me? I can't train you. Kanekairo's reply was immediate and ice-cold. Gone was the friendly tone he used with the others. Looking Carl straight in the face as he leaned in close, he said flatly, You have your own responsibilities. The words were vague, but Carl caught the meaning instantly. Ah, right. Officially, he was just another merc running a contract, but in reality, he'd already cut a backdoor deal. He'd taken support money too. So yeah, he was the one who'd already been bought. All right then, so this job's done. It's done. We did pretty well, right? They did well. And the pay, it's all in. What about bonuses? They each received an additional €50,000. Huh. Carl turned sharply toward Oliver and the others. Sure enough, their cyber eyes flickered, confirmation of funds received. So that made it 200 grand per person. Though the original job came from Chidam, the final payout had come from Kanekairo, who handled security for the banquet. Not bad, all things considered. Carl checked his own account. Nothing. A didn't matter. He didn't mind. After all, the original agreement was 150,000. That had been paid. He'd done the job, no complaints. Bonuses were extra, a sign of appreciation. Whether he got one or not didn't matter. He hadn't really gone above and beyond, and as team lead, he figured just asking Kanekairo had already scored his friends a windfall. And he was still riding high off that small victory when Chidam walked over. The lady wants to see you. She glanced at the rest of the team, then fixed her gaze on Kanekairo. Everyone else is to leave. The pointed look left no room for debate. This time, Kanekairo froze in place. Everyone else, he echoed. Carl turned toward where Hanako was waiting. Standing beside her, not leaving with the others, was Maki. The two of them were smiling and waving at him, clearly summoning him over. I got it. Carl nodded to Chidam, gave a glance to Kanekairo, then waved to his team and started walking. As he passed by Kanekairo, he reached out and straightened the man's collar, which had gotten a bit rumpled when he turned his head in surprise. Gotta keep up appearances, Mr. Kanekairo. You're a big deal in the company, after all. Just showing a little respect, keep the bonus, I'm good. And with that, Carl walked on. Chapter 313, Filling in the Blanks. You actually look better without the helmet. That was the first thing Carl heard, after removing the helmet of his Arasaka tactical suit. The one who said it, of course, was Maki. As friends, this was technically the first time the two of them were seeing each other face to face. If you say I look handsome too, I'll be even happier. Taking a breath, Carl pulled off the stifling helmet. Wearing this thing is seriously uncomfortable. I guess I've never liked having my face covered. That uneasy feeling, like back when we were in the academy. Something like that. Under Maki's curious gaze as she examined his face, Carl turned his eyes to Hanako, who sat nearby smiling. You told Maki about my job this time. I just couldn't stand how rough her cover story was. So Maki's intuition is actually a trade-off for something else, huh? Maki blinked, confused. What do you mean by that? That my intuition compensates for something? Don't worry about it, it was a compliment. I can tell you were mocking me just now, Carl. You might not catch the words, but you always pick up on the tone. That's your sixth sense. Unbothered, Carl sat down at the small round table with Hanako and Maki. These guest tables were scattered around the banquet hall, and this one had 4 seats. He picked up a small bread roll from the table, probably something Chidam had brought over for Hanako and Maki, and took a bite. The sweet, soft texture lingered pleasantly on his tongue. So what's this about? Post-mission dinner with friends after standing guard all night. If that's how you want to see it, go ahead, Hanako said. However, she gave a subtle nod to Chidam, who stepped forward and handed something to Carl. What's this? Looking at the sleek, tablet-like device Chidam handed him, Carl shot Hanako a questioning glance. She simply pointed at his right hand. Use your hand to verify. Carl had a personal verification system, his KK model bionic arm. Though still unsure what this was all about, he followed instructions and placed his right hand on the screen. Streams of data immediately started flowing across it. A personal bonus, maybe, he wondered. But when he glanced at Maki, he noticed the anticipation on her face, like she already knew what this was. Beep. The scan completed, a photo popped up on the screen. A face Carl saw every day, his own. A standard ID photo, which faded quickly to be replaced by lines of personal information. This is your profile, Hanako confirmed. Blood type, height, weight, background history, everything. Chidam added, you were treated at an Arasaka hospital. Of course we have this info. And your job history, any fixer could pull that up, let alone us. But as more data streamed across the screen, Carl noticed some blank fields near the bottom. Before he could ask, Hanako said, go ahead and open them. Open them? What could there be to open? Carl tapped one of the blank entries. It immediately expanded into a drop-down menu. Night City, Free State of Pacifica, migrant graduate of Arasaka's Turkey Division Academy, member of the Allentown Rage Tribe, Pennsylvania, new USA resident of Peachtree Street, Atlanta, Georgia. These are identities. Carl stared. You want me to choose one of these to fill in the blanks? I don't care what your real past is, Carl, Hanako said calmly. Even Arasaka can't track every child born in an alley, every street orphan, or every noble's illegitimate offspring. But now, I want you to have a proper identity. She was right. Even with all their intelligence networks, Arasaka couldn't know everything. Take Hanako's own mother, Michiko Arasaka. Saburo's own son had kept her existence a secret. Hanako barely knew her own past, and she didn't seem to mind. But Carl was still confused. Why now? Why do I suddenly need a legal identity? Can you really generate all the documentation to back it up? Of course, Maki chimed in. These are way more official than the fake IDs you used at the academy. Even if someone goes digging, all they'll find is this. All of these are usable. His eyes paused on one, orphan of a new USA Army lieutenant colonel. All of them, Hanako affirmed. Carl realized then just how much he'd underestimated what Hanako could do. For her, forging an identity that could withstand scrutiny was nothing. He looked again at the Colonel orphan entry. I can really choose this. You can try opening it. I think it has 4 sub-options, Hanako replied. 4 options? So Arasaka had already planted 4 people with this identity level. That was no joke. Carl scrolled through the choices, overwhelmed. So many paths to choose from. Then he remembered the question he'd asked earlier. Why now? Why do I need a legal ID? Hanako answered slowly. Because soon, Carl, you'll be accompanying me, as a friend, to meet someone. Maki will come too. To meet someone who could possibly require this much background check. Hanako looked him straight in the eyes. My mother. Hi. Carl froze. Michiko Arasaka. Chapter 314. Quite the coincidence, huh? 1, 10, 100, 1,000, hell yeah. I've almost saved up a full $1,000,000. Walking out of Arasaka Tower, Oliver was tapping excitedly through the digits in his account, practically buzzing. I can finally get myself a motorcycle, maybe even buy some new surgical equipment for my sister's clinic. That's great. I've got about 800,000, so I might swing by Victor's and upgrade my subdermal armor. Jack glanced at his balance, as well before turning to V. What about you, V? Got your eye on anything? I've still got some eddies to spare if you need it. I think this is more than enough already. No need for your help, Jack. V stared at the glaring €270,000 glowing in his account, still riding the high of disbelief. He hadn't even been on the team for a full week, and he'd already made more money than he ever imagined in his entire life. Mercenary life? Best decision he ever made. With that kind of cash, he could upgrade every tribe vehicle and retrofit all their machinery. The tribe. Just thinking about it drained the color from his mood. The excitement vanished in an instant. No matter how far he went, being exiled from the tribe would always hurt. I wonder how they're doing. After joining Snake Nation, did they finally get the life they were looking for? Thinking about his old family, and then glancing at his new one, V looked toward Carl, who stood at the open hatch of the AV, peering out over the glittering lights of Night City, a thoughtful expression on his face. You still thinking about the identity thing, Carl? V asked. Yeah, I need a bit more time. Carl had told the crew about the identity situation after they left Arasaka Tower. Since Hanako hadn't pressed him for a quick decision, he wanted to think it over properly. He'd been mulling it over ever since. Seeing Carl so pensive, Oliver and Jack both turned to look. Even the drone Kyukyu blinked to life. T-Bug came online. Everyone on the team had taken guesses about Carl's past at some point, like whether he was the child of a disgraced corpo exec or a rich orphan from some elite family. But no one had ever asked directly. Carl never brought it up. Still, now that he had to choose an identity, their curiosity was back in full force. Maybe his choice would give them a glimpse into who Carl used to be. T-Bug sent a message to the team channel. Wanna bet? 2 options, corpo heir or disgraced exec's kid. Loser buys drinks. Others can join. My money's on rich kid. I think you could actually merge the two, Oliver offered. Like, son of a disgraced exec who still got raised like royalty. I'm going with option 3, both, Oliver added confidently. You're gonna lose then. Get ready to buy, Jack grinned. Carl's picky with food, obviously raised in a comfy home, and the way he handles firearms, he's got training. I say option 4, child of a high-ranking military officer. This isn't about guessing Carl's actual past. We're just betting on which identity he'll choose, Oliver argued. The combo still makes the most sense. No one's taken corpo heir. All right, I'll go with that, V said. He glanced at his balance and shrugged. He didn't mind losing. He was the kind of guy who spent his eddies freely on mods, cars, or rounds for his friends. Same difference. T-Bug, can't believe you stretched 2 options into 4. Watch us all lose and end up splitting the tab. Oliver, not a chance. I've known Carl the longest. I know him, I'm not wrong. Jack, you mean that time you almost pissed yourself in front of the maelstrom, and Carl had to save your ass? Oliver, I shot a few. No way you were Rambo in your first firefight either. The whole exchange happened on the team channel, with no attempt to hide it from Carl. He saw all of it. All right, Carl said aloud. So I'm either a spoiled rich kid or a high-ranking officer's son, huh? That's what everyone thinks. Don't you kinda look it, V replied. First time I saw you I thought, way too young, too clean, total trust fund kid vibe. Do I really? Absolutely, Mr. Fancy Pants, the team chimed in, perfectly in sync. Carl chuckled. Their reaction actually helped him decide. If they all thought he looked the part, maybe it made sense to roll with it. How about this one? Carl held up his datapad. Relative of a former admin officer from Kang Tao's America Division. I studied at Arasaka Academy, lived in Night City. Toss this in, and I've basically maxed out my identity layers. What do you mean identity layers? Let us see, V asked. He didn't quite get it, but judging by Carl's choice, it sounded like he'd won the bet. Carl had gone with the Corpo Air background. He just wanted confirmation. Sure, take a look. Carl casually showed them the datapad. An administrative officer who died 7 years ago in the early days of the new USA Unification War, along with his wife. Arasaka agents recovered their data files by chance. He'd been fired from Kang Tao for poor performance, and his children went missing in the same incident that killed him. The age matches too. And the officer's last name. V stared at the profile, his eyes lingering on the surname. He froze. Even without a translator, he recognized it instantly. It was Carl's last name. This guy, he had the same last name as you. Quite the coincidence, huh? Carl said nonchalantly. Chapter 315, Premium Subscription. Well, if it isn't our dear Lord Carl, what are you up to? Cut it out, Oliver, just checking something. It was the morning after Carl had finalized his official identity. He had just booted up his computer and connected to Night City's local net when the unusually early-rising Oliver floated in from the kitchen and leaned in beside him. What are you looking at? V, also up early, came out of the kitchen carrying a plate, some sausages packed from last night's Arasaka banquet, along with homemade toast and a fried egg. He set the plate beside Carl. Still thinking about yesterday's stuff? Nope, I wrapped that up last night. Carl's eyes skimmed across the screen until they landed on a particular interface. I'm looking into something we talked about before. Let me see. Oliver leaned over the back of the couch and peered at the glass coffee table where Carl's laptop was set. Is that Trauma Team? Yeah, Trauma Team. Carl's gaze moved to the membership registration page, which detailed plan options. Success, stories, and rescue case studies popped up as he scrolled. Trauma Team offers short-term subscription packages, as little as 24 hours. We talked about trying it before. Sure, subscribing means they implant a tracker and biosensor, but for dangerous jobs, we could temporarily sign up for coverage, then remove the implant when we're done. So using Trauma Team, like a mercenary insurance plan. Oliver had actually suggested the idea a while back. Hearing Carl say it out loud again, he nodded in approval. Short-term plans aren't too expensive. We could even go for a premium tier. Those guys will go toe-to-toe with death to pull you out. And since it's only temporary, the cost is manageable. High-risk gigs can easily cover the expense. Being alive is worth more than anything. V came back over with breakfast for himself and Oliver. I read somewhere that Trauma Teams even gone head-to-head with corpos before. One story talked about Militech and Arasaka employees both being rescued, and their Trauma Team units ended up shooting at each other just to protect their clients. From the Corpo Wars, right? Oliver, who had once dreamed of joining Trauma Team, knew the story, and the aftermath. After that case, some Arasaka and Militech personnel started faking injuries just to summon Trauma Team for backup. It almost crippled the company. Eventually, they had to announce a suspension of service for both corps. He shook his head with a sigh. Their policies are way too strict. Sure, it sounds noble, loyal to the mission, but in the end, they treat people like machines. Once I learned the truth, I dropped that childhood dream real fast. That was a long time ago. Carl scrolled through more plan options. They're more flexible now. Trauma Team still takes Arasaka and Militech clients, just not in bulk. Each one goes through a risk assessment now. I checked out their braindance content too. Anytime they take a job involving Arasaka or Militech, there's a danger rating system in place. If it's too risky, they won't fight. They'll just grab the client and run. Workarounds to policies, classic corpo play. Oliver chuckled, watching Carl pull up the payment screen. Once you pay, a drone delivers a chip with your tracking and biosignal monitor. Just plug it in and you're covered. Carl read aloud from the terms, then turned to Oliver. Wanna try it out? What, I'm the guinea pig now? Not quite, but you're the only licensed medic we've got. Makes sense to test the medical side of things. Oliver shrugged. Fair enough. He placed a hand on the sofa and vaulted over it instead of walking around, scooting beside Carl. Move over, it's my turn now. After you, dear doctor. To get back at Oliver for calling him rich boy the day before, Carl spoke with exaggerated politeness, laying the sarcasm on thick. If you know I'm important, then move faster. Oliver wasn't fazed. He raised his chin dramatically. The good doctor is now here to assess your medical coverage. As long as you're having fun. Watching the banter unfold, V rolled his eyes but couldn't help being curious himself. He sat beside them, eating his breakfast while keeping an eye on Oliver's screen as he reviewed plans and prices. Oliver was quick. Just as Jack stumbled out yawning, he caught the tail end of a complaint. Wait a minute, when Carl wasn't logged in, this plan wasn't that expensive. Why is it more now that I'm logged in? They charge extra based on identity. Long-term plans are the same. V pointed to the relevant numbers. Those didn't change, only the short-term plans got pricier once you logged in. What are you guys looking at, trauma team? Jack, now clearly influenced by Carl's disregard for proper stair usage, jumped straight from the second floor. He landed behind the couch, peering over Oliver's shoulder. After catching up, he nodded. That makes sense. I know someone in Valentino's who subscribed. Trauma team flags high-risk individuals and gang members. To prevent damage during short-term contracts, they jack up the price for certain backgrounds. In other words, they don't want us going full psycho during our 24-hour window. They'd rather push us into long-term packages with full-time surveillance. Oliver groaned. Of course the corpos thought of everything. Their profit game is airtight. Can't argue with that. Carl nodded. Still, the price isn't bad. Just means we need to pick jobs carefully. I thought we could keep a subscription on standby, but now it's clear, it's only worth it for high-risk ops. Just as he said that, his phone rang. Carl usually only got alerts for important contacts. He'd set his phone that way. The rest of the crew looked over at the same time. The name on the screen was Maine. Chapter 316, Maine and David. Maine. In the Badlands, standing on the rear cargo bed of a Thornton Mackinac Beast, David fired a volley from his Ajax kinetic rifle while shouting toward the driver's seat. Arasaka's on our tail. I know, Maine barked from the front seat, his expression grim behind a pair of sunglasses. He slammed the accelerator to the floor. Did Dorio and the others make it out? What's Lucy saying? Signals crap out here in the Badlands. I'm about to lose connection with you. Lucy's voice crackled urgently through their comms. Falco's got Rebecca and the rest clear on the other side. You two are the last ones left. Get moving. We're trying, but it's not that simple, Lucy. Maine grinned through gritted teeth, about to reply again, when Lucy's signal cut out completely. At the same moment, interference noise began blaring from the vehicle's GPS. Signal jamming. These Arasaka bastards have lost it. They're hounding us like mad dogs. Knowing backup was out of reach, Maine glanced at the rearview mirror and spotted a streak of light closing in fast. His instincts screamed at him. He yanked the steering wheel hard. The Mackinac twisted at a sharp, almost unnatural angle, its tires briefly lifting off the ground before slamming back down. It veered violently to one side. Boom! A rocket exploded right where they'd been heading moments ago. Maine rockets. David had barely regained his footing from the jolt when he shouted the words that had been knocked out of him by the violent swerve. I saw it. Maine shouted back, but a wild grin had already spread across his face. Getting chased down in the Badlands by rocket fire, this feels like a damn dream. Does this count as a big-time gig now, Maine? David clung to the vehicle, dust whipping around him. He'd volunteered to split from the team with Maine to draw Arasaka's attention. No way Oliver or the others have ever been hunted like this. No telling. Maine glanced at the fuel gauge. It was dangerously low on CHOOH2. If we make it out alive, I'll write us into legend. Bet even Carl will stand and toast to us. We're not done yet. We still need to take down that bastard Faraday. David laughed, but his tone carried a sharp edge. That fucker's intel was completely off. There were no Sandivistan-enhanced targets in that convoy. It was a setup. Arasaka laid a trap and baited us in. Man, you're still way too polite, David. Me? I'd say that fucker deserves to be dumped into a sewer and drowned in toxic waste. Beneath his sunglasses, Maine's eyes narrowed coldly. I used to think that guy was just greedy. Now I see he's not even competent as a fixer. Next time I'm in the city, I'm making him pay. A merc and a fixer have a mutual relationship. A fixer can demand professionalism, sure, but only when they deliver solid, verified intel. If a job goes south because of bad info and the mercs die, that's on them, but if the mercs live to see another day, don't be surprised if they return to settle the score. Boom! Another explosion rocked the terrain beside the Mackinac. The tremor shook the vehicle again. Maine's rage shifted from Faraday to Arasaka. We're almost in Pacifica. Are they seriously gonna keep firing rockets all the way into the city? We're empty-handed, we didn't even get near the cargo. What, they want the few thousand eddies we've got on us. Something's definitely off. David, who'd been doing merc work for a while, sensed something strange too. They called in Militech the moment they spotted us, then sent an entire armed convoy. Sure, we're technically on Militech's payroll, but we're just hired hands. We barely knew what this job was even about. Why the hell are they chasing us like we killed their CEO? Beats me, feels like we robbed them 10 times over or something. Just as Maine was about to say more, an alert blared from the dashboard. No way, fuel gauge said we were low, but not this fast. Maine, the fuel tank's been hit. CHOH2 is leaking and catching fire. Fire? Shit. CHOH2 was widely used across energy sectors, but it had one massive downside. Once ignited, it spread fast. Without hesitation, Maine kicked open the passenger door, something he'd picked up after that job with Carl and the crew, and leapt out while the truck was still moving. Jump, David, jump, the car's gonna blow. David didn't hesitate. He even tossed his Ajax aside to make the leap easier. He followed Maine out into the dusty terrain. Both men tumbled through the sandstorm, rolling with practiced form to absorb the impact. Meanwhile, the now driverless Mackinac surged forward under inertia. The leaking CHOOH2 caught fire. Flames raced up the chassis. Just 2 seconds after they bilayed, the vehicle became a blazing inferno. Then came the explosion. Boom! A fireball engulfed the truck, spreading its fiery wake across the desert. This is bad. Maine stood up, watching the twisted frame of their vehicle burn in the distance. The Arasaka convoy was rapidly approaching. His sunglasses, damaged during the fall, slipped from his face, revealing his sharp, determined eyes. If we actually make it out of this alive, Carl and the others better raise a damn glass, or 3, in our name. Chapter 317, Run, Run. We finally cornered these Militech bastards. In the Badlands, as Maine and David leapt from their vehicle and watched it explode, the pursuing Arasaka convoy erupted with satisfaction. For some time, Arasaka units had been under attack out here, and after an internal sweep, they finally confirmed what they'd suspected. It was Militech agents pulling strings behind the scenes. Once Arasaka's counterintel division realized Militech was behind it, they wasted no time in greenlighting a full response. They'd been baiting the Badlands for 2 days, and now, Militech had taken the hook. According to intelligence, Militech operatives liked to disguise themselves as employees from other corps, or as mercs and nomads. They usually acted in small squads, and today's ambushers fit the bill perfectly. Recalling the earlier ambush on their decoy convoy, the head of this Arasaka counterintel operation wore a twisted, malicious grin. Damn Militech bastards, still playing the same old tricks, and I finally caught you. Perfect stepping stone for my promotion. In Arasaka, thwarting Militech was a major feather in anyone's cap. And for this particular counterintel officer, success today could mean a transfer or even a bump to deputy director. He'd be a name people respected in Arasaka Tower. Only 2 of them. Try to take them alive. I want them questioned, extract every bit of intel about Militech. If they tracked our trap this precisely, they must be high-ranking. Capture them, and not just me, you all could get serious career points and hefty rewards. He broadcast this rallying cry through the car radios to over 40 personnel. A graduate of the Arasaka Academy, he knew how to properly motivate his subordinates, dangle glory and money. That was all it took to make people risk their lives for a non-lethal takedown. Yes, sir. Capturing high-value enemies was worth the risk, especially with their overwhelming numbers. 40 versus 2, it felt like a guaranteed win. To prevent their targets from escaping, the Arasaka convoy began to fan out, encircling from 3 sides. No one believed those 2 could outrun them on foot. Looks like they want us alive, Maine muttered. A military veteran from the new United States, he immediately read Arasaka's movements. He tightened his grip on the Militech Mk-31 heavy machine gun he'd grabbed before jumping out. The weapon was built for fixed positions, but with his reinforced arms, Maine could just barely wield it. Still, it wasn't ideal. Reloading the Mk-31 solo was a bitch, and the thing could only manage a single, brutal burst before needing to be fed again. Against a scattered convoy, it wouldn't be enough. I was hoping to take a few with me, but not like this. He glanced at David beside him, who had drawn his Kenshin pistol, visibly tense. Maine slung the MK-31 over his shoulder and started moving. Stick with me, David. Maine. I wasn't driving without a plan. 50 meters ahead, there's an old cave down a cliff. Used to be a wraith hideout. We're heading there. Arasaka wants us alive? Good, we'll use that cave as a shield and make him bleed for every step. Run, David, run. There's a cave up ahead. David looked over his shoulder at the rapidly approaching convoy. He gritted his teeth. 50 meters, then fine. He took a deep breath, muscles and nerves relaxed for an instant. Sandevistan, engaged. David's $9 Sandevistan MK-3, a model he'd bought using a mix of mission pay and braindance side hustles, was known for its excellent neural interface, making it highly responsive in combat. Time slowed, the world dulled to a crawl. David sprinted. Run, David, run faster. Thoughts flooded his mind. He remembered lying to his mother, telling her he'd gotten a special scholarship so she wouldn't worry about tuition. He remembered her shocked, joyful smile. He remembered his first job with Carl's crew and the moment he took out a scavenger with nothing but a knife. And at the end of his thoughts, he saw her, a girl with short, white-pink hair. He surged forward, gaining on Maine. No way I'm dying here. Maine, run. David shot ahead. Due to their size difference, David couldn't carry Maine with the Sandevistan active, but as he reached the cliff, he turned back. And saw it. A rocket heading straight for Maine. No, this can't be. David's eyes widened. Didn't Arasaka want us alive? He couldn't believe it until he looked to their flank. There, scattered around the road, were pieces of camo netting, just torn away. An entire convoy had been lying in wait. As the vehicles shed their disguise, David saw the emblem painted boldly on their sides. He recognized it instantly. Militech. Chapter 318, Dawn Breaks. The moment David laid eyes on the Militech convoy, everything suddenly clicked into place. His mind cleared in an instant, and he shouted a single name in rage. Faraday. Even just seconds earlier, David had genuinely believed that this mission had simply gone sideways because of Faraday's incompetence. That the intel had been wrong, that the risk had been miscalculated, just another botched gig. Nothing more. But now, seeing Militech's forces out in the open, not even bothering with disguises, it all became clear. This had been a trap from the very beginning. Faraday hadn't lacked intel. He knew Arasaka wasn't transporting any cyber-enhanced titans. He knew there was going to be an ambush. He knew everything. Faraday had fed David and Maine false intel, not out of ignorance, but to deliberately send them to their deaths, as bait. He knew Arasaka had set a trap. He knew there was no chrome in that convoy. The entire job was designed to lure out Arasaka's ambush team so Militech could sweep in and take the credit. That was the point, that was Faraday's goal. Taking out an Arasaka ambush unit, that was the kind of success that made careers. And this time, we're talking about a full convoy. A prize no mid-level Militech officer could pass up. David knew what kind of fixer Faraday really was, one of the few on the street who openly bowed to the core. He'd probably already negotiated his reward with the Militech execs behind the scenes. Whether it was a cushy corporate title or a massive Eurodollar payout, it had to be enough to sell out a couple of expendable mercs. To someone like Faraday, mercs, no matter how long the partnership, were nothing but pawns to be played and sacrificed when the time was right. He'd never hesitated to pull strings on Carl's squad, even though they were clearly rising stars. So why would he hesitate to use Maine and David? To him, we were just fools blinded by the word legend. David clenched his teeth so hard they ached. But even if they were fools, even if they were dreamers chasing illusions like moths toward a sun, they still had real dreams. Faraday had spat on those dreams. With the coldest part of Night City's soul in his veins, he'd chosen to insult everything David and Maine believed in. As time sped up again, David felt the strain of the Sandevistan reaching its limit. He raised his arm. In his hand was a gun. The same gun Carl had placed in his hand the first time he stepped into the darkness. Carl's current weapon was called Night's End, a gun made to end the night. Then this one. If you hit, I'll name you Dawn, break the dark for me. As the world resumed its normal speed, Maine saw David raise the gun and pointed at him. He instantly understood. Without hesitation, he powered forward, trusting his crewmate to make the shot. All yours, David. The gun fired. Boom. The blast of fire and shockwave rushed up behind Maine. He staggered, stumbling forward. He nearly went face first into the dirt. But at the very last second, just before the fire swallowed him whole, he slammed one foot down into the earth, crouched low. And stayed standing. Maine didn't fall. The rocket had exploded early, David had shot it midair, and though it threw Maine off balance, it couldn't bring him down. The man still stood, a giant in the sunlight. "I'm here, David." He'd cheated death, but there was no fear on his face, no panic, no relief. Just a smile. Bright, radiant. "You saved my life, damn good job." His legs still strong, his path still forward. But the Militech soldiers weren't done. More rockets were coming. Maine and David were still marked as targets, nothing had changed. Arasaka's convoy, every last one of them had to die, and the bait, Maine and David, had to go too. If they lived, people would ask questions. Faraday couldn't afford that, not yet. To Militech, Faraday was still useful. He could coordinate deniable operations, supply expendable street mercs, provide cover. A convenient tool. Yes, his reputation had taken a minor hit over payout delays, but that was salvageable. A fixer who simply skimmed a little off the top, tolerable. A fixer who openly fed his people to the slaughter. That could never be allowed to get out. Another rocket screamed overhead. But David and Maine had already reached the cliff. Beneath it, an old cave once used by wraiths, not too steep a drop. They looked down, then jumped. Boom! Explosions roared behind them, rock shattered and tumbled down after. Inside the cave, David turned to Maine. "What now?" Maine took a deep breath, brushing stone dust off his jacket, his voice calm. Now we figure out another way." As he spoke, Maine pulled something from his coat. David's eyes narrowed. "What's that?" The device looked like a comms unit. "There's no signal down here, right?" "Doesn't need a tower," Maine muttered. "It's a hacked satellite transmitter, hooks into the CorpSat net. Custom mod, one use only, cost me $5,000. After one ping, it gets blocked immediately." He sighed, staring at the device in his hand. "Guess I'll have to eat a little pride. But hey, at least we won't need body bags." David frowned. "Who are you messaging?" But he already knew. Maine just smirked. "Who else are we gonna cry to for help?" Chapter 319, A Strange Cave. We've been ambushed by Militech. The Arasaka convoy chasing Maine and David was caught completely off guard, as rockets suddenly rained down from a Militech strike force. They'd assumed this was another small-scale Militech raid. They thought Maine and David were the entire enemy team. It had never crossed their minds that those two were just bait, and that the real trap had been set for them, the ones who believed they were doing the ambushing. Now, with Militech's convoy charging in, clearly numbering more than double their own, the Arasaka counterintel officer, who moments ago had been confidently urging his troops to capture the enemy, stood frozen in disbelief. Damn Militech, a double-layered trap. In the wide-open Badlands, escape was impossible. All he could do now was rally his men and prepare for battle. Militech wasn't even trying to hide it anymore, they were out for blood. The only hope left was that reinforcements would arrive in time and that his troops could hold out until then. The one small advantage was that earlier, in an effort to surround and capture Maine and David, he had split the convoy into 3 groups. Thanks to that, the initial rocket volley hadn't decimated them entirely. At least they hadn't walked into a Tora level disaster. Counterattack now. He wasn't much of a battlefield commander, and he had no plans to micromanage. After ordering his squad leaders to fight back, he focused on something he could do: call for backup. Leadership didn't require hands-on combat, it required knowing who to call when things hit the fan. And when it came to clashing with Militech, he had someone in mind who could deliver. Due to their location, and the fact that Militech had planned this as a quick, overwhelming strike, comms hadn't yet been jammed. As explosions shook his armored vehicle, the officer's emergency call successfully went through. Before his superior could even ask why he was calling, the officer launched into a refined version of events. "Militech, a major Militech force has appeared. We engaged bravely and wiped out an equal-sized unit, but reinforcements have arrived, 4 times our number. Though we remain resolute and confident, we request tactical support to secure a decisive victory." The man had once served in Arasaka's naval forces, and his old-school combat reporting style hadn't faded. His superior, though never in the Navy himself, understood the subtext perfectly. "We need help, there are a lot of Militech troops, big rewards on the table." Any irritation he'd felt at being called vanished immediately. Punishing incompetence could wait. What mattered now was grabbing the glory before someone else did. "Location?" the superior asked curtly. The officer reported their coordinates. Stand by. The call ended. The officer let out a deep breath. His superior had taken the bait. As long as backup arrived, it didn't matter what happened next. Even if they didn't take many prisoners, he could just report the bodies and cash in the credit. Of course, he hadn't forgotten the 2 mercs who had lured them into this mess. Don't let those 2 Militech decoys get away. I saw them jump off a cliff. They must have found a defensible position down there. That's why their own people bombarded them without hesitation. There must be some kind of cave or cover. Send a squad after them. Kill them. We'll take over their hiding spot and hold until support arrives. Yes, sir. Militech hadn't forgot about Maine and David either. Send troops to clean up those 2 mercs. They're no longer useful. Arasaka won't be escaping this. Yes, Commander. Both sides dispatched elite units. Arasaka and Militech each sent part of their tactical teams, 15 soldiers total, more than enough in their view. Meanwhile, Maine and David had just reached the cave beneath the cliff. Why is this place scorched and shot up? And those collapsed rocks, was there a battle here before? David eyed the ruined cave warily. Could this place really hold out against a siege? Keep moving. Don't let the collapse fool you. There's more room inside, Maine said. I found this place by accident while doing a job for a Badlands fixer, Dakota Smith. Came here to recover some data and found out a Militech engineer had been locked in a room deep inside. The Wraiths had him building weapons in there. He surveyed the cave's structure and quickly located a passage deeper in. He began clearing debris. David blinked in realization. Wait, was that the job I missed 'cause of exams? Yeah, I said it was just a data recovery job. Took Pillar with me and wrapped it up. Got it. Pillar was their team's tech expert. No combat expected, just a clean op. 2 people were more than enough. As they cleared the rubble, mostly thanks to Maine's strength, they uncovered a narrow path leading deeper. But just then, they heard it. Boots crunching on gravel outside. They were here. David and Maine locked eyes. And went silent. Chapter 320, Nano-Coding Kid. Maine and David both held their breath. The timing couldn't have been worse. If the enemy had arrived just a few seconds later, they would have already crawled through the rubble into the deeper part of the cave. From there, even if the bastards collapsed the tunnel on them, Maine and David could have carved out a triangular pocket with their strength and speed, enough to wait for rescue. But now, beside this pile of broken stone, they had no cover at all. Maine grabbed his heavy machine gun from where he'd set it aside while moving debris and gave David a quick look, before aiming the weapon at a corner deeper inside the cave. They were about 14 meters from that bend. The entrance was maybe 20 meters farther. At that distance, the enemy wouldn't take long to reach them. Their only move was to fire the second anyone stepped into view, forcing the enemy to fall back. Then they'd rush up to the corner and try to use it for at least partial cover. Running now was suicide. The echo of their footsteps would give them away immediately, and the enemy could use the sound to pre-aim and ambush them at the bend. They knew this. It was their only shot. With Maine's suppressive fire and David's Sandevistan, they had a chance. The footsteps got closer. Closer still. Their breathing slowed to a near halt, both ready to pull the trigger the instant someone appeared. Click. Right before crossing the corner, the footsteps stopped. Did they sense us? Maine's gut tightened. Of course they were pros. Only an amateur walks blindly into a blind spot. No more time, they had to move. Just as Maine tensed to charge in, gunfire erupted from the corner, followed by shouting. Militech's here, return fire. Damn corporate dogs really know how to time things, watch our flank. Those decoys might be hiding deeper inside. We could be caught in a pincer. David blinked in surprise. He quickly figured out what had happened. The Arasaka squad that had been sent to kill them had just run into Militech's cleanup crew. Talk about timing. But before the thought had even fully formed, a figure burst around the corner. Fast, fluid, deadly. The man charged at them with blinding speed, twin thermal mantis blades gleaming in his arms, cutting through the air like molten razors aimed right at David. David's heart slammed in his chest, his pupils contracted. For an instant, caught in the fear of that fatal edge, he froze. Don't space out, David. Maine didn't flinch. While David stood stunned, he reacted instantly, swinging up the heavy machine gun just in time to intercept the incoming blade. Sparks flew as the thermal mantis blades met reinforced plating. Fireworks lit up David's vision, and the sting of the heat on his cheek snapped him back to reality. They just shouted to watch the flank, and then immediately attacked. It's like they knew we were here. Such a loud, obvious warning, almost like you were trying to make sure we heard it, Maine growled, hoisting the nearly sheared machine gun with one arm while his cybernetic left arm morphed into a launcher. I served in the new American Army. I'm used to you Arasaka mutts saying one thing and doing another. A vet, huh? Then I guess I bagged a big one. The attacker wasn't wearing a helmet. Looked early 30s, peak form, lean but built like a tank. Despite Main's size, the man matched him strength for strength, locking blades one-handed without budging. Even now, seeing Main's launcher arm take shape, he didn't hesitate. He kept pressing the mantis blade down with his right, while swinging his left at Main's head. He'd come to take out the weaker-looking one first. The sneak attack didn't work, but he wasn't worried. He had full confidence in his power. 2 mercs, no problem. Main. David's reflexes kicked in. He activated his $9 Sandevistan Mk3. Time slowed to a crawl. He didn't draw his gun. Instead, he turned his shoulder winding up and slammed his elbow into the attacker's side. He knew better than to shoot. Sandevistan didn't actually freeze time. It only made your body move faster, your reflexes sharper, your world slower. Bullets still had travel time. But close quarters. Close quarters was king. And an elbow strike, especially under pressure, was deadly. The triangle formed between the upper and lower arm created incredible leverage. The elbow itself, almost as hard as the human skull, was basically a natural hammer. Combine that with David's subdermal armor and the sheer force of a panicked survival hit. It could have shattered stone. But when the elbow landed, the Arasaka agent barely flinched. He wobbled. Then, like a rock against the tide, he held steady. In the slowed world of the Sandevistan, David saw his head turn slowly toward him. Nanocoding kid. He didn't have a Sandevistan, but he did have a reaction enhancer, a support chip that kicked in under extreme danger, boosting reaction time with military-grade synchronicity. Then he moved. Thermal blades gleaming, the enemy raised one massive cybernetic arm high. To strike again. Chapter 321, not even close. Time gradually resumed its normal flow. As David's senses caught up, he witnessed the entire sequence of events unfold. The Arasaka operative had shrugged off David's elbow strike without flinching. He simply cast a glance at David, then resumed his original attack trajectory. As the mantis blade descended toward Main's head, Main abandoned the half-transformed launcher in his left arm and raised that cyber arm to block the strike. He sacrificed an entire limb for a brief moment of survival. Though the subdermal armor and integrated launcher in Main's left arm were sliced through like butter, the effort achieved its purpose. As his arm was severed, blood erupted in a pressurized spray from the open wound, splashing across the Arasaka soldier's face. Blinding him just as he finished his swing, his energy momentarily spent. The interference only lasted a heartbeat, but if the man had been facing Main at full strength, uninjured and fully armed, it would have been more than enough time for Main to end him. Unfortunately, Main had lost both his weapon and his left arm in quick succession. At that moment, all he could do was lean his head back. His right hand gripped the ruined heavy machine gun, still pinned beneath the Arasaka soldier's mantis blade. His left arm was gone. His feet were his only remaining support. In this life-or-death instant, Main's last remaining weapons were his mind and his head. What is intelligence? It's knowing that if your head is about to be chopped off, you lean it back, and then. In the blink of an eye, as the Arasaka soldier's vision cleared, he saw a steel-hard forehead crashing toward his face like a meteor. The frontal bone, the hardest part of the skull, was reinforced in Main's case by subdermal plating just beneath the skin. That warhammer slammed into the unarmored face of the Arasaka operative with bone-crunching force. Looks like you didn't get that fancy subdermal work done on your face like the Maelstrom freaks. Agonizing pain shot through the operative's nerves, his nose snapped. Blood and tears gushed out involuntarily. His whole body reeled backward. In his mind, only one thought remained. Since when do Militech mercs fight like this? First the kid elbows me, now the old guy headbutts me. Are they animals? Is Militech just hiring anyone off the streets now? Just as he staggered back, David raised his pistol. Normally, to pierce Arasaka's nanofiber subdermal armor, tech weapons needed to charge up to deliver a penetrative shot. But now, Main had just confirmed something. This guy didn't have facial armor. David didn't hesitate, he pulled the trigger. A single uncharged bullet flew straight into the man's face. With a wet splat, it tore through skin and bone. The Arasaka soldier's body froze mid-fall, then collapsed like a marionette with its strings cut. The bullet had entered through the roof of his mouth and shredded his brain from the inside. No matter what was left of his consciousness, there was no coming back from that. Thud. Huff, huff. Maine dropped his ruined machine gun and clutched his bleeding stump, trying to keep the remaining part of his arm pressed tightly against his side to stem the blood flow. Despite his condition, he let out a breathless laugh and smiled at David. "Nice one, David, you saved my ass again." "Maine." David stared at the blood spilling from between Maine's clenched fingers, forming thick, wet droplets in the dust. His heart filled with guilt. It was his fault. He had hesitated. That hesitation had cost Maine his arm. He'd been too young, too inexperienced. When the Arasaka soldiers yelled earlier, he didn't even question why they were so loud. He'd believed them. His mistake had nearly gotten Maine killed. Don't beat yourself up. Despite being the one who just lost a limb, Maine was the one doing the comforting. That Arasaka mutt, he's the one lying dead. I traded an arm for a kill, worth it far as I'm concerned. He stumbled a few steps, clearly weakened by the blood loss, and slumped down beside the pile of rubble. He gave a weak chuckle. Hell, losing a hand but keeping my life, I call that lucky. David flinched. He knew exactly who Maine was referring to. During one of their old missions, stories which Maine had told over drinks more than once, the comparison was clear. That guy had lived, but lost both arms. Save your breath, Maine. David glanced toward the cave entrance. No one else was coming. Either Arasaka had clashed with Militek, or they really had full faith in their now-dead teammate. He approached Maine, pulled out a med syringe, and injected a blood coagulant into his shoulder. "Let's move deeper inside. I'll patch you up when we're clear." "Yeah, sounds like a plan." David helped Maine to his feet. As they passed the corpse, Maine's eyes fell on the man's uniform badge. It read, Arasaka Security Division, Team Leader. No wonder he was so tough, Maine muttered. He was probably in charge of guarding an entire floor at Arasaka Tower. But still, Maine looked at David beside him, smiling through the pain. Still not even close to us. Chapter 322, Crushing Ants. 10 minutes after Arasaka began its skirmish with Militek, their reinforcements finally arrived. But the first feeling that welled up in the Arasaka counterintel chief's heart wasn't relief, it was sheer terror. Why is it him? He couldn't imagine how his superior, even one technically ranked below the man now approaching, had managed to speak with someone of such status, let alone convince him to step onto the field. Arasaka's reinforcements amounted to a single AV. More precisely, an unmanned AV. One man stood aboard, leaning half his massive frame out of the open hatch, silently gazing down at the battlefield. And he was Arasaka's only response to nearly 100 Militek troops. The moment the AV blazed into the center of the fight and slammed to a stop, perfectly framed for maximum impact, everyone noticed. Arasaka, Militek, everyone. They all looked up. And when they saw him, terror bloomed like wildfire. That monstrous, cybernetic frame. Those inhuman, red-glowing optics. Gulp. The gunfire died. As if the entire battlefield held its breath. The name echoed in every mind, then someone shouted it. Atom Smasher. Fear erupted across both factions. No one had expected that monster to show up. Why was Atom Smasher here? This was supposed to be a minor op, small-time stuff, the kind handled by section chiefs. Even with Militek involved, this didn't warrant the head of Night City's Arasaka security making a personal appearance. Had he come out here because he was bored? No one had an answer, and to Atom Smasher that didn't matter. A person might crouch to observe ants, squash a few out of idle curiosity, but to think he cares about them. That's just stupid. Smasher didn't see soldiers, he saw ants. And today, he felt like crushing something. He was sick of the tower, claimed a routine intervention as an excuse to get some fresh air, rescuing a field unit technically under his command. Militek. His emotionless, cybernetic gaze swept the battlefield. 91 targets. That would do. He jumped 30 meters straight down from the AV. And just like that, the spell broke. Everyone snapped into motion. Fall back, get to the cave now, the Arasaka officer screamed. Everyone knew, when Atom Smasher moved, anything in his path died, Arasaka or not. The only hope was that he dropped toward Militek. Fire hit him with rockets. Hurry, hurry, if he gets close we're all dead. Militek had no illusions. They were already dead. But that didn't mean they wouldn't fight. Biological instinct took over. Mounted machine guns, capable of 2,200 rounds per minute, roared to life. A storm of lead tore through the sky. In moments, the desert sun was eclipsed by the shimmer of bullets and brass. Atom Smasher dropped into that golden storm. Sparks flew as rounds bounced off his steel frame. the clanging ricochets singing like metal chimes. His descent never slowed. Even that hail of gunfire couldn't breach his armor. Boom! He landed like a meteor. The ground cratered beneath his boots. Militech weapons swiveled to relock, but something was wrong. No targeting data. No visual confirmation. The crater was there, but Atom Smasher was gone. He disappeared. Where the hell is he? No one had time to answer. Instead, a new sound took over. Booms, 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 boom. The armored vehicles that had just opened fire exploded one after the other. No one saw him move. No one heard him land. He was just gone. The blasts didn't kill most of the Militech soldiers. Many weren't in the vehicles, but the devastation shattered their morale. The air thickened, nerves frayed. Then it happened. A shadow zipped past one soldier. He spun, wide-eyed, heart-pounding. Pure terror flooded his brain. He pulled the trigger, aimed at the motion, desperate to survive. But what he hit was a fellow soldier. Chapter 323. So, you've learned a little secret. This is seriously brutal. From the newly arrived AV, Oliver looked down at the chaos below, Militech forces crumbling under Atom Smasher's arrival. His tone was caught somewhere between awe and pity. Why the hell is Atom Smasher even here? Isn't he the head of security at Arasaka Tower? What's he doing out here getting his hands dirty over some minor skirmish? Shouldn't he be prioritizing tower protection? You're seriously trying to find logic in Atom Smasher's behavior. Jack, less sentimental, scoffed. Everyone suspects the guy's completely lost it, and you're trying to reason out his motivations. Well, I wouldn't go that far. Carl, sitting casually inside the AV with his legs dangling outside the door, watched below. Atom Smasher wasn't even actively killing yet. He was just toying with the Militech soldiers, driving them into paranoid, infighting madness. Like a cat playing with mice. After a moment of observation, Carl commented, "People say he's insane, but to me, it's more like his thought process is so warped it seems like madness. He still has some twisted logic. He's not totally gone." So, mentally unstable with a logic system no one can follow. Sounds like insanity to me. V rested his sheathed katana in his lap and changed the subject. "Anyway, we're here to find Maine and David, right? Where are they?" "I've already found them." Using the Cyberhound ball as a relay, T-Bug had maintained a solid connection even in these rough conditions. Her voice came through Ball's speaker. "I've pinpointed Maine's location. Once he realized the signal was coming from me, he unlocked his coordinates himself. I've sent them to our comms." "He unlocked it on his own, didn't even need you to breach it. That means he's still in decent shape. Let me see." Carl checked the data, then frowned. "No way." He and the others glanced at the location and exchanged strange looks. "What are the odds?" As he piloted the AV lower, Oliver muttered, "It's the same place we did that job ages ago. Wasn't this a Wraith camp back then?" "The same place I did my first gig with you guys," Jack added, glancing at V. V nodded. "The 30K euro job, I remember." Carl smirked. "Guess I know where they're hiding. First we came here to rescue a Militech engineer, and now we're back for Maine. What is this, some kind of cursed monster cave? Like some old cartoon demon lair?" Oliver blinked. "Man, could you not use references no one understands? I didn't exactly ace school, but come on, say something from this century." "Yeah, I don't get it either," T-Bug added. "What kind of ancient nonsense are you quoting now, Corpo Boy?" "Something from the 1980s. No clue if it still exists. Anyway, coordinates locked. I'm going down." Without hesitation, Carl pushed off the AV and leapt. The rush of air around him drew the attention of nearby Arasaka operatives. Soldiers who had just finished clearing out the last Militech stragglers and were trying to flee before Atom Smasher decided to squash them too. They heard the wind first, eerily familiar from when Smasher landed. They looked up. 20 meters, 15, 10. They saw the figure falling toward them and froze. Wait a second, isn't that Carl? Arasaka operatives knew Carl very well. More of them had seen him than had seen Atom Smasher. That black hair, that face, his reputation was etched into their memories. First Atom Smasher, now Carl. What the hell is this cursed-ass gig? Fuck this shit, I'm out. The head of counterintelligence cursed loudly, then actually tossed his weapon aside. Of course, he wasn't quitting the job. Not with the pay and perks Arasaka was giving him. He lived like royalty in Night City. But the weapon drop, that was calculated. Everyone knew Carl's rules. In Night City, especially in meat grinder departments like counterintel, being smart was the only way to stay alive. Arasaka's psych profile on Carl was no secret. If you hadn't done anything unforgivable and he didn't already know about it, you could talk your way out. just don't point a gun at him. Carl was more reasonable than 99% of the psychos in Night City. Fight Carl and his crew, for a paycheck, yeah, no thanks. Seeing the big boss toss his gun, the rest followed. Some dropped their weapons at their feet, just in case. Others, more terrified, tossed theirs toward the department head. Soon a small mountain of weapons was piled next to him. He noticed. And if these guys weren't technically from another division, he'd have fired them on the spot. Follow my lead, huh? I drop my gun, you all do it too. None of you have a spine, you want promotions? Then go talk to Carl yourselves. If you survive, I guarantee a raise. Don't throw this on me. Thud. Carl landed directly in front of him. He'd used his tendon enhancement implants to blast compressed air beneath him, creating a cushion for a flawless landing. The AV descended behind him, and the rest of the squad began to disembark. Jack, Oliver, the whole crew. And then, the counterintel chief's eye twitched. Unlike the confused grunts behind him, he recognized the last figure. It was V. He'd seen him just the night before, at the Arasaka banquet, one of the few who had survived the attack. Isn't that the captain of the second strike team? And now, he was walking alongside Carl and his crew. The counterintel chief felt a chill down his spine. Looks like I just learned one hell of a secret. Chapter 324, Come at Me If You Want to Fight, Atom Smasher. The appearance of the second strike team's captain in Carl's squad, whatever the reason, wasn't something the Arasaka counterintel chief had the authority to question. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to act like he didn't recognize him. He frowned slightly and adopted a questioning posture as he addressed Carl. KK, if I recall correctly, we didn't hire your team for this mission. I didn't accept the job. The chief glanced around at the corpses of Militech soldiers. Judging by the scene, you weren't hired by Militech either. Didn't accept a Militech job either. Despite the counterintel chief's guarded demeanor, Carl was unfazed. A company employee getting curious about what mercs are up to. Don't think I'm obligated to report that to you, am I? So they're not here to kill us. A wave of relief swept through the chief, though his expression remained stern. After a performative moment of hesitation, he waved to his men. Militech operatives have been neutralized. We're pulling out. The words were barely out of his mouth before the Arasaka operatives rushed into motion, visibly relieved. They didn't wait for more orders, they simply made a beeline for the armored vehicles. Their goal had been to mop up any remaining Militech agents and avoid getting caught in Atom Smasher's rampage. There was still a cave left unsearched, but nobody gave a damn anymore. Between a tiger in front and a wolf at their back, the chance to jump off a bridge into the water and flee was a godsend. Who could possibly muster the nerve to dutifully wrap up the mission in that situation? Bunch of spineless weaklings. The counterintel chief cursed them inwardly, noticing how his men were running without hesitation. Still, he kept his composure and turned to follow them. But just as he was halfway turned around. Wait! Carl's voice froze him in place. His palms and back were instantly soaked in sweat. His heartbeat surged. Carl had stopped him, but why? Everything was supposed to be over. Why call him back? The rest of the Arasaka operatives froze. Nobody moved. Everyone stared at Carl, not knowing what he was planning and not daring to guess. Finally, the chief turned back around. Sweat dotted his brow, his face slightly pale, but his expression stayed unchanged. Is there something else, KK? He hadn't realized his voice carried a subtle tone of pleading, almost as if begging Carl not to start something, and if he was going to kill him, to just do it quickly. What he didn't expect was the sight of Carl smiling. Your stuff. Carl pointed at the pile of discarded weapons on the ground like someone, helpfully reminding you that you dropped something. Don't forget to take it. Everyone snapped back to reality. The more dutiful operatives sighed in relief and grabbed their weapons before hurrying off. The more timid ones, now under tremendous pressure, were forced to go back and retrieve what they had thrown down earlier. Under the watchful gaze of Carl's team, one by one, the weapons were picked up by the helmeted Arasaka operatives. Finally, the last weapon buried at the bottom was the counterintel chief's. He carefully picked it up, slowly strapped it to his waist. And then bolted. They're acting like we're monsters or something. Carl shook his head with a chuckle as he watched them flee, while the others laughed. If these weren't Arasaka-marked guns that couldn't be easily resold to Mr. Johnson, I would have kept them. With the Arasaka team gone, Carl and the others entered the cave. It didn't take long, thanks to T-Bug's coordinates, to clear the rubble and reach Maine and David. Damn, Maine, you look rough. Carl eyed Maine's missing arm with an odd sense of déjà vu. What now, trying to become Morgan Blackhand, or Johnny Silverhand, Why is everyone losing limbs all of a sudden? If losing an arm meant I could be like them, I wouldn't mind. Maine replied casually, letting David help him to his feet. Oliver stepped in, gave David a nod, and took his place to begin treating Maine's injuries. While Oliver worked through a medkit filled with assorted tools, Maine turned to Carl. Did you bring what I asked for? Of course. Carl pulled out a shard and handed it over. KK Express, please confirm delivery. Thanks, man. Maine took the shard, managing a bitter smile through the pain. The message he'd sent Carl earlier hadn't just been a desperate cry for help. He'd also included access credentials. What he truly wanted was for Carl to use his identity to purchase a certain service on his behalf. Maine slotted the shard. A warm, synthetic voice chimed. Hello, esteemed Gold member Mr. Maine. We have detected your critical condition. Trauma team is en route. As your current location is near the city service zone's edge, estimated arrival time is 400 seconds. If conscious, please relocate to an open area for optimal pickup. 70% of all estimated costs will be covered by your Gold membership benefits. This gig cost me everything. Maine sighed. Gold membership, my arm, and all sorts of other losses. What little I had is gone now. I don't mind if you take your time, paying me back for the Gold upgrade. Carl tilted his head. So what the hell happened? Why are you in this state? That bastard Faraday set us up. Faraday, huh? Oliver and Jack both nodded knowingly. Figured it might be him, Oliver muttered. Still, you had the balls to take that job, respect. Drinks on us when we're back. Well, then I guess this arm wasn't wasted. 6 minutes later, Maine was loaded onto a trauma team stretcher. Just before he passed out under anesthesia, he gave the crew a wink. David watched the AV fly off into the distance. He was about to ask Oliver about the treatment when something caught his eye. A massive mechanical figure was approaching from afar. That man was. David's eyes widened. So he really showed up, and fast too. No surprise. Carl met the bloodthirsty gaze without fear. Long time no see, Mr. Adam Smasher. I warned you, kid. The voice was cold, metallic, like metal being struck inside a sealed chamber. What little flesh was left on Smasher's face barely hid the brutal excitement in his expression. I told you, don't get in my way again, or next time I'd kill you. So now I'm just some operational interference you're trying to clean up. Used your clearance to peek at my messages and came here with an excuse to kill me. Carl sighed as the glowing blade of V's thermal katana ignited behind him. Oliver and Jack also stepped into formation. Facing the steadily approaching Adam Smasher, Carl drew his monowire. You checked my comms using department clearance. You knew I'd be here, and you came on purpose, didn't you? Everyone thought Smasher had gone mad, but Carl had never believed that. Because beneath the inhuman exterior, he could sense it. A ruthless, bone-deep logic. A true maniac couldn't become a legendary validator, and Adam Smasher wasn't just validated, he was legend. Back during their last clash, Carl had lost, but back then he'd been alone. Now, cut the cryptic crap. If you want to fight, come at me. Chapter 325, Battle. Come at me if you want to fight. The moment David heard Carl utter those words, he felt a sudden gust of wind, and the next thing he knew, a force yanked him backward. Get as far away from here as you can, David. The farther the better. What's about to happen isn't something you can be part of. Jack grabbed David by the collar and hurled him backward. As he did, his synaptic accelerator activated. His body had already sensed the lethal threat. No words, no wasted movement. And just as Carl's voice faded, Adam Smasher launched his assault. His shoulders opened up, shoulder-mounted rocket launchers locking into place. And in the blink of an eye, he unleashed a barrage of rockets on Carl and his crew. He hadn't used a single rocket on the Militech operatives earlier, but now he unleashed all of them without hesitation. As David was flung through the air, he fixated on one of the rockets. It seemed to swallow the world around it. Then the realization hit. Despite Jack throwing him to safety the instant the battle started, David was still inside the blast radius. He tried to activate his Sandevistan. But before he could, a figure had already caught up to him midair, snatching him like a balloon, zipping across the sky, dragging him far away at breakneck speed. As they fled, David looked back and saw a massive mushroom cloud rising on the horizon, born from the rocket barrage. Still too close. A muttered voice reached his ears just before his body was yanked violently to the ground. He coughed as dust filled his mouth and lungs. Cough coughs. Wincing, he raised his sand-scraped face and looked up. It was Oliver, the one who had saved him. Gone was the usual warmth and friendly smile. replaced now with cold, focused intensity. Oliver's eyes were locked on the battlefield where the Sandevistan had just activated. In his hands, a Nekinagi Tech sniper rifle was already locked, sights up, fingers steady. As a sniper, Oliver understood his role perfectly. Against an enemy like Atom Smasher, his melee skills, sufficient against typical cyberpsychos, meant nothing. He had to keep his distance. Getting close would only put the team at greater risk. Through the scope, the battlefield was still cloaked in dust and smoke. But already, Smasher's steel arm had lashed out, intercepting a deadly slash to the head from the left. Thermal katana. That glowing blade, swung with full force, had only managed to carve half a centimeter into his reinforced arm. Atom Smasher turned and gave V a cruel, contemptuous grin. Cute trick. And then, within the slowed perception of the Sandevistan, Smasher lifted his left leg and kicked. With the sheer power behind it, and the size of that mechanical limb, thick as V's torso, one kick could have cleaved V in two. But V wasn't alone in the slowed moment. As Smasher kicked, a monowire lashed toward his eyes. Most of Smasher's body was impervious to a monowire's lash, but not his cybernetic eyes. His optics had functions like shock resistance, low-light enhancement, and ultraviolet infrared vision. But because they needed to transmit light, the external layer was still relatively fragile. It could withstand most bullets, but not a fully charged monowire strike. Faced with the choice of losing his eyes or dealing with Carl later, Smasher didn't hesitate. He chose the latter. He turned his head, letting the monowire glance off his cheek, shaving away synthetic skin and leaving a scorched line on the alloy cheekbone. V easily dodged the now off-target kick, but instead of retreating, he pressed forward. He slammed his elbow into the katana's hilt, jamming the blade further into Smasher's arm and loosening it. Then he moved in, right into Smasher's chest. Using his ring and pinky fingers, he gripped the end of the hilt and pulled. Ancient swordsmanship teaches, grip with the last two fingers, keep the first three relaxed. The idea is to align the wrist and blade in a single line for clean cuts. V had never studied those styles, but he'd cut down enough enemies to understand the principle. He slipped into what looked like an awkward position, but with both hands on the katana, he raised it behind his head and brought it down in a vertical slash. Smasher hadn't expected that. He had just avoided the monowire and didn't think this low-ranking merc would dare charge into his face again. But he had. Smasher's peripheral vision caught the rising blade, and he jerked his head again. Shunk. The katana grazed his cheek, cleaved off part of a metal node connecting his forehead to the back of his skull, and slammed into his shoulder. If he'd still had an ear, that slash would have taken it off. Two annoying chunks of meat. Smasher spun around violently, his fists lashing out in a storm of blows. V and Carl were forced to retreat under the onslaught. Rage burned in his optics. He was furious at his own misstep and swore to crush these insects. But the moment V and Carl pulled back, Jack was already there. He had finished charging his tech shotgun, the dual-barreled Sidora. Pong! A cloud of electrified microdarts sprayed across Smasher's frame. Sparks erupted across his steel plating. Jack's eyes narrowed. Don't forget, there's one more of us, asshole. Chapter 326, Brutal Strike. The steel flechettes that pelted Atom Smasher rang out like metallic hail as they struck his alloy frame. In the clash between dense armor and high-velocity piercing rounds, it was obvious who came out on top. Smasher's plating didn't budge. But even a point-blank tech shotgun blast wasn't without consequences. The synthetic flesh that clung to his face, likely kept just to simulate some trace of humanity, was now shredded. He looked like a mechanical corpse that had just clawed its way out of a grave, with scraps of rotting meat still stuck to his chrome skull. I'm gonna blast your fucking brains out. Pain was meaningless to Smasher. His chrome frame was loaded with cyberware, so much so that even a pain editor, something most mercs wouldn't dare install, was standard for him. But it wasn't pain that fueled his fury. It was humiliation, repeated, direct, personal humiliation. He'd never taken Carl's team seriously. At best, he gave Carl a passing nod due to the guy's unique profile, but the others, nobodies, insects, and yet here they were, landing hits making him bleed. Again. When was the last time anyone had even hurt Atom Smasher? Now, his rage turned his vision red. He activated Berserk mode. When it came to Chrome, no one outdid Smasher. Where most humans could barely handle a single high-load operating system like Sandevistan, Smasher's fully mechanical body could integrate multiple OSs with ease. Now, with his armor regeneration matrix online, even the smallest scrapes and tears were already sealing themselves. Self-repair alloy tech, normally reserved for aerospace-grade gear or elite military systems due to its absurd cost, was just another standard module in Smasher's body. That's who he was. Just like all the so-called rare mercs he'd crushed before, who thought they were special, they all became another notch in his legend. And these clowns would be no different. Smasher raised his arm. A missile launched from the retractable grenade system in his mechanical forearm, headed straight for Jack. At the same time, twin auto turrets popped out from his shoulders and began unloading rounds at V and Carl. A one-man armory wasn't just a nickname for Adam Smasher. Even without his usual handheld weapons, the firepower baked into his body could flatten squads. The blasts ripped through rocks, structures, and terrain, but not one shot touched Carl's crew. Against other targets, this might have been overkill, but against top-tier mercs, it was just noise. They'd all survived gunfire and war zones. If you couldn't dodge this kind of crap, you should have died years ago in some alley trying to rob a booster. But dodging still meant moving, and that was what Smasher really wanted. As he retracted his forearm launcher, the turrets kept up their barrage. Smasher stomped once hard. His legs, fitted with high-powered jump boosters, could have launched him into the sky. But instead, he angled them down and forward. Dash mode. His blood-red gaze locked on Carl. The others just distractions. Annoying, yes, but not threats. Carl was the threat. Once Carl was down, he'd deal with the rest at his leisure. Boom! Smasher vanished from his position with a sonic blast and reappeared beside Carl mid-dodge. Both fists clenched, hydraulics hissing from the pressure, Smasher raised them over his head and brought them down in a crushing blow. Red eyes met startled blue. And the fists fell. Carl didn't know exactly how much force was behind that strike, but he knew enough. Getting clipped might leave his body twisted into meat ribbons. Back during their last fight, he wouldn't have stood a chance, but now. His legs, rebuilt, retooled, fired. With a twist and a step, Carl dropped his weight to the right. The reinforced tendon implants hissed, blasting compressed air to shift his entire body mid-movement, just enough. Boom! The ground cracked open from the impact. Chunks of earth exploded outward like shotgun pellets. The force of the shockwave alone sent Carl flying back. He landed hard, his body staggering through the grit. He raised his arms to shield his face, but the chunks hit him in the stomach, his insides churning. And as the dust settled, he barely lowered his arms before. Smasher was already there. That hulking frame, that inhuman speed. The moment Carl's vision cleared, even slightly, Smasher was right in front of him. A fist the size of a cinder block came crashing down, aimed to smash his skull into paste. Chapter 327, Absolute Control. Facing Adam Smasher's incoming punch, Carl had almost no room to react. He was already operating at his limits, having barely shifted his mauve. Facing Adam Smasher's incoming punch, Carl had almost no room to react. He was already operating at his limits, having barely shifted his movement path with his reinforced tendons, and not even a full second had passed since the maneuver. His body hadn't fully stabilized. Under these conditions, executing another conscious dodge was nearly impossible. Should he try bringing his hands together to block the blow? Or perhaps attempt a quick netrun hack, see if there was anything he could do? Carl had already calculated the trajectory of Smasher's fist. It would strike his skull at a brutally precise angle, with enough force to tear his entire head, spine included, clean off and send it flying skyward. Only one choice left. Carl chose the hack. Hacking Adam Smasher. Impossible. Smasher was protected by military-grade ice and had custom-designed anti-hack protocols. Successfully breaching him in an instant and taking control was nothing short of a pipe dream. So what could Carl hack in an instant and fully override? Himself. He knew every exploit, every bypass in his own cyberware. No system was more accessible than his own. Even the most advanced cyberware had subsystems outside of conscious control. For example, missile launchers built into a cyberarm. Users couldn't manually micromanage every part of the transformation or launch sequence. They just issued commands, transform, prime for launch. The rest was automated. But Carl wasn't a regular user. What others couldn't control, he could. His reinforced tendons had just finished a burst. Technically, they needed time to recharge. No more air-boosted movement. But this wasn't about waiting on software. Move again. Carl didn't just give a command. He dove into the deepest layer of the system, directly hijacking the control process. His body, cybernetic or otherwise, existed solely under his command. He recalled what Victor once told him. Your body barely registers any rejection to implants. It's like they were always meant to be part of you. If they were born to be his, then they obeyed him, no exceptions. With a surge of consciousness, Carl forcefully flooded the tendon implant's core system. The tendons couldn't fire compressed air again, no charge left, but they still acted as biomechanical supports for his legs. So Carl cut that support. Whoosh! Atom Smasher's punch missed. There was no impact, no feedback, nothing. His red cybernetic eye simulated a pupil contraction shock. Missed. Impossible. For the first time in the battle, doubt entered Atom Smasher's mind. By his combat protocols and personal experience, Carl shouldn't have been able to dodge. At best, he should have brought his arms up, only to have them shattered as he was launched like a ragdoll. That was the plan. This strike was supposed to destroy Carl's arms and teach the arrogant brat the true difference in power. Why did it miss? As that thought hit him, Carl had already slid to his flank. When standing, the fastest way to drop isn't a squat, it's muscle collapse. By forcefully disengaging the tendon's support functions, Carl had allowed his legs to give out for just a moment, ducking under the blow. Then, just as quickly, he re-engaged the support and dashed aside. Close, Mr. Smasher. Polite tone, slight smile. Followed by a snap of the monowire. It lashed from the side, completely outside Smasher's predicted angles and sliced across his left eye. A flash of blue, sparks, voltage, the eye overloaded and shut down. Despite his grounding systems and synthetic relays, Atom Smasher felt it. A real threat. This wasn't about bruised pride anymore. This was danger. Losing an eye didn't scare him, but the suddenness, the precision, this was a real, unanticipated threat to his life. Still, he was Atom Smasher. The turrets on his shoulders kept suppressing V and Jack as his arms swung, blindly but with precision, toward Carl. It was enough to break Carl's momentum and force a retreat. The strike sliced the air like a guillotine. Carl narrowly sidestepped, any later, and he'd have been split in two. Smasher's remaining eye locked onto Carl. But instead of attacking again, he asked, "What was that?" Clearly referring to Carl's impossible dual-burst evasive movement in under a second. Call it forced override, or overclocking, take your pick. It was the first time Carl had done it, but he didn't mind stalling for a second to answer. He kept his eyes on Smasher's ruined socket, still smiling. But personally, a spark flickered across Smasher's dead left eye. Carl's foot shifted, his left palm hiding a blade moved subtly. He vanished. I call it absolute control. Ken Akiro had once studied Carl's fighting style and wondered why his movements always looked just a bit off, like his technique didn't match his body. But if he could see Carl now, that question would vanish. Because Carl had finally synced. His mind, his body, his cyberware, all in perfect harmony. Chapter 328, This is a Team Fight. The moment Carl vanished from view, Atom Smasher activated his Sandevistan. Against a fellow Sandevistan user, initiative was everything. Ev. The moment Carl vanished from view, Atom Smasher activated his Sandevistan. Against a fellow Sandevistan user, initiative was everything. Even someone like Smasher, who usually disregarded ordinary attacks, recognized the importance of striking first. In the slowed-down perception of time, the order of a single thought could decide the outcome. As Smasher's single-functioning eye scan left, he spotted Carl exactly where he expected him to be, right in his blind spot. Attacking from an opponent's visual dead zone was Combat 101. With half his vision lost, Smasher had to physically turn his head to regain a full field of view. As he turned, Carl's knife had already been thrown. A frontal throw could have been anticipated or deflected, but with his left eye gone, Smasher needed that moment to adjust. And in that window, Carl had already pressed the trigger. It was the EMP knife, a rare and precious gift from Hanako Arasaka. Carl had never even given it a name, but he carried it at all times, right alongside Endoya. In combat, this blade was indispensable. In this era, an EMP knife, stealthy, razor-sharp, and nothing like a grenade, could accomplish things grenades couldn't. Even against Atom Smasher, it posed a genuine threat. By the time he noticed it glinting through the air, it was already within 4 meters, its activation range. BZZZT. A wave of electromagnetic energy exploded outward. Smasher immediately felt a delay in his movements. Thanks to anti-imp shielding stolen from Kang Tao by Arasaka's espionage division, he retained some mobility, but everything felt sluggish. His right cyber eye began glitching, skipping frames and flickering. His entire body felt dulled. Then he recognized it. That knife. Wasn't this one of the only 2 EMP blades ever made, both supposedly in Hanako's possession? Why did he have one? Smasher was more shocked than furious. Could another corp have replicated the tech? But the resources, the R&D cost, just to outfit a single merc, it made no sense. Even Militech wouldn't build a dedicated lab just to equip one soldier. Then how? Staring down at the knife lodged an inch deep into his chest, his artificial eye flickered. It was that same blade, no doubt about it. What the hell is Ken Akiro doing? He fumed. His old man would have seen this coming. Smasher had never expected to be hit with this kind of weapon. And now, after Carl's sequence of unpredictable moves, he found himself in genuine danger. When dealing with a beast, Carl thought, never rush. The more savage it is, the more carefully you handle it. The moment the EMP wave dissipated, Carl moved in. Another monowire slash, this time targeting Smasher's remaining eye. Carl's strategy had never changed. Against a foe with near-impenetrable armor and overwhelming firepower, the only options were to go for mobility or vision. And since mobility was too well protected, vision it was. Even for Adam Smasher, losing both eyes would severely reduce his combat performance. He might have smart targeting and thermal scanners, but no system was as fast as the human instinct that came with direct sight. No matter how much he'd replaced, Smasher had been born human, and the legacy of flesh never truly left him. Now blind, Smasher felt Carl withdraw the knife from his torso. A moment later, he sensed a stream of data creeping in, like threads slipping through a crack. Normally, his military-grade ICE and counter-intrusion software would have stopped this cold. But now, the intrusion came through the damaged eye socket, piggybacking on the link created by the EMP. His body locked up. Mobility disrupted. But Carl wasn't the one doing the hacking. He couldn't run a system override and activate his Sandevistan at the same time. But he wasn't fighting alone. Their crew had T-Bug, one of Night City's sharpest netrunners, and all she needed was a single crack in the system to slip through. Nice work, T-Bug. Far away, on a high ridge, Oliver had just completed the charge cycle on his Nekomata sniper rifle. The battle had moved too fast. Even with Sandevistan, he hadn't been able to keep up with Smasher's movement. But now, with the cyborg frozen in place. No excuses, no misses. This was Oliver's moment. This is a team fight, Adam Smasher. He lined up the shot and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet left the chamber just as time returned to normal, striking Smasher square in the skull. Chapter 329, The Fight is Over. In the promotional materials for the Nekomata sniper rifle, its power was described like this. Its tungsten spike rounds can pierce the thigh. In the promotional materials for the Nekomata sniper rifle, its power was described like this. Its tungsten spike rounds can pierce the thickest armor and walls, shattering titanium bones. Before the Nekomata's destructive power, no one is safe. And for once, the marketing wasn't lying. With electromagnetic tension driving the shot, once fully charged, the Nekomata's tungsten spikes could easily breach even someone like Adam Smasher, an opponent against whom most conventional weapons were useless. The devastating round pierced his alloy skull and drove into his brain like a spike. Is he dead? That was Oliver's first thought as he watched the round strike Smasher's head. Even a monster like Adam Smasher shouldn't be able to survive a direct hit to the brain with a tungsten dart. His organic brain was one of the few human parts left in his body. It was the core of his power and his greatest weakness. If that brain took a hit, even Adam Smasher couldn't survive. Smasher would die if the brain was truly hit. The round bored into his head, stripping away part of the smooth titanium cranium. But beneath the torn surface, there was no blood, no brain matter, just the gleam of more metal. There's another layer inside. Oliver's eyes widened as he saw a smaller, but solid inner shell protecting Smasher's brain. Due to the limited availability of Smasher's combat footage, few people outside Arasaka's research division had any idea what kind of cyberware he was packing. Smasher clearly knew his brain was his biggest weakness. It made sense he would reinforce it, but not even Oliver had expected this level of obsessive redundancy. Multiple surgeries, all targeting his brain, each one a massive risk. And this lunatic had done it twice. Unlike Oliver, Carl wasn't shocked. He'd seen enough of Smasher to know this was exactly the kind of thing he'd do. A second brain shield. If it helped him survive, of course he'd do it. What's a little psychotic risk to someone like Smasher? That's what made him a legend. Carl looked at the dented second layer, so close to Smasher's brain. If he moved now, if he used his monowire, he could probably break through. He was certain. But as Oliver's shocked voice came through the comms, and T-Bug groaned in frustration as her ice intrusion was cut off, Carl took a step back. Then calmly, as team leader, he gave an order. Retreat. Retreat. Jack and V, now free to move in due to the disabled turrets, hesitated when they heard Carl's command. But only for a second. There'd be time to ask questions later. During combat, they followed Carl's word. Because he was Carl. We're heading for the AV, V confirmed, sheathing his thermal katana and sprinting with Jack toward Oliver and David. Their AV was waiting at the ridge. Carl turned to leave. But then Smasher's head swiveled precisely in his direction, his undamaged mouth speaking in a flat, unshaken voice. Why didn't you strike? Was it fear, or concern for my retaliation? Maybe a little of both, Mr. Smasher. Carl didn't lie. Smasher had likely shaken off the EMP by now. He could have reactivated his Sandevistan. Even blind, he could launch a suicidal counter if Carl attempted a fatal blow. Carl wouldn't pretend he wasn't afraid, not even to Adam Smasher. But Smasher didn't accept that. His body remained aimed at Carl. If you keep working with that halfway competent crew of yours, you could kill me. Coming from Adam Smasher, who disdained everyone, that was practically a compliment. It caught Carl off guard. But he had a different take. Killing Adam Smasher as a team and earning the glory sounds great. But Mr. Smasher, you were also planning to take some of us with you, weren't you? Carl saw it in him. Even blind, even with his brain casing cracked, Smasher's weapons and armor were untouched. His combat capabilities were nearly unchanged. To kill him now, they'd have to get up close, and that was exactly what he wanted. If Carl went in alone, he'd probably die with him. If they all went in, someone else would die too. Not worth it. He wasn't afraid of dying, but he was afraid of dying for nothing. He had no vendetta with Smasher. In fact, if anything, he still owed him a life. So what was the point of dying here? Carl shifted his stance, and Smasher's arm rose to aim. Running away. His voice held a strange undertone, almost nostalgic. It had been decades, maybe 50 years, since he last said that to someone. Back then, it was a man with a prosthetic arm. Of course I'm running. I'm a merc, not a martyr. When it's time to run, you run. Carl waved at him. But give me a little time, Mr. Smasher. I think I'll be ready to face you one-on-one soon. Arrogant brat. I'm damn proud of it. Carl chuckled. Relax, Mr. Smasher. I still owe you a debt. I promise to break that chrome body of yours and spare your life. And when I do, I want to do it right. With my own 2 hands. With that, Carl vanished. Smasher adjusted his aim, but then stopped. He could have chased him, but didn't. Why? Was it anticipation? Or maybe he didn't want to go out like this. A duel, huh? Adam Smasher remembered his old rival. You think you're Morgan Blackhand, kid? He shouted after him. But didn't move. He had every reason to pursue Carl. Rage, pride, vengeance. But he didn't. Because Carl wasn't Morgan Blackhand. He wasn't that rival, the one worth dying to defeat. Or maybe. Smasher thought of the knife. Hanako and this kid. So much like Michiko and. Also, Michiko Arasaka was once described by the creators as a cross between Battle Angel Alita and a genius prodigy. It's even said that during dates, Smasher was super cautious around her, not just because of her status, but maybe because she kicked his ass while he was in his civvy-grade date-night cyberwear. Yes, he had that. Apparently, he was more afraid of her than of her dad. Chapter 330, Time to Settle the Score. Oliver, Jack, Carl, V, you guys were insane. Inside the AV, David was flushed with excitement, still riding the high from watching Carl end. Oliver, Jack, Carl, V, you guys were insane. Inside the AV, David was flushed with excitement, still riding the high from watching Carl and the others take on Adam Smasher. He practically vibrated with regret for not bringing a braindance recorder. You almost killed Adam Smasher. That's unbelievable. Maine once told me, just dying at that guy's hands makes you a legend. Yeah, almost killed him, Oliver replied, trying to sound casual, but the pride in his voice gave him away. He still had fight in him. If we'd kept pushing, we might not have made it out. Sometimes you gotta know when to pull back. But you blew out his eye, you cracked his skull open. If it hadn't been for that second-layer brain shield, I mean, who the hell has that? He would have been toast. David was buzzing. Man, I really should have had my BD gear. That fight would have been the hottest braindance of the year. Not that I'd sell it, you guys are family, but watching it back, pure gold, collectible grade stuff. Just thinking about it gives me chills. You really do love your BDs, Oliver said, shooting a glance at Carl, who was perched at the open side door of the AV, staring down at the afternoon skyline of Night City. Just like Carl. Like you don't, Carl muttered, eyes still locked on the city. You're always holed up in your room watching those. Wait, what? Oliver blinked. How do you know I watch them in my room? He wasn't surprised Carl knew he liked braindances. Hell, he'd gone to Lizzie's right in front of everyone. But how did Carl know where he watched them? Be more careful where you buy your BDs, came T-Bug's voice over comms. David had forgot she was even on the line. Stop buying malware-laced crap, and don't connect your BD gear to your apartment grid. Your place gets breached every other day. You think I wouldn't check it out? Yes. Oliver froze. David was right there. His face turned beet red. You saw everything. Hattie. T-Bug didn't need to say more. You're enjoying this. I'll make sure to be more careful next time, Oliver grumbled, then looked at David, desperate to change the subject. How's Maine doing? The crew's with him now. He's fine, might need a new arm though. David was finally starting to come down from the adrenaline rush. Glad to hear it, Jack said from one of the passenger seats. When he's up and moving, we're taking him to Wild Dog Bar, or Afterlife, my treat. I'll pass it on, David said with a grin. Then the smile faded and his tone hardened. After we deal with Faraday. That bastard, Oliver muttered. The embarrassment from earlier was gone, replaced with disgust. Among them, Oliver had always hated Faraday the most. Of all the fixers in Night City, he was the greediest bastard they knew, but even Oliver hadn't expected this. Most fixers went out of their way to maintain good relations with mercs. They were their bread and butter. Guys like Old Captain treated you like family. Even someone like Wakako, cold as ice, still played fair. But Faraday. This dumbass couldn't even tell when a betrayal wasn't worth the payday. No wonder he kept bouncing between districts, scrambling for work. Even in his old territory, Santo Domingo, he was getting squeezed out by rising players like Old Captain. What a joke, Oliver spat. Maine's crew wasn't gonna let it go. No way. In Night City, if a fixer betrayed a team, payback was expected. And there weren't many crews who could match Maine's in firepower. Those who could were usually locked into contracts with other fixers. Unless Faraday ran, or paid top eddies for protection from the animals, he was dead meat. But how Maine handled that, not Carl's business. It was a fixer problem, not theirs. Carl's crew was just here for delivery and backup. Getting involved beyond that would blur the line between business and revenge. And for the record, Faraday had never betrayed them. The escort gig he offered had been laid out clearly. They knew the risks. They took the job, mutual agreement. Oliver's real beef. Faraday took half the payout for doing jack shit. Was it worth killing over? Not really. But would they mind watching Maine put him in the ground? Not at all. Helping out, nah. But pointing Maine in the right direction. Fair game. I got Old Captain's number, Oliver said. Pass it to Maine when you get the chance. Chapter 331, Damn Braindance Director. Yo, if it isn't the legendary Smasher Slayers, the Dragon Squad of Night City, come take a seat. The moment Carl and his crew stepped into. Yo, if it isn't the legendary Smasher Slayers, the Dragon Squad of Night City, come take a seat. The moment Carl and his crew stepped into the afterlife, they felt all eyes turn toward them. In the corner booth, Old Captain raised a glass in greeting. His greeting left the team a bit puzzled. After a long night's rest, they'd come to the afterlife just to chill and grab a morning drink. Smasher Slayers, Dragon Squad, what kind of nonsense are you spouting, Old Captain? Oliver asked, walking over to the bar to greet Claire and order some drinks before flopping into the booth across from Old Captain. Still, sounds kinda badass. Quit the act. Don't pretend you don't know what you pulled off yesterday, Old Captain said, scoffing. You trying to test my intel network or what? That'd be insulting. Word already got out. Carl quickly caught the implication in Old Captain's words. You're talking about the fight with Adam Smasher. He hadn't expected the news to spread so fast. Sure, in this age, keeping secrets from determined info hunters was tough, but still, the speed was impressive. When they'd clashed with Smasher, Arasaka's people had already retreated and Militech had been wiped out. The whole thing went down in the Badlands. How the hell did a fixer like Old Captain get wind of it overnight? Whole Night City's talking about it, Old Captain said, smirking. He could tell from their expressions that they'd spent the night completely unaware of the storm they'd stirred up. As a good buddy, he felt obligated to explain. Turns out a few Arasaka grunts didn't get out in time. Their transport broke down. The rest of their crew bylaid and left them behind. So they hid out nearby, planning to wait until you left, then call in backup. And they were part of a spec ops unit, weren't they? Carl added, which means they had personal recording gear. Exactly. Once they got back to Night City, they headed straight to Japantown. After taking out a dozen Tiger Claw bodyguards, they barged into a BD studio, woke up a half-asleep braindance producer, and cut a deal. Traded a copy of the footage for a hefty payday. Most of the money went to their unit's superior. With the rest, they booked a night of luxury at Cloud 9. Old Captain laughed as he filled them in on what happened while they were resting. That BD director? Smart guy. Within half an hour, he'd already edited a full highlight reel. But on his way to deliver the BD master, word got out. He got gunned down in an alley. That BD he planned to sell at a premium, bootleg it across Night City in one night. All that over one BD, V muttered, stunned. One braindance caused all that chaos. That's nothing, Old Captain chuckled. I haven't even mentioned the turf wars and shootouts that broke out over distribution rights. You seriously underestimate your impact. V, you guys are on another level now. One twitch from you sends the underworld scrambling. Especially this time. You actually went head-to-head with Adam Smasher and forced a truce. Just thinking about it gets my blood pumping. Watching that BD, I almost pissed myself from the adrenaline. It's just a POV recording, right? What's so exciting about that? Jack asked, returning with drinks and setting them on the table. You don't get it. That Arasaka Spec Ops grunt's heart was pounding like a drum. He was scared shitless, then overwhelmed with relief when he made it out alive. That intensity, it's infectious. I'm telling you, he probably pissed himself during the recording, so when I experienced it, how could I not get hyped? Sounds less like excitement and more like pure terror, Carl muttered, leaning back. Still, he was intrigued by the mention of the BD. David had been upset yesterday about not having a BD recorder. Carl had also regretted it. He wanted to review the battle from a third-person perspective to spot his own mistakes. Who would have thought someone else had done the job for them? What's the BD called? Send me a copy. Drinks are on me today. I should be the one serving you drinks. There are a dozen folks lining up to buy you around. You did something epic. Least I can do is ride the hype wave. As he spoke, Old Captain sent a delivery request form to Carl via drone courier. Even though he knew Carl's address, Night City's security required verification before sending anything. Carl glanced at the form and spotted the BD's title. Dragon of Night City, Ultimate Mercenary, Smasher Slayer's Badlands Blitz. Beneath it, the description read, a shadow over Night City, the ultimate legend among mercs, nemesis of Adam Smasher. Like divine warriors descending from the heavens, they decimated the battlefield with overwhelming force. Their legend echoes across the savage wastelands in a symphony of glory. What? Carl blinked. Was this for real? Maybe it was a dumb bootlegger who slapped on that ridiculous title. He asked cautiously, that name, did the bootleggers come up with it? Hell no, everyone knows better than to slap random titles on a Carl BD. You'd be hunted down. That title came from the original director, the one who got shot. Word is, he wrote it word for word. Word for word, huh? Carl paused for a moment. Then he exploded. Damn that overdramatic Japantown BD director. Am I cursed to clash with every braindance producer in the city? Chapter 332, Top Tier. Yo, if it isn't the Dragon of Night City, say that again and I'm out of here, rogue. Carl glared at her from across the private booth in. Yo, if it isn't the Dragon of Night City. Say that again and I'm out of here, rogue. Carl glared at her from across the private booth in Afterlife. He'd just been enjoying a round of drinks courtesy of Old Captain and some familiar faces, only to get called into a meeting by Rogue herself. You said you had a gig. Get to it or I'll start calling you Grandma. Relax, Carl, today's a good day. Rogue didn't seem the least bit offended. She just chuckled and leaned back, completely unfazed. Everyone here at Afterlife's in high spirits. Can't believe you guys actually landed a hit on Adam Smasher. Does everyone have a grudge against that guy or what? Not everyone, but most people don't live long enough to hold one. With her arms draped casually over the couch, Rogue gave him a lazy grin. Even if people don't hate him, they sure as hell can't stand him. He walks around like he owns Night City. But now, you made him back off. That alone is reason enough to party. For the record, even Morgan never pulled that off. The name hit Carl like a jolt. Morgan. Not a common name, and not one you dropped casually in the afterlife. If Rogue was referring to that Morgan, then this was serious. Morgan Blackhand couldn't do it, huh? Sounds flattering, but let's not kid ourselves. Smasher and Blackhand were archenemies. If they ever clashed, Smasher would have gone full beast. I just got lucky and ran when I had the chance. Escaping Smasher in one piece is impressive on its own. Forcing him to retreat after injuring him, that's another level. Rogue eyed Carl with something close to approval and maybe a hint of nostalgia. Kids these days, too damn humble. Back in her day, even surviving a single encounter with Smasher would earn you 3 nights of free drinks at Atlantis. And here Carl was, brushing it off like it was no big deal. She'd hated that place. The only reason she even went was the pay and job variety. But she knew how merc culture worked. If you survived Adam's Smasher or got Morgan Blackhand's respect, you were a legend. Now Atlantis was gone, and she'd built the afterlife in its place. But weirdly enough, the mercs with the real bragging rights, they were the ones staying quiet. And Rogue could tell that the afterlife was already buzzing with talk about Carl's crew. Just this morning, she'd had several shady types walk in and ask for Carl by name. She didn't need a netrunner to figure out what they wanted. Smasher was a wall. If you wanted to touch anything inside Arasaka Tower, you needed someone who could get past that wall. That used to be Morgan. Now, people were starting to look at Carl. And Rogue, fixer instincts fully alert, wasn't thrilled about that. Not because Carl couldn't handle it, but because she didn't want to see him and his crew get torn apart by political bullshit. She'd even called him in early, before any clients could pounce, to warn him. But seeing how grounded he was, maybe she didn't need to. He was more mature than she'd ever been at his age. Anyway, the gig's in your inbox. Check the attachment. If you're interested, wrap it up in the next few days. Sure. Carl raised an eyebrow. Why send it as a file when they were sitting right here? But he didn't argue. He pulled it up and started reading. And stopped. It was an assassination contract. Carl had done all kinds of gigs, escort, delivery, cleanup, but assassination? That was new. The closest thing had been that mission from Kenakairo, which they outsourced to Maine and Brown's team, and that wasn't even a real hit job. This was the real thing. An assassination job, huh? It wasn't that his team couldn't handle it, but they weren't exactly known for subtlety. Still, the payout was solid. Then he saw the name. The new NCPD commissioner. Used to be a corp sales exec. His grand idea is to solve the NCPD's budget crisis by laying off half the force, pocketing the surplus, and launching a 5 eddies a minute emergency hotline. Oh, and he's telling patrols to stop making arrests, just issue fines. Sounds like a dream come true for the animals or private security firms. Exactly, guess who backed him for the position? Rogue's tone sharpened. Carl caught on immediately. There were only a few companies that fit that bill. Let me guess, the top dog in private security. Bingo. The Lazarus Group. Elite, ruthless, and always ready to expand. So the dog turned on its owner. Not quite. More like it saw Arasaka pulling back and decided to chase a new bone. And that bone came with a new leash. Who's holding it now? Who else but Lazarus? The same folks who tightened ties with Militech after the last Corp War and launched their own private security line when budgets got tight. Carl nodded slowly. This wasn't just an assassination, it was a message, and he was starting to understand exactly who it was meant for. Chapter 333, Planning the Job. After grabbing some drinks at the afterlife, Carl's crew didn't stay long. Too many people kept approaching them, so they left by midday and... After grabbing some drinks at the afterlife, Carl's crew didn't stay long. Too many people kept approaching them, so they left by midday and returned to their apartment, bringing lunch for T-Bug, who had stayed behind. In the spacious lounge on the first floor, Carl sat down with the others on the couch and shared the details of the job he got from Rogue. We're supposed to assassinate the NCPD commissioner. That's a pretty huge job. Even Oliver, who was used to all kinds of high-stakes work, looked genuinely surprised. In his mind, the NCPD commissioner was a big shot with a significant presence in Night City. Sure, people liked to joke that the NCPD was just another gang with badges, but no matter how corrupt, it was still the only official law enforcement agency in Night City, established by Night Corp. And that official status made a huge difference. As soon as something carries the weight of being official, it becomes legitimate. That was something every gang in the city dreamed of, whether it was contraband, street brawls, or turf wars. As long as the name NCPD was stamped on it, it went a lot more smoothly. Even if someone decided to investigate, bureaucracy would drag things out, and once something hit the review phase, the system could be manipulated in countless ways. Oliver remembered back when he was with the 6th Street Gang. The moment anyone brought up the NCPD, they'd talk tough, say those cowardly officers were no match in a one-on-one fight. But when they actually encountered NCPD patrols, they'd fall in line and cooperate without resistance. It wasn't just empty bravado. The 6th Street Gang did have the strength, but the NCPD had one thing they didn't: legitimacy. And more than that, the NCPD also had its own paramilitary force. Beating up some street cops might be doable, sure, but if you pushed your luck, the max TAC unit would be dispatched. Then you'd really be screwed. Oliver frowned as he processed the implications. This gig's way trickier than taking out some gang boss. Take a gang leader down and someone else is always eager to take their spot. Sure, there's blowback, but it dies down. But killing the NCPD commissioner? That kind of official death, they're gonna investigate the hell out of it, even with a scapegoat. No wonder Rogue passed it off to us. Even the Corps wouldn't touch this one openly. It's not that they can't, T-Bug said, casually eating the pasta they brought her. She held her fork up like a pointer. If the Corps wanted him gone badly enough, he wouldn't survive the night. They'd make it look like a heart attack, a car crash, whatever. She shrugged, but the real issue, too many eyes on them. Other Corps would seize the chance to retaliate if there was any evidence. No one wants that heat. Let's not get caught up in corporate politics, Carl said, sipping his tea. We're mercs, the pay is solid, that's enough. Whatever the real reason behind the job is not our business. Not our business? Jack grinned. Didn't Mr. Johnson just get promoted to captain? Only the deputy and commissioner are above him now. Don't tell me this hit has nothing to do with helping him move up. Hey, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. It's not like we're doing it for him. If the guy dies mysteriously, and Johnson's the only reliable officer left, of course he gets promoted. Even if he doesn't become commissioner, giving him command of more squads is only natural, right? V, sitting quietly nearby, wasn't bothered by their blunt conversation about deciding someone's life. Oliver was the only one clinging to old ideals because of his brief time in the 6th Street gang, but even V could see it clearly. They'd taken the job. The commissioner's fate was sealed. Now it was just a matter of how. Assassination, huh? What a pain, Oliver muttered, leaning back. Best way would be to camp out across from his regular route to work, lie prone with the Nekomata, and take the shot through the wall. Clean and quick. One bullet, instant brain matter on the sidewalk, but if this has to be a covert job, that plans out. The Nekomata sniper rifle was a rare, high-tier weapon. Once you fired it, everyone would know it wasn't some street punk behind the trigger. Its ballistic fingerprint was too distinct, and finding out who had one was easy. In Little China, for instance, just ask Victor. As the best Ripper Doc around, he knew who had elite cyberware and who had access to top-shelf weapons, because you needed the former to handle the latter. Even if I ditched the Nekomata after the hit and pinned it on some scav, it still wouldn't add up. A scav with a Nekomata? Nobody's buying that. This isn't Dogtown. Oliver rubbed his temples. And I'm not tossing the frostbite either. That rifle's limited to 300 units. No way I'm parting with it. Then why not buy a normal sniper from the market? T-Bug asked, wiping her mouth. I think you're both missing the point, Carl interrupted. Why are we stuck on long-range options? This isn't a reenactment of that American president getting shot. He smirked. The guy has a house, right? Let's just go in and do it up close. Breaking into the commissioner's home to kill him, that might make it easier to frame someone. But getting in and out? Risky. No way his place isn't wired with bioscanners and trauma team alerts. What if he's a platinum member? Trauma team or MaxTac, pick your poison. Carl explained. You're forgetting MaxTac. If the commissioner dies in public, that gets all of NCPD's attention. MaxTac rolls in, starts combing the scene. If their netrunners sniff anything out, we're in deep. But if he died at home, they could jam the signal, mess with the time of death. At worst, they'd only have to deal with medics or patrol officers. No MaxTac. That sold the team. They didn't fear MaxTac per se, but having to fight them without blowing their cover. That was another story. All right, up close kill it is, Carl confirmed. With that settled, T-Bug got to work. As their netrunner, she always took point on recon. She hacked into the NCPD database like it was nothing, searching for files on the commissioner. Not a high-clearance profile, public official, way easier than a corpo, NCPD database, got it. Within seconds, she was combing through the commissioner's dossier. V, watching from the side, was quietly amazed by her speed. Compared to the netrunners from his old tribe, she was on a whole other level. 7 million people in Night City, and this was who he had on his team. Not just her. V blinked, realization hitting him a little late. He'd been cast out by his tribe, a nobody. But here, he was part of one of the most elite merc squads in the city. Was he the weak link? He remembered how helpless he'd felt against Adam Smasher. Sure, he might never reach that level, but at the very least, he needed to be strong enough to hold his ground. Buy time, protect the others. Got it. T-Bug's voice snapped him back. V glanced at his HUD, barely 2 minutes had passed. 2 minutes, that's all it took for her to retrieve the full profile of the NCPD commissioner. It was already in his optics. He pulled it up, data flooded his retinal display. Name, birthdate, blood type, work history. Weight, sexual preferences, reptile fetish, lizards. V stared at a transaction record from a private club. He didn't understand it. But it shook him to his core. Chapter 334, Delamin and the Plan. Wait, is the commissioner Indian? Huh, no, didn't you read the file, Carl? Why do you ask? Jack replied as the elevator descended. Does. Wait, is the commissioner Indian? Huh, no, didn't you read the file, Carl? Why do you ask? Jack replied as the elevator descended. Does he look Indian or something? No, it's nothing, Carl muttered, just brought back a less than pleasant memory. A faint grimace crossed Carl's face. He clearly didn't want to relive whatever he was remembering. Good thing he's not. I might have had second thoughts otherwise. Second thoughts about what Indians? Jack looked more and more confused. Carl shook his head, still avoiding the details. Let's just say, I have issues with hygiene. Hygiene? Jack didn't get it. They were going to kill the guy anyway. Why did it matter what nationality he was? Was there something special about Indians? Well, Carl added with a shrug, guys' personal tastes are just as bad anyway. Doesn't matter, it's just one bullet. We'll sterilize it with heat. As they spoke, Carl looked out through the bulletproof glass of the penthouse elevator, watching Night City's neon-soaked skyline unfold. With darkness settling in, the real Night City had come alive. They'd picked up the hit from Rogue around noon. After lunch and some planning, they'd prepped and were ready to move out. It wasn't that Carl was in a hurry to kill the commissioner. The timing was just perfect. Night was the ideal cover for assassinations. Sure, most city cams had night vision, but that still beat broad daylight. With the job falling into their laps just before sundown and everything ready to go by night, well, who were they to argue with fate? It was almost like the universe wanted this commissioner dead before dawn. So, how are we getting there? It's a covert op. Should we split up and go separately? Oliver asked as they approached the ground floor. Maybe this is the perfect excuse to finally try out Delamin's premium service. AI-driven armored cabs, I've always wanted to see how those work. Delamin, I'm down, been curious myself, Jack chimed in. We're not using our own wheels, so it's either that or downgrade. And we don't downgrade, do we, Oliver? Listening to the two car geeks banter, Carl pulled up what he remembered about Delamin. They were talking about Delamin Corporation, Night City's only AI-operated armored transport service. Unlike regular taxis, Delamin offered membership packages similar to Trauma Team, providing emergency assistance and secure travel. Jack and Oliver were referring to this membership. Carl recalled seeing one of the ads they'd watched together. Whether it's the sleek comfort of an AV or the full-body protection of a ground-based armored car, Delamin promises the most discreet, comfortable, and considerate service. Choose Delamin and leave your worries at the curb. He also remembered that the service allowed passengers to delete ride and usage logs. Whether that deletion was permanent or just cosmetic, who knew? But AI oversight tended to be stricter and more efficient than human-administered systems. Usually, they all rode together, so nobody bothered with Delamin. But tonight's mission required them to split up. For Jack and Oliver, that was all the excuse they needed. Discreet, comfortable, considerate, huh? While the other two chatted excitedly, Carl browsed the available vehicles, ignoring the flashy AVs and focusing on the armored cars. They were based on Villefort Cortezes, upgraded with AI combat assistance. If a passenger was under threat, the car could activate combat mode to defend them. Combat mode. Carl blinked at the description. Was this still a taxi or a damn transformer? Could he override it with a manual interface or something? The elevator doors slid open. Jack and Oliver gave a nod and split up, clearly already processing their memberships and summoning rides. Carl and V exchanged a look. You hopping in a Delamin too? V asked. I'm not taking the subway with all its cams, that's for sure. I'll see what's available. If nothing better comes up, I'll get a membership. That Precision Premium package looked decent. What about you? I'm gonna check with Regina, V said casually. Regina, what for? Carl raised a brow. He was referring to Regina Jones, a fixer from Watson who had gained notoriety recently. Carl had worked a gig for her once, rescuing Andy, thanks to Mr. Johnson. Regina's jobs were known for being tedious and poorly paid. Carl's team rarely took them, at least not as a group, but V had been different. Since joining the crew, he often did side gigs for her during downtime. Now Carl was just curious. I'm gonna ask if she knows of any nearby scav or gang hideouts, V explained. I'll clear one out, leave someone alive, and ride their car to the hit, scapegoat included. Carl was momentarily speechless. That's so, you. 2 birds, 1 stone. Leave it to V to stack a side hustle on top of a mission. In all of Night City, no one else would come up with something like that. Be careful, all right. Going solo's always risky. V waved and started contacting Regina. Carl, watching him go, pondered his own transport situation. Should he follow Jack and Oliver's lead, or go V's route? One thing was clear, walking wasn't an option. The commissioner lived in Charter Hill. Trekking there from Little China, he'd collapse before reaching halfway. As he was weighing options, a message popped up. I'm back in Night City. Been a while, wanna meet up. Sender, Blanca. She's back from her trip. Chapter 335, Reflection and Possibility. It's been a while, Blanca? Standing on the street, Carl watched as a sleek car rolled to a stop in front of him. The window lowered. It's been a while, Blanca. Standing on the street, Carl watched as a sleek car rolled to a stop in front of him. The window lowered, revealing Blanca behind the wheel. You changed your ride. I remember you used to drive a Villafort Cortez V 5000 Valor. That was forever ago, Carl. Blanca rolled her eyes at his greeting, which, after so long apart, went straight to her car. Back then, I held a different position, and now, my car has to match my status, just like clothes and jewelry, you know. Not really. Then why the obsession with my car? I'm just checking if it draws too much attention. Carl's eyes ran over her Herrera Outlaw GTS. Funny, his friend Mahai had the same model, if he recalled correctly. Blanca, still unsure what he was thinking, raised an eyebrow. So, what's the verdict? Seems all right. Carl didn't hesitate. He walked around to the passenger side, opened the door, and slipped into the seat. So, where do you live these days? What? Blanca blinked, momentarily stunned by the sudden question. But then she sighed, classic Carl. Charter Hill, what, planning to come over? Maybe someday. Carl nodded. Didn't expect you to be living in Charter Hill, though. With your position, I figured you'd be up in North Oak. A villa sounds more your style. Too inconvenient for work. North Oak and Charter Hill aren't that far apart. Even a few minutes can be the difference between winning and losing. Listening to her calm, matter-of-fact reasoning, Carl muttered, You've definitely been working too much overtime. She didn't argue. After starting the engine, Blanca glanced at him. Where to? You knew I was hitching a ride. If I couldn't tell that much, I wouldn't still have a job. What she didn't say was that she'd long stopped expecting Carl to take the initiative in certain areas. Hoping he'd make a move, might as well wait for a new NUSA president to fall out of the sky. Charter Hill, then. You're not about to do something shady near my place, are you? Hard to say, might be nearby. Just drop me off and send me your address. If things go south, I'll need a safe house. You needing a place to lay low. Blanca frowned. She'd already heard all the chatter about Carl's team, how they'd forced Adam Smasher into a standoff. Who in Night City could possibly push Carl to go into hiding? Don't tell me Smasher's coming for revenge. Want me to prep an escape route? Her voice took on a rare seriousness. If things really go sideways, come to me. I'll set you up with a position. If Arasaka comes knocking, Militech has your back. Carl chuckled, spoken like a true Militech ace, always ready when it's Arasaka. He gave her a grateful nod. Thanks, but it's not that deep. Just a covert gig, might stir up the NCPD or trauma team. Worst case scenario, Max DAC shows up, and if I have to fight them and stay anonymous, yeah, I might crash at yours. Not Arasaka. Blanca relaxed immediately. Oh, then come by any time. NCPD, trauma team, Max DAC, they've all got Militech backers. None of them have the authority to touch my turf. Carl laughed. You really are the perfect Militech product. No wonder she kept climbing the ladder. Being anti-Arasaka was practically corporate religion over there. Screw up everything else, and as long as you gave Arasaka hell, you were golden. But then Carl's mind wandered to a darker possibility. What if, just what if, Arasaka and Militech ever joined forces? It wasn't unheard of. After Saburo Arasaka's death, Hanako had pushed for reconciliation with the NUSA, which had Militech behind it. That alliance gave rise to a Dove faction within Arasaka, Hanako's supporters, who favored diplomacy over conflict. They'd become the company's third-largest power bloc. If Militech had its own Hanakos, those willing to cooperate instead of compete, what then? If both sides had leaders like that, and if those leaders rose to the top, what would the world look like if Arasaka and Militech ever merged? Right now, most corps just picked a side, Arasaka or Militech. No one dared challenge both, but if they united, they'd become an unstoppable force. The current corporate balance would collapse overnight. Would the remaining corps be able to redraw the lines, to stand up to that kind of monopoly? Could loose alliances hold the line against a united front like that? Arasaka and Militech had been at each other's throats since World War II. But in a world driven by profit, did true enemies even exist anymore? We're here, where do you want to be dropped off? Blanca's voice snapped him out of it. Carl shook the thoughts from his head. If I can think of this, someone else already has. Sure, it's terrifying, but pulling it off, that's another story. Hanako's faction is still the weakest. Saburo is still alive. And as for Militech, the NUSA president they support just launched an all-out war against Arasaka. They don't even have a Dove faction. Yet. Carl steadied himself and looked out at the nightlit streets. Just drop me between those two flower beds, that'll do. Chapter 336, Deploy. Charter Hill, still the same Charter Hill. For any corporate employee just stepping through the company's doors, not yet high-ranking but RIS. Charter Hill, still the same Charter Hill. For any corporate employee just stepping through the company's doors, not yet high-ranking but rising, this neighborhood was undoubtedly the ideal place to live. Clean, secure, and even bordering on upscale, living here signaled that one had shaken off the chains of the lower class and stepped into a new chapter of life. As Carl watched corporate employees rushing down the street, focused, hurried, no idea if they were headed for overtime or simply off to blow off steam in Japantown, he realized that while the district was full of corpo drones, it had its perks. Everyone here seemed driven by the lash of time, marching briskly, fully immersed in their own routines. No one had time to look around. That self-centered busyness inadvertently made Carl, standing right in a surveillance blind spot, virtually invisible, drawing zero attention. He'd considered disguising his face, maybe even moving only through blind zones or wiping the memories of anyone who saw him. Turned out, there was no need. After exchanging a quick nod of farewell with Blanca as she drove off, Carl started walking. His movements were steady and precise, weaving through the crowd and hitting surveillance blind spots with uncanny accuracy. He moved past people like a ghost, and not a single soul noticed. Here. He stopped in front of a luxury high-rise. One glance at the camera over the entrance was enough. He hacked in, made it look away temporarily, and slipped inside. The NCPD commissioner, formerly from the corporate world, lived at the top of this elite building. A fitting home for someone of his status, one of the few with genuine official authority in all of Night City. Honestly, with that rank, he could have lived in a North Oak villa. Who knew why he'd opted for Charter Hill, a place more tailored to middle management? Surely it wasn't the same reason as Blanca, wanting to be close to work. With that thought, Carl stepped into the elevator lobby. As he approached, the elevator responded and opened automatically. The target lives on the top floor, but the elevator won't take you all the way, came T-Bug's voice over comms. He's cautious. This building has 24 floors, but the elevator only goes up to 21. After that, you'll have to take the stairs. The residence spans the top 3 floors, but the commissioner himself lives only on the very top one. Between floors 21 and 22, and again between 22 and 23, there are identity verification doors. You'll need to be careful. As Carl stepped inside, he raised an eyebrow at her briefing. No mention of pre-hacked access. No assurance that everything was already unlocked for him. Was security that tight, even T-Bug hadn't cracked it. Couldn't you have just hacked all the doors like you did with the elevator? I thought I'd be strolling to the top. His security is tight, T-Bug replied. Remote access risks alerting him. When you reach the verification points, just plug in and wait, I'll open the door. Or, better yet, do it yourself. Oliver and Jack are already in through the emergency stairs and ventilation system. V's bringing the scapegoat now. I need to keep comms open with all 3 of them and help V, so don't make me do everything, Carl. I'm tired. Fine, fine. If even you're saying you're tired, I'll stop being lazy. With that, Carl leaned back in the elevator, watching the numbers climb on the panel. As it rose, he opened his comms and messaged. Carl, Mr. Johnson, you there? Johnson. Carl, looks like you are. Good. I was worried if you didn't respond, I'd have to call Andy. Johnson, why Andy? I'm a squad leader now, I don't do fieldwork anymore. Carl, just thought of you first. Andy's a team lead now, right? Pretty close to your level. Johnson, you brat, always scheming. Andy's well-liked, sure, he's from the same neighborhood, everyone respects him, but he's still a rookie, just a patrol officer. That squad's led by my niece. I'll send you her number. And don't get any funny ideas. Carl, still just a patrol officer? Man, Mr. Johnson, you're really blocking his promotions just because you couldn't climb the ladder yourself, huh? Never mind. I don't need her number, I already have it. I'm here for you. Johnson, you have it. Since when? Carl, since she asked me if she could sell that Braindance recording, remember the one with Max DAC? Not important now. Let's talk business. Johnson, not important. In his 7th floor office at the precinct, Johnson frowned deeply. Not important, that was outrageous. His niece had plenty of admirers in the department. She wasn't bad-looking either. And this brat called her not important. Just as Johnson was about to go full uncle mode and remind Carl what a catch his niece was in Night City, Carl messaged again. Carl, anyway, you told me not to worry about seizing power, but I think you should start thinking about it. Johnson, what's that supposed to mean? Carl didn't explain. As usual when he needed cleanup duty, he just sent Johnson his current location. At first, Johnson didn't think much of it, but as he stared at the address, his eyes widened. Wait a minute. Wasn't that the commissioner's building? Leaping to his feet, Johnson yanked his coat from the rack and bolted from the office. Facing the stunned looks of the other officers on the floor, he shouted a phrase he hadn't expected to say again. Deploy full squad now. Chapter 337, Bullet Fired. Ding, the elevator stopped, floor 21. As Carl stepped out, he was greeted by an expansive, open-plan level still under renovation. Oh. Ding. The elevator stopped. Floor 21. As Carl stepped out, he was greeted by an expansive, open-plan level still under renovation. On the left side, between unfinished walls, a staircase led upward. T-Bug, is this floor unoccupied? Carl scanned the open space. Not a single person was present, not even the construction workers who should have been handling the renovations. It was supposed to have a resident, T-Bug replied. But the newly appointed NCPD commissioner used his authority to suspend the work, citing potential security threats. I checked the records. The previous resident gave up the lease, and the plan is to move in loyal subordinates the commissioner brought with him from his former corpo job. I see, trying to play emperor, huh? Surrounding himself with hand-picked palace guards. Can't believe a damn NCPD commissioner gets to play that game. Carl surveyed the vast, eerily silent open floor. Its spaciousness seemed designed solely for one man's protection. In contrast, Captain Johnson's more modest apartment floor was compact but alive, with warmth, harmony, and neighborly trust. Wide, sterile, paranoid versus cramped, lively, and secure. The contrast made Carl shake his head. How ironic. One man was the overly cautious commissioner, living only on the topmost level of a luxury triplex, flanked by security layers. The other, a captain who rose through the ranks, lived side by side with other officers' families in harmony. The difference was night and day. A grassroots leader couldn't rise, but some corpo dog got parachuted into the top seat? Yeah, no thanks. Luckily, Carl believed in evening the scales. He drew his pistol, Night's End. He always explained its name in Chinese, the gun that ends the night. It spun deftly in his hand before settling into a steady grip. A flick of the wrist to check the slide, ready. He started toward the stairs. His footsteps echoed faintly, but before he got far, he noticed a vent above the stairwell rattle, and then suddenly burst open. Down tumbled two dusty, disheveled figures, rolling onto the floor in a loud thud. Thud. Covered head to toe in grime, Jack and Oliver landed in a heap, trailing clouds of dust behind them. Carl glanced at their mess, then looked at his own still pristine clothes, and asked with genuine confusion. Why the hell did you two choose such a ridiculous route? We just needed to avoid being seen. Once we're inside, you could have taken the elevator like I did. As if to underscore his point, the elevator doors reopened behind him. Out stepped V, dragging a limp body. From across the room, he spotted Carl and waved, then caught sight of the two soot-covered blobs on the floor. Hi. V blinked, pausing to process what he was seeing. Slowly, he recognized their faces. Oliver, Jack, what the hell are you guys doing? Oliver, calmly dusting himself off, replied without a hint of shame. Just testing alternate infiltration routes. Bullshit. Jack, now so dusty he looked more charcoal than Latino, let out an exasperated shout. This bastard insisted we crawl through the vents. I told him we should have just come up like normal. But no, he said we had to experience infiltration properly, promised there'd be no grease or smoke. And sure, no grease but the dust? Holy hell, he made me go first too, almost got buried alive. Felt like crawling through a desert. Haven't eaten that much dust since the Mexican border. I'm full, man. Full. You can't say I was wrong about the grease though, Oliver muttered. I said this wasn't a bar or kitchen, so no grease, Oliver added. I never promised there wouldn't be 10 years worth of dust. Watching them bicker, both reduced to indistinguishable black blobs, Carl nearly laughed. If not for their body sizes, he wouldn't have known which one was which. And neither had the sense to back out once they realized the mess. They'd basically cleaned the vent with their bodies. You two are killing me. Carl chuckled. Let's just borrow the commissioner's shower later. I'm sure he'd agree. You think that's safe? Sotoliver asked, hesitating. We might leave hair or something behind. These days, DNA's enough to trace people. Hair's a big deal. If it risks exposure, we can tough it out, so Jack added. No worries, Carl said. Mr. Johnson's on his way. Johnson? Oliver perked up, visibly relieved. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's go. With Johnson involved, they had nothing to fear. If he showed up, even if there were matching ballistics, fingerprints, DNA, hell, even if Carl was holding the smoking gun, Johnson could spin the story. They were backup. They were assets, witnesses, whatever was needed. Once the full crew regrouped, clearing the top floors was a breeze. Identity-locked iron doors, only 5 centimeters thick. Auto turrets, motion-sensing mines, barely a speed bump. Meanwhile, the commissioner lay deep in a brain-dense session, immersed in some virtual ecstasy. His body twitched as he moved with the simulation. Then the door alarm screamed. He snapped out of the fantasy world, just in time to see the door crack open. And what greeted him through the gap was the black void of a gun barrel. One moment, he'd been lost in paradise. The next, staring death in the face. He couldn't even figure out how they'd gotten so close without triggering earlier alerts. But it didn't matter. The bullet was already out of the barrel. Chapter 338, New Deputy Commissioner. Dear viewers, this is News 54. We've just received a shocking report. According to the latest police bulletin, the recently appointed NCPD. Dear viewers, this is News 54. We've just received a shocking report. According to the latest police bulletin, the recently appointed NCPD commissioner was found dead in his private residence under suspicious circumstances. The incident occurred tonight at 8:55 p.m. at the commissioner's apartment. Preliminary investigations indicate that the commissioner was discovered at home. Based on alarm logs and surveillance data, this is being treated as a homicide. NCPD Captain Johnson has secured the scene and is leading the investigation. In a public statement, the NCPD called the commissioner's untimely death a great loss for Night City. During his tenure, he had been dedicated to fighting crime and protecting citizens. His passing is a tragedy for society as a whole. The NCPD urges citizens to remain vigilant and report any leads. They also request the public not to spread unverified rumors to avoid unnecessary panic. We will continue following this story and bring you the latest updates. Stay tuned to News 54 for continuing coverage. Thank you for watching. This is News 54, bringing you the most up-to-date news. Stay informed. Munching on a slice of Iberian ham, Carl savored the perfect balance of saltiness and rich meatiness. After turning off the news broadcast, he grabbed a bottle of purified water from the mini fridge, inspected it briefly, and took a sip. Glug. With a satisfied breath, he muttered, starving, haven't eaten all night. Good thing this place had snacks. Don't eat at the crime scene. Captain Johnson, who was still standing near the commissioner's corpse and contemplating how best to handle the situation, turned sharply. He stared at Carl, who was now raiding the kitchen and helping himself to the place like it was a vacation rental. What's sticking around to help out today? That's new. Hey, I'm officially listed as support staff. Wouldn't look great if I bylaid right away, now would it? Carl popped a soda cracker into his mouth and chewed. You're the one who labeled us collaborators the second you showed up. We can't just vanish mid-investigation. You sure don't look like someone taking the job seriously. Johnson turned just in time to see Jack and Oliver step out of the bathroom, freshly showered. All right, you two, keep it professional. Others might show up soon, so don't act like you're home. Jack looked a bit embarrassed, but Oliver quickly recovered and smiled sheepishly as he approached Johnson. Captain Johnson, my spare clothes are still in the washer. Any chance you've got an extra NCPD uniform? I could be your temp hire for the night. Oh please, you little punk. Johnson sighed, recalling the earlier moment when he nearly drew his weapon on the soot-covered duo. You're about Andy's size. He should have a spare set. Ask him. As for Jack, no one in my squad is built like you. Figure something out. Already handled. Andy entered, tossing 2 uniforms toward Jack and Oliver. Wait, I get one too. Thought I wouldn't fit. Jack looked surprised. Found someone close enough. Might be snug, but it'll do, Andy replied. He turned to Carl. So, how's the food? If it's not to your taste, how about we all go grab a proper dinner after this? My treat. Honestly, not bad. The guy knew how to live. Just wish there was more of it. These are basically appetizers. Dinner sounds good. Carl smiled, but Johnson cut in. Forget dinner. This situation's a mess. Andy, you're coming with me. The rest of the team has agreed to credit you with nabbing the commissioner's killer. I'll shuffle some things, and you'll move up too. Me? Yeah, time to prep for your promotion to lieutenant. Word is, the deputy commissioner is stepping up to replace the commissioner. He wants me to take his old position. I'm forming a rapid response unit, and you're leading it. Pick your strongest people. I'll get you the best gear. But I'm just a rookie. Isn't this way too fast? Doesn't it violate regs? Regs, the last guy parachuted in straight from a corp. What regs? Johnson's tone shifted slightly. Besides, the soon-to-be commissioner is tired of MaxTac not following orders. He wants his own people now. You mean the same deputy commissioner who took a bribe to promote you? Sounds like he considers you one of his own. Maybe, Johnson said noncommittally. He walked over to the edge of the commissioner's bedroom, pulled open the curtain, and stared out through the bulletproof glass into the neon-drenched sprawl of Night City. The lights, the altitude, the chaos, it all filled his gaze. Whatever happens next, it's gotta be better than the NCPD we've got now. The NCPD had long been underfunded, poorly equipped, and full of jaded officers. Solving cases rarely earned praise. If anything, doing the right thing could get a cop punished for interfering in corp or gang business. But now, even if they were still tangled up with the Corps, maybe they could finally breathe. Deputy Commissioner, huh? Johnson murmured to himself. Chapter 339, The Day After Tomorrow. As efficient as ever. Good job, the rest of the eddies have been transferred. Got it, just received them. After ending the call with Raghu. As efficient as ever. Good job, the rest of the eddies have been transferred. Got it, just received them. After ending the call with Rogue, Carl let out a yawn and slumped into an armchair in the former NCPD commissioner's living room. Watching the bustling officers and technicians moving through the space, he felt slightly awkward just sitting there. So he waved to a passing officer. Need me to help out with anything? Just stay right there, Carl. The officer smiled. Despite Carl being one of the most feared mercs in Night City, the man showed no fear, only comfort. Having you here is more than enough. Just being here is enough. Carl didn't quite understand, but since the guy said so, he figured he'd just stay put and take it easy. Jack and Oliver, now looking like half-legit NCPD officers in their borrowed uniforms, were helping set up the scene. V had gone off to handle a solo job nearby. T-Bug had logged off after dinner and hit the hay early. That left Carl the only one completely idle, lounging on the couch. So, what now? Even in 2076, some classic ways to kill time still worked. Carl pulled out his phone. Sure, he didn't need to use one, but old habits died hard. Playing with a phone in this age was more nostalgic than practical, a small tribute to the past. By this point, phones had reverted to their original role, tools for communication. Gone were the countless apps and games. Now, they were just sleek devices for video calls and messaging, simple, direct connections between people. Which meant the only pastime left on a phone was chatting. Carl skimmed his contact list, eyes drifting across the names until they stopped on one that had just messaged him. It was Maine. Maine. That bastard Faraday sure knows how to run. I rolled in with my crew looking to rough him up. After wiping out his men, we captured one of his lackeys. Turns out Faraday bylaid on Night City the moment things started going south. What a joke. No clue where that fucker went. Faraday ran. Carl had assumed someone like Faraday wouldn't ditch his turf so easily. Yet here he was, gone the moment the pressure kicked in. Was he afraid of Maine's crew? Unlikely. If that were the case, he never would have pulled his shady stunts in the first place. Faraday was greedy and short-sighted, like a lizard guarding a pitiful stash of bugs. Getting him to abandon everything wasn't easy. There were only two reasons a guy like Faraday would flee without hesitation. One, he was promised something bigger, like finally joining a megacorp. But with how badly he'd botched things lately, that seemed off the table. So that only left the second reason. He was absolutely certain he'd die if he stayed. And if Maine's crew didn't scare him that much, there was only one other option. Carl recalled the message he had sent to Maine earlier. Old Cap, huh? No wonder he's a fixer. He knows how to move pieces. Old Captain had carved out a foothold in Santo Domingo, Faraday's old turf, and had been steadily eating into his territory. With time, he was tearing chunks out of Faraday's empire. All he needed was muscle. And now, with Maine's squad, good enough to be any fixer's ace team, Faraday must have seen the writing on the wall and bolted. A corpo-born operator like Old Captain, dealing with a wannabe like Faraday. One-sided. And Carl knew Old Captain wouldn't let him run far. He messaged Maine. Carl. No need to rush. You'll get news about him soon, just wait. Maine. Wait, are you saying you know where he is? Carl. No, but I'm confident our mutuals will come through. You won't be waiting long. Maine. You mean Old Captain? Is his intel really that good? Wait, he's messaging me now. Hang on. A moment later. Maine. Carl, you're unbelievable. You learn this stuff from a Romany fortune teller or what? Old Captain just confirmed he found Faraday. The bastard slipped out through the Pacifica route and is trying to hide out in Dogtown. We're moving out. We'll contact you later. So Night City's well-known fixer Faraday didn't have long left. Carl made a mental note to tell Oliver. He'd be the happiest in the crew to hear that Faraday was on death's doorstep. More messages popped up. Jade. Hey Carl, got a new shipment of beef in. Want some? I'll set some aside for you. Jade, from the logistics center, was a friend Carl shared with Oliver. Every time he smuggled in some decent meat, he'd ping Carl first. Beef, hell yeah. Carl. Save some for me, I'll send the eddies later. Jade. All right, stay in touch. Once you knew enough people, boredom became impossible. Carl continued replying, the priest, Wakako, a handful of other fixers, all sending cautious, probing questions about the commissioner hit. Turns out, he wasn't that idle after all. Oliver and the crew just had to pull the trigger. He had to network, negotiate, keep fixers happy, and keep the jobs flowing. So exhausting. As he sighed, a new message came through. The only one today he genuinely looked forward to. The moment he saw the special comms channel light up, he already knew who it was. Carl. Hanako, done with work. Hanako. Yes, everything's wrapped up. Carl, my mother returns the day after tomorrow. You haven't forgotten our promise, have you? Carl. Of course not. As he replied, a quiet thought echoed in his mind. Michiko Arasaka is coming back to Night City, the day after tomorrow. The true queen of Arasaka's Night City presence was returning. It dropped. This book has been on hiatus since chapter 339.